I am Lao Jean, a simple E-rank adventurer just trying to survive in this harsh world. My latest mission turned into a total nightmare because of my unreliable team. It all started when our young mage accidentally blew up a goblin nest, sending a raging tide of monsters toward us. As the frontline tank, I was quickly surrounded. My heart ached as I watched my expensive new chainmail get torn to pieces by those filthy creatures. The rest of the team, a complaining mage, a weak hero, and a middle-aged priest, were completely overwhelmed. Even though the mage caused the mess, she spent more time screaming at me than helping. Eventually, I realized we couldn't win. I ordered a retreat, telling them to forget the mission and save their lives. Thanks to a sudden burst of holy light from the priest, we found an opening to escape. I even had to carry the ungrateful mage on my shoulder to make sure she didn't get eaten, which would have ended my career. We limped back to town just before the gates closed. Instead of being thankful, the mage scolded me and stormed off, followed shortly by the young hero. Even the priest left me to deal with the fallout alone. The team disbanded, leaving me with nothing but broken gear and poisonous scratches. Looking in the mirror later, I felt defeated. My hair is a mess, my face is covered in new scars, and my savings are gone because I had to pay for expensive medicine and armor repairs. I used to be an ordinary office worker, but now I'm a broke adventurer eating terrible vegetable soup at the Crooked Hat Inn. I miss my family and the simple luxury of instant noodles. To make matters worse, the guild receptionist told me that I'm on the verge of being demoted because of my recent failures. If I don't complete a successful hunt soon, I'll never find a team again. Just as I was drowning in self-pity, a young nun from the Church of the Holy Cross approached me with a new job. It seems my luck might be changing, but in this world, nothing is ever easy. Life here is a constant struggle. Everything is expensive, and even the basic necessities feel like a rip-off. Back in my old world, healing ointment cost almost nothing, but here it costs 2 silver pieces. I've been fighting for so long that my face is covered in scars. I sometimes wonder if my own mother would even recognize me. My daily routine consists of eating terrible, bland soup at the Crooked Hat Inn and trying to keep my teeth clean since dental care in this world involves just pulling the tooth out. I used to be a regular office worker, but now I'm an E-rank adventurer barely making enough to survive. I really regret staying up late, reading novels, instead of spending time with my family. My last mission was such a disaster that the guild receptionist mocked me and threatened to demote me back to F rank. If that happens, my reputation will be ruined, and no one will ever want to team up with me again. To avoid demotion, I had to agree to go hunting outside the city. Just as I was leaving the guild, feeling hopeless with only 10 copper coins in my pocket, a young red-haired nun named Elegy approached me. She is from the Church of the Holy Cross and offered me an incredible reward of 1 silver coin to investigate a group of kobolds building a strange altar. That is more than I'd make from 3 normal jobs. I agreed immediately, but finding more teammates turned out to be impossible. Everyone in the guild either already had a team or wanted nothing to do with the Church of the Holy Cross. Some people even mocked me for my black hair, calling me a barbarian. Elegy was so discouraged that she almost gave up, and she didn't even realize that the 1 silver coin she was offering was actually a massive overpayment for E-rank work. Since no one else would join us, I decided to help her out. I told her we should look for an F-rank adventurer to fill the gaps, but eventually, we realized it might just have to be the 2 of us. I have to deal with people looking down on me just because of my black hair. They think I am some wild barbarian, and even though I am used to the insults, they still hurt. I tried to suggest finding an F-rank adventurer to help us, thinking I could just look after them, but Elegy decided it would be better if just the 2 of us went. I felt a bit nervous, but I figured a few weak kobolds wouldn't be much trouble. We left the guild together, hoping a successful mission would give her a good evaluation and save me from demotion. Before leaving through the East Gate, we stopped at the market. It reminded me of a fair from my old life, with shops and stalls everywhere. We bought some bread and a bottle of oil, because we needed to burn an evil idol as part of the mission. Fire is always the best way to clean up a mess like that. Elegy showed me a map she drew, but it was so messy and abstract that I could barely understand it. It looked like the handwriting of a student who can't even read their own notes the next day. Still, she seemed confident, so I decided to trust her. We set off on a 2-hour walk to our destination. I realized we might not make it back before the city gates closed for the night, which meant we might have to camp outside. I've slept outdoors many times, and luckily, Elegy said she was used to it too. As we passed the guards at the gate, I couldn't help but envy them. They just stand there all day doing nothing. It seems like the perfect job for someone like me who loves to daydream. As we walked, I followed behind her while she studied her scribbled map. Even though some people think church followers are strange, I find them more reliable than the average greedy mercenary. They have discipline and pure hearts. During our hike, she asked how long I had been an adventurer. I realized I've lost track of time in this world, but judging by the length of my hair, it must have been at least 2 or 3 years. It feels like I've been serving a second military term that never ends. I've been in this world for about 3 years now, though my sense of time is blurry. After my military service back home, I somehow ended up serving again here, but this time there is no discharge date. My hair is waist length, and I've survived 2 winters as an E-rank adventurer. During our hike, Elegy and I rested on a rock to eat some hard bread. I made sure she ate too, knowing we needed our strength. As we moved, I found a bear's palm mushroom on a stump, a lucky find worth 3 copper coins. In this world, knowledge of alchemy materials is literally money. We eventually found kobold tracks and spotted 3 of them from a hill. They were hideous, like rat heads on human bodies. I played along with Elegy's religious anger to keep her motivated, and we charged. She is a professional. She crushed the first one's head with her flail instantly. I stabbed the second one through the ribs, and when I tripped trying to catch the third, Elegy finished it off with a holy light blast. She even took trophies for a religious ritual, which I found a bit creepy but respected as her personal choice. Following their trail toward their nest, we found another kobold wearing a strange, eerie hat with blood-drawn symbols. As we went deeper, the forest grew so thick it blocked the sun, and we realized we were lost. I stayed calm. I've learned to go with the flow when fate takes a turn. Eventually, we spotted smoke and found a clearing where dozens of kobolds had built a detailed statue of an evil god decorated with a skull and a hide flag. It was a dark ritual site. I realized there were way too many kobolds to fight directly. I had to convince Elegy to be flexible. Instead of destroying the whole statue and risking our lives, we would focus on stealing the hide flag to prove we found a cult symbol. I came up with a plan. I will draw their attention and act as a distraction while she uses the oil we bought to start a fire. In the chaos, we'll grab the flag and run. My chainmail should protect me from their claws, but I know I can only handle about 5 at once, so timing is everything. Old Gene gripped his sword tightly, his sharp eyes scanning the area. Among kobolds, there are not only the weak kobold workers, but also stronger ones known as kobold warriors. He searched for any sign of these elite creatures, but to his relief, none were present. Looks like luck was on his side. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, what gave these foolish kobolds the courage to cause such trouble? Then again, plenty of people smarter than kobolds still did foolish things. Whoever was behind this, or whether the kobolds acted on their own, didn't matter to him. It wasn't worth his time to think about. Wait, could that kobold with the hat be their leader? Trust old Jin's instincts. They were rarely wrong. After confirming the escape route and making sure no elite monsters were around, old Jin picked up a stone and threw it with perfect aim at a kobold playing in the mud. Magic missile, he shouted. Ha! Old Jin's magic missile hit the target perfectly. As everyone knows, stones are one of the most powerful weapons in human history, second only to the bow and arrow. Based on old Jin's years of battle experience, this throw was as strong as a beginner-level magic missile from a first circle mage. It was simple, direct, and effective. Old Jin had practiced his throwing skills often, and since he used to be the star pitcher of his school's baseball team, this throw was fast, accurate, and powerful, sending the kobold straight to the afterlife. Grara. The kobold hit by the stone let out a painful cry and fell to the ground. The other kobolds turned their heads in surprise. Before they could react, Old Jean dashed toward the statue of the evil god. "Take this, you filthy rats." One kobold noticed him and charged forward, baring its teeth. But before it could get close, Old Jean delivered a strong side kick right to its stomach. The kobold screamed and flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the statue and struggling to get up. Chitter, 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 grah! The kobolds panicked and rushed toward Old Jean. But did they really think they could stop human tank Jean? Impossible. He grabbed the leg of the kobold he had just kicked and spun it around like a windmill. Trash! The charging kobolds were knocked down like bowling pins. Feeling playful, Old Jean threw the kobold in his hand like a shot put straight into the crowd. Sister! At Old Jean's shout, Elegy threw a bottle of oil precisely at the statue of the evil god. Bang! The bottle shattered, and oil splashed everywhere. Then Elegy's voice rang in Old Jin's ears. May the light be with him. What a powerful prayer. Holy light blast. Boom. A bright burst of holy light shot toward the statue, igniting the oil in an instant. Flames roared to life. Wait a second. Was that actually a fire-type spell? Old Jean had always believed that the holy light orb was a spell of light. While the flames had not yet completely consumed the statue of the evil god, he swung his sword, cut down the flagpole, and took the banner. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seeing this, the kobolds went into chaos. Chee-yi! They roared in anger and charged at Old Jean without fear. Their eyes burned with hatred, as if he had destroyed something precious to them. Watching the frenzied kobolds, Old Jean didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, he found it a little amusing. You can't defeat me. Survival of the fittest. Activate. Before the weak, Old Jean was invincible. When facing weaker foes, his attack power doubled. When facing stronger ones, his defense was halved. It was a mental trick he had set for himself, helping him stay confident when fighting the weak. Many adventurers who bullied the weak never lived long. So, at least before the week, Old Jean would fight with full strength and never hold back. Chirp, chirp. The kobold in front ran straight into Old Jean's kick. Bang! Its neck snapped from the impact, and it flew backward, knocking down several others. Taking advantage of the moment, Old Jean swung his sword in a wide arc, cutting another kobold down. Then he soared forward, striking a third one precisely in the neck. Slash! Blood sprayed out as Old Jean grabbed the kobold and threw it like a sack into the crowd. Chirpa! It was a one-sided battle. Old Jean had thought he could handle at most 5 kobolds at once, but now he realized he had overestimated them. It wasn't that he had grown stronger. These kobolds were simply too weak. Chirpa! One kobold suddenly leapt high, trying to tackle him. But Old Jean was ready. He punched upward, hitting it hard in the chest. The kobold cried out, clutching its stomach, and fell to the ground, trembling in pain. It's over. Old Jean crushed the kobold's head under his boot, ending its suffering. In the blink of an eye, 5 kobolds had already fallen by his hand. Facing these creatures that barely reach his waist, he didn't need any special skill, just real strength. He charged through them like a wild beast, releasing all the anger in his heart. Once, Old Jean had barely escaped alive from the kobolds' underground city. Now, it was time for them to pay the price. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. His sword moved like the scythe of death, cutting down kobolds one after another. "Huh, take this," he shouted, slicing one kobold cleanly in two. This wasn't the kobold's den, but an open forest. It was noon, the sunlight bright, and the view clear. No need to worry about ambushes from above. The open ground gave Old Jean room to move freely and show his full strength. Surrounded by trees, he could retreat at any time if danger appeared. It was nothing like the dark, dangerous tunnels of the underground city. Without the advantage of their home terrain, the kobolds were helpless before him, like lambs waiting for the butcher. Old Jean grew more excited as he fought, punching, kicking, and swinging his sword, venting all his fury. "Oh!" he shouted in triumph. Around him, every kobold had fallen. "Mr. Carter, this area is clear," came a voice from nearby. It was Elegy. So fast. Old Jean turned to look and froze. Unbelievable. All around Elegy lay kobold bodies. Each one had been struck down with perfect precision. The scene was shocking. This wasn't just a battlefield. It looked like a place of total destruction. Elegy had become a living weapon without even realizing it. Sister, you're amazing. I really admire you, Old Jean said sincerely. Looking at the kobolds that had been taken down, Old Jean suddenly felt tempted. Maybe you should try using a blunt weapon too? He had always thought that swords required too much skill. Blunt weapons were simpler and more direct. Maybe destruction and power suited his fighting style better. Huh, you're really strong too, Mr. Carter. Ellie smiled shyly, then pulled a dagger from her boot. She walked over to a kobold's body and carefully cut off its nose, placing it into her pouch. The strange ritual made Old Jin's scalp tingle. Need any help? He asked, walking up to her. No, I can handle it. But thank you. All right then. By the way, Mr. Carter. HM, your ear. Old Jean instinctively touched his ear and found his hand covered in blood. It must have been scratched during the fight. The wound was near the top of his ear, close to the back of his head, and it looked pretty deep. Oh no, there's so much blood. Don't move. The holy light above, please cleanse this wound. Healing spell. Ellie held his ear and began to chant. A soft light flashed, and the pain disappeared instantly. It was the signature skill of a cleric, healing magic. It worked fast, left no side effects, and was as reliable as any first aid miracle. Old Jean couldn't believe it. He was actually being healed by divine magic. He was deeply moved. This recovery speed is amazing. Thank you, sister, he said excitedly. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Old Jean touched his ear again and found it completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. He gave Ellie a grateful look and stood up. After checking himself over, he realized that aside from the ear injury, he was fine. His chainmail had done its job well. Clearly, good equipment was essential for any adventurer who wanted to live long. By the way, these guys were way too weak, weren't they? Yes, I originally thought this mission would be very dangerous, but it turned out to be so easy. It's all thanks to you, Lady Saint. Old Jean checked the goblin's body again, but found nothing. If it had been a group of goblins instead, we would have made a lot of money. Of course, if the enemies were dozens of goblins, I might have been in real trouble. Goblins are not like low-level creatures such as dog-headed people. They're very smart and work well together. Once they target you, even with my strength, it's hard to escape unscathed. After Ellie cut off all the goblins' noses, she stood up. The two of them looked at the burning evil god statue and fell into thought. Maybe we should also take this thing apart? That's what I was thinking too. Originally, they only planned to steal the flag and run away. They didn't expect the dog-headed people to be so weak that they could defeat them all. Let me do it, Miss Nun. You take a rest. Old Jean stopped Ellie from dismantling the statue. Since he had already healed her, he didn't want her to do such rough work. Besides, this kind of physical labor should be done by men. But I feel embarrassed. You've already used divine magic, so you should rest well. But I want to take the statue apart too. Ellie blushed and whispered, like a child wanting to play with sandcastles. Huh, okay, let's do it together. Bang, snap. Ellie happily joined the demolition team. The evil god statue was just a rough pile of dirt and branches made by the goblins, not sturdy at all. It was dismantled easily into pieces. Seeing Ellie so excited, Old Jean couldn't help but smile. Phew, the god of order would surely be pleased. In less than 20 minutes, they completely dismantled the evil god statue, leaving only broken stones and wood chips on the ground. Ellie finally stopped. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw Old Jean looking at her. She blushed and lowered her head. Did I act too shy? Not at all. You look very cute. People feel happy and refreshed when good things happen. Old Jean unfolded the beast hide banner and handed it to Ellie. He had secretly taken it while Ellie was busy dismantling the statue. Now, all we need to do is take this back, right? Yes. That's right. Seeing the beast hide banner, Ellie finally smiled. Old Jean hoped that she could earn the church's approval through this task. Thinking of that, Old Jean suddenly felt that Ellie was like his savior. If she hadn't saved him, he might have already gone to see the afterlife. Yes, she is his savior. From today, he would treat Ellie like a hero. At that moment, old Jean suddenly noticed something on the ground. Huh? Oh, Miss Nunn, should we also take this with us? Old Jean pointed to a goblin skull on the ground and asked. It was a decoration on top of the evil god statue, probably a symbol of the cult. And inside the skull, there seemed to be some leftover brain matter. Of course, we should take it. It's an important piece of evidence. Ellie took the skull, wrapped it in the beast hide banner, and carried it in her hand. She tried to tighten the banner around it, but, for some reason, couldn't do it properly. Now that they had the mission item, all that was left was to return to the town and report. Old Jean just wanted to get back to the city and find a good place to rest. Sigh, making money is so hard. Let's go back. It seems to be getting late. Old Jean looked up at the sky and saw the sun starting to set. It was already evening. They had to hurry. Although they could continue traveling after dark, it would be more dangerous. Yes, it's indeed getting late. I was so happy I didn't notice the time. Sorry about that, Miss Nunn. They packed up and left the blood-stained goblin altar, heading back to the town. Behind them, the fire-consuming evil god statue seemed to silently tell the story of the goblin's anger and despair. Although Jean lost his way a little in the woods, he relied on his many years of habit. Carefully recalling the paths he had taken before, he finally confirmed his and Ellie's position on the map before sunset. For an experienced adventurer, a good sense of direction is an essential survival skill. Once the location was clear, the rest of the journey became much easier. Oh my goodness, Miss Ellie, it's really pitch dark now. Unknowingly, the sun had completely set. This forest is already rarely visited, and now that night has fallen, it's completely black. No paths, no visibility. Without a light source, continuing forward would be dangerous. It seems they will have to camp here for the night. Of course, for adventurers, sleeping outdoors is common. When funds are tight in the city, or when a task takes too long and delays until night, or during long journeys needing rest, camping is always part of an adventurer's life. Fortunately, Jean was not worried. Camping in this untouched area was familiar territory for him. Of course, the forest isn't entirely safe at night. Nocturnal animals might appear, but those creatures living near human settlements usually aren't dangerous. Most of the dangerous ones have already been cleared out by adventurers. To find truly big monsters, they'd have to go deeper into the forest. Plus, the trickiest goblins are active during the day. Most monsters fear fire. As long as they build a fire and take turns watching, they can safely spend the night. Find a good spot, get ready. Light, please shine through this darkness. Holy light. Oh, with Ellie's prayer, a circle of holy light appeared above her head, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Is this even possible? Jean thought to himself, surprised. It seems Ellie is truly a versatile survival expert. Priests and nuns really are like bug-like professions. This versatility is even more incredible than a mage's magic. Ellie explained that the holy light spell can summon a glowing angelic halo, which is a very useful holy magic. It can replace a torch. Its advantages are that it not only lights up dark dungeons or nighttime areas, but also helps repel monsters. Most monsters are afraid of or dislike this holy light. Some say that powerful monsters might be attracted to this light, but old Jean has not encountered such creatures yet. Probably only monsters like orcs, which are quite strong, would be interested. Of course, orcs are unlikely to be found just 2 hours away from the city. The rulers would never allow orcs near the city. Awesome. Old Jean couldn't help but clap. Awesome? What does that mean? Ellie asked. It's a local slang for my hometown, meaning very impressive, great. I see. Ellie just smiled slightly at old Jean's poor explanation. If I had known about this trick earlier, I wouldn't have wasted oil. I could have saved some and easily made a torch now. Although he has a fire starter, that thing can only make fire, not a torch. Time's up. The effect of the holy light spell disappeared. Luckily, no monsters attacked along the way. Night animals near the city are usually lone wolves, giant bats, or small demons. They're not very strong, but have excellent night vision, making fighting in darkness quite tricky. Miss Ellie, can you use it again? Old Jean asked. I'm sorry, I can't right now. It seems it's time to prepare for the night. Mr. Carter, let's set up camp here, Old Jean suggested. All right, Carter agreed. Old Jean took out his fire starter from his pocket and snapped it in half. With a soft pop, it released a puff of blue smoke and ignited a small flame. By the way, although it's called a fire starter, it's quite different from a real one. Basically, it's a tube made from a bamboo-like material filled with flammable substances and sealed. When broken, the contents ignite. For most adventurers, this is an essential survival tool. Dry firewood. However, the flame from the fire starter couldn't last very long. Taking advantage of the remaining light, Old Jean quickly gathered some dry branches and fallen leaves. With Ellie's help, they soon built a small campfire. It seemed that Miss Ellie was quite experienced in outdoor survival, almost like a soldier. Miss Ellie, let's take turns resting. You could decide the schedule. No need to trouble yourself. I sleep very alert, really. Is that so? Generally, camping in such a place without someone on watch is almost the same as risking your life. But since Miss Ellie said so, Old Jean didn't insist. After all, he usually lives with his head tucked into his waistband. If something really happened, he could just start over in 18 years. Although life is precious, lately Old Jean felt that living didn't seem worth it. The world is so tough, it feels like torture. He still dreams of returning home. But is it really worth struggling in this harsh, strange world for a vague goal? Still, he knew that divine beings were often stronger than most monsters. So, he decided to go along with it. Miss Ellie, you can wear this. I'm in armor, so I'm not cold. Old Jean handed her a piece of dog-headed man leather. No matter if it's strange or not, if he gets sick from the cold, it would be a real loss. If he develops hypothermia, he might not make it out of here. His armor is made of cotton, which is as warm as a down jacket. He'd rather bear the cold himself. Honestly, he wanted to take off his armor and give it to Ellie, but then he'd probably freeze solid. Thank you. Ellie took the leather, casually tossed aside the skull of the dog-headed man, wrapped inside, and wrapped the leather around herself. Although she was a bit concerned about the pagan symbols drawn on it, in the cold, those details didn't matter. No matter how strange or evil something is, in the face of cold, it has to be worn. If she catches a cold, the medical bills will be high. This leather looks a bit big. Should we share it and cover ourselves together? The leather was originally meant for a banner, so it was quite large. This item seems to be made from several pieces of leather sewn together, which is why it looks quite large. No need to worry. I'm fine. By the way, this leather looks a bit creepy. It makes me feel uneasy just looking at it. I wonder if it will give me nightmares tonight. Although Ellie's suggestion was thoughtful, Old Jean was somewhat superstitious, so he politely declined her kindness. He is a rough and tough man, but is afraid of ghosts. Since he grew up in his hometown, where superstitions are deeply rooted, he still avoids sleeping with his head facing north. In the past, when he mentioned this to other adventurers, a barbarian warrior mocked him, calling him a savage. Then why are you giving this to me? Because you have divine power to protect you. You'll be fine. Ellie's holy power would surely keep her safe. But he was different. He doesn't believe in gods or religion and is not resistant to such superstitions. That you'd better come over here. It's warmer. Reluctantly, Old Jean moved closer to Ellie and covered himself with the remaining piece of leather. For some reason, after covering himself with it, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if sleeping with his head facing north. Then I'll rely on you. Are you sure you'll stay alert while sleeping? Don't worry. If there's any movement nearby, I'll notice immediately. I've had special training. Wow, you're amazing. You're so awesome that if you keep praising me like that, I'll feel embarrassed. Hearing Ellie's words, Old Jean slowly closed his eyes. He was the kind of person who usually had trouble falling asleep. But since coming to this world, he's been so exhausted every day that now, as soon as he touches a pillow, he falls asleep instantly. Having trouble sleeping? Insomnia? Can't wake up in the morning? That's because the well-fed don't understand the hunger of the starving. Only those who have plenty to eat worry about such things all day. People who are truly exhausted can fall asleep the moment they close their eyes. If you also suffer from sleep problems, I suggest doing some physical activity or exercise first. Amid the crackling of the campfire, Old Jean gradually drifted into sleep. I don't know how long it has been, but Old Jean woke up suddenly from a strange nightmare. It was already getting light outside. Wow, what a weird dream. Fortunately, no monsters attacked last night. But maybe because of the nightmare, Old Jean felt sore all over, as if he had been filled with lead. It's all because of that torn leather. It kept him from sleeping well all night. If he had known, he wouldn't have covered himself with it. But never mind, I won't say anything more. Are you awake? Ah, Miss Ellie, good morning. The sun was now peeking out, and the sky was getting brighter. It was time to leave. Old Jean washed his face with cool water and stretched. Hurry up and get ready. It seemed Ellie had already gotten up and was ready to go. Old Jean packed away the goblin leather and the skull. Ellie took out the map and led the way. But really, does looking at the map now still matter? In about an hour, we'll reach the city. Hee, that's great. Finally, they were going back. Thinking about how he worked hard all day and earned just 1 silver coin, Old Jean couldn't help but smile. His weekly living expenses were about 30 copper coins. That means with just this 1 silver coin, he could rest comfortably for 3 weeks and still have 10 copper coins left. Oh, and he also picked a bear palm mushroom. Just thinking about it made Old Jean want to laugh. You seem in a good mood? Of course. The work is done. Aren't you happy, Miss Ellie? Of course I am. If only I hadn't bought that cursed Marticasso. Although daily expenses aren't high, the prices for essentials are ridiculously expensive. To buy decent gear, I have to save up desperately. So, the two of them kept walking for a while, and the sun was now fully up. Suddenly, some strange-looking monsters appeared in front of them. Oh, Old Jean shouted. He saw 2 huge black spiders crawling slowly toward them. These giant spiders are much larger than hunting dogs. Although they are low-level monsters, their scary appearance makes many female adventurers stay away from them. I'll handle them first, Ellie said, reaching for her chain hammer, looking ready to smash the giant spiders to pieces. Wait, don't act yet. Old Jean quickly grabbed Ellie's arm. Let me do it. Their shells can be sold to the blacksmith. Really? The shells of the giant spiders are used to make armor. If they can be taken off intact, they can usually be sold for about 1 copper coin at the blacksmith shop. But if the shells are damaged or cracked, they are worthless. With Ellie's strength, her chain hammer would definitely break the shells. The giant spider hissed strangely and suddenly raised its front limbs. Its 8 eyes stared fiercely at Old Jean, and its red mouth parts moved as green liquid dripped from its sharp fangs. Yikes! Old Jean was most afraid of sticky stuff like this. He shouted and kicked the spider's mouth parts hard. With a loud bang, the spider's 2 venomous fangs broke off. Although he usually acts carefree, Old Jean is actually a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The giant spider twitched in pain. Die! Old Jean took the opportunity to swing his short sword, stabbing it into the spider's head. Even though these giant spiders look scary, they are weak in battle. Maybe their body structure isn't suited for fighting humans. Of course, if these spiders grew larger than humans, Old Jean would just have to accept his bad luck. Another giant spider saw what happened and lunged at Old Jean. It seemed to want to stab him with its venomous fangs, so it jumped up deliberately. Old Jean was calm. He flicked upward, knocking the spider's mouth parts away, then swung both hands down, splitting it in half. Nice work, a perfect kill. The shells of both giant spiders were undamaged, a textbook example of a clean hunt. Old Jean took out a small knife from his waist pouch and started peeling the shells. Yes, it's really scary, Miss Ellie. Opening the shell revealed muscles and internal organs inside. Some adventurers eat spider meat, but only when they are very hungry. Old Jean isn't interested in trying. He skillfully peeled off both shells. With a snap, the sticky mucus inside the shell dripped down like threads. Miss Ellie, I'll give you this shell. You don't need to keep it. Sell it and buy yourself something tasty, Old Jean said as he handed 1 shell to Ellie. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Ellie blushed and took the shell. Women are often easily touched by gifts. Old Jean and Ellie walked back into the city through the gate. The guard looked exhausted, clearly new on duty, but already yawning. This job is so easy, Jean thought, secretly envying. If there's any job that's the easiest, it must be city guards. The only downside might be that it's too boring, and there's hardly any chance to fight anyone. After all, who would bother to pick a fight with city guards for no reason? Mr. Carter, thank you for your hard work, Ellie said. Hee, if anyone's worked hard, it's you, Miss Ellie. You carried the whole mission from start to finish, Jean replied with a smile. This mission was almost entirely thanks to Ellie's holy magic, crushing everything in her path. Jean, as the main attacker, only fought a few goblin heads. He'll remember this favor. By the way, Miss Ellie, do you want to do back to the church? Jean asked. No, thank you. Ellie politely declined. Jean handed her a bundle containing goblin skins, and Ellie smiled as she took it. Thanks to you, we completed the task smoothly. Here's your reward. She handed Jean a silver coin. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins, which is a lot for Jean. He was so excited he almost couldn't hold back and wanted to do a victory dance. He'd never earned so much money at once before. He felt his hands and feet trembling slightly, and a strange urge rose in his heart, as if he might faint at any moment. With this silver coin, he now had a total of 1 silver coin and 27 copper coins. Old Jin's mouth almost stretched to his ears with excitement. He forced a smile and waved to Ailigia. Take care on your way, Miss Ailigia. I will definitely repay your kindness today. You are like my second parents. No need to be so polite. And Mr. Carter, you've worked hard too. Goodbye. Ailigia carried a bag containing a dog-headed human skin and turned to leave. After watching her go, Old Jean carefully put the silver coin into his pocket, then walked briskly toward the blacksmith shop. He still needed to deal with the shells of those 2 giant spiders. Near the East City Gate, many shops lined the street. Old Jean randomly chose a blacksmith shop and went inside. Welcome. Hearing the noise, a muscular man working at the forge turned around. His strong arms looked like they might burst out of his clothes, clearly an experienced worker. Old Jean quickly stepped forward and handed over the 2 shells. Boss, look at this. Do you want to buy it? I just took it off today, fresh and new. Of course I'll buy. 1 copper coin each. How about that? The blacksmith put down his hammer, took the shells, examined them carefully, then pulled out 2 copper coins and handed them to Old Jean. Your shells are pretty good quality. If you hunt giant spiders again, remember to come to me. Got it. Old Jean took the coins and looked around the shop, but didn't find anything worth buying. Want to buy something? I can give you a discount, the blacksmith said casually while working. I'll just look around first, Old Jean replied dismissively. Honestly, he also wanted to buy shoulder guards or a chest plate, but armor was just too expensive. For example, this giant spider shell chest plate cost less than a copper coin to make, using shells that only cost a few cents, yet it was priced at 3 silver coins. Sight, people really need to learn a craft. Old Jean couldn't help but sigh, but this price was just too greedy. He also wanted to get himself some good gear, but his pockets were empty. For someone like him at the bottom of society, saving enough money to buy armor was almost impossible, all because of those greedy merchants. Our goods are much cheaper than elsewhere, the blacksmith confidently said. That's a lie. These days, there's no such thing as a fair trade law. Dishonest merchants secretly collude, working together to raise prices. This is very common. As for free market economy, it simply doesn't exist. In this world, all merchants and craftsmen must join a guild. Those who operate without guild membership and dare to steal business are often pushed out by peers or even kidnapped and thrown into the river. These things happen regularly. So, hoping these dishonest merchants will suddenly be honest and lower prices is impossible. Old Jean doesn't dare report them either. He is just an adventurer without official ID, while those blacksmiths are legitimate taxpayers. The difference between them is huge. Come back next time, Old Jean said helplessly as he left the blacksmith shop. Where should he go now? Of course, to the Alchemist Guild. He needs to quickly sell the bear claw mushrooms he picked yesterday. Whether herbs or mushrooms, The longer they sit, the less they're worth. Fortunately, only a day has passed, so he should still get a good price. Old Jean walks across the central fountain square to the corner of the street, where a 5-story building catches his eye. This building has a foreign-style roof. It's the Alchemist Guild. The signboard has strange writing on it. Old Jean can't read a single character. Every time he sees these words, he wonders whether the characters are just ugly or if they're deliberately written in a foreign language. But he's too lazy to investigate. Besides magic runes, he can understand other languages. It's still early, and there aren't many people inside. Old Jean pushes the door open and heads straight to the material purchase counter. "Hello, I want to sell some things." He takes out the bear claw mushrooms from his pocket. These mushrooms look high quality, so he thinks he can sell them for at least 3 copper coins. He's not good at much, but he has a sharp eye. He can tell at a glance if something is valuable. Maybe that's a kind of talent. Since he was young, people have often praised him for having good judgment. Of course, he became an adventurer not to showcase his talent. Is this a bear claw mushroom? The alchemist, wearing single lens glasses, picked up the bear claw mushroom and examined it carefully. The whole identification took no more than 10 seconds. This old guy was definitely just pretending to be thorough. "This bear claw mushroom doesn't look very good. How about I offer you 2 copper coins? Would you sell it?" "No way. I just picked this yesterday. How can it be not fresh?" Old Jean immediately became unhappy. He had long heard that these alchemists were all shrewd traders, always trying to lower the prices of materials. "What? You say you just picked it yesterday? Then I can't offer more than 1 copper coin." If they kept bargaining, he probably wouldn't even get 1 copper coin. Old Jean sighed helplessly and took the 2 copper coins handed over by the alchemist. He could see clearly now. This old guy was clearly trying to cheat him. Forget it. Earning just 1 silver coin and 3 copper coins in a day was enough. Contentment is happiness. Old Jean forced down his anger and turned to leave the Alchemist's Guild. Where should I go to relax now? It was still early, and he couldn't sleep even if he went home. He had come to the city early in the morning, and now it was just time to start work. Maybe he should go to the bathhouse for a shower, then find an inn to rest well and regain his strength? No. In this world, once you slack off, others will leave you behind. When that happens, it will be too late to regret. Laziness is the root of all evil. Those who do not work do not eat. In this world, no one is responsible for your life except yourself. Being distracted by trivial things is a waste of spirit. Work is the priority. Although he didn't sleep well last night, he wasn't so exhausted that he couldn't walk. Old Jean casually found a street stall, bought some breakfast, and ate while heading to the Adventurers Guild. The guild was not far from here. Soon, Old Jean arrived at the entrance. It was during working hours, and the guild was bustling with people. Old Jean tried not to look at anyone's face, kept his head down, and entered the guild. Squeak, what kind of good quest would there be today? Old Jean usually takes on tasks that pay around 20 to 30 copper coins. Completing 2 or 3 tasks a week is enough to cover his basic living expenses. In fact, with his skills, he could take on more jobs. But recently, work has been hard to find, and not many people are willing to take him along, so he can only barely keep up. His weekly living cost is about 30 copper coins. That means as long as he completes 2 tasks, he won't go hungry. But if he keeps going like this, he will never be able to level up in his life. Today, he finally earned 1 silver coin, so he needs to work even harder to improve his skills as soon as possible. Old Jean walks to the counter, ready to see if there are any suitable tasks. For some reason, every time he sees the receptionist girl, he feels a burning sensation in his back. He feels both embarrassed and guilty. Excuse me, do you have any tasks today? When it was his turn, he blushed and asked softly, "Isn't that Mr. Carter? What brought you here today?" The receptionist girl seemed completely surprised to see Old Jean again. She covered her mouth and asked exaggeratedly. Old Jean immediately felt his face flush hot. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Do you have any tasks?" he stammered. Sigh. Seeing how pitiful Old Jean looked, the girl sighed helplessly. "Mr. Carter, yes. Let's make a deal." "What kind of deal?" Old Jean paused in surprise. Honestly, he had failed quite a few tasks before. The girl looked serious as she said, "To be honest, you've messed up quite a few jobs before." "Yeah." Old Gene nodded awkwardly. According to his rough estimate, he had failed at least 5 tasks. And every time, he thought he did nothing wrong. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can outsmart Zhuge Liang. But the teammates he met were always like pigs. In a team of 5, he was always the one carrying everyone, while the other 4 were holding him back. "So, I didn't want to recommend any more tasks to you. But," the girl paused, then continued, "as long as you promise me one thing, and since you're so pitiful, I will make an exception and recommend one more task to you." "I promise to complete the task. Just tell me what it is," Old Gene excitedly said, wishing he could kneel and bow to the receptionist right then and there. He quickly grabbed her hand and confidently said, "I promise you, whatever you say, I will agree." "I haven't finished talking yet," the receptionist said with a mix of amusement and frustration, pulling her hand back. "My requirement is that once you accept the task, you must do your best to complete it without mistakes. Do you understand?" "That's easy for me," Gene assured, patting his chest. "He has no other good qualities, but he always keeps his promises. He always keeps his promises, no matter what." "Wait, I haven't finished," the receptionist interrupted. "I found out that if you fail one more time, you'll be demoted to F level." "What?" Gene was struck like lightning, frozen in place. "You know what it means to be demoted from E to F level, right? You've probably seen many adventurers who got demoted to F. You should know what happens to them," she said with a hint of pity. Gene knew very well what being demoted to F meant. Those who were demoted to F eventually gave up their adventurer status and did rough work in the city just to survive. "So, you better take this seriously. Report to the guild before sunrise tomorrow. There's a team short of members and the pay is good. It should be perfect for you." Gene always knew he was close to being demoted, but he never thought he was already on the edge of the cliff. If he really gets demoted to F, his life will be over. Specifically, it's a mission to hunt a D-level monster. There's a C-level mage in the team, so it shouldn't be a problem. Remember, you must arrive before sunrise tomorrow. Just say you're here to join the hunt for the Stonepox chicken snake. Stonepox chicken snake. C-level mage. I understand. Thank you. I will definitely repay this kindness. If you really get demoted, don't come to see me again." Next, Jin's legs went weak, and he staggered away from the counter. He hadn't taken his previous failures seriously, but now, thinking back, he was truly scared. "This time, I must succeed." Old Gene took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and silently made a vow in his heart. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, he headed straight to the public bathhouse in the city. He needed to prepare well for tomorrow's task and rest up. The Golden Bathhouse. This bathhouse charges 1 copper coin per bath, which is very expensive. But there was no other nearby, so Old Gene had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Sigh, in this world, even taking a bath costs a lot. Splash. Warm water flowed over Old Gene's body, easing his worries and anxiety. He scrubbed every part of his skin hard, as if trying to wash away all his fatigue and troubles. After bathing, Old Gene wandered around the shopping street, bought some supplies for tomorrow, and then found a restaurant to fill his stomach. If he failed this mission again, he would be demoted to F rank. Just thinking about that dark future made him shiver. No, he absolutely couldn't let that happen. The receptionist had given him one last chance, and he must not let her down. All right, tomorrow, he would become a real man. Old Gene returned to the inn, crawled into bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Old Gene arrived at the Adventurers Guild just before sunrise. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar face sitting at a table, leisurely drinking beer. Old Gene decided to focus on official business first and say hello later. He went straight to the counter to ask about the mission. Today's clerk was a short male worker. This worker was a dwarf, sturdy and muscular with a large scar on his arm. He was lazily picking at the scar, as if it were a tiny insect resting on his arm. Wait, could this guy be? Has he not noticed he's bleeding? Excuse me, about the team hunting the stone-forming chicken snake. Old Gene looked in the direction indicated by the dwarf's finger and saw a man sitting at the table, waving at him. isn't that Brother Barbarian? Long time no see, Kobson, you guy. Why are you getting more and more? And I've told you so many times, I'm not a barbarian. Kobson is an E-level adventurer with blonde hair and freckles on his face. He and Old Gene were promoted to E-level on the same day, so they're considered semi-friends. They have known each other for quite a while. When they were still F-level adventurers, they often teamed up for missions. Old Gene walked over and sat across from Kobson. Brother Barbarian, you actually dare to sit at the same table as me? Do you believe I'll call the city guard to catch you? Kobson said with a mischievous smile. Are you looking for trouble? Old Gene replied irritably. Kobson loved making jokes about racial stereotypes. Although he thought it was a way to show closeness, Old Gene hated being called barbarian. By the way, Brother Barbarian, your gear looks pretty good. Did you make a fortune somewhere? Kobson looked at Old Gene from head to toe with a sarcastic tone. Old Gene's equipment had indeed improved a lot. He was wearing a helmet and a breastplate, clearly having earned quite a bit of money. Recently, he visited the Mudvines pit and had some good luck. He thought he might level up to D class soon. You're leveling up to D? Forget it. I still look forward to the end of the world. By the way, you're going to fight the petrified chicken snake, right? Looks like we'll be fighting side by side again. Oh, really? What a coincidence. Don't worry, my strength has improved a lot. When the time comes, don't be surprised if I scare you. If you really improve, I'll do a backflip right here. How about that? Kobson said disdainfully. After a few more casual words, it was about time. By the way, yesterday the receptionist mentioned there was a mage in the team. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be? Stood us up? Thinking of this, Old Gene couldn't help but imagine what the mage looked like. In his opinion, mages are a selfish and arrogant bunch. Just you wait, mage. This was one of Old Gene's life mottos. He truly dislikes wizards deep down. His second life motto is, living is really good. Do you know the details of this mission? I only heard about it from the guild, so I'm not very clear, Old Gene asked. I don't know much either. I only heard that a stone chicken snake appeared in the grain storage area to the west. The local self-defense team couldn't handle it, so they issued a hunt order. I heard they even invited a C-grade wizard for this task. Huh, isn't that obvious? You already know everything. Old Gene rolled his eyes. Well, let's wait for that wizard to arrive then. How about we have a drink first? Of course, on your tab. Get lost. In this world, people are used to living a life where they drink as easily as water, so they don't pay much attention to the saying, drinking causes trouble. Of course, Old Gene is an exception. Are you the bunch of amateurs hunting the stone chicken snake? A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Is the wizard finally here? Old Gene thought to himself. He quickly turned around, eager to see who this late-arriving wizard was. Hey, isn't that Black Charcoal Head? Long time no see. The woman greeted him with a smile. Black Charcoal Head? Who is this woman? Old Gene tried to recall. Among the people he knew, no one called him Black Charcoal Head. Wait. Suddenly, Old Gene's eyes widened like a cat that had been stepped on. He jumped up suddenly. He stared in shock, eyes wide open, mouth agape. But he couldn't make a sound. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely stunned. Standing in front of him was a wizard with long pink hair. This wizard was petite, much shorter than Old Gene, holding a staff taller than herself. She wore a purple robe, with a deep neckline revealing a lot of white skin. Seeing her impressive chest, Old Gene's memory instantly flooded back. He cursed silently. The wizard in front of him was none other than Vania. Could she be the C-grade wizard? Why didn't you say hello? Vania asked with narrowed eyes. I am very happy to see you. Lady Vania, Old Gene stammered, his tongue tied. His mind went blank, unable to accept what he was seeing. Seeing how nervous Old Gene looked, Vania's mouth twitched slightly, then suddenly she smiled. Blackhead, do we really need to be so formal? Relax, relax. As she spoke, she patted Old Gene in the back. Old Gene almost spat out the breakfast he had eaten that morning. This woman, clearly a mage, but her strength is even greater than his. They just met, and his health points are already halved. No, I don't deserve such respect, Lady Vania, Old Gene quickly said. How could he disrespect this lady? Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Just relax, got it? Vinia's tone suddenly turned cold. But old Jean felt like he was falling into an icy pit, freezing all over. Do as I say. Vinia's tone was firm and unquestioning. Old Jean immediately felt a shiver down his spine. He looked to Cobb's son for help, but saw him staring blankly, clearly not understanding the situation. This guy always a bit slow. Did you hear me? Vinia asked again. Old Jean felt that if he didn't agree now, she might roast him like a pig right then. He had no choice but to nod helplessly. All right then. That's more like it. Just relax. From now on, we're colleagues. No need to be so formal, Vinia said with a smile. Old Jean immediately felt doomed. He had worked with Vinia several times, but each time was like a nightmare. Now, he just wanted to leave the team as far as possible, but thinking of the receptionist's warning, he dared not act rashly. What kind of hellish place was this? Why, right when he was facing demotion, did he meet this woman? Vinia, do you know him? At that moment, a tall man with blue hair approached, seeming to be one of the team members for this mission. Vinia smiled as she introduced herself. Friend, what are you talking about? If you consider me a friend, then everyone in the world is your friend. Old Jean roared silently inside. He felt only hatred for Vinia, not love. The blue-haired man glanced at old Jean and asked, From the looks of you, you must be from a Merkshaw people, right? Merkshaw is the general name for nomadic tribes that have no fixed land and wander everywhere. People usually call them barbarians with a hint of disdain. The biggest feature of the Merkshaw people is that they have black hair and black eyes. In other words, they look a lot like old Jean. Yes, that's right. To be precise, I come from a tribe called Sawpie on the border of Merkshaw, old Jean lied calmly. Most Merkshaw people live in tribes, so it's easy to make up a tribe name without suspicion. I see. Your background doesn't matter. Nice to meet you. My name is William. My name is Carter, an E-level adventurer. William introduced himself, and he was also a C-level adventurer. C-level adventurers are quite powerful, capable of handling most medium-sized magical beasts. The petrifying chicken snake is a large bird-like magical beast that stands upright on two legs and is one of the medium-sized magical beasts. Are you done talking? If so, let's go. Blackhead, come here. Oh, Blackhead, are you deaf? Why are you so far from me? No. Old Jean slowly walked over to Vinia. She tiptoed and touched his head, as if petting a large dog. Old Jean felt deeply humiliated, his face burning with embarrassment. Let's go. Led by William, old Jean trudged behind the group, feeling dejected. He couldn't imagine what kind of awaited him next. Worse, the granary area to the west was still some distance away, and they had to take a carriage to get there. That meant he would be on the carriage with this woman for several hours? Old Jean suddenly felt a wave of despair. When he was an F-level adventurer, those painful memories flooded back into his mind. Most of those painful memories are related to Vinia's bullying. Brother Barbarian, you're quite lucky to know such a beautiful female mage, Cobb's son said envyingly. Old Jean was secretly sneering. This guy doesn't understand Vinia's true nature. If he knew the truth, he might faint from shock. There has been long-standing resentment between Old Jean and Vinia. To be precise, Old Jean harbored hatred toward Vinia alone. When he first became an F-level adventurer, he had to join Vinia's team to survive, doing some odd jobs. His work was to help other adventurers carry luggage or guard the loot. To earn a small pay, he worked tirelessly every day like a beast. However, Vinia and her group deliberately shortchanged him. He worked hard all day, but didn't get a single coin. Moreover, during work, they often insulted and beat him. They called him a barbarian and used him as a punching bag, kicking and hitting him. Old Jean was weak and couldn't fight back. From that moment, he understood that a person can hate someone to death. Although Vinia and her group found it funny, for Old Jean, it was a matter of life and death. He could only silently endure the humiliation and lick his wounds alone. That period was the darkest time of his life. As an F-level adventurer, he constantly faced discrimination. His appearance, which looked very much like a barbarian, made this discrimination worse. Although advancing to E-level gave him some protection from the guild, hidden biases still existed. In the end, The guild's protection was limited. Later, old Jean finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to take revenge on Vinea. That day, he was in a bad mood and saw Vinea alone, which made him furious. Even though Vinea was a mage, she was still a woman, and she was small in stature. Old Jean thought he could easily defeat her to get revenge. At that moment, he was holding a dagger and believed he had a chance to win. However, before he could make a move, Vinea's magic scared him so much that he ran away in a panic. That was a foolish mistake he made when he first arrived in this world, knowing nothing about it. Although that incident happened a long time ago, old Jean has never forgotten it. Later, he often met Vinea at the guild, and each time she would use that old challenge as an excuse to force him to work for free. And he was often beaten up by Vinea, with his nose and face swollen. As an E-level adventurer, how could he possibly win against a D-level mage? Those days felt like on Earth. He was basically a punching bag in this strange world. So, when he heard that Vinea had gone to another city, he secretly felt relieved. He didn't expect to meet her here today, and she had already been promoted to C-level. Now he definitely had no chance of winning. But now, he was at least an E-level adventurer, and the guild would protect his rights. Vinea probably wouldn't dare to bully him like before, right? Looking at Vinea's smiling face, old Jean secretly vowed that one day he would take revenge. "Blackhead, do you have anything to say?" Vinea asked with a bright smile. No, old Jean lowered his head, feeling gloomy. He felt his life was just too miserable. The walk from the Adventurers Guild to the West City Gate was like for old Jean. Vinea started tormenting him right from the beginning. This girl, with her tendency to enjoy hurting others, seemed to find great pleasure in bullying the weak. Old Jean felt like he was going crazy. "Blackhead, how have you been lately?" Vinea asked with a sweet smile, but her tone sent chills down his spine. "Fine," old Jean replied with a forced smile. "Thanks to you, I've been living quite comfortably without you around," he silently added in his mind. "Have you missed me since I left?" Vinea continued, as if deliberately poking at his sore spot. "I have," old Jean answered expressionlessly. "Since I came to this world, I've been living in deep water and fire," he silently complained inside. "Do you ever feel lonely and cold?" Vinea asked persistently, seeming determined to push old Jean to his limit. "Yes," old Jean replied weakly. "I just hope this nightmare of a journey ends soon," he silently prayed. Vinea didn't seem to want to stop. She continued asking, "Aren't you happy to see me?" "Yes, very happy," old Jean gritted his teeth and said. "Then why do you look so unhappy?" Vinea narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerous. Old Jean fell silent. Suddenly, the words, "homeroom teacher," appeared in his mind. "Blackhead, you're asking for trouble," Vinea said coldly. No, Lady Vinea, I was wrong. Can I just admit it?" Old Jean quickly apologized, sounding very humble. Vinea grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Old Jean was terrified, trembling with fear. "I just think your answers aren't sincere enough," Vinea said calmly. "I'm a barbarian, and we're not good with words," old Jean stammered. "Blackhead, I think you're really tired of living," Vinea said with a deadly tone. A faint electric current, combined with magic energy, struck old Jean's body instantly. "Ah!" Old Jean screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Vinea used a special magic that delivers a painful shock. It doesn't cause serious harm, but makes the person suffer intensely. "Again! Ah!" Old Jean cried out again, feeling like he was about to be fried by the electricity. This woman, sometimes calling him Blackhead, sometimes saying he's a barbarian, what does she really want? "William, you should go first. I'll talk with my friends later," Vinea told William. "That I hope you won't take too long." William glanced at old Jean, then, with Cobb's son, turned and left without looking back. Why? Why am I suffering this kind of torment? Old Jean cried out silently in his mind. Who said being beaten by a beautiful girl is a reward in this industry? This is clearly on Earth. He felt like he was about to die from pain. All he wanted was to end this torment quickly. "Black Charcoal Head, after you reached E-level, you thought I wouldn't dare to hurt you?" Vinea walked over and squatted beside old Jean, smiling softly as she asked. She poked his cheek with her finger, her tone gentle but her eyes cold and sharp. Old Gene knew Vinia was probably very angry right now, but he didn't understand why she was angry. He had already answered her questions seriously. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sharp pain from the electric magic made Old Gene burst into tears. Oh, you're crying? You're actually crying? Our little black charcoal head. Crying now? Vinia's tone was teasing. No, no. Old Gene quickly wiped his tears and denied it. Black charcoal head, you're so grown up, yet you still act like a child and cry so easily. Isn't that embarrassing? Vinia's tone suddenly turned gentle, but Old Gene felt even more creeped out. He realized that Vinia was a complete. She seemed to enjoy torturing him very much. All right, black charcoal head, get up. It's time for us to go. Vinia smiled and helped Old Gene up. Standing at about 1.8 meters, Old Gene looked like a doll in front of her, with no way to resist. Ignoring the onlookers, she pinched his face and said, "Come on, smile. If you don't, I'll hurt you." Old Gene immediately felt a chill run down his back. He knew Vinia was definitely not joking. He hurriedly forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Let's go quickly. Don't keep others waiting too long, Vinia said, grabbing Old Gene's hand and heading toward the city gate. Old Gene felt like a pet dog on a leash, obediently following Vinia. He thought he was so pathetic. Maybe some people would think he was too weak, but they didn't understand how terrifying Vinia was. Her strength far surpassed his, and she had powerful backing. He was just an unprotected E-level adventurer. She is a magician, while Old Gene is just an ordinary E-level adventurer. Even if Old Gene really went all out and hit Vinia so hard that she looked like a pig, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Magicians have very close relationships, and they would never let him go. Maybe in a few days, his body will be found in some dark sewer. One day, I will get revenge, you nasty woman, Old Gene secretly vows in his heart. He endures his humiliation and follows Vinia to the West City Gate. A carriage has been waiting there for a while. Over here, barbarian, Cobson waves to Old Gene. Vinia gets on the carriage first. Cobson leans over to Old Gene and whispers, "How does it feel, brother? Going on a date with a beautiful girl? Great, it's amazing." Old Gene grits his teeth and replies, "By the way, what exactly is your relationship? Why did she suddenly hit you? Are you two seeing other people?" "Ah, don't mention it." Cobson seems to misunderstand something. He nods confidently and also gets on the carriage. "By the way, how long will it take to reach the Granary District?" Old Gene asks. He's never taken a carriage here before, so he's not sure about the distance. "About half a day," the driver answers. Half a day isn't too long. Old Gene adjusts his mood and also gets on the carriage. Inside, besides William, Vinia, and Cobson, there are many bags of luggage. It seems that for 8D level mission, the treatment is quite different. The guild has prepared everything quite thoroughly. "Blackhead, sit here." Vinia pats the seat next to her and says. Old Gene wanted to chat with Cobson about recent gains in the Mudvines pit, but Vinia's command made him give up that idea. He can only obediently sit beside Vinia. "Since everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the details of the mission." William clears his throat and says. As a C-level adventurer, he speaks very clearly. Honestly, Old Gene has never seen a C-level adventurer in action, but from William's sharp gaze, he guesses that even if he called a truckload of helpers, they might not be a match for William. Level E adventurers are barely able to handle themselves alone. Level D adventurers are experienced veterans. Level C adventurers are true experts, recognized for their strength. The stone petrified chicken snake appeared in the granary area and caused significant damage. But it's just a subspecies, so it shouldn't be too hard to deal with. Vinia and I will work together to handle it. Your main task is to assist us, mainly by carrying luggage and cleaning up the small stone petrified chicken snakes. Understood, no problem. The young stone petrified chicken snake is not a threat to Old Gene. As for Cobson, although not very strong, he is at least on par with Old Gene and can be trusted. As long as they both don't hold back, the mission should go smoothly. Old Gene thinks the plan is for William to distract the stone petrified chicken snake, Vinia to attack, and finally defeat it. He and Cobson just need to protect Vinia. Wait, protect Vinia? Old Jean suddenly feels this task is even more dangerous than he thought. Instead of staying close to Vinia, he might as well go fight the stone-petrified chicken snake himself. Of course, if any emergency occurs, I will give new orders at any time. You must obey my commands then, William added. After speaking, William lay down and fell asleep. His skill of falling asleep anytime, anywhere, is really enviable. Being able to recover stamina and energy at any moment is a big advantage in battle. Unfortunately, Old Jean isn't in the mood to sleep now. He feels restless and can't relax at all. Vinia places Old Jean's head on her lap, gently stroking his hair. She hums a little tune while playing with his hair, making Old Jean feel like she might poke his eyes out or stuff sand into his ears at any moment. His heart pounds nervously, afraid Vinia might suddenly go crazy. Cobson sees this and awkwardly looks away. Blackhead, are you on good terms with him? Vinia asks, pointing at Cobson. Old Jean and Cobson are considered friends. According to Vinia's logic, she and Old Jean are friends, so Cobson and Old Jean should be considered close friend for life. Maybe in Vinia's eyes, everyone in the world is her friend. Yes, he's my friend, Old Jean replied. Are you closer to me or to him? Vinia's nails lightly brushed Old Jean's ear, making him shiver. Honestly, his relationship with Cobson was better than with Vinia. Of course, I'm closer to you, Old Jean said reluctantly. You betrayed our friendship? We were the best friends, and we even got promoted to level E together. I'm so disappointed in you, Cobson protested nearby. Cobson, actually, I've known Vinia longer than I've known you, Old Jean said with emotion. Cobson had nothing more to say. Vinia didn't seem to care about Old Jean's answer. She just smiled faintly. Old Jean was curious what Vinia's reaction would be if he had said he was closer to Cobson. If you dare to say the wrong thing, I'll pull your ears off, Vinia whispered into Old Jean's ear. Old Jean broke out in a cold sweat. That was close, almost a disaster. Thus, under Vinia's teasing, time passed second by second. Finally, they arrived at the granary area. Oh, dear guests, you've finally arrived? An elderly man with white hair and an excited look rushed forward. This old man was the head of the estate. Though very old, he was lively and full of energy. That beast has turned our farm into its own playground, eating and trampling everywhere, ruining our crops. Please save us. We can't go on like this, he begged, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Get up first and take us to see the situation, William said. Yes, I'll take you there right now. Led by the old man, they reached a field ravaged by the stone-formed chicken snake. The field was full of footprints and signs of trampling, a complete mess with heavy losses. It seems that the petrified chicken snake has an appetite as big as its size. The farmers all look worried and sad, as if they have lost hope. That beast always runs away after eating, then comes back when it's hungry. We can't stop it at all. Please kill that creature quickly and save our farm. I understand. Stay calm for now. The old man seems to hate the petrified chicken snake very much. He keeps complaining, as if he wants to vent all his anger. The terrifying sound still echoes in my ears. Those wings, that mouth. As he speaks, he suddenly faints from fear. William ignores the old man. He carefully observes the surroundings and soon finds some clues. Among the trampled crops, there are huge footprints. Next to these big footprints, there are many smaller ones. It looks like the petrified chicken snake has some babies with it. The footprints lead over there. William points toward the forest and says, Vinia, we have two choices. Follow the petrified chicken snake or wait and see. Which do you think is better? I think it's better to follow it. It must have a nest. If we find its nest, we can catch it all at once. I'm worried that if we follow the snake, the farm might be attacked again. It's okay. Once or twice, they should be able to handle it. We are the ones going out now. What do they have to worry about? Compared to the farm, I want to find the snake's nest even more. After discussing, they decide to follow the petrified chicken snake. Before starting the chase, the group finds an empty building to rest and eat something. Here, hey Tan, take this. Vinya hands Old Jean a large backpack, very big. Old Jean frowns as he takes the bag. He already knows that he and Kobson are mainly here to do the hard work. They say that catching the snake will bring many good things, and their job is to carry the loot back. Bring all the important stuff. If you dare to leave anything behind, you're dead, Vinya threatens fiercely. Why, yes, I understand. Old Jean replied with a bitter face. The petrified cockatrice was known for dropping many useful materials. Its feathers could be used for arrows, its bones, beak, and claws for crafting equipment, and even its comb and heart were said to be valuable for magic. Not to mention, its meat was edible too. Just thinking about carrying all that back made Old Jean's legs feel weak. This trip was going to be exhausting. They might end up half dead from fatigue. So, with Old Jean carrying a large backpack and Kobson a smaller one, the group set out. William led the way, tracking the creature's trail. Kobson followed behind, keeping watch on their surroundings, and Old Jean and Vinya walked at the rear, covering the group. Blackie, water. It's on my belt. Blackie, water. Fine. Resigned, Old Jean took the water flask from his waist, opened it, and handed it to Vinya. She was definitely doing this on purpose. Old Jean groaned inwardly. Even though this mission was assigned by the guild and should have been straightforward, with her personality, she would surely find ways to make things difficult for him. That troublesome woman really had too much free time. The forest seemed endless. They had been walking for nearly an hour, yet William, leading the way, never stopped. As an experienced C-rank adventurer, his tracking skills were truly impressive. Everything's going smoothly. It's a typical wild monster. No effort to hide its tracks. Looks like it lost a fight over territory and fled toward the village, William said as he studied the marks on the ground. I see. Brother William, your tracking skills are amazing. I've learned so much just by watching you, Kobson said admiringly. At this pace, we should find it soon. William nodded. Listening to their conversation, Old Jean felt confident the mission would go well. Seeing Kobson's eager expression, as if he wanted to carve William's words into his memory, made Old Jean feel a little envious. Opportunities to learn like this didn't come often. In a world without the internet or television, the only way to learn a skill was to pay a teacher or figure it out on your own. Being able to observe high-level adventurers' combat skills up close like this is truly rare and hard to come by. Black charcoal, did you hear that? Looks like we'll finish soon, Vinya said with a cheerful smile to Old Jean. Yeah, Old Jean replied perfunctorily. For him, finishing this task early and leaving this woman was the most important thing. Black charcoal, after this mission, do you have time? Vinya suddenly asked. Time? What do you want to do? Old Jean asked cautiously. Since we don't see each other often, of course, we should get together and have fun, Vinya said naturally. Old Jean couldn't help but roll his eyes. A gathering? He'd rather go solo and clear dungeons for fun. I just remembered I have something to do. Old Jean mumbled. What is it? Vinya's tone instantly turned cold. Old Jean felt a chill run from his feet to his head. He quickly thought of an excuse to get out of it. I need to go to the church. Old Jean suddenly remembered something he heard in the guild. The church? When did you start believing? Vinya asked suspiciously. It's not that I believe. The Bronze Angel Society is recruiting followers. I heard they're giving out holy water for free at the upcoming sermon. Old Jean lied seriously. Really? Vinya was clearly interested. Of course. I haven't been feeling well lately, and I want to drink some holy water to recover. Free holy water. Can't pass that up? Old Jean said confidently. All right, Vinya reluctantly agreed. Old Jean secretly let out a breath of relief. The free low-level holy water was actually useless. But his words weren't entirely false. The Bronze Angel Society often held sermons, and at the end, they would give away a bottle of low-level holy water for free. Although enduring 5 hours of sermons just for that was tough, for Old Jean, as long as he could get rid of Vinya, everything was fine. Black charcoal, are you lying to me? Or do you just not want to go out and have fun with me? Vinya suddenly moved closer, her tone dangerous. No. Everything I said is true. Old Jean quickly waved his hands to deny. Since that's the case, Vinya suddenly showed a clever smile. Let's go together. Huh. Old Jean was immediately stunned. How about it? Isn't my suggestion good? Venia asked with a smile. All right, all right. Old Jean felt like crying, but had no tears. So, because of a careless lie, Old Jean was forced to agree to go with Venia to the annoying preaching event. His day off. Stop. Just as Old Jean was lost in wild thoughts, William, walking at the front, suddenly shouted a warning. Enemy attack? Old Jean shivered and tensed all his muscles. He instinctively put down his empty backpack and gripped his short sword tightly. In front of everyone appeared two glowing green creatures. From their shape and size, they were clearly the most common element creatures in the forest. Moss spirits. These two deadly monsters flapped their wings, flying around like giant green fireflies, swirling in the air. It's element creatures, ghosts. Ghosts. We're in trouble. I saw them. Stop shouting. Old Jean shouted while quickly stepping in front of Venia, ready to defend. Kobsun also shouted and drew his dagger, rushing to Old Jean's side. According to their plan, they had to protect the mage in their team and leave the fighting to William. The sudden battle made the scene tense instantly. Are you guys overreacting? However, unlike Old Jean and Kobsun, who looked like they were facing a big threat, William and Venia seemed very calm. Big brother William, we're ready to fight, Kobsun shouted loudly. Oh, really? William replied casually. Old Jean and Kobsun were almost scared out of their wits by these deadly monsters, but William and Venia looked indifferent. Could it be that sea-level adventurers had become so strong that they could ignore these kinds of element creatures? But these were deadly monsters. Honestly, these kinds of element creatures are a bit tricky for you, William said calmly. Mossy spirits are well known for being difficult to deal with. For low-level adventurers like them, they're almost like disasters. Ghosts can steal human souls. Brother William, you need to be careful, Kobsun hurriedly warned. Yeah. Ghosts can take people's souls, Old Jean added in agreement. It is said that spirits in the forest can absorb human souls. Although they look harmless, they actually have very dangerous powers, making them terrifying and something to avoid. Old Jean has only seen ghosts twice in his life. The first time was when he just became an F-level adventurer. His team encountered a mossy spirit in the forest, and unfortunately, most of his teammates were killed. Only he managed to escape. What did you say? You're right. They're very dangerous to you. But don't worry, they don't have that kind of ability, William said. Suddenly, William swung his sword and cut a mossy spirit in half. The spirit let out a sharp scream and disappeared into the air as tiny, glowing particles. The remaining spirit, frightened, turned and ran away. Old Jean was stunned, feeling like he had been struck by lightning. How is this possible? He had just killed a spirit with one sword? Is this the strength of a sea-level adventurer? Old Jean was overwhelmed with shock. It was the first time he saw a sea-level adventurer in action, and he never expected them to be so terrifying. Brother William, what did you say? Kobsun, still confused, asked. I said they only use simple hypnotic magic and don't have the ability to steal souls. Is that what adventurers believe now? William explained as he bent down to pick up a small piece of debris. Hypnotic magic? But I saw my teammate killed by a spirit with my own eyes. Old Jean said incredulously. He had seen his teammate killed by a spirit himself. This was not an illusion. Probably they were hypnotized and taken deep into the forest. Anyway, the result is the same, William said casually. Old Jean stared blankly at William, feeling like his worldview was collapsing. You guys, who lack magic resistance, are easily hypnotized by ghosts, William continued. Watch this. He then handed a small piece of green stone to Old Jean. It was about the size of a fingernail and was the fragment dropped by the ghost just after it was killed. This is the ghost's magic core. It can be used to make magic tools. Ghosts are quite rare, so this is worth some money, William explained. Old Jean and Kobsun looked at each other in disbelief. In their minds, ghosts were terrifying monsters that fed on human souls. By the way, speaking of soul-devouring, you probably confuse ghosts with soul-eating monsters. The real creatures that feed on souls are called soul eaters, William suddenly said. Soul eaters? Old Jean and Cobson asked together. Yes, those guys are tough to deal with. You said you saw your companion killed? It might have been a soul eater. They look very similar to ghosts, William said. Old Jean and Cobson finally understood. They had been mistaken all along. What was truly scary was the soul eater, not the ghost. Phew, I was so scared I thought I was going to die. Old Jean sighed in relief, sheathing his short sword. He reached up and touched his forehead, which was now covered in cold sweat. Compared to petrifying chickens and snakes, ghosts are even more frightening. Charcoal, do you really think ghosts can absorb souls? Vinia looked at Old Jean with a teasing smile. That I think so, Old Jean said awkwardly, scratching his head. Haha, Charcoal, you're so funny. You got scared by a ghost like that. Vinia burst out laughing. Old Jean said nothing, feeling speechless. They continued deeper into the forest. Normally, they would have encountered other monsters, but perhaps because of the powerful predator, the petrifying chicken snake, the area was strangely quiet. No signs of any creatures at all. Maybe they all ran away in fear. The surroundings were so silent that, if it weren't for the scenery, Old Jean almost thought he was climbing the back hill of his hometown. This journey was so peaceful it was almost unbelievable. If only I had pulled out a picnic blanket and a basket of sandwiches, it would feel just like a spring outing. Since the last fight with the ghost, Old Jean has been either following William around, getting dusty, or enduring Vinia's scolding. Honestly, this task is so difficult because Vinia's sharp tongue is a big reason. This woman seems to have a condition where she feels like she'll die if she doesn't talk. She never stops talking, constantly attacking Old Jean's mind with words, almost driving him crazy. The main character swears on his integrity that he would do anything to make her shut up. Blackie, are you deaf? Do you want me to help you take out your ears? I brought a sewing kit. Ears aren't meat. How can I eat them? Stop pretending you don't understand. Are you annoyed with me? Huh, I am not. I'm not. Old Jean really misses the days when he fought monsters. At least then, he didn't get scolded. Now, he can only pray that William finds the petrified chicken snake quickly to end this torment. It's all because of that cursed petrified chicken snake that scared away all the other monsters, leaving him stuck with Vinia's verbal abuse. Oh, I see. Turning his head, Old Jean saw Cobson happily sneaking a peek at William's tracking technique, occasionally praising it. William didn't seem to mind. Monster tracking is a skill, after all, a useful one. Being so generous to let others watch shows he has a good personality. Stop. William suddenly spoke as he pushed aside some bushes. Vinia closed her mouth like a chicken with its neck squeezed, and Cobson drew his dagger. He's armed with sword and knife, so he must be a tough guy. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Could the petrified chicken snake be just ahead? This sudden change made Old Jean swallow nervously. We found the nest. As agreed, I'll lead the way, and you guys protect Vinia. A smell of blood and rotten flesh wafted from ahead. Smelling this strange odor, Old Jean also drew his weapon. Monster nests usually give off this disgusting smell because they are filled with waste and leftover food. 1, 2, 3. Baby monsters. Looks like there are 6. It shouldn't be hard to deal with. William quietly whispered as he silently moved through the bushes, signaling them to follow. Old Jean carefully followed behind him, pushing aside the last branch of the shrubbery. The sight before him made him gasp in shock. He saw a huge petrified chicken serpent coiled inside a nest made of weeds, with its eyes closed, peacefully incubating eggs. Its scaled snake body was as thick as a water bucket, and around it there were a few large feathered wings. Snore. Gurgle. The terrifying snoring made Old Jean's scalp tingle. He had never seen such a huge creature before. Compared to the griffins pulling fancy carriages he sometimes saw, this thing was like a real monster. Its large, hard beak looked capable of easily cracking a human skull. Its sharp chicken claws were also chilling. The difficulty level D was truly justified. This thing was terrifying. Old Jean cursed inwardly, but William and Vinia looked calm and normal. Haha, this is worth a lot of money. Vinea. Burn it. Vinea began chanting a spell. The spell was in some magical language that old Jean couldn't understand. As she chanted, a red magic circle appeared at the top of her staff, and bright red magic energy gathered around it, stirring a light breeze. When Vinea entered battle mode, she no longer looked sharp or sarcastic, but became very serious. The petrified chicken serpent, startled from its sleep, looked around confusedly at the humans in front of it. It seemed to be caught off guard, then suddenly lifted its head, ready to spread its wings. But fire arrow. Vinea's spell was already prepared. A huge flaming arrow shot out with a roar. The burning arrow hit the chicken serpent's chest with incredible speed and accuracy. Boom! The power of the fire arrow was beyond imagination. The moment it struck the petrified chicken serpent, it exploded violently. Flames shot into the sky, and a deafening scream echoed. 3 hatchlings, caught unprepared, were engulfed in flames and instantly turned into roasted chickens. This area of effect attack was truly explosive. Old Jean was so shocked by what he saw that he cursed loudly. He finally managed to calm down a little. The battle officially began, and he clenched his weapon tightly. "Protect Vinea!" Before he finished speaking, William rushed forward like an arrow shot from a bow. He ignored the 3 hatchlings rushing toward them and charged straight at the petrified chicken snake. The flaming petrified chicken snake looked like a phoenix reborn from fire, but William was fearless. He swung his sword cleanly and cut off one of the snake's wings. Clang! His quick and agile movements seemed almost inhuman. Is this what a level C adventurer can do? Old Jean admired silently as he watched William's simple yet precise actions and perfect positioning. "Hey, barbarian, those little chicks seem to be coming at us." "Yeah," Kobson spat on the ground. The remaining 3 hatchlings charged at them aggressively. The other 3, well, they had already been turned into charred remains, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air like roasted chicken. Just one strike caused such terrifying damage. It's clear that mages are monsters, no one to mess with. That's why old Jean has always been afraid to provoke Vinea. If her magic hit him, he probably wouldn't even have bones left. "Charcoal, I'm tired," Vinea said, then plopped down on the ground, stretched lazily, and poked old Jean's cheek with her staff. "I'll leave the rest to you." "No problem, right?" Old Jean wanted to complain, but nodded anyway. Well, Vinea had already done her part. The remaining trash monsters could be handled by him and Kobson. Leave it to me." Chirp! Old Jean raised his weapon, eyes sharp as he stared at the petrified chicken snake hatchlings rushing toward them. These little creatures were also monsters, but they were just hatchlings, not very smart, and much smaller than them, definitely shorter than the main characters. Fighting monsters mainly depends on size and weapons. Most small monsters are smaller than humans, and old Jean always carried a weapon when he went out. Using a weapon against weaker opponents is basic hunting rule. This battle was a sure win. Old Jean wasn't worried at all. He knew he would win. These little monsters couldn't break through his weapon. The only concern was if he accidentally got hurt, then medical expenses would be a problem. A small petrified chicken snake creature suddenly jumped high and lunged at old Jean. Seeing this, old Jean immediately knelt, bent his knees to lower his center of gravity, then seized the moment, stood up quickly, and stabbed his weapon into the creature's belly in midair. Thud! Kobson, keep going! After stabbing the creature, old Jean didn't pull out his weapon right away. Instead, he used his shoulder to push its body and grabbed its neck with his hand. These long-necked creatures are weak at the neck. Using his knee as a pivot, he twisted forcefully. "You little thing!" After defeating one, old Jean threw its body toward another and then turned to rush toward Kobson. He saw Kobson being pressed to the ground by 2 petrified chicken snake babies, struggling desperately and crying out loudly. Vinea watched nearby with interest, her face calm and relaxed, showing she felt safe. "Help! Help! You're so useless!" Old Jean laughed as he charged forward. Seeing Kobson rolling on the ground chased by 2 small creatures was quite funny. Sometimes they kicked him away, sometimes pecked at him. Every time Kob's tried to get up, the angry little creatures would knock him down again. Even though they were small, they were fast on the ground and quite strong. If this kept up, Kob's would soon be pecked to death by these little creatures. Old Jean decided to end it quickly. Die! Old Jean pushed off the ground with force, using the recoil to rush to one of the petrified chicken snake babies. He stabbed his weapon into its ribs. The blade went in smoothly, piercing all the way through until the guard was buried, and the tip even poked out from the other side. Yip, yip, yip! The injured creature let out a sharp, pitiful cry and collapsed to the ground. It had been too focused on attacking Kob's and didn't notice what was happening around it. They should understand that if they attack in groups, others will too. Get up, you useless thing! Thanks, Old Jean helped Kob's his feet. Together, they surrounded the last of the petrified chicken snake babies. The little chick also realized the situation was bad. It spread its wings and made a sharp cry, trying to scare them away, but this had no effect on Old Jean and Kob's. Chirp! Ha! So sad, so pitiful. Don't you think? Barbarian? Yes, so pitiful. Kob's, who had just been badly bullied, was furious. He quickly ran in front of the petrified chick snake hatchling and swung his battle axe. With a cracking sound, the chick snake's neck was mostly cut off, blood gushing out, and it collapsed weakly to the ground. Just as Old Jean was about to finish it off, Vinia suddenly clapped her hands. She looked at them with a big smile, her eyes shining with excitement, clearly enjoying the scene. Well done. Old Jean also thought they had performed very well. Although the difficulty was similar to fighting goblins, the petrified chick snake hatchlings didn't seem as tough as expected. They handled 3 of them easily. Old Jean and Kob's walked over to William. William's fighting skills were very skilled. Every time he swung his sword, a new wound appeared on the chick snake. The chick snake angrily stretched its neck, trying to attack with its beak, but William easily dodged and took the opportunity to leave new wounds. If the chick snake didn't attack first, William would strike proactively, not giving it a chance to breathe. It was a one-sided slaughter. The chick snake was about 2.5 meters tall, but in front of William, who held a long sword, it had no chance to fight back. Honestly, Old Jean couldn't imagine how to defeat such a monster. Hey, Vinia! William called out to Vinia. She then slowly stood up, brushed the dust off her dress, and raised her staff to start chanting a spell. Fireball! As she chanted, a fireball about the size of a basketball shot out and hit the chick snake's chest precisely. Boom! This was the last straw. The chick snake let out a piercing scream. William seized the opportunity, swinging his sword. A flash of cold light cut through, and the chick snake's other wing was also severed. William quickly withdrew his weapon and stabbed sharply at the wound. Thud! The huge body collapsed to the ground. The long sword pierced its heart. Although it was still alive, it was barely hanging on. Besides twitching weakly and spitting blood, it couldn't do anything else. Old Jean and Kob's saw this and immediately rushed to William's side. That was amazing. You're incredible. William waved to them, then walked over to the petrified chicken snake. Like an executioner, he quickly and cleanly cut off its head. Thud! The head rolled to the ground, releasing a stronger, foul smell. Phew! William took a deep breath and said, Go look inside the nest to see if there's anything valuable. I'll handle these creatures first. Old Jean and Kob's immediately carried the large backpack and headed toward the nest. Inside, it was full of bones and decayed corpses. Finding something valuable among all that was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wow, what's wrong? Old Jean pushed aside some vines and found 5 huge eggs hidden underneath. If these eggs are fertilized, it could be a big fortune. Monster hatchlings and eggs are very popular items in the arena. Of course, these belong to William and Vinia, not him. These are really valuable. Besides the eggs, there was nothing else worth much in the nest. He wanted to look for bones or horns, but the sharp beak of the petrified chicken snake had shattered everything. Ugh, this place really has nothing valuable. Hey, Kob's, did you find anything over there? Old Jean muttered as he rummaged through the petrified chicken snake's nest. Just trash, nothing but trash, Kob's replied with a gloomy face. In the end, The only loot they found in the nest was 5 eggs larger than ostrich eggs, made of petrified chicken snake. TSK, if all 5 eggs are fertilized, that would be a huge fortune. Old Jean stared at the giant eggs with wide eyes. The arena often paid high prices for monster hatchlings and eggs. If they could hatch a clutch of little snake chickens, they'd make a lot of money. Remember, the arena is the hottest gambling spot in the city, and the demand is enormous. Unfortunately, these eggs are not his, which makes me feel very sad. I wish they could turn into infertile eggs. Even if they can't hatch babies, at least they could be sold as magic materials, and they are quite valuable. Why are there only eggs? William also seems a bit disappointed. Such a pity, barbarian, Vanilla agrees. Seeing William and Vanilla's expressions of not enough profit, old Jean feels full of envy and jealousy. High-level adventurers really make money easily. Look at himself, working hard all day, earning only 30 copper coins. He'll never catch up with William in this lifetime. Drink! William suddenly shouts loudly, raises his sword, and quickly and cleanly dissects the petrified chicken snake corpse. The parts of this medium-sized monster are quite valuable, especially the beak, claws, neck bones, and feathers, which are in high demand. These items are popular materials for making magic tools and armor, so their demand is huge and prices naturally rise. For example, those feathers, plucking a few to make arrow fletchings can fetch a good price, not to mention other parts. Moreover, petrified chicken snakes are rare nearby, so their prices are likely to be driven even higher. Old Jean and Cobson are not idle either. They start processing the 2 petrified chicken snake hatchlings that old Jean killed. Although just hatchlings, they're still old Jean's spoils of battle and should belong to him. Even if he only sells the beaks and claws, he could probably get about 10 copper coins, which is a stark contrast to the goblins who are so poor they only jingled coins. But then again, 10 copper coins, although not insignificant, compared to serving Vanilla, the great goddess, isn't a bit too cheap? Black charcoal, Vanilla suddenly calls him in a coquettish voice. Old Jin's heart skips a beat, a bad premonition rising. What? Sing me a song, huh? Why do I have to sing? Old Jean looks confused. All the work is done. Isn't it time to relax? Singing to cheer up, understand? Vanilla says confidently. Level E adventurers, do they have rights? No. Vanilla also doesn't know which nerve was hit. She suddenly wants to hear a song, and she's forcing him to sing. In this day and age, this kind of old-fashioned practice is long gone, yet she still insists on this feudal custom. It's utterly inhumane. Vanilla suddenly changed her expression, raising her eyebrows in anger, looking like she was ready to attack. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Old Jean panicked and ran away, covering his head. Sing or not. If you don't sing, I'll keep hitting you. No more. I'll sing. Is that okay? Vanilla didn't waste words. She raised her staff and started hitting old Jean while laughing, acting like a fierce witch. Old Jean was so scared he slipped and fell face first into the dirt, his face covered in mud. But Vanilla didn't stop. She hit him even more happily. Ha! Blackie, you get what you deserve today. I'll sing. I'll sing. Please stop hitting me. Hearing old Jean's screams, Vanilla finally stopped. Old Jean, enduring the pain, crawled up and secretly vowed in his heart that one day he would make this woman pay. But he also knew that it was impossible. She could kill him instantly with a simple fire spell. Revenge? It depended on who he was fighting. Mages are experts in battle. They are very smart and born for fighting, unlike those warriors who only rush and blindly. They are on a completely different level. Geez, if you want to hear me sing, just say so. I'm the best, so here, I'll satisfy you. Old Jean muttered as he cleared his throat. What did you say? Vanilla looked at him sideways. Cough, cough. Singing is singing. Who's afraid? Since coming to this world, old Jean realized he hadn't really sung before. There's no karaoke, no money, no friends, and no mood to hang out at bars. Singing as entertainment is just a dream for him. Thinking about it, when was the last time he sang? He couldn't remember anymore. Are you ready? Old Jean asked. Hurry up, Vanilla impatiently urged. All right, Today you'll see the power of Old Jin's karaoke skills. Old Jin took a deep breath and sang passionately. Hey, 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 Westlake scenery in March. After finishing the song, Crossing Love, Old Jin couldn't help but think of his hometown. How nostalgic that place is. Though it's full of pressure and competition, at this moment, it feels warm and close like a mother's embrace. Initially, this song was very popular, and you could hear it everywhere. Any world of swords and magic is just a lie. Other worlds are not good at all. Our hometown is the best. What the heck is this you're singing? Vania's comment was straightforward but full of dislike, showing she was really disgusted. This woman has no sense of art at all. It's our tribe's folk song, Old Jin said calmly. What kind of terrible tribe has such a bad folk song? Old Jin, where did you live before? No wonder you turn out like this. This song is just awful. Vania started to be very sharp-tongued. Actually, our tribe is quite poor, Old Jin weakly replied. Isn't that obvious? Vania seemed to be completely defeated by Old Jin's singing. She impatiently waved her hand, signaling him to be quiet. Old Jin felt like a weight was lifted from his shoulders, happier than when someone praised his singing. This woman is really dangerous. Pack everything up, William said. He had finished dealing with the petrified chicken snake corpse. Old Jin followed his orders, stuffing the loot, cut off heads, bones, feathers, chicken claws, and so on, into the huge backpack. Even with him and Kobson sharing the load, it quickly filled up. Wow, what a heavy load. Old Jin couldn't help but marvel. It's really heavy. Kobson agreed. Everything was packed, and it was time to go back. The D-level mission was very successful, so they wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Should they celebrate with a drink? Or buy new gear? If they could get a good pair of gloves, their monster fighting efficiency would definitely improve. While Old Jin and Kobson argued about who should get 3 eggs, Vania made the final decision, telling them both to be quiet, and then she handed all 5 eggs to Old Jin. Let's go back, William said. Led by William, they returned the same way. This time, they didn't need to track monsters, so they moved faster. But the heavy backpacks still made Old Jin suffer. It felt like a tough training session with weights. It seems that, no matter what, stamina is the most important. The only thing Old Jin regretted was not being able to taste the petrified chicken snake meat. He thought it should taste similar to chicken and probably be very delicious. However, he didn't have any cooking skills. Even if he cut the meat in this terrible weather, it would probably spoil quickly. Black charcoal, you should exercise more, Vinya said bluntly, teasing him. I should have exercised more. This is so tiring, Old Jin said, sweating heavily. Vinya didn't hold back and pressed her staff against his backpack, constantly complaining that he was walking too slowly. Stop messing around. It's heavy, Old Jin protested. Really? You think I'm heavy? Vinya raised an eyebrow. Her chest was indeed quite heavy. Old Jin silently thought to himself. No, not at all, he said, but he would never dare to say that aloud. Really? Am I very light? Black charcoal. Am I very light and graceful? Vinya seemed to enjoy teasing Old Jin. You're the lightest woman I've ever seen. Like a feather, Old Jin said insincerely. Black charcoal, Vinya's voice suddenly turned dangerous. What's wrong? Old Jin's heart skipped a beat. You say I'm the lightest woman you've ever seen? Who are you comparing me to? Do you know the weight of other women? Vinya pressed him step by step. No, you misunderstood. I was just making a comparison, Old Jin hurriedly explained. All right, since you're so good at talking, I'll forgive you this time. Vinya decided to let it go. Yay! Old Jin secretly let out a sigh of relief. But Vinya didn't stop there. She kept tripping him intentionally or whispering in his ear, torturing him physically and mentally without mercy. When they finally returned to the city, Old Jin was completely exhausted. He felt like his body and soul had been drained. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Someone save me! Or maybe I should just move to another city. After all, I don't know much about this world. It's a good chance to travel around and broaden my horizons. And I could also get rid of Vinya, this little witch, double the benefit. As soon as they entered the city gate, they saw the elderly man with white hair warmly approaching them. Finally, you're back. Old Gene said weakly. He quickly put down his backpack and took out the head of the petrified chicken snake. Here, this is what you wanted? Great. That's the beast. That cursed beast destroyed my farm. Thank you so much. I can finally sleep peacefully now, the old man excitedly rambled, thanking them as he handed William a note. It was proof of their completed task, and with it, they could claim their reward at the Adventurers Guild. As the sun set and night approached, they hurried to the carriage stop. By the time they returned to the city, it was probably completely dark. The coachman had been waiting for a long time. Let's go, William said. Okay, the coachman replied, flicking the whip, and the carriage slowly started moving. As soon as they got on the carriage, old Gene felt his eyelids grow heavy, and sleepiness took over. He decided to rest for a bit and wake up when they arrived. Tomorrow, he definitely planned to sleep all day at the inn. Good job today. Do you want to handle the loot yourselves? I plan to sell it directly to the guild. If you want, I can help sell it for you, William asked. We didn't do much, so thank you, old Gene and Cobb's son said in unison. Is it a waste for someone as skilled as William to go personally to sell the materials? The guild can handle that. The task details clearly stated they needed to hunt the petrified chicken snake, and the guild would contact the blacksmith and general store in advance to buy the loot. So, all they had to do was deliver the items to the guild. Easy and convenient. Thanks, Barbarian. You did well today, Cobb's son said with a smile. Of course. If it weren't for me, you'd have been pecked to death by those little chicks, old Gene boasted proudly. Thinking about Cobb's son being chased and attacked by 2 baby petrified chicken snakes made him want to laugh. You're exaggerating, Cobb's son said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. You looked so scared, it was like professional acting, old Gene said mercilessly. Get lost, Cobb's son snapped with a laugh. But overall, Cobb's son was a pretty decent guy. Old Gene decided to invite him to form a team. The adventurer industry has low entry barriers, fierce competition, and often involves tricks and deception. Trustworthy teammates like Cobb's son are hard to find, even with a lantern. Are you interested in forming a team? Old Gene asked. I just got back and haven't found a team yet. So, do you want to team up with me? Cobb's son was a bit surprised. Yeah, maybe we could do quests together in the future. Recently, new adventurers are all so reckless. Last time, I teamed up with a fool, and a simple task was completely messed up by him, old Gene said, still feeling scared. Huh, no wonder those guys in the guild talk bad about you. Turns out it's all your own doing, Cobb's son laughed loudly. Are my glorious deeds reaching here? Old Gene said, a bit speechless. As old Gene said, his reputation in the guild wasn't very good. After hearing old Gene's invitation, Cobb's son happily agreed. Next time there's a chance, they could do quests together again. While old Gene and Cobb's son were happily chatting, Vinia suddenly interrupted. Black Charcoal, why are you so lively when talking to me? Are you just happy chatting with friends? Or do you actually dislike me? Vinia's voice was a bit sour. Huh? No, not at all, old Gene quickly denied. See? I knew it. You really are someone who likes new things and gets tired of old ones. I treat you so well, and you betray me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Vinia pressed on. Old Gene looked to Cobb's son for help, but he had already closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. What a fake friend. Old Gene knew he was doomed this time. He could only force himself to make Vinia happy. There's no betrayal. I only have you as my good friend. Really, Black Charcoal, you're dead for sure, Vinia said through gritted teeth. And so, under Vinia's gentle torment, night fell. Luckily, Vinia was tired and leaned on old Gene's leg to sleep. But she didn't sleep peacefully. She insisted old Gene stay still, or she would hurt him. Old Gene kept the same position all night until they reached the city. The carriage jolted every now and then, making him feel like his leg was about to break. My leg is numb. Old Gene thought, about to cry. This cursed otherworld. Can't it just let people live peacefully? Why do the weak always have to be bullied by the strong? The Adventurers Guild was lively at night. The first floor was originally a tavern, selling various drinks and food beside the counter. Compared to the quiet daytime, it was much more noisy at night. Although the drinks here were more expensive than elsewhere, Adventurers love to brag here. After finishing a quest and carrying a pouch of reward money, they had to find a place to show off. Old Jean, carrying a full bag of loot, struggled to squeeze into the guild. Why were there so many people today? He looked closely and saw a muscular man passionately telling a heroic story about completing a dangerous quest, surrounded by a crowd, listening intently. No doubt, this guy was probably treating everyone to drinks. Isn't that someone? Looks like a D-rank adventurer. Old Jean muttered silently, recognizing the familiar face. He walked to the counter, set down his heavy bag. The merchants waiting nearby rushed over, eager to look at his treasure. William was standing beside them, maintaining order and bargaining. Wow, that beak is really big. That comb is truly colorful. I'm taking these eggs. The materials from petrified chicken snakes were very popular and quickly divided among the merchants. Vanilla and William looked at the handful of silver coins in their hands, but their faces remained calm, clearly used to big scenes. Sigh, a mage and a high-level warrior working together makes earning money so easy. Old Jean thought sourly. Here, this is your 20 copper coins, William said, handing him a small bag of money. Thanks. Old Jean quickly took the bag. William explained that because Old Jean handled things promptly and the chicken snake baby's materials were very fresh, the price was good. 2 little chicks sold for 20 copper coins. That's really a big profit. Old Jean was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. It seemed petrified chicken snakes were quite rare nearby, and their prices had skyrocketed. He clutched his money bag, excited, and ran to the counter to claim his quest reward. 8D level quest. This was the highest level of quest he had completed so far. Although he hadn't received the money yet, Old Jean was already imagining how to spend this huge sum. Hey, isn't that Mr. Carter? The pretty receptionist at the counter smiled warmly as she looked at him. Goddess, Old Jean almost kneeled to praise her. If it weren't for her help in introducing the task, he wouldn't know where he would be eating dirt now. He definitely needs to treat her to a meal later to thank her properly. You're finally back. I thought you might. The receptionist covered her mouth and chuckled, seeming to remember something funny. Hee hee, I completed the task perfectly this time. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, right? Old Jean said proudly. I'm glad you managed to finish the task smoothly. I was worried you might. She paused suddenly, not wanting to make him uncomfortable. Cough, cough, isn't that a success? Don't worry. I'll be more careful next time, Old Jean said awkwardly, scratching his head. In this unfamiliar world, only the receptionist is still willing to help him. If he wastes her kindness, he would truly be ungrateful. By the way, working so late is tough. How about I treat you to a late-night snack? Just as a thank you for taking care of me these days, Old Jean said sincerely. Don't be so polite. You should focus on how to keep your E-grade badge. If it drops again, well, she refused politely, but her tone softened noticeably. Don't worry, it won't happen this time, Old Jean said confidently. Although the receptionist can be a bit sharp-tongued, she's a good person. Plus, with the difficulty of this task, even if he slacks off a bit, he probably won't be demoted to F grade, right? Here's your reward, 35 copper coins. I suggest you find a reliable team. Going solo is too dangerous, she said while counting the money. Thanks for the reminder. Old Jean took the pouch happily and left the Adventurers Guild. 55 copper coins. This was his highest single-day income since arriving in this world. A hot bath, then a long sleep at the inn. Perfect. But before that, he needs to say hello to William and the others, since they helped him a lot today. As for Vinia, never mind, better not to bother. With Vania's picky personality, if she found out he hadn't greeted her, she might plan something to punish him. Big brother William, thank you so much today. Old Jean walked up to William and said gratefully. No need to thank me. Go home and rest early, William replied calmly. Old Jean turned to look at Vania, just as he expected. Charcoal, when you talk to me, shouldn't you say hello first? Vania looked at him with a fake smile, her expression cold. All right, I have a bad memory. Miss Vania, you look very beautiful today. Old Jean quickly tried to smile. Are you just pretending to be polite? Vania squinted her eyes, a dangerous feeling spreading. No, I mean every word. You look stunning today, like a beauty that can topple nations, a goddess among mortals, a flower shy in the moonlight. Old Jean searched his mind for compliments. I see you're smart. Vania nodded with satisfaction. Big brother William, Miss Vania, I'll go ahead now. After saying goodbye, old Jean hurried away from the Adventurers Guild. Charcoal, stop right there, Vania suddenly called out. Old Jean's heart skipped a beat. Was she up to something again? What's wrong? Miss Vania, he asked cautiously. Where do you live? I'll take you home, Vania said with a smile. Old Jean immediately felt something was wrong. Could she be planning to get back at him? No need, I can go home by myself, he quickly refused. Aren't you lying to me? Where do you really live? Vania's eyes turned dangerous. Old Jean's mind raced. How could he make up a reason? You better tell the truth, or else, Vania said sternly. Seeing her serious look, he knew he couldn't avoid it today. Fine, I'll take you there, he sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, I shouldn't have messed with this little witch. Old Jean took Vania to his inn. Is it here? Vania looked at the run-down building in front of her, her brow furrowing slightly. Yes, I've always lived here, old Jean nodded. Could you really be living here all the time? Vania asked in disbelief. Yes, what's wrong? Old Jean looked at her confused. You're really so pitiful. Vania suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Old Jean immediately felt offended. Hey, what do you mean? It's nothing. I just think you're interesting, Vania said with a smile. All right, I won't bother you anymore. Rest early. Oh, okay. Old Jean hadn't reacted yet when Vania turned and left. He watched her back, feeling mixed emotions. What is this woman really thinking? Old Jean went into the inn. The owner greeted him tiredly as usual. The restaurant on the first floor was full of diners. Old Jean casually ordered a bowl of soup and ate slowly. Sigh, when will this day end? After finishing his meal, Old Jean returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. Anyway, tomorrow is a day off. Better to relax and forget about worries for now. The next day, Old Jean woke up around noon. It's rare to have a day off, so he should enjoy it. After washing up and changing clothes, he went out for a run. The morning air was very fresh, but Old Jean still ran out of breath and sweat all over. Panting. I can't go on. I'm going to die. Back on Earth, he was so weak he couldn't run 2 laps on the track, but now he could run for an hour straight in this different world. Truly a place that trains people. After running, Old Jean took a bath at the public bathhouse. Is there anything more relaxing? Feeling refreshed after the bath, he felt much lighter. He wanted to visit the blacksmith, but then thought his weapons and armor were still fine, so he decided not to waste money. Old Jean bought some meat skewers from street stall. While eating, he headed toward the city library. Welcome. The library was open to everyone. As long as your identity was clear, you could borrow books for free. Of course, adventurers like Old Jean, at level E, couldn't borrow the high-level magic books. Since arriving in this world, Old Jean had been working hard to learn all kinds of knowledge. After all, if you know nothing, you'll easily get into trouble. What should I watch today? Old Jean really enjoys reading, especially in this world where entertainment and culture are scarce. Reading has become his only way to relax. He randomly picked up a book called Introduction to Alien Races Languages, found a corner, and started reading with great interest. Although the content of the book was almost like reading a foreign language to him, Old Jean still enjoyed it very much. After all, it was about the languages of different worlds. Old Jean spent the whole morning in the library. He only left when his stomach started to growl from hunger. The next day, Old Jean planned to sleep in and enjoy his rare weekend. After all, weekends are for 2 days of rest. That's the proper way to live. But not long after lying down, he suddenly remembered something. Wow, today is the Bronze Angel Church's preaching event. This event is basically a way for the church to attract new followers. They boast that joining the church can lead to heaven, and higher-level believers can enjoy free healing and other benefits, trying to trick unaware people. Most importantly, attending the event means you can get a free bottle of holy water. For poor folks who have no money and see holy water as a cure-all, this is a very tempting offer. The church uses this method to turn people into low-level followers, who then pay tithes for their whole lives. Basically, it's a kind of pyramid scheme in this world, and the holy water they give out is the lowest quality. Not even low. It's the very worst. It probably isn't much better than plain water. Maybe it's just plain water. After all, this is a savage era, full of scammers, and the church isn't immune. The priests can't test divine power, so they just give out bottles of plain water. The gullible people can't tell the difference. After drinking it, with some psychological tricks, they feel less pain or discomfort, like their back no longer aches or their legs don't hurt, and they can climb 5 floors easily. Though self-deception can sometimes help, the fact remains that many are being fooled. Ahem, of course, old Jean isn't saying all holy water is fake. There are good people in this world, especially in the church, which is supposed to spread love and justice. But old Jean isn't interested in holy water at all. He didn't believe in gods to begin with, let alone gods from another world. If the church could send bread, he might consider attending. Anyway, last time he went to a preaching event, he drank that bottle of holy water, but it had no effect. He thought it was better to save the money and buy some food instead. Moreover, he doesn't believe in gods on earth, so how could he believe in gods from another world? It's said that gods from that world can appear in human form, and their powers are real. But Jean doubts this. Since he was young, he was taught that there is only one God, and believing in gods of order or the moon is too hard for him. Sigh, why did I get sidetracked again? In short, Jean suddenly remembered this matter not because he wanted to attend the preaching, but because he promised Vinea to go with her. Oh no, barbecue! Thinking about spending the weekend with Vinea made Jin's heart race, as if a huge octopus was wrapping its tentacles around him, making it hard to breathe. He suddenly had a bad feeling, as if he had fallen into a dangerous trap. Is she messing with me? Spending the weekend with Vinea? That can't be true. Jean didn't believe Vinea would really waste her precious free time to stay with him, an E-level adventurer. She must be joking. But then he thought, with Vinea's bad temper, maybe it's not impossible. Jean shivered. He preferred to believe she was just joking and didn't really mean it. After all, mages are very busy. When they are resting, they must study magic, make scrolls, earn extra money, visit the mage tower to learn and exchange ideas, guide juniors, meditate to restore magic, and practice spell memory. Jean thought that just doing these things would keep them busy all day. Even if Vinea was unreliable, she wouldn't be so clueless as to forget all this. He tried to convince himself that Vinea was just joking and didn't really plan to spend the weekend with him. Just as Jean was about to be moved by his own optimism, suddenly, a loud, shrill scream came from outside the window, interrupting his thoughts. Who is it? Who's yelling so early in the morning? Jean muttered unhappily. People from this world really have no sense of public decency. But upon thinking carefully, it seems that Earth is quite similar. That guy is still shouting, and old Jean can't stand it anymore. Could something have happened? Maybe someone was hit by a carriage and is calling for help? Old Jean hesitated, but decided to pretend he didn't hear. Anyway, there's number 911 in this world, and he doesn't know how to call for help. That person's voice is getting louder, so old Jean covers his head with a blanket, trying to block out the noise. Let's just go back to sleep. Hud, hud, hud. Suddenly, a loud noise comes from downstairs, and old Jean sits up quickly. Who's that inconsiderate person? In broad daylight. Are they trying to tear down the house? This world is so unfair. Why does someone always disturb him when he wants to sleep? The person upstairs likes to hammer nails into the wall and jump around the living room at night. The person downstairs likes to drink and cause trouble during the day, dancing and stomping around. What are they thinking? Old Jean can't understand. He feels like these people are probably performing some kind of evil ritual. While he's lost in thought, bang, the door suddenly bursts open. Old Jean shivers in fear and quickly pulls the blanket off. What he sees is black charcoal, a voluptuous mage with pink hair. Binya, I told you to come out, but you're dawdling. What are you doing? Seeing this unexpected guest, old Jin's vision blacks out, and he faints. Smack! Ah, sleep, sleep, sleep. I told you to wait for me, And you still dare to pretend to be asleep? Do you even take me seriously? Vinya scolds old Jean while ruthlessly hitting his head with her staff. It seems her staff can be used not only for magic but also for physical attacks. Old Jean is hit so hard that he feels dizzy and grimaces in pain. Get up quickly. Stop pretending to be dead. Vinya pulls him up from the bed. As a mage, Vinya is quite strong. She can even drag old Jean with one hand. Wait, where are you taking me? Old Jean asks groggily. Don't you remember? Today we're going on a date. Vinya smiled warmly and said, Date? Old Jean suddenly snapped out his daze. No, are you serious? Vinya actually remembered this event. Old Jean's weekend plans were completely ruined. Wait, let me wash up first. No need. You're fine like this. What do you mean? I think you look cute when you're messy and unkempt. Cutest nonsense. Before old Jean could protest, Vinya pulled him out of the hotel by the arm. He felt like a big dog being taken for a walk by its owner, and he hadn't even washed. Could Vinya have some strange habits? Sigh. Old Jin's hair was messy, his clothes wrinkled, and he still looked tired. If he were a woman, he definitely wouldn't go out with such a sloppy man. But Vinya didn't seem to care. She happily held his hand and cheerfully walked down the street. Her taste in beauty was truly unpredictable. Where should we go first? You said you wanted to attend the church's sermon, right? Let's go there first, Vinya said excitedly. Shouldn't we clean ourselves up before going to church? Old Jean reminded her. It's okay. With me here, who would say you're dirty? Vinya said confidently. Besides me, who cares if you're clean or not? Maybe that's true. Old Jean thought for a moment, feeling Vinya's words made sense. But he had a strange feeling that Vinya's words had hidden meaning, especially that, first, it made him uneasy. Was she planning to spend the whole day with him? Old Jean didn't dare ask, afraid of hearing something he didn't want to hear. Oh well, it's all because he had been careless and promised Vinya. Welcome, both of you. The sermon is inside. They arrive at the Bronze Angel Church, where the entrance was crowded with people. It seemed the event was quite large. Why do these people, who could be enjoying a good day, come here to make trouble? Old Jean muttered silently as he looked at the devout followers. What can the church give you? Money? Strength? Happiness? Only by relying on yourself can you change your fate. If gods truly exist, they should be rescued from Vinya's evil grasp. There are so many people. Black charcoal, don't get lost. Stay close to me, understand? If you run away in the chaos, I won't be able to find you. Vinya said this while tightly holding old Jin's hand. Don't worry. I'll hold your hand just like I hold my mom's. Old Jean replied helplessly. Ugh, that's disgusting. Can you stop talking like that? Vinya rolled her eyes in disgust. They moved through the crowd to the training ground inside the church. In this world, the church not only spreads the faith but also trains soldiers. Their teachings are about destroying evil and upholding justice, so the church regularly conducts military drills. The training ground is a place specifically for training soldiers. Holy knights and holy warriors usually spend their time praying or practicing their skills here. Right now, the wide training ground was full of people attending the preaching event. Welcome, future saints. Today, old Jean was bored, listening to Vinya chatter beside him, when suddenly an old voice announced that the preaching had begun. A high-ranking priest named Alfredo started speaking passionately about the church's teachings. Black charcoal, are you really interested in this stuff? Vinya asked. I said I came here to get holy water. Staying healthy is the most important thing. Old Jean replied seriously. Do they really give holy water to so many people? I think they might be using fake ones to fool everyone. What do you think? Vinya asked suspiciously. You're right. Old Jean nodded. Isn't that obvious? Old Jean was very bored, so he started listening more carefully to the preaching. The teachings of the Bronze Angel Church can be summarized as, when you see monsters that harm humans, kill them. When you see humans doing evil, kill them. Don't do anything immoral or kill. When you see others doing bad things, stop them or kill. If you can't do these things, then just end your own life. Only by following these rules can you gain the approval of the God of justice, Bel, and enter heaven. At first glance, it sounds pretty positive, but if you think about it carefully, the core of this teaching is just kill, kill, kill. No wonder half of the violent crimes in this city are committed by followers of the Bronze Angel Church. The other half are by followers of the Light Cross Church. Of course, this is just a rumor Gene heard at the Adventurers Guild, and its truth is uncertain. Ugh, why does time pass so slowly? Gene silently complained. Finally, the sermon ended at noon. Gene felt exhausted both physically and mentally, having only experienced mental stress and physical pain. Vinia, during the sermon, started to bother him out of boredom, pinching him, biting him with a fierce attitude. She was not a teammate. She was more like a monster in disguise. Just for this junk, I got up early, endured the heat all morning, and was tortured for so long. This is so much fun. Vinia looked at the bottle of holy water in her hand with disgust. It was rare for Vinia and Gene to agree on something. Gene also thought the sermon was just a waste of time. If it weren't for Vinia insisting on bringing him here, he wouldn't have come to suffer like this. Hey, don't be mad. This is holy water. Drinking it can cure all diseases. The priest said it's a blessing from the gods. Don't you want the gods' blessing? Gene tried to comfort Vinia with some nonsense. After standing in the sun for hours, Gene felt he was about to die of thirst. At this point, forget holy water. Plain water would taste like heaven. Blackie, can you stop lying with your eyes open? This junk can't even kill a little demon, and it dares to call itself holy water. Vinia ruthlessly exposed his lie. If I'm thirsty, I'll just drink it, no matter what kind of water it is, Gene said, then drank the holy water in one gulp. As expected, he didn't feel any change, except that his thirst was gone. Seeing this, Vinia threw her own bottle of holy water on the ground. The ragged, homeless people immediately pounced like hungry wolves, fighting over the divine water that Vinia despised. Mine, get away. I saw it first. Are you trying to get killed? Alas, poor followers for the blessing of the gods. They are willing to lose their dignity. They fought fiercely over the bottle of holy water, and the scene became very chaotic. It seemed that the recent sermon had been useless to them. Vinia looked at this and scoffed disdainfully. Such a waste of time. Aren't you thirsty? Old Gene asked. Vinia's mood seemed worse, and afraid she might take her frustration out on him. Old Gene carefully watched her face, not daring to make a sound. These days are even harder than dealing with a difficult spouse. People should be reasonable, Vinia suddenly said. You're right, Old Gene quickly agreed. All right, Cole, you've done what you need to do. Now it's my turn, Vinia said with a smile. Old Gene's heart sank. What new trouble was this woman planning? What do you want to do? He asked cautiously. What's your attitude? Do I bother you that much? Vinia's face instantly darkened. No, I don't bother you at all. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it with you. Old Gene hurried to explain. That's more like it. Vinia nodded in satisfaction. Come with me. She grabbed Old Gene's wrist without explanation and pulled him along. Hey, where are you taking me? Don't go somewhere strange, Old Gene asked nervously. Strange place? Where do you want to go? With your little money, you still want to visit a brothel? Vinia mocked. What are you talking about? Old Gene's face turned red. A strange place doesn't necessarily mean a brothel. Although Old Gene was curious about what a brothel looked like, he had never been to one and probably wouldn't spend money on it even if he had the chance. I just want to know where you're taking me. Guess where? Vinia said with a sly smile. Old Gene started thinking hard. With Vinia's eccentric personality, where would she go on her day off? The battlefield? The cemetery? The ruins? The morgue? No, those answers are too dangerous. If he said them out loud, she might hit him. I know. The arena. Old Gene suddenly brightened up and said excitedly. You're asking for trouble. Vinia immediately punched him. Ouch. Old Gene cried out, clutching his stomach and squatting down. Is the Colosseum not right? How is that possible? Vinia loves to bully the weak. How could she not like the Colosseum? Old Gene couldn't understand. He really couldn't guess where Vinia wanted to go. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I was wrong. Old Gene's begging didn't make Vinia stop. She kept hitting and kicking him. What's wrong with the Colosseum? I like watching fights, Vinia said as she hit him. I like it too, Old Gene weakly said. The Coliseum is the most popular entertainment place in the city, no doubt. There, you can see all kinds of competitions like monster duels, fights between humans. He really couldn't guess where Vinia wanted to go. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I was wrong. I was wrong. Old Jin's begging didn't make Vinia stop. Watching those guys fight desperately is exciting, but the most thrilling part is betting. Of course, old Jin always lost badly. He suspected those fighters were cheating, deliberately tricking him out of his money. But old Jin also learned one thing. If he found a monster egg, he could sell it to the Coliseum. Rumor has it, the price is good, and some people make a living doing just that, called egg hunters. So, where do you want to go? Old Jin asked. You're so stupid. Can't you guess? Black charcoal. Watching those guys fight desperately is exciting, but the most thrilling part is betting. Of course, old Jin never expected Vinia to want to go shopping. Vinia pulled old Jin to a street he had never been to before. There are no blacksmith shops or general stores, only fancy clothing stores, jewelry shops, and perfume shops. Old Jin looked at the expensive items in the windows and felt like his worldview was being turned upside down. Who said 1 gold coin was enough for a family of 4 to live a month? He could spend a gold coin for many years. Why are you just standing there? Come in already. Vinia stood at the door of a luxurious clothing store, urging him to come inside. Old Jin looked at the dazzling shop, feeling a bit nervous. As a poor guy, could he really go in? I feel a little shy. What's there to be shy about? I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Black charcoal, come inside. Vinia quickly pulled him into the shop. As soon as they entered, old Jin smelled a strong fragrance that made him feel dizzy. He nervously followed Vinia, feeling like a country bumpkin in the city. Vinia seemed to enjoy seeing him so nervous. She tiptoed and gently patted old Jin's head. Hee, black charcoal, you're so cute. I almost want to hurt you. Vinia, you're the cutest person in the world. Old Jin quickly flattered her. When you talk, be more sincere, or Vinia's eyes looked dangerous. Yes, yes, yes. Old Jin hurriedly changed his words. Miss Vinia, you're the cutest person in the world. That's better. Vinia smiled happily. At this moment, the shop assistants looked at them curiously, not understanding why this beautiful mage was with a shabby, poor man. Vinia seemed to notice their gazes. She handed her staff, hat, and cloak to old Jin. Hold these for me. Then she picked up a piece of clothing and went into the fitting room. Is she going to... Old Jin suddenly had a bad feeling. How do I look, wow? Vinia came out wearing a different outfit and asked if it looked good. This familiar scene, that terrible sense of déjà vu. Why does she want him to experience things that couples usually do? Does it look good? Vinia had changed out of her purple low-cut gown into a pink lace dress. This outfit isn't suitable for fighting, old Jin said seriously. After all, this isn't Earth. Danger could appear at any moment, and wearing such clothes would be a burden. Can you stop talking like that? I asked if I look good. Why are you talking about fighting? Black charcoal. Do you want to get beaten up today? Vinia snapped. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I was joking. Old Jin quickly explained. But honestly, Vinia looked really good in that dress. She looks great, absolutely stunning. You're the most beautiful woman in this city. Old Jin praised insincerely. You're just pretending to flatter me. Black charcoal, Vinia said unhappily. No, I mean it. You really look good. I never tell lies, old Jin hurriedly explained, fearing Vinia might hit him. You are truly beautiful. Really? Vinia's eyes lit up. Really? Truly? More genuine than pearls, old Jin said confidently. Haha, really? Really? Vinia happily spun around. To save himself, old Jin used all his words to praise Vinia from head to toe. Vinia seemed to enjoy being complimented, and her smile grew brighter. So, old Jin spent an hour helping Vinia try on clothes. Every time she tried a new outfit, she asked if it looked good, and old Jin had to think hard to praise her. This outfit is so beautiful. It seems made just for you. The color of this dress really suits your skin tone. It shines brightly. This style is so fashionable. It's at the forefront of trends. Old Jin's endless praise helped control Vinia's aggressive tendencies. Boss, I want this one, that one, and this one too, Vinia said boldly. Thank you for your purchase, the shop owner said with a big smile. Old Jean watched Vania buy a lot of clothes, secretly feeling amazed. This woman is really too wasteful. If he had money, he would buy a good suit of armor first, then a fine weapon. What are you standing there for? Help me carry these, Vania said impatiently, looking at Old Jean. Numbly, Old Jean took the shopping bags from Vania, silently complaining. Why should he carry everything? Let's carry them together, Old Jean tried to suggest. Black Hole, you're too weak. Take this chance to exercise your body. No thanks needed, Vania said confidently. Old Jean thought he wasn't weak at all, but he knew arguing with Vania was pointless. So, don't thank me, Vania asked when Old Jean didn't reply. This woman really is a bit crazy. Thanks, Old Jean gritted his teeth and said. Thank your whole family. All right, Vania, where are we going next? Old Jean asked. He didn't believe that Vania would let him go so easily. He thought he would have to wait until nightfall to escape her. You're asking me? Vania replied. As the boss, of course I have to listen to you, Old Jean said helplessly. Black Charcoal, you asked me to come out and play, but you didn't have any plans? What are you thinking? Vania said with dissatisfaction. How was I supposed to know you'd suddenly come looking for me? I've never gone out to play with a girl before, so, Old Jean stammered. Actually, he had never gone on a date with a girl in his life. When he was on Earth, he was busy with school. He studied engineering at university, then joined the military after graduation, so he never had the chance to meet girls. What? Your first time going out with a girl? Vania asked in surprise. Yes, so what? Old Jean looked at her confused. This was the biggest hurt he felt from all the blows he received today. Oh my, really? She exclaimed. Can you not be so surprised? Old Jean said helplessly. Vania suddenly became excited, waving her arms and jumping around like a monkey. Seeing her gleeful expression, Old Jean felt uncomfortable inside. Why was she so happy whenever he was embarrassed? Well, no wonder. With your appearance and background, I guess no girl would want to hang out with you, right? Black Charcoal, you probably got rejected by those wild girls, huh? Vania teased, sizing him up. You? Old Jean was so angry he couldn't speak. He wasn't a wild person at all. He was from Earth, okay? It's okay. I'll teach you how to date girls, Vania said with a smile. Oh, Old Jean's mood grew more complicated. He didn't expect to be mocked by Vania, especially for not having been in a relationship before. Black Charcoal, you should thank me. A beautiful mage like me is willing to hang out with someone as poor as you. You should feel honored, Vania said proudly. I'm so touched I almost cry. I don't know if I'm crying tears of joy or sadness, Old Jean said softly. His heart felt heavy, like it was raining inside him. What made Old Jean feel strange was that Vania didn't mention eating all day. This woman, could she not be human? Does she not need to eat? Old Jean thought to himself as he watched Vania look so energetic. Impossible. How can humans not eat? Old Jean believed that Vania must not rely on food to stay alive. She probably gets energy by tormenting others. This scary idea kept flashing through Old Jean's mind, and he couldn't shake it off. Suddenly, his stomach made a loud, growling noise, like an old steam train whistling loudly. Old Jean felt he was about to faint from hunger. Since morning, he had only drunk a bottle of holy water. Even if it had divine power, it couldn't really give him energy, right? Back on Earth, Old Jean hated eating the most. But since coming to this different world, he truly realized how precious food was. So humans are so fragile. Not eating really can be deadly. Old Jean had seen people die from hunger. He didn't want to follow their path. Not at all. Hey, Vania, what? Aren't you hungry? No, wow. Old Jean couldn't help but curse. Charcoal, are you hungry? Vania asked with a smile that looked like she was mocking him. Yeah, Old Jean replied weakly. Want to eat? Of course I do. His voice was full of longing. I don't want to. Vania coldly refused. Their conversation about eating ended quickly. She asks and then refuses. This woman is definitely doing it on purpose, Old Jean shouted silently in his mind. He felt deeply humiliated, as if he had suffered a great shame. Old Jean forced himself to stay calm despite his hunger. He carried Vania's trophy behind her like a loyal dog, following her step by step. He didn't know where Vania was going or why she bought so many things. He was so hungry he felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. If only I brought my small bag with some dry food. At least I could fill my stomach a little, old Jean regretted. Vania took old Jean to a street he had never seen before. Where's this place? Old Jean asked curiously. This is the Mage Tower District, Vania said calmly, with a hint of pride in her voice. Old Jean was stunned instantly. The Mage Tower District is the richest part of the city, a place that someone like him, a poor person, could never enter, never step into. The district is called a district because it is surrounded by tall city walls, similar in size to a lord's castle. It is said that each mage builds their own special area to show off their wealth and status. TSK, these mages really know how to enjoy life. Old Jean thought sourly. Ordinary people can't get into the Mage Tower District, just like high-end neighborhoods with guards at the gate. Vania, I can't go in. Let's go somewhere else. Old Jean begged desperately. He really didn't want to embarrass himself, truly. But I live here, Vania said with a sweet smile, but her smile looked a bit annoying. What? You live here? Old Jean was shocked. Then I'll go now. You go back. See you next time. He handed Vania her shopping bag and turned to run. He didn't want to go inside with Vania. That would just cause trouble for sure. Wait. Vania grabbed old Jean's collar and pulled him back. Blackie, you want to run? Vania's voice was cold and sharp like icy wind from. Old Jean was so scared he didn't dare speak. Humph. Vania snorted coldly, then without hesitation, used her staff to tighten around old Jean's neck. Old Jean felt his throat being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Come with me, Vania said coldly. Like dragging a pet dog, Vania pulled old Jean into the Mage Tower District. Let me go. Let me go. People are watching. Old Jean struggled and shouted, feeling his dignity was trampled on. Vania, being a mage, was not stopped by guards, but they all looked at old Jean with strange eyes, as if he were a suspicious or dangerous person. Blackie, do you care so much about what others think? You should only care about my opinion. Vania leaned close to old Jean's ear and whispered with a teasing tone. Old Jean finally realized that he had completely fallen under Vania's control, totally trapped. He was like a tame little dog, obediently following his owner's commands. All right, I'll listen to you, old Jean said helplessly, sounding full of despair. He could only follow Vania closely, like a sick dog, step by step. The streets of the Mage Tower District were clean and tidy, with elegant and grand buildings, very different from the area where old Jean usually lived. Walking on the street, old Jean felt out of place, like a stray dog that had wandered into heaven. Everyone around was dressed in fancy clothes, acting gracefully. They looked at old Jean with disdain and contempt. Old Jean felt his face burning hot. He wished he could find a hole to hide in, feeling very embarrassed. He kept close behind Vania, afraid someone would see that he was not her equal. Black Hole, why are you so close to me? Do you like me? Vania suddenly turned around, smiling playfully, teasing him. No way. Old Jean quickly denied. I just worry that someone will see we're not the same, and then the guard will chase me away. Ha, Black Hole, you're so timid, Vania mocked. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to bother you. Really? Old Jean was doubtful. Of course. But first, you need my permission to get so close, Vania said with a sly smile. Miss Vania, can I get a little closer to you? Old Jean asked carefully, sounding humble. Okay, Vania nodded, acting generous. Thank you. Old Jean felt like he had been saved. Black Hole, you're so obedient. Vania patted old Jean's head like petting a dog. Black Hole, you're really well behaved. Thank you. Black Hole, you should praise me too. Vania, you're very cute and very beautiful, old Jean said insincerely. Really? Vania's eyes lit up like a little girl who got her favorite toy. Really? Old Jean quickly nodded. Wow, Black Hole, you really know how to talk. Vania happily laughed. Old Jean wanted to curse, but this person was just too scary. He felt like a stray dog who had accidentally entered a wealthy family. Uncomfortable all over. Some say appearance doesn't matter, but that's just fooling oneself. If you wear dirty clothes and go to a fancy restaurant, how will others see you? Here we are. This is my home. Vinia took old Jean to a building that looked like a student dormitory. Next to the door, there was a sign that read, Sefner Girls Mage Dormitory. Girls' dormitory? Old Jean exclaimed, then I definitely can't go in. Why? Can't you go in? Vinia looked at him with a teasing smile, her eyes full of mischief. This is a girl's dormitory. I'm a man. How can I go in? Besides, it's not legal. Old Jean was sweating nervously, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Can't go in? Then these things can only be moved in by me. Black Coal, do you really want to see a weak girl like me carry so much stuff? Vinia said pitifully, her tone full of grievance. Old Jean was speechless. Did you just talk back? Vinia's eyes suddenly turned sharp, like a fierce blade stabbing old Jean's heart. No, I'll go in right now. Old Jean hurriedly changed his words, not wanting to face Vinia's iron fist again. Arguing with Vinia was not worth it. Obeying was safer, at least no beating. That's better. Come on, I can't wait to introduce you to my roommates, Vinia said, grabbing old Jean's wrist and dragging him into the dorm building. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Old Jean struggled and shouted, but his resistance was so weak in front of Vinia. No need to prepare. You're fine, just as you are now. Vinia didn't give him a chance to argue and pulled him into the dorm. Old Jean felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely at her mercy. Black Coal, kneel down for me. Vinia suddenly stopped and ordered, her tone firm and unquestionable. What? Kneel down? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Vinia said dismissively, I don't care what others think. Betsy looked at Vinia and sighed. It seemed that, in her friend's eyes, Vinia was also seen as a bit strange. Oh, right. Vinia suddenly clapped her hands. Black Charcoal, come say hello. What? Say hello. Old Jean looked up confused, not sure what she was up to. Yes, this is my friend Betsy. Hurry up and greet her, Vinia ordered. Old Jean awkwardly looked up at Betsy. Since he was still kneeling on the ground, he could only look up at her. Betsy also looked at him awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Why? You don't want to? Vinia's eyes turned sharp and a little dangerous. Hello. My name is Carter. I'm Vinia's friend, Old Jean said helplessly, sounding resigned and a bit humiliated. You, Betsy hesitated, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Old Jean felt a little sympathy. It seemed Betsy was also a normal person, and she was startled by Vinia's strange behavior too. Good job. Black Charcoal, you're great. Vinia cheered happily, as if Old Jean had done something very impressive. Old Jean felt like a well-trained pet dog receiving praise from its owner. Why? Why is Vinia so happy about this? Old Jean couldn't understand her logic. He simply couldn't figure out her way of thinking. Hello, my name is Betsy. I'm Vinia's friend, Betsy stammered, full of awkwardness and unease. Vinia, I have to go now, Betsy said and hurriedly left, as if something dangerous was chasing her. Ha. Black Charcoal, you're amazing. Vinia watched Betsy run away and laughed happily, full of pride and mockery. Old Jean looked at Vinia's twisted smile and felt a chill in his heart. This woman is really terrifying. Old Jean carried all the things Vinia bought into her room. Sigh. I really am a hard-working, obedient laborer. Old Jean wiped his sweat and sighed. He felt like a fool. Whatever Vinia said, he just did it with no resistance at all. But what can I do? She's a powerful mage, and I am just a weak fighter, Old Jean thought helplessly. If Vinia really wanted to kill him, she could do it in 3 seconds. Yes, that's right. Just as Old Jean finished tidying up, Vinia happily patted his head. Can I get up now? Old Jean asked carefully. Of course, Charcoal. You've worked hard. You're a good kid, Vinia said with a smile. Old Jean got up from the ground, feeling like his knees were about to break. He had knelt for a long time, his knees scraped and bleeding. It's all because I didn't wear my usual clothes. This pajamas offer no protection at all, Old Jean thought, almost crying. He looked at his only pair of sleep pants, the knees stained red with blood, and his resentment towards Vinia deepened. No matter how beautiful she is, or how big her chest is, it can't hide the fact that she's a demon, Old Gene gritted his teeth and thought. He wished he could tear Vinia into pieces. This bloodstain probably won't come out. Old Gene looked at the shocking bloodstains, feeling heartbroken. He had never been so badly hurt fighting monsters, and he never expected to be beaten like this by a woman in this place. Luckily, I bought a bottle of healing ointment at the Alchemist Guild last time for 2 silver coins. Now it's finally useful. Old Gene comforted himself while feeling distressed about the ointment. Charcoal, you can go now. I had fun today. Let's play together again next time. Vinia said cheerfully as she said goodbye to Old Gene. Bang! After she finished speaking, she mercilessly shut the door. Wait, I haven't gone out yet. Hey, Vinia, open the door. Old Gene hurriedly knocked on the door, but Vinia ignored him. This woman throws things away after using them. She's so heartless. Old Gene cursed silently. He was played around by Vinia and now left in this terrible place. Oh no, this is the end. Old Gene immediately felt that something was wrong. He was now alone, inside the female mage dormitory. If someone found out, he wouldn't be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the river. How did I end up in this situation? Old Gene thought about to cry. He was a proud time traveler, and now he was trapped inside a female dormitory. Desperately, Old Gene knocked on the door, but Vinia never responded. This woman must be inside, secretly laughing at me. Old Gene clenched his teeth in frustration. Who is that person? Why are they in the girls' dorm? Oh my, how's he dressed like that? Should I call the guards? Just as Old Gene was at a loss, a few female mages approached him. They looked at him with suspicion and dislike. Old Gene immediately felt a chill run down his spine. These female mages were not easy to deal with. If he made any sudden move, they might attack him on the spot. Calm down, stay calm, I must stay calm, Old Gene silently told himself. He decided to try talking to them first. Everyone, this is all a misunderstanding, Old Gene quickly explained. People are known for talking and communicating. Of course, these female mages living in the same dorm as Vinia might also be a bit crazy, but Old Gene still wanted to try. Who are you? One female mage asked coldly. I'm a friend of Vinia. She asked me to help her move some things, Old Gene explained. I didn't want to come in, but she insisted, even threatened me, saying if I didn't come in. A friend of Vinia? You. The female mages looked suspicious. Yes, I really am her friend. She might be a bit. Well, but she still has friends, right? Old Gene tried hard to convince them. But the rules say boys can't enter the girls' dorm, one mage said firmly. I know, but I was forced into this. Think about it. Who would come all the way to the mage tower area for no reason? Especially to the girls' dorm? I was tricked by Vinia, Old Gene said with a sad face. Hearing his explanation, the female mages seemed to waver. They started whispering among themselves. But, forget it. I'm leaving. Old Gene no longer wanted to waste time talking with them. He decided to escape first. Anyway, he had explained everything clearly, so they probably wouldn't trouble him, right? Taking advantage of the female mages not paying attention, Old Gene turned around and ran. Stop right there. One female mage reached out and grabbed Old Gene's shoulder. Old Gene suddenly turned back, glaring angrily at the mage. What do you want? The mage was startled by Old Gene's fierce look and instinctively let go of his arm. Seizing the moment, Old Gene ran down the stairs and hurried out of the dormitory building. Wait, but Old Gene didn't care about them now. All he wanted was to escape this place full of trouble. He ran wildly all the way and finally escaped from the Mage Tower district. Huff, huff, breathing heavily, Old Gene stopped, feeling like a rabbit escaping from a tiger's den. Vinia, you nasty woman, I'm not done with you, Old Gene cursed through gritted teeth. He looked at the familiar street in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. This place is still good after all. Old Gene wandered aimlessly along the street, watching the sunset, feeling full of sadness and helplessness. He had planned to rest for a couple of days, but Vinia had ruined that plan. If I had known, I wouldn't have rested. I should have taken on a task instead. Old Gene regretted it deeply. Suddenly, he realized he had wasted an entire day and was also hungry. No, I must go to the Adventurers Guild quickly to see if there are any tasks I can take. Old Jean quickened his pace toward the guild. Night fell, and the guild was brightly lit, bustling with voices. Old Jean pushed open the door, and a wave of warmth hit him, mixed with the smell of food and drinks. He approached the counter and said to the dwarf staff member, "Hello, I am an E-level adventurer. Are there any tasks I can take?" Just a moment, the dwarf looked through the task list without raising his head. "I am an E-level adventurer, named Carter, and we have quite a few fail missions." The dwarf looked up at Old Jean with a strange gaze. "Yeah, well, bad luck." Old Jean smiled awkwardly. "Please, are there any tasks I can take?" "Any kind. There is one available," the dwarf worker said. "The merchant caravan will leave for Isvent City the day after tomorrow, and they need guards. An E-level adventurer earns 12 copper coins per day, so for 5 days, it's 60 coins. The guild takes a 10 copper coin fee as commission. Isvent City is a town not far from Croshium City. Old Jean has only heard of the city's name and has never been there." "Go to Isvent City? I haven't been there yet. Can I get there in 5 days?" Old Jean asked. "Usually, 5 days is enough," the dwarf worker replied. "Do you want to take this job? There aren't many spots left." "All right, I'll take it." Old Jean hesitated, but decided to accept the task. He urgently needs money, and going to Isvent City sounds good. At least he can stay away from Vinia, the evil sorceress. "Okay, it's settled then," the dwarf worker said, pulling out a wooden badge from a drawer and handing it to Old Jean. "Take this." "What is this?" Old Jean asked curiously. "Before sunrise the day after tomorrow, go to the West City Gate and find the Aber Merchant Guild. Give them this badge, and they will arrange for you to the caravan," the dwarf explained. "This badge proves the caravan hired us guild to find guards." "I see." Old Jean understood. "So it's an outsourcing job." It seems the caravan first gives the money and badge to the Adventurers Guild. Then the guild helps find guards, and finally, the badge is handed to the guards as proof. Old Jean looked closely at the pattern on the badge. "Give me 10 copper coins," the dwarf suddenly said, holding out his hand. "What, 10 copper coins?" Old Jean was surprised. "Commission fee, didn't you forget?" The dwarf reminded him. "Oh, right. Old Jean quickly took out 10 copper coins from his shoe insole and handed them over. His shoe insole hid his savings. This morning, when Vinia pulled him out, he forgot his wallet. Luckily, he had this secret money, or he would have been in trouble. "Don't forget, before sunrise the day after tomorrow, go to the West City Gate and find the Aber Merchant Guild. Don't be late." The dwarf staff member reminded him again. "Even if you forget the time, lose your wooden badge, or don't participate in the mission for other reasons, the 10 copper coins fee won't be refunded. The reward for the task will only be given to you after you arrive at Isvent City, and you can collect it from the caravan." "Will they refuse to pay?" Old Jean asked worriedly. "As long as you complete the task properly, they won't refuse," the dwarf staff member replied. "Of course, if you deliberately slack off or run away, then it's a different matter." After accepting the task, Old Jean returned to the inn. Suddenly, he remembered it was the day to return the book. "Oh no, this is trouble. It's already dark now, and the library is definitely closed. If he doesn't return the book by tomorrow morning, he will have to pay a late fee of 1 copper coin. Fortunately, the mission departs the day after tomorrow. If it left tomorrow, I'd really be in trouble." Old Jean shivered at the thought. It takes 5 days to reach Isvent City, and 5 days to come back. The late fee could add up to 11 copper coins. "First, I'll return the book tomorrow, then prepare the things I'll need for the trip," Old Jean thought to himself. "Boss, a bowl of rice, please," Old Jean said to the shopkeeper as he approached the counter. The shopkeeper still looked half dead and silently served Old Jean a bowl of cold soup. While drinking the unappetizing soup, Old Jean was thinking about his future plans. Sigh, working part-time is impossible. I'll never work a job in my life. After finishing his meal, Old Jean went back to his room to sleep. 2 days later, Old Jean arrived early at the West City Gate. Although waking up early was painful, just thinking about the journey to another city in a different world made Old Jean very excited. The tiredness instantly disappeared. "I'm ready for the 5-day trip," Old Gene thought confidently. Yesterday, he had finished everything he needed to do. He returned the book, prepared dried food, filled his water bottle, and even spent 20 copper coins to buy an old cloak that reached his thighs, just to stay warm when camping outdoors. Swish! Old Gene suddenly turned around, confidently shook out his cloak, and felt incredibly handsome. Of course, the main purpose of the cloak is not to look cool, but to keep warm. It can block the wind and also be used as a blanket when sleeping. Although it doesn't offer much protection, in an emergency, it can be wrapped around the arms to serve as a simple shield. Most importantly, after putting on the cloak, Old Gene feels more like an adventurer. Hee, this is what an adventurer should look like, Old Gene thought proudly. People say clothes make the man, and that is very true. Old Gene, wearing his stylish cloak, arrived at the West City Gate. There, he saw 3 or 4 carriages parked, likely belonging to the Abner merchant caravan heading to Isfant City. He was looking around when a middle-aged man wearing a green feathered hat approached him. "Who are you?" asked the middle-aged man. "Are you from the Abner Merchant Guild?" Old Gene immediately recognized that this man was probably the manager of the caravan. As he spoke, he took out a wooden sign from his pocket and handed it to the man. This was a letter of introduction he bought from the Adventurers Guild for 10 copper coins. To pay 10 copper coins for an introduction letter to earn only 60 copper coins? This guild is really a shady shop, Old Gene thought to himself. To complete a 60 copper coin task, they only take a 6 copper coin fee. That's too unfair, but Old Gene also understood that the guild needed to make money to keep running. "This is our guild's emblem. Are you here to the caravan as an adventurer? Welcome to join." The middle-aged man took the sign and looked at it, then said, "Yes, hello." Old Gene replied politely. "What is your name?" "Carter." The middle-aged man found Old Gene's name on the list and marked it with a check. His gaze lingered on Old Gene's hair for a moment, seeming curious about his black hair. After all, black hair is a sign of barbarian bloodline, which is quite rare in this world. "It's okay. Don't mind it." The man seemed not to care about Old Gene's background. "Wait here for a while. When the carriage is ready to leave, just follow us. We will probably set off when the sun rises. Let me remind you, if you run away or fall behind on the road, you won't get paid." However, he was a businessman and didn't care much about these things. Businessmen are very practical. They only care about profit and don't pay attention to trivial matters. Compared to those self-important magicians, a merchant's character is still better, Gene thought to himself. "Of course, I won't run away," Gene said confidently. "If I get injured in battle and can't continue, we'll send you back to the city, pay you for 5 days, and cover your medical expenses. So, if there's danger, you must fight with all your strength, understand?" the middle-aged man said. "Yes, I will do my best," Gene quickly agreed. But in his heart, he was thinking differently. Fight with all your might? What a joke. I'm not stupid. A merchant, as the name suggests, is about protecting a merchant convoy from being robbed. Why protect the convoy? Because the wagons are full of valuable goods. Valuable items attract attention. Seeing a loaded wagon in the wild, anyone would be tempted and think, maybe I should kill them and take everything. So, merchant convoys are often attacked by bandits, robbers, thieves, and monsters. Greed makes humans and monsters alike act the same. Of course, normal people only think about it, but this world isn't normal. Those desperate criminals really do attack. Although I don't know how safe this area is, since the merchant is hiring guards, there must be danger, Gene thought silently. Even on Earth, in remote alleys, thugs often mug people. So in the wild of another world, it's even more dangerous. Gene had seen public executions of bandits at the arena a few times, so it seems bandits do exist in this world. Will I encounter bandits this time? Gene wandered around the wagon, observing the surroundings. As time passed, other adventurers also arrived one after another. Gene counted. There were 10 people in total. My goodness, just the fee alone costs 5 silver coins. Gene thought to himself in amazement. It seems this merchant convoy is quite wealthy. 10 adventurers, even if they face danger, should be able to hold out for a while, right? The adventurers looked at each other, seeming to assess each other's strength. Old Jean also looked around and saw no one he recognized. Out of the 10, he only felt that 2 looked a bit familiar, but he wasn't sure if he knew them. Esfante City, Abner Trading Caravan. Let's go. With the shout of the lead driver, 3 wagons slowly started moving, and the adventurers followed, guarding on both sides of the wagons. Old Jean naturally walked at the back of the group. Anyway, we're just here to pass time. Better to stay safe at the back, he thought to himself. The caravan left the city gates and traveled along the smooth, official road. Although roads between cities are usually well-maintained, a 5-day journey definitely won't be smooth all the way. Right now, we can relax and walk leisurely, but once we get further, it won't be so easy, Jean thought quietly. But he wasn't worried. After all, he had been a soldier before, so a little hardship was nothing to him. As long as they didn't encounter danger, this mission was basically a free trip, and they could even make money. Very enjoyable. When we reach Esfante City, if the conditions are right, I might settle down there, he thought quietly. That way, he wouldn't have to endure Vanilla's torment anymore. Thinking of this, Jean felt very relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Ah, what a pity. Joy often turns to sorrow. Rest time. Unknowingly, it was already noon, and the caravan stopped to rest. The workers in the caravan fed water and grass to the horses, while the adventurers sat in small groups or lay down to rest. They weren't professional soldiers, so they couldn't be as disciplined as an army. In simple terms, we're just hired cannon fodder for the caravan, use to buy time, Jean thought quietly. There were also some fully armed guards in the caravan, who were the real fighting force. Jean looked at these guards, each fierce-looking and battle-hardened, and felt much more at ease. With them here, there shouldn't be any problems. Jean also found a spot to sit, took out his water bottle, and took a few sips. In the wild, water is very precious and should not be wasted. Old Jean finished his water and took out some dry food, preparing to have lunch. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed on him. Old Jean looked up and saw a thin young man staring at him intently. Could this kid be trying to steal his dry food? Old Jean wondered silently. He glared back at the young man, showing a cautious look. Seeing this, the young man suddenly approached. This kid is probably here to beg for food. Old Jean thought to himself. Hello, my name is Jiro, the young man said as he came closer and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Carter. Is there something you need? Old Jean asked cautiously. He carefully examined the young man in front of him. Blonde hair, handsome features, delicate eyebrows and eyes, looking a bit like a girl. This kid is quite good-looking. Old Jean thought silently. Do you believe in any religion? Jiro suddenly asked. What? Old Jean was taken aback, doubting if he heard right. Do you have any faith? Jiro repeated. Old Jean's head suddenly felt a buzzing, as if someone had hit him with a hammer. If it weren't for a few medieval-style carriages nearby, he would have thought he was back on Earth. This kid probably isn't here to spread a message, right? Old Jean wondered silently. It seems you don't have any faith, Jiro said, looking at Old Jean's expression. These days, the world isn't very peaceful. If you don't have faith, I can. No, thank you. Old Jean quickly refused. If this kid were a girl, Old Jean might have talked with him a bit, but since he's a boy, forget it. Such a waste of time. Old Jean thought to himself. Mr. Carter, I truly want to help you. Please listen to me. No, I'm not interested. You should look elsewhere, Old Jean said impatiently, waving his hand toward a nearby adventurer lying on the ground and sleeping. Ask him instead. Jiro glanced at the adventurer but didn't pay attention to Old Jean's suggestion. Mr. Carter, you seem kind-hearted, so I wanted to give you this chance. Please listen to me. Who are you exactly? Are you a priest? What religion do you follow? I've told you I'm not interested. Please leave now, Old Jean said impatiently. Jiro still smiled warmly at Old Jean. He wore an earring, which looked like a religious symbol. I'm not a priest, but Old Jean kept looking at him and felt something was off. Could this kid be part of a cult? Is this kid interested in me? Old Jean suddenly had a scary thought. Are you trying to make me stand still obediently? You're misunderstanding, Jiro quickly explained. Leave now, Old Jean shouted angrily. But Jero stood still like a nail, not moving at all. When I saw you, I felt you had potential, so I wanted to. If you don't leave soon, I'll get angry. Old Jean warned. Mr. Carter, why are you so hostile? Just listen to me, it won't hurt you. Break time is almost over. Please go now. I'm not interested in you. Old Jean said impatiently. Old Jean stared at Jero intensely, ready to draw his sword at any moment. This kid definitely has bad intentions. Who would bother someone without a reason? Old Jean thought secretly. In the adventurer world, if you're looked down on, you're finished. Especially for someone like Old Jean, with dark hair and a rough attitude, he's often discriminated against. If people see him as an easy target, he'll never get ahead. This kid probably thinks I look like a rough guy, so he wants to bully me. The more Old Jean thought about it, the more he believed it. Leave now, don't bother me. Old Jean said impatiently. Don't be like that. Jero still smiled kindly at Old Jean, showing no intention of leaving. Old Jean realized that most religious fanatics aren't normal. On Earth, those who try to convert others are already annoying enough. And in another world, it's even worse. This kid suddenly came over to talk to him. He's probably trying to recruit him into a cult or scam him. Either way, he definitely has bad intentions. Old Jean thought to himself quietly. Have you ever experienced discrimination? Jero suddenly asked. What? Old Jean was surprised. What does this kid really want to say? You should be from the Marquesa tribe, right? I can tell from your black hair and dark eyes, Jero said. The Marquesa are nomadic people living in border areas, often called barbarians. They are known for their black hair and dark eyes. For convenience, Old Jean always claimed he was from the Marquesa tribe. Yeah, so what? Old Jean asked confused. Our Heavenly Path Society can save all cursed races, including the Marquesa. Our gods believe all intelligent beings are equal. What? Cursed? Are you talking nonsense? Old Jean got angry. Jero still smiled as if what he said was normal. This kid, does he have a mental problem? Old Jean thought. To say, I am a cursed race? This kid is crazier than Vanilla. Old Jean couldn't hold back anymore. His voice rose sharply. Are you looking for trouble? How dare you discriminate against me? Our Heavenly Path Society doesn't care about race or background. You're dead meat. Old Jean finally lost his patience. He drew his sword and pointed it at Jero. You have to use force to deal with crazy people. If I keep holding back, they'll think I'm easy to bully. Looking at the skinny young man in front of him, Old Jean felt confident. With his small build, I can knock him down with one hand. You. Jero was startled by Old Jean's aura and took a few steps back. He didn't seem to realize that his words had offended Old Jean. Just as Old Jean was about to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, a voice suddenly sounded. What are you doing? A burly man full of anger came over. He looked like a guard from the caravan. If you want to fight, get out of here. The man shouted. Old Jean quickly explained. No, we weren't fighting. How dare you lie? You already drew your sword, the man said angrily. I just wanted to show him my swordsmanship. Old Jean suddenly had an idea and said, Look at the swordsmanship. The man looked at Old Jean with confusion. Yes, among us adventurers, we often exchange skills. He seems very interested in swordsmanship, so. Old Jean spoke while watching the man's expression. The man seemed to believe Old Jean's explanation and turned to leave. Jero saw this and wisely kept quiet. All right, the rest time is over. Get up, everyone, the man shouted loudly. Old Jean glared at Jero and put away his sword. But Jero still wasn't giving up and said to Old Jean, I'll find you tomorrow. Crazy person. Old Jean cursed silently. I'm so unlucky today, always meeting strange people. The next part of the journey was much calmer. Since it was only the first day, the road was still smooth and they didn't encounter any danger. Old Jean felt more relaxed and walked more lightly. Sometimes they saw small wild monsters, but when they saw humans, they ran away in fear. In this world, there are no ordinary wild animals, only various monsters. Maybe those monsters are like the wild animals of this world. Even the horses pulling carts look different from those on Earth. Maybe they're also some kind of monster, Old Jean thought quietly. In this world, all creatures must be treated carefully. Today, Old Jean's main task was just walking. He walked in the morning, traveled in the afternoon, rested at night, and earned 10 copper coins in a day. Old Gene calculated that the dry food he bought cost about 1 copper coin per day, so just by walking, he could earn a net profit of 9 copper coins. Although walking a lot makes my knees hurt, I have to endure it to make money, Old Gene said while eating his dry food. This dry food was hard and salty, enough to fill his stomach, but Old Gene always felt that eating too much might cause stomach problems. Sigh, he thought, poor people can only eat this kind of food. For survival, I have to accept this discomfort in my stomach. Tonight, he decided to camp here. After sunset, the caravan stopped to set up camp. The drivers and helpers began busying themselves with pitching tents and starting fires for cooking. The adventurers gathered together to prepare for an overnight stay outdoors. Now, we need someone to stay watch tonight. All the adventurers, come over, said the middle-aged man. I almost forgot about that, thought Old Gene silently. The adventurers were a bit reluctant when they heard about staying watch, but they understood it was for everyone's safety, so they didn't protest. After all, it was part of the task. If they refused to stay watch, they wouldn't get paid. If it weren't for the watch duty, this mission would be perfect, Old Gene muttered to himself. Whoever stays watch, we will split into 5 groups. Each group has a guard from the trading caravan as the leader and 2 adventurers as members. We need 5 people in total, said the middle-aged man. 10 people, but only 5 spots? That means I have a 50% chance to get a good sleep, Old Gene quietly calculated. The other adventurers also seemed to be making their own plans, their eyes darting around as if they were thinking about something. Of course, tomorrow night, it will be the turn of those who didn't stay watch tonight, the middle-aged man added. Ah, so it is, Old Gene thought with a sigh. Even though he knew he would have to stay watch tomorrow, he figured he could delay it for one more day. Who wants to stay watch tonight? The middle-aged man asked. Old Gene, wanting to show his confidence, lowered his voice and asked who wants to go first. Come on, whoever wants to go ahead. I'm exhausted today and just want to sleep, Old Gene silently prayed. He looked around and saw that 2 adventurers raised their hands. One was a man with brown hair, wearing training clothes, and the other was a bearded man carrying a double-edged axe. Since we all have to stay watch, why not finish early, said the brown-haired man. I agree, said the bearded man. Old Gene sneered inwardly. These 2 fools, don't they know what strike first and strike hard means? If someone dies, falls behind, or runs away tomorrow, their watch tonight will be a big loss for them. Old Gene's wise decision was quickly validated when 2 more adventurers volunteered to stay watch. Now, only 1 spot remained. 6 people competing for 1 spot. This was practically a life-and-death duel. In this situation, the best way is to play rock, paper, scissors. But unfortunately, the people in this world have a completely different way of playing it. On Earth, there are only 3 gestures: rock, scissors, and paper. But in this world, people's gestures are strange and varied, and Lao Gene simply can't understand them. He once saw someone make a gesture with 3 fingers, and surprisingly, they won. Moreover, the rules are different everywhere. Lao Gene once saw 4 people all show the same gesture, rock, and it was a tie. How do we decide who stays on watch? Lao Gene was overwhelmed. There's no tool for drawing lots here, said the middle-aged man. Whoever suggested it should stay on watch, proposed an adventurer. Good idea. Others agreed. Who suggested it? Lao Gene asked. It was me, Lao Gene said with a smile, raising his hand. Then you stay on watch. What? Lao Gene was stunned. You guys are really trying to trick me. Lao Gene thought angrily. The adventurers looked at Lao Gene with teasing eyes. This kid is so easy to fool. Jiro was also among the crowd, silent and watching Lao Gene carefully. This kid dares to watch the fun? Just wait, I'll teach him a lesson, Lao Gene thought secretly. Decide yourself, Lao Gene said, pointing at Jiro. Jiro looked at Lao Gene, but said nothing. Didn't you talk a lot just now? Why are you silent now? Lao Gene thought to himself. All right, Jiro finally agreed. He walked up to the 4 adventurers who volunteered to stay on watch and said, I'll guard for them, but tomorrow you have to listen to my teachings. Wow, Lao Gene felt like he had been tricked. After the 5 people for the watch were chosen, Lao Gene went to find a place to sleep. He randomly found a patch of ground, spread some dry grass, wrapped himself in a cloak, and lay down. With armor and a cloak, it shouldn't be too cold tonight, Lao Jin thought. Compared to when he first crossed over and had to sleep on the street, this was like heaven. Lao Jin looked up at the starry sky, which was especially bright and beautiful. There was no pollution in this world, so the stars shone even more brilliantly. The most unusual thing is that this world has 3 moons, 1 large moon and 2 smaller ones, which are green and purple. This night sky is really strange, old Gene thought to himself. He turned over, facing away from the stars, and closed his eyes. This world is really too crazy. When can I go home? The noise around woke old Gene up. He groggily opened his eyes, thinking it was almost time to get up. His throat was sore and burning. Last night, for some reason, the temperature suddenly dropped, almost freezing him to death. But since everyone else was lively and moving, he guessed they hadn't been attacked. Old Gene struggled to sit up, wanting to warm himself by a fire. But the bonfire from last night was already out, leaving only a few blackened sticks. This made him very angry. Now he was freezing cold like an ice block, wishing he could find it to hide in. But the fire was out. Was someone trying to harm them? Early in the morning, old Gene was full of anger. Wow, how did the fire go out? But it was too late to start a new fire now. Old Gene just did some stretching to loosen his muscles. Soon, the others around him also started waking up, indicating it was almost time to leave. Before long, the front of the caravan, the horse-drawn carriage, began to move slowly. Last night's adventurers, who took turns on watch, looked exhausted with dark circles under their eyes. But they could finally sleep well tonight. As for old Gene, he had to take his turn today, which made him headache. Being called to stand guard in the middle of sleep, and then going back to sleep, only those who have experienced it know how bad it feels. From now until his shift was over, old Gene's mood would be terrible. Old Gene mechanically walked along the main road. The nearest city was about a day's journey away, so the road was pretty good. But the trees and bushes on both sides made him uneasy. Who knew if a monster might suddenly jump out and attack? Although old Gene was a little nervous, he was too sleepy to care. His eyelids were almost glued shut. All he wanted was to sleep. We walked and stopped many times and took a trip to the neighboring city. It felt like a tough adventure in the wild. When we started, old Gene was full of hope, but now those hopes had been crushed by reality and disappeared completely. Walking on the other side of the team, Jello kept glancing at old Gene from the corner of his eye. It seemed he was trying to find a chance to talk to him, but unfortunately, old Gene only wanted to use his fists to communicate. So, the caravan continued forward in silence. Old Gene used to go back home for the new year, and the trip by car took almost a whole day. This 5-day journey was a new experience for him. He secretly promised himself he would never take such a long trip again. Cars are the greatest invention in human history. Suddenly, old Gene thought he saw something by the side of the road ahead, like trees or vines suddenly falling forward. What is that? Old Gene, sleepy and groggy, looked for a while and thought the green thing looked like a fallen branch or vine blown down by the wind. But then, 3 seconds later, wow, what the heck is that? Before he finished speaking, he heard a loud, piercing scream that cut through the sky. The martial artist who had volunteered for the night shift last night was now being lifted high into the air, hanging above the caravan, even higher than the wagon. Danger! Get ready to fight. It's a giant mantis. The attacker turned out to be a mantis bigger than the wagon. It looked a little different from the mantises he knew, but its sharp, sickle-like claws and overall shape made it clear what it was. The giant mantis held the martial artist tightly with its front claws and roared loudly. Ah, wow. Old Gene had been in this strange world for a long time, but this was the first time he saw such a monster. If he had a monster guidebook now, he would definitely label this creature as new. It was terrifying, almost inhuman. Old Gene's heart skipped a beat, and he silently thought, this is bad. If this kid just died like that, there would be one less person on duty tonight. No, it must not happen. No matter what, I have to save him. Thinking of this, old Gene's blood boiled, and a strong sense of responsibility filled him. The giant mantis grabbed the martial artist and swaggered to the middle of the road. The martial artist could only scream like a crab blowing bubbles, unable to do anything else. Hiss! Hiss! This silly monster. There were clearly more than 10 fighters present, but it chose to grab one person and then stand there confidently, opening its mouth as if to eat the martial artist alive. However, it seemed caught on the martial artist's clothes, unable to bite through. Could it be that all insect-type monsters are so clueless? Everyone, surround it! A middle-aged man wearing a green hat, broad and strong, gave the order. The guards of the caravan rushed forward first. The adventurers were scared by the giant mantis's size and hesitated, not daring to move closer. What are you all waiting for? Breaking the contract will cut your pay. Hearing the word money, the adventurers suddenly got excited. They drew their weapons and charged forward, shouting loudly. Old Gene naturally didn't fall behind. He took a quick step to the back of the giant mantis, taking the best position to attack. Positioning is very important if you want to deal high damage. Roar! With this monster's appearance, Old Gene thought it would bite the martial artist in half in one go. But it only slowly grabbed the martial artist, trying to nibble him with its mouth. However, it seemed caught on the martial artist's clothes and couldn't bite through. Are all insect monsters this stupid? All attack! Following the middle-aged man's command, the guards stabbed their spears into the giant mantis's body. Puffed! Green liquid sprayed out, emitting a disgusting smell. The adventurers also swung their weapons wildly, hacking at the mantis's limbs and body. The giant mantis finally seemed to realize it was surrounded. It suddenly threw the fighter away and wildly waved its front claws, which looked like deadly sickles, giving a chilling feeling. Although its attacks were fierce, its aim was terrible, and everyone easily dodged them. This was like a big monster hunt. The adventurers dodged the mantis's attacks while flying around it like flies, looking for a chance to strike. As they attacked more, the mantis started to get wounds, and green blood kept pouring out. Old Gene noticed that this creature was slower than expected. He became interested and focused on its slender back legs. Insects usually have fragile legs, so they should be easy to cut. Die! Old Gene raised his sword and aimed at the mantis's back leg, cutting back and forth with force like sawing wood. Take this, broken limb attack! The giant mantis cried out in pain and struggled fiercely, but Old Gene's sword had already cut deep into its shell. He knew he had succeeded, so he swung his sword even harder. Finally, with a sickening cracking sound, one of the mantis's back legs was cut off at the root. This felt much better than when Old chopped firewood with an axe. The mantis, now missing a leg, let out a sharp, miserable scream, sounding like a sprinter who lost a leg in an accident. The sound made people's skin crawl. After losing its leg, its turning ability was greatly reduced, and it moved more slowly. Good job, someone shouted. Seeing Old Gene successfully cut off the mantis's leg, the other adventurers seemed inspired. They followed his example, rushing forward and attacking the mantis's remaining back legs wildly. This scene was like a mantis being attacked by an army of ants. Even the strongest and most terrifying predator would be helpless when faced with a huge number of ants. Ugh! In a moment, except for its front claws, all of the mantis's back legs were cut off. It collapsed weakly to the ground with a dull thud. The huge body twitched weakly on the ground, green liquid constantly flowing from its wounds, making people feel nauseous. The giant mantis, lacking its hind legs, was left with only a bulky abdomen that looked like a giant caterpillar. Kill it! People roared excitedly and launched their final attack on the helpless giant mantis. Although doing so only wasted energy and dirted their clothes, and had no real purpose, for these exhausted travelers, violence was the best way to vent their frustration. They eagerly vented their anger and dissatisfaction, smashing the mantis's body into pieces. I thought it was pretty strong, but it's just this. Looking at the disfigured corpse before him, Old Gene couldn't help but complain. This creature was quite intimidating in size, but its strength was not impressive. Maybe because there were many people, but in Old Gene's opinion, this giant mantis's strength was only 2 stars, giant mantis. It seems that size doesn't always mean strength. At this moment, The martial artist who had been grabbed by the giant mantis suddenly jumped up, angrily kicking and punching the corpse. His clothes were stained with green blood, but he didn't seem seriously hurt. Every time his fists or feet hit the mantis's body, there was a dull sound, like hitting a large sandbag. It looked like he was fine, and old Gene let out a sigh of relief. Thus, under everyone's verdict, the giant mantis's body was reduced to a pile of broken meat. Old Gene carried the large mantis leg he had just cut off and approached an adventurer, curious, and asked, "Buddy, is there anything valuable on this mantis? Besides the head and front claws, nothing else is worth much. The hind leg you're carrying isn't worth much either." Old Gene immediately looked disappointed. That wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. Actually, making money from hunting monsters is quite tricky. The effort and reward are often not proportional. Only useful parts can be sold, like organs that can be used to make tools or weapons. Generally, the more valuable parts are the skin, shell, and bones. It seems that the giant mantis is not valuable, which is not surprising. Its shell can't be used for armor or weapons, only for decoration. Also, from how its hind leg was cut off by Lao Gene, its shell's defense isn't very good. Lao Gene initially thought he had made a big profit, but it turned out to be a false hope. He felt disappointed and threw away the hind leg he had cut off, full of anger and betrayal. All that excitement was for nothing. The merchants cut off the mantis's head and front claws, loaded them onto the cart, and casually discarded the rest of the body by the roadside. No one wanted the hind leg Lao Gene had cut earlier, so it was also thrown away. Lao Gene felt cold inside. After working hard to win a battle, it turned out to be just trash. How can anyone enjoy this? Keep moving forward. With a hint of sadness, the caravan set out again. Although leaving the monster's body on the roadside causes pollution, soon scavengers will come and clean it up by smell. Lao Gene casually plucked a few leaves and started wiping his sword. The blood of the giant mantis contains a special corrosive liquid. If not cleaned promptly, it can permanently damage the weapon. If the weapon rusts and jams at a critical moment, causing him to lose the fight, that would be a big loss. While carefully wiping the green liquid off his sword, Lao Gene was lost in thought. The break time was over quickly, and the annoying Jiro came over again. He looked sincere and said, "Our sect has many minority members, I believe." Lao Gene thought to himself that this sect was probably a cult, using sweet words to deceive minorities who face discrimination and exclusion, then exploiting their hard work. And this Jiro guy was probably just someone recruiting members, earning commissions for each new person. Get lost. Aren't you saying that as long as I volunteer for night duty, I can talk? So I have to work tonight too. If you don't want to die, get far away. Lao Gene has seen many kinds of people in his long life. Whether it was when he was wandering the streets or later when he became a level F adventurer, he had met many people like Jiro trying to recruit him. So, he was no stranger to such tricks. Old Gene still remembered being tricked once by a so-called homeless shelter. They pretended to offer free food and shelter, luring a group of homeless people inside. Old Gene was forcibly kidnapped, then forcing them to do intense labor. At that time, Old Gene almost died from exhaustion. He only escaped after hitting the supervisor with a brick and knocking him out. That so-called homeless shelter was not a charity at all, but a completely unscrupulous factory. They didn't pay wages and didn't even provide enough food. Thinking about his past experiences, Old Gene couldn't help but feel emotional. Those days were like a history of blood and tears, and someone like Jiro, who tried to take advantage of him, made him feel even more disgusted. Old Gene clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and shot a fierce look at Jiro. Sensing Old Gene's anger, Jiro wisely turned around and left. Old Gene always thought that nothing was more frustrating than working the night shift. Actually, that's being polite. Truthfully, the night shift is just pure torture. Night shift, if you think that's already rude enough, it just shows you don't understand the pain of working the night shift. Look, today is another night shift for Old Gene. Just thinking about it keeps him from sleeping. He finally drifts off, only to be woken up again. Old Gene fights off sleep, struggles to get up, and stands guard for hours and a days. When his shift finally ends, he lies in bed but can't fall asleep. Time passes second by second, and he becomes more alert. Anxiety and irritation flood his mind like a tide. Finally, at dawn, old Gene manages to close his heavy eyes. But before he can sleep for a few minutes, a loud noise wakes him up. Have you ever experienced this kind of pain? Old Gene feels like he's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Quiet down. Okay. Crackling. Crackling. The campfire burns with a soft sound. The cold night wind cuts deep, but near the fire, it's warm as spring. Old Gene, feeling bored, picked up a dry stick and threw it into the fire. Watching the flickering flames, Jin's mood slightly improved. He was on duty with a guard hired by the merchant caravan, a bald, strong man named Tuck. Tuck was quiet and rarely spoke, except to occasionally tell Gene to be quiet. Gene wondered if Tuck might be mute. There were 2 hours left before his shift ended. Being on duty with such a silent person was almost torture. Bored, Gene wandered around, gathering more dry wood to pass the time. "Hey, mister," Gene called out, feeling very bored. But Tuck remained silent, like a stone, with no response. Gene felt ignored and annoyed. He really wanted to pick up a stick and poke him a few times, but he only thought about it. He wasn't crazy enough to do that. "Mister, since we're both just standing around, why don't we play a game?" The game Gene mentioned was really just a teasing contest. They took turns telling jokes, and whoever finished first lost. There was no real punishment, just a way to pass the time. "Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Can't you see everyone is asleep? Are you trying to wake them up? Do you know much about Ispin?" Tuck responded with a blank expression, but Gene didn't mind. He kept asking questions. As long as Tuck spoke, Gene was happy to talk. "Ispin is a city a bit bigger than Peakersham. Is this your first time there?" Tuck didn't want to talk at first, but he couldn't resist Gene's enthusiasm and finally answered. So, Gene successfully started a conversation with the bald man. "Yes, it's my first time there. How is the place? Are there many adventurers?" "It's okay, but if you want a good place for adventurers, it has to be Clashium. It's next to an undeveloped area, and outside the city gates, there are monsters everywhere. It's much better than Ispin." "Really? So, does Ispin have nothing that attracts adventurers?" "Not exactly, but it definitely can't compare to Clashium. Clashium is the starting point for old Gene, and Ispin is their destination." From Tuck's words, it seems that hunting monsters for money is better suited to Clashium. However, if you're confident in your strength, going to Ispin is also a good choice. "Why do you say that? I heard there are some unexplored dungeons near Ispin." "What? Dungeons? Are there really dungeons there? I haven't been there myself, so I don't know the details, but I heard that adventurers, mages, and the Lord's army have all been heading that way recently." Thus, during their casual chat, the shift quickly passed. Old Gene realized that Tuck was actually quite talkative. Once he started talking, he kept going nonstop. Old Gene learned many useful pieces of information from Tuck, especially about the dungeons, which made him very interested. When he thought of dungeons, he remembered his early days as a beginner, suffering in the Goblin Cave. But now, he was much stronger and capable. When he had time, he definitely wanted to see those places. "I'm going to sleep now." "Okay." Old Gene woke the next team of adventurers and then returned to his spot, closing his eyes to rest. He thought it would be hard to fall asleep, but maybe because he had been sitting by the campfire for a long time, his body was warm, and he quickly fell asleep. Wow, how is it already morning? Old Gene felt like he had just laid down, and suddenly it was morning. "Let's go." Old Gene dragged himself up, exhausted. He probably slept no more than 4 hours last night. He started to wonder why he took on this long journey. Shouldn't people be working while they sleep? With feelings of regret and fatigue, the caravan kept moving forward. Old Gene was so sleepy his eyelids almost closed. His mind was full of doubts about life. He didn't understand why he was working so hard in this strange place, or when he would return to Earth. Old Gene, filled with deep resentment toward the world, mechanically took steps forward. Fatigue and tiredness made him irritable and impatient. He felt he really needed to vent, or he might just explode. Just then, around midday, something unexpected happened. "What's going on? Wow, what's happening?" Someone shouted in surprise. From their reactions, These people seem to be either inexperienced in real fights or lack quick thinking. Old Jin's heart sank, and he silently thought, "This is bad." Calmly, he picked up a stone from the ground and slipped it into his sleeve. This was a habit he had developed over many years because the human body is fragile, and a single stone could be deadly. "Who are you?" One adventurer drew his weapon and shouted loudly. A group of fierce-looking men suddenly appeared around the caravan, surrounding them completely. These men looked rough and tough, holding swords and knives, definitely not good people. "Wow, bandits! We're doomed." Old Jin deliberately raised his voice loudly to make sure those who hadn't reacted yet understood the danger they were in. Even the slowest person should realize the seriousness once they hear bandits. "Everyone shut up!" At this moment, a bandit leader wearing armor, who looked like the boss, impatiently shouted. The crowd immediately quieted down. This guy must be their leader, right? "Why are you blocking the road? What do you want?" A middle-aged man wearing a green hat jumped down from the cart, hiding behind his guards, and bravely asked. Old Jin silently thought, "Do I even need to ask? Of course, they're here to rob us." "Nobody move." Seeing the caravan people try to make a move, the bandit leader quickly shouted to stop them. The caravan members looked at each other. Then all turned their eyes to the man with the green hat. The middle-aged man calmly signaled with his hand for them not to act rashly. Seeing that the caravan people obeyed, the bandit leader smiled with satisfaction and then said, "Long time no see, everyone." Although his tone sounded like a friendly greeting among old friends, his voice was full of greed and cruelty, making people feel cold. Old Jin was furious. He was already exhausted, and now these were blocking the road and robbing them. He simply couldn't stand it. When people are extremely angry, they often lose their reason. But Old Jin was not overwhelmed by anger. He calmly observed his surroundings. Sudden changes with bandits holding sharp weapons made him very nervous. Any mistake could cost him his life. All of this kept Old Jin on high alert. "I don't need you to know my name. Just listen to me now," he said. The bandits were about the same number as his group and had similar equipment. Only their leader wore armor, while the others carried light gear. They looked like poor adventurers turned robbers. Most of these bandits seemed weak and shorter than Old Jin. Remember, Old Jin grew up on Earth, where he was well-nourished and tall, about 1.8 meters. The people in this world are generally shorter, like a group of hobbits. In a fight, size matters a lot. So, Old Jin thought these bandits weren't very strong. He had fought street thugs in the slums before. Beating these bandits should be easy. Here's an option, or rather an order. You've probably heard of toll fees, right? I command you to pay the toll now. This road is our territory. Toll? Are you joking? Is this road yours? The middle-aged man in a green hat interrupted, sarcastic in his tone. The bandit leader didn't mind and just smiled. "Sir, I see you the leader. Good. Since you don't understand, I'll explain. Yes, this road is now ours. Have you heard of mountain kings or taking over land? That's what this is. So, you have only two choices now. Choices? Do we have any options?" The middle-aged man squinted, studying the bandits carefully. He was assessing their strength. They had about the same number, maybe a little fewer. If the bandits had set an ambush, they would definitely lose. At least, that's what Old Jin believed. If they fought now, they would suffer heavy losses. Either you fight us to the death and we take all your belongings, or you obediently pay the toll and then leave. The bandit leader's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. Judging by his confident manner, this was not his first time doing such a thing. He was clearly an experienced, ruthless robber. "Of course I won't kill everyone. After all, if I take all your stuff, how will you live afterward? I am a merciful person. Here's the deal. You split your belongings with us, and we let you go. How about that? I warn you, if we really fight, none of you will survive. So, be smart and agree quickly. We don't want to kill innocent people." After speaking, the bandit leader proudly crossed his arms, a sneaky smile on his face. He muttered to himself, "That's right, just like that." Old Jin saw his smug look and was instantly furious. These guys, robbing is fine, but they have to act so self-righteous. It's just too much. He had worked hard all day, and earned only 10 copper coins. But these bandits wanted to take half of his belongings with just a few words. My patience is limited. I'll give you 1 minute to think. You probably don't want to die, right? Hurry up and hand over the money. The bandits shouted arrogantly, showing their yellow teeth, their greedy eyes scanning the travelers. Old Gene couldn't hold back anymore. He decided to step forward and save the day. No, to be precise, he had simply had enough. Old Gene pulled out a stone from his sleeve. He always believed that a well-thrown stone could be as powerful as a magic spell cast by a first-level wizard. Although this was just his guess, he thought it was probably close to the truth. Are you ready? My anger can no longer be contained. Launch! Take this, a flying stone from the sky. Old Gene shouted loudly, throwing the stone like a baseball pitcher. His target was the arrogant bandit leader. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, flying straight toward the bandit leader. With a loud bang, accompanied by the scream of the bandit leader. Splash! The bandit leader fell to the ground. Old Jin's stone hit him squarely in the face, knocking him out instantly. A strange feeling of excitement surged in his heart. Old Gene felt as if every cell in his body was cheering. Home run! Old Gene shouted excitedly, drawing everyone's attention. The bandits stared in shock, while the adventurers looked confused. Old Gene ignored their gazes. He drew his sword, pointed at the bandits, and shouted loudly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a dead body? Why are you just standing there? Come on, attack, killing. Such a frightening word, such a heavy sin. In Old Jin's original world, it was absolutely forbidden, something only seen in news reports. He always believed that such things would never happen to him. But this world is different. It is a backward, savage place with no regard for human rights. Slavery is common. Most people are ignorant. Monsters roam freely, resources are scarce, wars happen often, and life is very hard. In this environment, the strong prey on the weak. To survive, people have to take risks and steal from others. Killing has become a normal part of life. Old Gene will never forget when he first arrived in this world. To survive, he had to live like other homeless people, always on the edge. Once, he managed to get a piece of bread. Before he could eat it, a homeless person snatched it away. He was starving and too scared to think. He grabbed a stone and threw it at the homeless man. He doesn't remember how many times he threw it, only that when he stopped, the man was lying in a pool of blood gone. Old Gene didn't feel fear or sadness. He simply took the unfinished bread from the man's mouth, stuffed it into his own, and felt full for the first time. He let out a long sigh and had only one thought. Finally, I survived. Old Gene took the homeless man's clothes and put them on himself, then robbed him of everything he had. Although he felt a little uneasy inside, thinking that the other person wanted to rob him made Old Gene feel at ease. Yes, he did this just to survive. The bandit leader was knocked out by a stone from Old Gene, and the scene suddenly fell into strange silence. Boss, that kid killed the boss. Kill him. The bandits finally reacted, filled with anger. They drew their weapons and rushed toward Old Gene. Seeing this unruly crowd, Old Gene sneered inwardly. The boss was taken down with one move, so these ragged men still want to avenge him? Old Gene glanced at the caravan leader. He was also frozen in place, seeming to be confused about what was happening. Why is this guy so slow to react? He should be ordering a counterattack immediately. Take advantage of the bandits, not reacting yet, and surprise them. This guy really is good at causing trouble. Just as Old Gene was about to speak and remind him, the caravan leader suddenly snapped out of his daze and shouted loudly, "Why are you just standing there? Kill them all. Destroy these bandits. Kill!" The caravan guards had been holding back their anger. Now, hearing the order, they cheered up like they had been injected with chicken blood and charged at the bandits. Old Gene took the opportunity to hide to the side. He didn't want to foolishly stand at the front as a target. What he really wanted now was to the equipment from that bandit leader. The guy was wearing iron armor, which might be worth some money. Thinking of this, Old Gene couldn't help but feel excited. Die, you're dead, old man. The adventurers and bandits fought fiercely, but Old Gene found it boring, like watching a group of elementary school kids fighting. In the end, there was no deep hatred between the adventurers and the bandits, so the fight lacked passion. Moreover, both sides were afraid of hurting their own people, so they fought cautiously and hesitated. Both the adventurers and the bandits had only one life, and no one wanted to risk losing it over such a small matter. True experts had long since looked down on such petty theft and robbery. The only thing worth watching was the guards hired by the caravan. These guards were well-trained soldiers with rich combat experience, fierce in battle, and deadly with every move. Under their leadership, the bandits kept retreating and soon were defeated. Kill! Kill! Help! Come help! Old Jean moved quickly through the crowd like a nimble bat, searching for isolated targets. He wasn't interested in fighting alone. Teamwork was the best way. Soon, Old Jean spotted a pair of adventurers and bandits fighting each other. They exchanged blows, but it was mostly show, with no real damage done. Die! Old Jean decisively joined the fight, sneaking up from behind and stabbing the bandit in the back. Who are you? I'm here to send you off. The fight, which was evenly matched, suddenly turned in favor of Old Jean and the adventurers. It was hard to win a one-on-two fight, especially against someone like Old Jean. You cowards! Seeing they were losing, the bandit tried to run away, but Old Jean and the adventurers wouldn't let him escape. In the end, the bandit was overwhelmed and killed by Old Jean and the adventurers working together. Thanks, brother. No problem. I'll share half of the loot with you. Thanks a lot. The adventurer smiled as if he had just killed a chicken, not a person. He seemed a bit too cheerful. Maybe he's a bit of a troublemaker himself. The fight was still going on, but the bandits were starting to fall apart. Many chose to run away, since they were only after money and didn't want to risk their lives. In the end, the caravan won. Most of the bandits were killed or fled. We won. Hooray! Though it wasn't easy, everyone felt happy about the victory, and their fear eased. The bandits who escaped might come back, but it was unlikely. If they had that much power, the local lord would have already taken care of them. Count the casualties. The leader of the caravan gave the order, and everyone started working quickly. Fortunately, not many people died. Most were just badly hurt. Old Jean helped carry the wounded onto the carts. Seeing their terrible wounds, Old Jean felt uneasy inside. There are no doctors or priests here. These people can only rely on luck to survive. Help! Help me! At that moment, Old Jean heard a faint cry for help. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blood-covered bandit lying on the ground, barely alive. What should I do with this prisoner? He asked loudly. Don't bother. He's my prey, a brave adventurer with 2 axes said coldly as he approached. It seemed this bandit's life was already doomed. Wait, spare me, the bandit begged, but was quickly beheaded with a single axe. Old Jean shook his head and ignored him. His mind was full of the equipment on the bandit leader. Let me see what good stuff you have. Humming a little tune, Old Jean went to the bandit's body, about to start searching his clothes. But he saw another adventurer had already moved faster, stripping the armor from the corpse. Again, you guys, he muttered. That adventurer was happily stripping the armor from the bandit's body, completely unaware that Old Jean was glaring at him. The bandit's face was sunken in from stone hit, looking gruesome, but the adventurer paid no attention, skillfully removing the armor. Hey, what are you doing? Old Jean asked, unable to hold back. He still hoped maybe this guy was planning to give him some of the armor. Thanks to you, we won this fight. Look, I helped take the armor off so you don't have to trouble yourself, he said enthusiastically, even inviting Old Jean to celebrate with drinks. Even though adventurers are often reckless, they should still follow basic rules, right? Whoever kills the monster gets the loot. That's common sense. Maybe he was overthinking? After all, people can be tricky, so it's better to ask first. I'm just stripping the armor. What's it to you? Why are you taking the armor? Of course, to sell it. Want some? Get lost. Old Jin's hopes were instantly dashed. This guy actually wanted to steal from the dead. He almost drew his sword to attack him. This kid was daring enough to steal openly, and he was stealing in front of the owner. Nonsense. That's my stuff, what? You fool. You're the fool. Your mother was the fool when she gave birth to you. The adventurer even dared to insult himself, which made Old Jean very angry. He blurted out a curse. The adventurer seemed to get angry too. He suddenly stood up and started shouting at old Gene. People from another world seem to be very sensitive about insults involving family, unlike on Earth, where such words have lost their power and don't hurt anymore. The adventurer's face turned bright red, looking like a cooked crab. Old Gene looked carefully at the other person. He was shorter than himself and wore cheap cotton armor. To search for loot, he had thrown his sword aside. If they fought, old Gene could win even if he fought with his bare hands. So, where did this guy get the courage to challenge him? Your mother is the fool, and the person you stole from, I killed him. So what if you killed him? Whoever gets the loot first owns it. If you dare insult my mother again, I will kill you, old Gene thought to himself. If I kill you now and take all your stuff, what can you do to me? Has this guy never learned the rules of adventurers? Loot can only be taken by the one who kills. Your mother is the fool. Old Gene couldn't hold back anymore. He drew his sword and started insulting the adventurer again. When facing someone weaker than himself, old Gene was never soft. Unless it was a master like Vinea who could kill him with one strike, he would fight anyone who dared to be arrogant in front of him. Adventurers care about their reputation. If someone crosses the line, he won't hold back. You little brat, watch your mouth. You want to kill me? Come on, Seeing old Gene draw his sword, the adventurer immediately became scared. He instinctively reached for his waist, but found his sword was gone. His face suddenly turned from red to white, like a chameleon. Get out of here. If you don't leave now, I will kill you. Old Gene pointed his sword at the adventurer, ready to strike and end his life. The guy had no decent armor on, so he couldn't block old Gene's attack. The outcome of fight mainly depends on equipment and size, and in these areas, old Gene has a clear advantage. That's why he can act so boldly. Honestly, if it weren't for his mission, old Gene would have already struck him down with his sword. You're lucky today. The adventurer, though not admitting defeat openly, wisely turned and left. However, he didn't apologize, which made old Gene even more annoyed. Stop right there. Why? Hand over everything you have, then get lost? You're talking nonsense. This guy tried to steal from him without even apologizing. Old Gene decided he had to teach him a lesson. He stepped closer, demanding compensation for emotional distress. Don't you know you have to pay for stealing? Didn't your mother teach you that? The adventurer hesitated but still dared to argue with old Gene. This guy's courage was impressive, but misplaced. You're so stupid, you idiot. Fine. Then go die. I'll take my payment from your body. Old Gene shouted angrily and made a move to attack. Stop. Stop. I'll give you what you want, I swear. That's what you should have done earlier. Old Gene didn't really rush at him. The adventurer, looking miserable, reached into his pocket and threw a small bag to old Gene. Old Gene caught it and opened it. Inside were many copper coins, about the size of a silver coin. This guy's pretty rich, huh? It seems adventurers carry several wallets for safety. Old Gene had wanted to extort more, but seeing all that money, his anger cooled down. He decided to let him go. Well, who doesn't have moments of greed? It's human nature. For adventurers, a silver coin is very tempting, enough to make them forget all grudges. What's your name? James. Such a common name. Did your mother give you that just to be lazy? Maybe she met your father at a brothel. Anyway, you can leave now. Say hi to your mom for me. James looked unhappy as he walked away. Old Gene finally felt at ease to the armor from the bandit leader. He was so excited that he couldn't contain his happiness. These spoils would soon be his belongings. A dead tiger leaves its skin. A dead person leaves money. He planned to make good use of all these things. Hey, caravan boss, this guy robbed me. As the employer, don't you care? At that moment, James surprisingly ran up to complain to the caravan boss. Well, good. You really don't know when to stop. Old Gene decided that when he had the chance, he would deal with James and take his money. But I think you were the one trying to rob others first. Huh? If you cause trouble again, I will end our employment relationship. But then, the story took a turn. The caravan boss actually sided with old Gene. James was so angry he trembled all over and ran away in a huff. From his look, it seemed he wouldn't give up easily. Old Gene silently reminded himself to be careful of this guy in the future. After sending James away, the caravan boss approached Old Gene with a smile and said, "Thanks to you, we managed to fight off the bandits. You even took down their leader in one strike." "That was impressive. It's nothing, really." Old Gene modestly smiled. In truth, he was just lucky. He happened to hit the bandit leader's vital spot. If that guy had been a bit more alert, it wouldn't have been so easy to take him down. "I see you're skilled and brave. How about coming to work as a guard for our caravan when we reach the city? I can write you a recommendation, and you'll definitely get accepted." "Thanks for the offer, but I've had enough of long journeys like this." "Really? That's a shame." Although Old Gene was interested in professional combat training, he didn't want to make this his career. Living a life of constant fighting would turn him into a cold, ruthless killer someday. He couldn't accept that future. Plus, the death rate for caravan guards was much higher than for adventurers. After the caravan boss left, Old Gene finally felt free to examine the body. He first took off the armor from the bandit leader. Its heavy weight made him reluctant to let go. He removed his cloak and put on the iron armor, which fit perfectly, as if it was made for him. "Oh, feels great. That was so exciting." "Huh." Old Gene couldn't help but cheer loudly. He was so thrilled he almost went crazy. This armor perfectly protected his chest and back, and it didn't hinder his movement at all. With it, Old Gene's chances of survival would greatly improve. He happily put on the armor and continued searching for other treasures. First, he took off the clothes from the bandit leader, but they were too dirty, so Old Gene disdainfully threw them aside. Then, he found 2 wallets in the bandit's pockets. His hands trembled as he opened them and counted the money inside. There were 3 silver coins. That was all the bandit leader had. Old Gene was happy, but also a bit dismissive. How could such a big bandit leader be so poor? 0.3 silver coins. Like adventurers, bandits always carry all their money with them because, to them, money is as important as life and can't be left out of sight for a moment. These guys spend all their time robbing and stealing. Can't they hide their money somewhere in their hideout? But maybe that's good, so Old Gene doesn't have to waste time looking for it. Wow, I've struck it rich. What made Old Gene even more excited was that the bandit leader was wearing a necklace. Old Gene quickly tore it off and put it around his neck, then tucked it inside his clothes. His heart was pounding with excitement. How much could this be worth? It seems that killing and stealing really pays more than fighting monsters. No wonder so many people like to be bandits. Old Gene searched all the valuable items on the bandit leader: longsword, boots, armor, coins. These treasures made him ecstatic. His gear was instantly upgraded. He tied the boots around his waist, thinking he could sell them for at least 20 copper coins in town. He also strapped the sword to his waist. Taking it to the blacksmith to sell could earn him a good amount of money. Wow! With this extra loot, he had 4 silver coins in cash alone, plus some equipment and a necklace. For the first time, Old Gene thought accepting this caravan guard mission was a brilliant idea. Of course, he never wanted to do it again. What made Old Gene happiest was the iron armor. It would take at least dozens of silver coins to buy such armor, but he got it for free. He was so happy he almost cried. Although selling this armor could make him a lot of money, Old Gene decided to keep it for himself. He even wanted to give this armor a name. What should I call it? By the way, Old Gene suddenly remembered that he had also killed a bandit. He looked around, searching for the mohawk-headed adventurer. He saw the guy smiling and waving at him. It seemed this fellow was quite loyal and knew he should share the loot with Old Gene. "Bro, time to split the treasure," the mohawk-headed adventurer cheerfully called out, and Old Gene walked over with a smile. "Sure, let's split the money equally. But how should we divide this sword?" That's a good question. Unfortunately, the bandit that Old Gene and the adventurer had teamed up to defeat was poor, carrying only 15 copper coins and a long sword. This sword is hard to split. Take it to the blacksmith to sell. It should fetch about 30 copper coins. Maybe more than 30 copper coins? Old Gene thought for a moment and suggested, "How about this? You give me the 15 copper coins you just took, and the sword is yours." "Deal, really? That's great." Though he was a bit shortchanged, Old Gene didn't want to carry more weight. After dividing the loot, the fight was completely over. The remaining bandits had all fled, and 2 other adventurers had died from blood loss on the road. Old Gene was on night duty again, but he was in a very good mood. These small matters didn't bother him at all. He had never seen so much money in his life and felt very happy inside. The next journey would surely be enjoyable, right? What kind of city would Ispent be? Old Gene was full of anticipation. Since he had earned so much money, he definitely planned to go out and enjoy a big meal once he reached the city. The rest of the journey was smooth, with only occasional encounters with some minor monsters. They didn't even see a shadow of a bandit. Old Gene felt a little regretful. Although bandit attacks were dangerous, they also presented opportunities. This kind of legal, cutting people for money wasn't something you could always find. After a long trip and many exhausting night shifts, Old Gene and his group finally arrived at Ispent. At the city gate, the guards checked the merchant's goods as usual. They looked proud and bossy, shouting loudly, acting as if they were the rulers. However, when the caravan leader handed them a money bag, they immediately became friendly and polite. It seems that bribery is the best way to simplify complicated procedures. This is your reward, 60 copper coins. After entering the city gate, the caravan was about to disband. The caravan leader took out 12 5 copper coins and handed them to Old Gene. Thank you. At the start of the journey, the adventure team had 10 members, but now only 6 remain. The others either died in battles with bandits or fled along the way. The current team members are only Old Gene, Jiro, James, a martial artist, the adventurer with 2 axes, and Moxican, the Mohican-haired adventurer who finishes off enemies with Old Gene. Old Gene took the money and left without looking back, since he probably wouldn't see these people again. Jiro wanted to call after him, but Old Gene ignored him. As for James, Old Gene had already decided that when the opportunity arose, he would find a way to get rid of him. For now, he just wanted to enjoy life in the city. Old Gene decided to explore the city first, get familiar with the surroundings, and look for a place to eat, an inn, a blacksmith, or the Adventurers Guild. But the most urgent thing was to fill his stomach. Old Gene was starving, having eaten only dry food along the way. He was fed up with it. Since it was lunchtime and he had money, Old Gene planned to find a good restaurant and treat himself to some rich, tasty food. Old Gene wandered aimlessly through the streets, observing the city. The atmosphere in Ispent was different from Krashium, but adventurers in full armor could still be seen everywhere. It seemed that no matter where you went in this world, fighting and killing were unavoidable. After all, in this world, it's hard to survive without weapons. Old Gene wasn't interested in much else. Occasionally, he noticed people riding dragons in the sky, but nothing particularly special. After about half an hour, Old Gene arrived at a busy street. What should I eat? The street was crowded with shops and signs, dazzling to look at. Old Gene glanced around and saw many restaurant signs. He chose a popular-looking restaurant and went inside. The restaurant is called Chef Patrick's Soup Specialty Shop. The name is simple and straightforward. Old Gene thought, if they dare to use their own name for the restaurant, Chef Patrick must be a good cook. Also, the shop emphasizes soup specialty, showing they're confident in their soups. Since it's their signature dish, he decided to try it. Welcome! As soon as Old Gene stepped inside, he smelled a strong, delicious aroma. A young girl with red hair cheerfully greeted him. She seems to be a waitress. Old Gene secretly thought, hiring child workers is really shady. But in this world, child labor seems common. Anyone who can work, regardless of age or gender, has to earn money. The girl led Old Gene to an empty table, and he sat down. Menu. Old Gene looked around and saw the menu hanging on the wall. May I take your order? What's the most delicious? Old Gene didn't bother reading the menu and asked the girl directly. After all, he didn't understand the dishes, so it was better to ask the waitress to avoid mistakes. The best is definitely bacon, potato, and bean soup. Really? How much for a bowl? Bacon, potato, and bean soup. Just hearing the name made his mouth water. It must be full of carbs and protein. Great, I'll have that. Old Gene liked potatoes, bacon, and beans. 3 copper coins. Old Gene's eyes widened in shock, almost dropping his jaw. Wow, a bowl of soup costs 3 copper coins? Old Gene had been in this world for many years and never spent more than 1 copper coin on a meal. He felt a bit distressed, but then he thought, he's now a wealthy man. Treating himself once in a while isn't bad. He can't eat plain food forever, after all. While ordering, old Jean chatted with the girl. "1 bowl of bacon, potato, and bean soup, please. By the way, little girl." The girl looked at him curiously. Old Jean took out a 1 copper coin from his pocket. "Do you know where the blacksmith or market is nearby?" As he spoke, he flicked the coin to the girl as a tip. A young girl, as long as she is slightly praised and given a small tip, will happily share all her knowledge without holding back. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, it's better to ask the locals directly, saving time and effort. I know." The girl happily takes the coin and starts talking nonstop. With just a copper coin and her sweet smile, she provides so much useful information. This deal is really worth it. Old Jean never even dared to think about this before, but now he has money, thanks to the helpful girl. The blacksmith shops are near the East City Gate, and the markets are also close to the city gate. And what about the inn? Well, there are many inns in the city center, but the closer they are to the center, the more expensive they get. The girl didn't disappoint old Jean. She told him everything she knew. It seems that money really is a good thing. Is the Adventurers Guild also in the city center? Yes. Is this your first time in Ispent? Exactly. Oh, I also want to find a bathhouse to take a bath. Bathhouses are everywhere, very easy to find. The closest one is just outside our shop. Walk straight ahead until you see a small square, and the bathhouse is nearby. Do you have any other questions? The girl asked warmly. Old Jean still had many questions, and a single copper coin was a lot of money. He wanted to make the most of its value. Old Jean and the girl talked for a long time until his meal was served, ending their pleasant chat. The girl bowed to old Jean and then went into the kitchen. Old Jean hadn't eaten a decent meal in years. His hands trembled with excitement. The aroma from the restaurant made his mouth water, and he couldn't wait to taste the soup. "Please enjoy your meal." The girl brought over a steaming bowl of soup. Old Jean carefully took the bowl, and a rich smell filled the air. The soup was truly delicious, full of potatoes, bacon, and beans, and it looked very appetizing. Old Jean was so excited he almost cried. "It's so salty. So salty." Old Jean took a sip of the soup, and a familiar taste flooded his mind. For people from Earth, the saltiness makes food taste better. This has always been true. This bowl of soup was perfectly salty. Old Jean was so happy he almost fainted. He drank it all quickly, like a whirlwind. "Wow, this is so delicious." The rich bacon and soft potatoes mixed in his mouth. The taste was amazing. The 3 copper coins he spent were worth it. Old Jean decided that if he ever felt sad, he would come here to eat soup. The portion was also quite big, so he probably wouldn't need dinner tonight. Old Jean left the restaurant feeling very satisfied. "Please come again." The little girl waved happily to say goodbye, and old Jean smiled and waved back. Seeing her so happy over a copper coin made him think of himself when he was young. Now, he needed to find a place to take a bath. Old Jean hadn't bathed in 5 days. Long trips are tough. No good food and no showers. For someone from modern times, 5 days without a bath is really uncomfortable. As for his loot, he could deal with it tomorrow. He had money now and plenty of time. Following the girl's directions, old Jean went to a bathhouse. The size of a bathhouse often shows how civilized a city is. The cleaner the city, the bigger the bathhouse. He paid 1 copper coin to get in. Entry fee, 1 copper coin. Wow, the prices here are so high. Old Jean muttered as he started to wash. He hadn't bathed in 5 days and smelled pretty bad. He carefully took a bath, scooping hot water with a wooden bucket and rinsing from head to toe, scrubbing off a thick layer of dirt. After washing, he felt refreshed and relaxed. But it didn't help much because he was still wearing his battle clothes. The clothes were so dirty that even if he washed them, it wouldn't make much difference. Old Jean left the bathhouse and looked for an inn. The girl said the closer to the city center, the better the inns. So, he decided to find a cheap inn on the outskirts. However, he got lost. After a while, he found an old-looking 3-story wooden building. It looked very old. The inn was called Rich's Inn. Its name matched its plain, rustic appearance. Old Jean liked this kind of cheap inn. He figured the stay would be very affordable. Old Jean pushed open the inn's door and saw a bald boss sitting behind the counter reading a newspaper. "Excuse me, how much is it to stay here for one night?" 2 copper coins, 2 copper coins? That's a reasonable price. Old Jin's weekly living expenses are about 30 copper coins, so he can accept this price. Of course, he still needs to see how the room is. "Do you offer food and drinks here?" "Only dinner at night, and it's very good. Guests always praise it. I highly recommend you try it. I make it myself, and it's definitely delicious." The boss patted his chest to guarantee, but old Jean wasn't interested. The food at the inn is usually made from cheap, not fresh ingredients, so it probably doesn't taste very good. "What about the bathroom and toilet?" "There are some, but they're a bit small. Do you see over there? The toilet is next to the back door, and the water well is on the other side." "Okay, I'll stay for one night." "Here, this is the money. Take this key and go to room 10 on the 3rd floor. Remember to return the key when you check out." Old Jean took the key, went upstairs, and reached the 3rd floor. The inn has many rooms, and they seem small, but old Jean doesn't mind. As long as there's a bed, he's fine. He came to sleep, so as long as there's a bed, a roof, and walls, it's enough. In room 10 on the 3rd floor, old Jean opened the door. The room was indeed small, with only a bed, a small window, and a chest. It looked simple like a college dorm, but old Jean didn't mind. He took off his clothes, unfastened his sword belt, removed his armor, folded his clothes and padded armor, and put them into the chest. Then he placed his iron armor on top, took off his boots, and set them beside the chest. Finally, old Jean threw himself onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This is true. There are no free benefits or happiness in this world. To live a good life, you have to work hard and fight for it. Old Jean has been in Ispent for a week now. If he doesn't find something to do soon, he will be left with nothing. During this time, he has been gathering information and has no time to take on quests. He needs to visit the Adventurers Guild and ask around to see if there are any suitable missions. Moving to a new place means starting over in many ways, and old Jean is very busy. Moreover, as a traveler from another place, it is not easy to settle in this area. After all, locals tend to be somewhat unfriendly to outsiders. Old Jean worked hard and finally received a task to hunt goblins. The task was simple. Go to a certain place, kill those annoying goblins, and bring back their heads. Each head could be exchanged for 3 copper coins. This kind of hunting task is basically a pest removal service. Some monsters attack villages, damage farms, and steal food. To protect their property, villagers offer rewards. "If you can get rid of these cursed creatures, I'll pay you." Villagers can hire adventurers at low prices to eliminate monsters, and adventurers can earn money by killing a few monsters. It's a good deal for both sides. Today, Old Jean's task is to kill goblins. Early in the morning, Old Jean arrived at the meeting spot, a small general store. He saw a bald man holding a short spear already waiting there. Old Jean approached and greeted him. "Good morning." "Hello." The man's name is Sant, an E-level adventurer. He wears leather armor and holds a short spear. Besides that, he has no other equipment. However, his strong arms give a sense of security, and he looks like a seasoned fighter. Besides Sant, there are 2 other adventurers. One is a female adventurer named Malia, with long brown hair and blue eyes, holding a one-handed sword and a shield. The other is a young boy named Gibson, who also has a sword. Although Old Jean doesn't fully trust this boy, both are E-level adventurers and should have some skill. Being so young and already an E-level adventurer shows he's very talented. Are the other 2 people not here yet? It seems not. Old Jean sat next to Sant and patiently waited for the others. However, the atmosphere was very awkward, so Old Jean decided to start conversation. "This task isn't hard. Just kill a few goblins. Let's earn the money quickly and go back to rest." "Yeah, why is this guy so brief in his words?" "Our 4 people, each killing 4 goblins, can earn 12 copper coins. That should be enough. But I don't know if we can find that many goblins. It should be possible. It seems that Sante is a quiet person. Are all bald people like this? Less hair and also very few words?" Sante speaks no more than 5 words each time. He is very economical with his words, which makes old Jean feel more awkward. Are you good with a spear? I rarely see adventurers who use spears. I'm okay. While old Jean and Sante chat casually, the other two companions arrive. Hello. Milia greets with a blank expression. She carries a wooden shield with an iron edge on her back, looking sturdy. She is probably the main tank. Few adventurers choose shields as their weapon. Hello. The young man named Gibson, or rather, he looks more like a youth, appears even younger than old Jean imagined. This kid started adventuring at a young age. His family probably isn't well off. Old Jean doesn't envy his background at all. He only envies his youth. Everyone's here, let's go. Seeing everyone gathered, Sante finally says more than 5 words and leads the way to the quest location. Yesterday, when forming the team, Sante said he knew where the farm that issued the quest was. Old Jean and the others follow Sante toward the farm. Old Jean notices that the farm seems to attract monsters easily. The petrified chicken snake incident happened there last time. Maybe because the farm grows many crops, it attracts monsters. On Earth, wild boars and deer often come into fields to steal crops. The same happens here, but those wild animals have turned into monsters. Goblins are quite smart. They hunt in groups to steal food, which troubles farmers a lot. Goblins. Yes, goblins. Goblins are small, green-skinned humanoids. Their long noses and ears are their distinctive features. Unlike other low-level monsters, goblins use simple tools, making them harder to deal with. They have some intelligence and know how to use tools to attack, which makes them more troublesome than other monsters. Overall, goblins are a bit stronger than gnomes. However, in old Jin's eyes, they are still easy to defeat. The farm is not far from the town, and he can walk there. As he walks, old Jean chats with his companions. Your name is Carter, right? Wow, you're so tall. What race are you? Malia seems to enjoy talking to people. She asks old Jean many curious questions. Old Jin's appearance is quite special, often attracting attention. But Malia has no bad intentions. She's just curious, so old Jean patiently answers her questions. I'm from Urquiza. My hometown is very poor, so I came to the big city hoping for a better life. But life here doesn't seem much better. Oh, really? People from my hometown are all so tall. Old Jean is nearly 1.8 meters tall, taller than most human men in this world. With his black hair and black eyes, he looks like a savage. Malia seems very interested in old Jin's hometown. In the city, old Jean rarely sees people with black hair. It seems black hair is rare here. If he could meet a few Urquiza people, maybe he could start a Urquiza Folks Club. What's your hometown like? Tell me about it. I'm very curious. Well, how should I say? If old Jean tried to describe his hometown in detail, he probably couldn't finish in 3 days and nights. So, he decides to make up a story to fool her. My hometown has lots of grasslands and forests. We are nomads, with no fixed homes. We ride horses and travel around all day. Can you ride a horse? What does it feel like? No, I can't. Riding a horse is hard and dangerous. Old Jean actually rode a horse once in Xinjiang. The experience was terrifying, so he didn't lie. He's even afraid of driving, let alone riding a horse. Malia, you're a girl. Doing such dangerous work isn't it hard? This isn't discrimination, but a natural difference. Women naturally have less muscle and are smaller in size than men. In the adventurer industry, which relies on fighting, strength and size are very important. Although some warriors and knights in this world can strengthen their bodies with magic, and mages can boost their power using magic, these are high-level skills. Low-level adventurers like Old Jean are not involved in such things. At the F to D level, adventurers are no different from ordinary people. Therefore, women are not suitable to be adventurers at this stage. However, many women still become adventurers in this world. After all, this is a harsh world where everyone, regardless of gender, must fight to survive. Although it's tough, as long as you have a sword, it doesn't matter. Men or women, as long as you can use weapons, you can survive. You're right. As long as you can use weapons, it doesn't matter. Many people don't realize this. You're very smart. Indeed, women can kill monsters if they know how to use weapons. With the will to fight, women can become strong warriors. The key is attitude. If you're willing to risk everything, You can survive in this world. Are we almost there? Probably soon. Old Jean and Melia talked as they unknowingly arrived at the mission location. Sante and Gibson remained silent, like two monks quietly following behind. Luckily, Melia was very talkative. Otherwise, old Jean probably wouldn't have spoken a word all the way. We've arrived. Led by Sante, the group entered a hall. The walls were covered with wanted posters of goblins. The drawings made the goblins look fierce and evil, like heinous criminals, giving a chilling feeling. Oh, isn't that Sante? Hello, leader. You're the adventurers here to fight goblins, right? An old man approached and greeted Sante. It seemed they knew each other. Old Jean and the others simply greeted the old man, and then listened as he explained the task. Good. I trust Sante. Go kill those goblins and bring back their heads. 3 copper coins for each head, no problem. I believe you can complete the task. Old Jean was confident in himself. Killing weaker monsters than himself was one of his few skills. Although goblins are harder to deal with than gnomes, they're only a bit more difficult to handle. Old Jean has also killed many goblins before. Goblins are clever. They gather various items to arm themselves. These include weapons dropped by unfortunate adventurers, lost belongings, discarded knives, and more. In short, they might carry some valuable items. Sometimes, goblins also carry coins or similar things, which would be unexpected treasures. They like collecting shiny objects just like crows. This is one reason why goblins are rarely seen in Croshium. As long as there is profit, adventurers will swarm and eliminate them. Let's go. Goblins probably nest near the woods or mountains close to farms. Since they stole food, they will hide it. If we find their nest, we might get extra rewards. Seeing Sante suddenly become more talkative, old Jean felt more confident about this mission. Gibson, do you know much about goblins? I've killed quite a few, but I don't know much about their habits. Old Jean turned to Gibson. Gibson was surprised that this big guy, taller than him, was being so polite. He felt a little flattered. Old Jean is always polite. He treats others kindly as long as they don't bother him. After all, he is a civilized person. Old Jean wanted to chat with Gibson to understand each other better and work together more smoothly in battle. I used to fight goblins often when I was a kid in the village, but I don't know much about their habits. I only know they communicate with each other. Gibson looks quite young now. What he says as a kid, what does he mean? Under Sante's lead, Old Jean and his team started looking for goblin tracks. They crossed mountains and forests, cutting through thorns and thistles. Old Jean and his team climbed over mountains and searched everywhere for goblin signs. Sante volunteered to lead the way, but was actually a terrible navigator and couldn't help much. Tracking skills aren't easy to learn. They require lots of experience and sharp observation. Old Jean secretly thought, since you can't track, don't give orders randomly. However, Sant was tall and strong, looking fierce and intimidating. Old Jean didn't dare say much, worried that if he annoyed him, Sant might hurt him with his spear. After all, a sword's reach is much shorter than a spear's. They kept searching until noon, but still couldn't find any sign of the goblins. The goblins were probably hiding in a cave somewhere, but the mountain was so big that finding them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This task was difficult, though not as hard as finding a needle in a desert. Old Jean and the others carefully looked for footprints, damaged bushes, and other clues, but found nothing. Old Jean thought, maybe we should just wait and see. When the goblins come out to steal food, we can follow them and find their home. That might be a good idea. I'm too tired. Let's eat something first, Old Jean said, feeling he was about to collapse from climbing. He suggested taking a break to rest and eat. All right, Sant agreed, stopping and turning to Melia and Gibson. Let's rest and have some food. Melia and Gibson nodded, and Old Jean sat down on a rock. Climbing for so long made his back ache and his clothes soaked with sweat. He was very thirsty, so he opened his water bottle and took big gulps. I thought we'd find the goblins quickly, but it's much harder than I expected, he said. It's okay. We'll find them today, Gibson and Melia said, each finding a spot to sit. They took food out of their backpacks, ready to eat. Old Jean only had some dry rations, while his companions had delicious dried meat and other treats. Old Jean looked at their food with envy, almost drooling. His dry rations were hard, flat biscuits made from flour, more like bricks than food. They were dry, hard to chew, and tasted terrible. But they were cheap, lasted long, and were easy to carry, so Old Jean often ate these. "Well, I can eat this," he said. Melia leaned her shield against a tree and reached out to pick a black fruit. Old Jean had seen this fruit before but thought it might be poisonous, so he never ate it. Curious, he asked Melia, "Can we eat this?" "You don't know? This fruit is very sweet." Old Jean quickly picked a fruit and put it in his mouth. He urgently needed sugar and didn't care if the fruit was poisonous. The fruit burst in his mouth, releasing a sour and astringent taste. "It's not that sweet after all." Melia said the fruit was very sweet, but Old Jean thought it was quite sour. Maybe because he's used to eating all kinds of sweet foods on Earth, he's not very sensitive to this natural sweetness. "Don't you think it's sweet? I only tasted the sourness." "This fruit is sour, right? Strange. Could it be that my taste is off? Although the fruit isn't very sweet, it's still a fruit and should contain vitamins and nutrients, so Old Jean ate it anyway. A lack of vitamin C can cause scurvy, so he must always pay attention to getting enough nutrients. Also, eating fruit is much better than eating dry food. In the future, Old Jean plans to pick more of these fruits to eat. The taste isn't bad. Suddenly, Old Jean remembered Melia's shield. The shield is not very convenient to carry, but it is the most effective defense tool. Old Jean had also thought about buying a shield. Curious, he asked Melia, "Melia, your shield looks good. Can I touch it?" "Sure, go ahead." The round shield was just the right size to cover Old Jean's body. "Oh, it's quite light." Old Jean tried lifting the shield and found it wasn't as heavy as he imagined. Carrying it while traveling shouldn't be a problem. He stood up, assumed a defensive stance, and the shield perfectly covered his upper body. Hiding behind the shield, Old Jean felt a strong sense of security. With this sense of safety, his confidence naturally increased, and confidence can boost fighting ability. Old Jean felt his attack power had improved significantly. Indeed, offense is the best defense. Not bad. Did you learn shield techniques on purpose? Curious, Old Jean asked Melia. Shields, like swords, require professional training to use skillfully, right? Yes, I have an old veteran from my hometown. He taught us how to use weapons and shields. He's like an instructor. Everyone in our village learned from him. You have a retired veteran in your hometown? That's a rare opportunity. You're really lucky. Yes, thanks to him, I was able to become an adventurer. No wonder Melia, a girl, could become an E-level adventurer. She must have received special training. Old Jean returned the shield to Melia and sat down to continue eating. I'm full. The short rest was over. Sante stood up, ready to keep going. Let's go. Sante stood up, planning to continue climbing the mountain. It seemed he believed that only by reaching the top could he find the goblins. Old Jean suddenly remembered something and called out to Sante. Wait, I think we don't need to climb the mountain anymore. Why? Old Jean, now full and clear-headed, explained since the goblins are stealing food, their nest must be close to the village. If their nest were far away, it would be hard for them to carry the food. I think we should look in the lowlands near the village instead of climbing further. The more Old Jean thought about it, the more he believed his idea made sense. He was still a bit sleepy this morning and hadn't thought of this before. Instead of aimlessly climbing, it's better to use logic to find a target. Sure enough, thinking carefully is important. I think you're right. Gibson also agreed, saying even this young man made sense. It seemed Old Jean's guess was correct. Why didn't you say this earlier? Melia suddenly realized, and it seemed she also agreed that Old Jean's idea was reasonable. The problem is, why didn't we think of this before? We climbed the mountain for nothing, then let's go down now. Just as exercise, everyone agreed to go down the mountain. The way down was much easier than going up. Old Jean walked and thought about goblin habits. Although goblins are a bit smart, they are small and not as strong as humans. If they were stealing food, where would they build their nests? Goblins steal food at night, and their eyesight should be similar to humans, so their nests should be near places where they can see the village. How am I supposed to know? I'm not a goblin. If I knew what goblins were thinking, I wouldn't be called Old Gene. I should be called Goblin Gene. Old Gene was lost in thought as they walked back to the foot of the mountain. They are now very close to the farmland and can clearly see the scene there. However, the area has dense trees and complicated terrain, so it's probably hard for people in the farmland to notice this place. The goblin's nest is likely nearby. Just then, look at that cave. Doesn't it seem suspicious? Malia patted Old Jin's shoulder and pointed at a cave. Look over there. Where? There, that way. Old Gene didn't see it, so Malia gently turned his head to help him look in the right direction. She's quite open-minded, but now isn't the time to think about that. Old Gene looked where Malia pointed and indeed saw a very suspicious cave. Oh, your eyes are sharp. It's probably that one. Really? Really? It looks very suspicious. Exactly. Old Gene called Sante and Gibson over. Sante, Gibson, it seems Malia has found the target. Sante and Gibson also saw the cave and nodded in agreement. However, the entrance is very small, so exploring inside might be difficult. Could be a goblin's den? Gibson said cautiously. That's possible, but Old Gene didn't think it was very likely. If there were goblin dens here, they would definitely fight with the goblins. The villagers wouldn't be unaware of that. Could it be an owlbear's nest? Owlbear? What's that? I've never heard of it. Owlbear? What kind of monster is that? Just hearing the name sounds scary. It's probably a very fierce creature. If it's that kind of monster, these E-level adventurers wouldn't stand chance. If it really is an owlbear, they should run away quickly. You said you're a nomad, right? How come you don't even know about owlbears? What is an owlbear? The owlbear's nest can't be this small, so probably not. Is that so? Malia and Gibson seem to know a lot about owlbears, but Old Gene was completely confused. What exactly is an owlbear? Old Gene eagerly wants to learn about this creature. He anxiously asked, "What kind of monster is an owlbear?" Sante patiently explained. An owlbear is a large creature that walks on two legs and is covered all over with feathers. Its head looks like a bird, with big eyes that see very well, especially at night. It is a very scary predator. However, this kind of monster wouldn't appear near a village. If there really were owlbears, the villagers would have already been in trouble. Oh, I see. Thanks for the explanation. Today, I've learned a lot. Old Gene and the others carefully approached the cave. The trees and bushes around it hid the entrance very well, making it a perfect hiding spot. The ground at the cave's entrance was covered with messy footprints. These are footprints. From their size and shape, they probably belong to goblins, Amelia said after examining the footprints carefully. Since she said they were goblin footprints, it's likely they are. Old Gene also thought the footprints looked like goblin tracks. He stayed close to the wall and secretly looked inside the cave. The entrance was about 2 meters high, and it was deep inside. It was hard to swing a sword inside. Going in without thinking was too dangerous. In narrow, dark places like caves or dungeons, humans are at a disadvantage because of their size. Smaller monsters like goblins have the advantage. Plus, this is goblin territory, so they definitely have the upper hand. Old Gene asked Sante, who was the most experienced. Sante, what do you think we should do? Going in directly is too risky. Set on fire, At that moment, the goblins hiding inside would definitely run out. We should take the chance to attack and easily deal with them, Sam continued. Great idea. That's brilliant, Old Gene exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. This plan sounded very reliable. Goblins are simple-minded. Digging a cave as their home is normal, but they wouldn't think of installing a ventilation system. Once the fire is lit, they will either choke on the smoke or have to scramble out in a hurry. This idea is fantastic. True experts think quickly and cleverly. Yes, setting fire is definitely the best plan. Old Gene was initially hesitant about rushing in directly, but Sant took a different approach, thinking outside the box. He came up with a way to force the goblins out. Once they're driven out by smoke and fire, it will be much easier to explore the cave. It's a perfect 2-in-1 plan. By the way, these goblins have a bad habit of hoarding valuable treasures in their caves. The rare loot drops in the game are not just made up, they are based on real behaviors. Should we set some traps at the entrance? That way, when they run out, they might trip and fall, Amelia suggested. Good idea. young girl. Your mind is sharp. Old Jean praised her. This idea was brilliant. When the goblins are cornered by smoke and flames, they will rush out recklessly. Even simple ditches or trenches could cause chaos among them. They might fall, trample each other, or even cause a stampede, which could eliminate many of them. Even if they aren't killed outright, the smoke inhalation could suffocate some. Plus, the more crowded the entrance, the harder it will be for them to escape. That way, we can easily pick them off. That's basic strategy, Melia said proudly, a bright smile on her face, her eyes shining with joy, making everyone feel more cheerful. I think we could also set up some simple fences, Gibson suggested during the lively discussion, as if a school class was brainstorming, full of constructive ideas. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of that? Old Jean exaggerated, gesturing excitedly and praising Gibson. Yes, adding a few fences would make the plan even better. At that moment, the goblins trapped in the blazing fire and thick smoke could only be at the mercy of others. No wonder the teacher always urged elementary students to actively participate in class meetings. It turns out they are quite useful. If I could go back to my school days, I would definitely join class meetings enthusiastically and help build a better class. Let's split up and gather materials. Any branches that can burn or thick wood suitable for fences will do, said Sante, giving the order. Melia and Gibson went to collect wood. Leave the digging to me. Back in the day, I made a living by digging holes, Old Jean volunteered. He was proud of his skill, having trained in the army to become a master at digging traps, earning the nickname, the Trap King. Today, he planned to dig some nice traps to trap the goblins. That's very kind of you, Sante said. Old Jean immediately grabbed a sturdy branch and a knife sheath, then started digging. Since goblins are small, digging just a little deeper would make them trip and fall. No need to dig too deep, just enough to trip the panicked goblins, Sante reminded him. Got it, they worked steadily. Even though Melia was a girl, they still had 3 strong workers, so their efficiency was good. Melia placed the collected branches and bushes at the cave entrance, while Sante and Gibson found suitable wood to build a simple fence. Old Jean was also very motivated and quickly dug several traps. These guys must have eaten something strange and fallen asleep, right? With all the noise outside, they haven't reacted at all, Old Jean wondered. Are these goblins just cowardly? They're making a big fuss right outside their door, yet they haven't even shown a shadow. That doesn't seem right. Even though they try to stay quiet, it's strange they didn't make any noise at all. Are goblins naturally this timid? Old Jin's knowledge of them was limited to a few small fights in the wild, so he didn't really understand their habits. Aren't they out looting at night? Maybe they sleep during the day. Or perhaps they've gone deep into their caves, Melia guessed. Don't they have lookouts? Gibson asked. They're not orcs. They wouldn't be that smart, Sante replied. That's right. Old Jean was overthinking it. It seems there's a reason why goblins cannot become a climate. Never mind, I don't want to think too much about it. They are just a bunch of creatures, so why bother? The most urgent task is to quickly finish digging the traps. Almost done. After a while, the preparations were finally complete. Old Jean dug several small but deep traps at the cave entrance, while Gibson and Sante built waist-high fences behind the traps. Maria had already piled up collected bushes and branches deep inside the cave, ready to set fire. These guys work pretty quickly. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. Shall we start the fire? I brought some fire-starting material. Old Jean turned to Sante and said, although he initially thought this guy was a bit unreliable, now it seems he is fully capable of being the team leader. Experience and muscle are trustworthy. Let's do it, Sante nodded. Old Jean took out the fire-starting material from his backpack. He had used this before when camping with Sister Ellie, so it's quick and handy and essential for travel. I'm a little scared. Does anyone here enjoy setting fires? Now is a rare good chance, so don't miss it, Old Jean joked. Silence. Everyone rolled their eyes silently in response. Hurry up. You're so big. How come you're so timid? Maria couldn't help but complain. Old Jean is a great Barbary warrior. How could he be afraid of fire? Bah, if I do it, I do it. Old Jean forcefully snapped the fire-starting material and threw the burning piece into the bushes. It's burning. It's burning. This is such a tense moment, Gibson said. Soon, thick smoke rose from the bushes, and the flames spread quickly, swallowing the entire shrubbery in no time. It would be great if there was a mage in the team. A wind magic spell could the fire and smoke into the cave, Gibson said. Yeah, old Jean agreed. The small flames grew stronger, eventually turning into a raging fire, with thick smoke rushing into the sky and straight into the depths of the cave. The fire was fiercer than expected, forcing them to keep adding branches to maintain the blaze. Burn, burn! Old Jean looked at the scene before him, feeling secretly pleased. The scene was truly spectacular. If a traveler from another world had been here, they would have shouted excitedly. There are such folk customs in this world. It's eye-opening. Since ancient times, nothing has been more exciting than watching a lively event. The flames seemed to have a magical power, capable of drawing people's spirits in. At this moment, old Jean seemed to understand the minds of notorious arsonists. The fire greedily devoured the wood, and the flames grew larger. Prepare for action, Sante said in a deep voice. When the fire burned enough, they followed Sante's instructions, crouched behind the fence, and stared tightly at the hole. Thud! The moment of the final battle had arrived. It's coming, Sante said quietly. Roar! Just as old Jean was tense and gripping his weapon, a terrifying beast's roar came from deep inside the cave, as if tearing the world apart. The sound grew louder and clearer, coming closer. The goblins were trying to escape, chirping and chattering. Roar! Clucking! They're coming out! Ah! In the next second, the figures of goblins appeared at the cave entrance. Wow! So many! Are they not coming out? It seems not. However, although these creatures shouted loudly, they could not cross the blazing fire. Through the flickering flames, countless goblin shadows struggled in the thick smoke, desperately screaming but helpless. Did they prefer to be burned alive rather than risk rushing through the fire? But they had no choice now. Won't they just be burned to death? Gibson asked. Before suffocating from the smoke, they will rush out, Sante replied calmly. Sure enough, the goblins started to move. Roar! The first goblin, completely losing reason, charged into the fire recklessly, trying to escape alive. Followed by the second, third, fourth. Countless goblins rushed toward the cave entrance, creating chaos. Gulp! Chirping and chattering. Clatter. However, they were met with a deep abyss of despair. The lead goblin fell into a trap, and the others behind it, unable to dodge in time, followed suit. Worse still, more goblins kept pushing forward, causing even more to fall into the trap and tumble together. Some unlucky ones were even set on fire and burned alive. The scene was both funny and sad. With loud screams, the air filled with the smell of burnt flesh. The panicked goblins, desperate to survive, tried to run toward places without flames and smoke. But the entrance was blocked by their fallen comrades, trapping them in a difficult situation. All of this was their own doing. Now's the time, Sante shouted loudly, raising his spear and charging ahead. The others followed closely behind, forming a line and attacking the goblins. Thud! They mercilessly killed the goblins. Old Jean stomped on one goblin's head, then stabbed another that was trying to climb over a corpse with his dagger, twisting it open. The goblins had lost all fighting spirit. This wasn't really a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. Their minds were only filled with run, escape, and flee. Even when burned by flames, choked by smoke, or wounded by swords, they desperately tried to escape this on Earth. Old Jean swore this was the most unskilled fight he had ever seen in his life, without a doubt. Ignore the ones running away. Focus on killing the enemies, Sante shouted loudly. Even though they had set a trap, a few goblins managed to escape. But they were just small fry, not affecting the overall situation. All of you die. Old Jean repeatedly swung his dagger, stabbing, slashing, and chopping, sending goblins too. These creatures had no chance to fight back and could only be slaughtered. Old Jean accidentally saw something unbelievable. Melia was holding a shield and hitting a goblin's head repeatedly. Her fierce strength didn't seem like that of a girl. It looks like fighting really can bring out a person's wild side. Huh. Huh. Sante skillfully stabbed each goblin with a short spear, like a seasoned general. Creatures like these can be surprisingly fragile. Just one extra hole, and they bleed heavily and die painfully. This wasn't just ongoing damage, but a real deadly strike. Even Gibson, who still looked like a kid, was merciless, quickly finishing off the goblins. Soon, the cave entrance was piled high with goblin bodies. Wow, there are so many! Old Jean looked at the mountain of goblin corpses and sighed. After the one-sided slaughter, they counted their loot. Goblins burned, suffocated, trampled, and sliced apart. About 40 bodies in total. At first, they thought killing 4 goblins each was enough to finish the task, but they ended up doing more than twice that. Each person had taken down at least 10 goblins. Since each goblin's bounty was 3 copper coins, each of them earned at least 30 copper coins today. This was way better than climbing mountains or setting fires. The roasted meat smells really good. Can you eat goblin meat? Not recommended. Old Jean quickly interrupted Gibson's curiosity. Strangely, the meat did smell quite tasty when roasted. Old Jean couldn't remember the last time he ate meat. Although goblins are monsters, if cooked properly, they should be edible, right? But these charred bodies in front of them were probably not fit to eat. They were full of carcinogens, so no matter how tempting, they couldn't eat them. Should we cut off their heads? Gibson asked. Yes, to claim the bounty, they had to bring back goblin heads as proof. But there were so many, he wished he had brought more sacks. How are we going to carry all these heads back? Maybe make 2 trips? The village isn't far. That's probably the only way. So they began this unprecedented and huge task, cutting off 40 goblin heads one by one. Although old Jean had adapted to life in this different world, deep inside, he still felt like a modern person. He didn't mind killing 1 or 2 goblins, but facing so many bodies at once and having to cut them himself was a real challenge to his mental strength. His movements slowed down a bit. In contrast, Sante, Gibson, and Melia cut through the goblin heads quickly and cleanly, like slicing tofu, which made him feel a little ashamed. It seemed Melia was tired from chopping, and she let out a dissatisfied groan. She was holding a goblin head, with dark blood vessels and a white spine still attached, which looked very gruesome. Old Jean looked at this scene and felt his stomach turn. Why do you only cut so few? Hurry up. Melia noticed old Jin's reaction and urged him. I feel a bit sick seeing so many bodies together. Old Jean said weakly. What? You're actually feeling sick? I didn't expect that. You're so big, but your courage is so small, Melia said with disdain. Don't you find it disgusting? Old Jean asked back. Not really, what's the big deal? Melia replied indifferently. That's true. In this world where the strong eat the weak, killing is common. Girls aren't necessarily delicate and fragile. Moreover, Melia had just killed a goblin very cleanly and without hesitation. In this harsh world, being soft-hearted means you won't survive. People like old Jean, who are kind-hearted, really have a hard time here. He sighed and forced himself to keep chopping the goblin heads. This job was as disgusting as it could get. I thought outsiders would be all savage, but it seems not all of them are, Gibson said. My folks back home are pretty savage too. But this scene is really creepy, old Jean said with lingering fear. And so, they forced themselves to cut off 40 goblin heads and neatly arrange them on the ground. Looking at this strange scene, old Jean felt like an experienced detective examining a serial killer's crime scene. Oh my goodness. Old Jean couldn't help but curse silently. This experience is truly unforgettable. What should we do with these bodies? Gibson asked as he kicked aside a headless corpse. No need to worry. Other monsters will come and eat them, Sante said calmly. Anyway, they weren't familiar with the goblins, so there was no need to help them clean up. Plus, leaving the bodies here could help maintain the natural ecological balance. Moreover, these bodies seem to have a natural roasting effect, making them a feast for other monsters. The smoke should be almost gone. Shall we go inside and take a look? Maria suggested. Yes, I almost forgot the main purpose. Old Jean finally remembered why they came. It's time to explore the goblins' treasure house. These creatures may not be very smart, but they love collecting things. They often hide valuable items in their lairs. Now, the goblin's lair has become an empty city, a perfect opportunity for them to make a fortune. Let's wait a bit longer. Be careful because there might still be smoke inside. I agree. Let's wait a little longer. Safety first. Following Sante's suggestion, they found a place to sit and rest, also to regain their strength. After intense activity, old Jean felt extremely thirsty. He sipped water slowly and nibbled on some dry food. Maybe the smell of roasted meat had stimulated his appetite, because suddenly he felt quite hungry. About 20 minutes later, Sante stood up and led the way into the cave. The others followed closely. The smoke inside the cave had mostly dispersed, leaving only a faint burnt smell. Everyone, be careful, Gibson warned. Yes, the deeper parts of the cave might still hide surviving goblins, so they couldn't let their guard down. If they were careless and got into trouble, it would be a big loss. So they moved forward carefully. Maria held a shield at the front, while old Jean stayed at the back, alert and watching their surroundings. The cave was pitch dark, with no visibility. Luckily, some glowing mineral dust was embedded in the walls, barely lighting up a small area. Old Jean didn't know what these minerals were, only that they often appeared in caves and similar places. There are a few more bodies here. It seems they couldn't escape in time. Several goblin corpses lie scattered on the ground. They hesitated, but still stabbed these creatures a few more times. Although the goblins are already dead, it's better to be safe and double-check, just in case some of them are pretending to be dead and suddenly jump up to surprise them. Their hearts couldn't handle that shock. Are these goblin babies? How sad. They found a small room deep inside the cave, filled with the bodies of goblin babies. Malia looked at this tragic scene and couldn't help but sigh. However, they had just personally burned the parents of these babies. Now, talking about these little ones, it feels a bit hypocritical. It's quite sad. If we took them to the fighting arena, we could sell them for a good price, old Jean said regretfully. The fighting arena often buys all kinds of young magical creatures to train fighters, and they pay well. But goblin babies probably aren't worth much. Old Jean wanted to cut off their heads, but seeing Malia's expression, like try it and see what happens, he decided against it. There are really quite a few things here. They continued walking inside and found the ground covered with all sorts of miscellaneous items. There were unknown bones, fur, branches, and some tools used by humans, like rusty axes, swords, and broken arrows. Although goblins are not very smart, they can use tools. They know human tools are better, so they collect these items. Most of these tools are rusty now, but still somewhat dangerous. It looks like these items were originally goblin trophies, but because of the sudden fire, they had to abandon their treasures and flee in panic. Old Jean picked up a roughly made dagger and examined it carefully. There's quite a lot of stuff, but it's mostly junk. Not worth much. Wow, look at how rusty this is. This thing must be pretty old. Yeah, what a disappointment. Never mind, even a small thing is better than nothing. Let's take it all. Got it. Although these items aren't valuable, they can still be sold for some money. Better than going home empty-handed. And so, they left with a good haul. They returned outside the cave and gathered the loot, counting their treasures. Overall, there are 43 goblin heads and some worthless junk. If 4 of us split it, each person gets about 35 copper coins, Melia said after counting the loot. With so many goblin heads and scattered tools, they couldn't carry everything back at once. It seemed they would have to make 2 trips, just as Melia suggested. Luckily, the village was nearby, so the trips wouldn't take long. Let's carry everything in 2 loads. I wish I had brought a sack, Gibson said regretfully. So, they made 2 trips to bring all the loot back to the village. Wow, a good haul. Now we won't have to worry about food in the village. As expected of Sant, you didn't let us down. As the sun set, they finally returned to the village. The old man who had given them the quest was already waiting. He greeted them with a big smile, his mouth stretching from ear to ear, clearly happy about the goblin's defeat. Village chief, we also found some things in the goblin cave. Do you think we can sell them? Sant asked, pointing at the pile of broken metal on the ground. The quality is pretty poor, but I think the blacksmith can sell it for a little money. Here's what I'll do. I'll buy it from you directly, so you don't have to make another trip, the village chief said generously. Thank you very much, village chief. They received a total of 145 copper coins as reward. Old Jean, Melia, and Gibson each got 35 coins, and the remaining 40 coins went to Sant. Since Sant used his connections in the village to handle the junk, he deserved a little extra. Thanks, everyone, Sant said gratefully, taking the money pouch. Let's head back now. Okay, finally I can get a good night's sleep. Their first level E-Quest in Ispent was successfully completed. Next, they just needed to get a stamp from the Adventurers Guild, and the mission would be officially finished. Haha, 35 copper coins. That was a pretty big reward. More than old Jean had earned working hard for a whole month. It seemed his luck had really turned around recently. Most importantly, their team was very reliable, and the mission went smoothly. Such a satisfying task was something old Jean never even dared to imagine before. I have some things to take care of, so I won't be going back with you, Sante said. Do you know the people in this village? Are you planning to stay here overnight? Old Jean asked. Yes, that's right. All right, you do your thing then. After saying goodbye to Sante, the three of them headed back to the Adventurers Guild. Night had fallen, and everything around was dark, with only the stars shining faintly in the sky. They passed through a busy tavern and went to the counter, where they successfully stamped the completion of their task. At that moment, old Jean felt a strong sense of achievement. I didn't expect to finish the task so easily. Setting a fire to the mountain was a really good trick. I should try it again sometime, Melia said excitedly. Yeah, this time we really owe it to Sante. We learn a lot, Gibson said with feeling. When in doubt, set a fire first. It's always a good idea, old Jean said confidently. By the way, you don't need to be so formal with me anymore. Just call me Melia. Since we'll be seeing each other often, you can't keep calling me by my formal title, right? Now that I think about it, I realize I've been the only one using polite language, Melia suddenly said. Her reminder made old Jean realize that he had been speaking politely to Melia all along. This felt a bit strange to him. He didn't know many women, only Vania and Sister Ellie. Both of them were high-status noble magicians or gentle nuns. No one had ever spoken to him as casually and warmly as Melia did. It was a strange but nice feeling. It seemed Melia was a good girl. Is that so? Then I shall accept your kindness. Goodbye, Melia, old Jean said with a smile. You're quite quick to change your attitude. Huh? Goodbye, old Jean, Melia said with a smile, waving at him. Thanks so much today. Without you, we couldn't have finished the task so smoothly, Gibson said sincerely. No need to thank me. Everyone worked hard, so we finished quickly. You should head back and rest, Gibson. Maybe we can team up again sometime, old Jean said. All right, goodbye. After saying farewell to Gibson, old Jean went back to the inn alone. This kind of well-coordinated team is the first time old Jean has ever encountered. As the saying goes, 3 monks can't share a water pot, and even 5 fingers have their lengths. In the past, the teams old Jean participated in always had some problems. After all, the adventure industry is mixed with good and bad people. Unexpectedly, this mission went so smoothly. Old Jean hummed a little tune happily as he returned to his room. At this moment, the hotel lobby was still bustling with noise as it was dinner time. The landlady kindly asked if old Jean wanted to eat, but he had earned quite a bit today and decided to indulge himself, so he politely declined her offer. He bought a large glass of beer, went back to his room, took a warm shower, then lay on the bed, happily drinking his beer and enjoying some rare free time. That night, he slept very soundly. Recently, old Jean had earned a lot of money and planned to treat himself. He hummed a little tune as he entered a tavern, but that night, something unexpected happened. The tavern wasn't crowded, and the atmosphere was just right. Old Jean had planned to eat alone, so he chose a big table without hesitation. He looked at the menu, which was reasonably priced, and ordered beer and grilled skewers. Sitting happily at the table, he enjoyed the numbing effect of the alcohol, and surprisingly, the skewers tasted incredibly good. It was hard to tell what kind of beast meat it was, but after being grilled over charcoal, it emitted an irresistible aroma. A little salt was sprinkled on top, making it even more tempting. The portions were generous, yet the price was very affordable. Old Jean was completely captivated, and before he knew it, His wallet had thinned out, leading him to indulge in a long overdue binge. Usually, cheap food isn't good, and small portions are normal. But this tavern seemed like a dream. Price, taste, and portion all exceeded expectations. Old Jean felt very happy. The drinks were good, the meat was delicious, and this feeling of comfort was almost overwhelming. But just then, an unexpected incident occurred. "Hey, get out of the way!" Old Jean was slightly drunk when a group of burly men suddenly stormed into the tavern. It wasn't a big deal normally, but one of them shouted at him inexplicably, which he couldn't tolerate. "Are you deaf? Get out of the way! Where did this guy come from?" Old Jean felt a surge of strength and almost thought he heard wrong. He tried to remember carefully, and no, it was definitely what the man had said. A muscular, burly man was glaring at him with a displeased look. This was no small matter, so Old Jean couldn't help but sigh. Should he draw his sword? But this was the city, not the wild outdoors, and they were in a tavern. Drawing a sword over a small disagreement would be no different from street thugs. Besides, causing trouble in the city center would be a big problem. The city guards, who were no different from police, often beat up adventurers who caused trouble. Old Jean was also an adventurer, though he wasn't quite sure what made someone an adventurer or he decided to ask, clearly first. "Hey, cough, cough, why should I give up my seat for you? Can't you see? There are too many of us, and no space left." The burly man looked back at his companions, as if to say, "See, this kid doesn't know how to show respect." Old Jean was occupying a large table, but if these people had asked politely, saying, "Buddy, we're many, could you please move somewhere else?" he would have agreed without hesitation. Now, they act like having many people makes them special. Old Jean suppressed his anger and tried to explain calmly. "Are you out of your mind? Not enough space. Did your parents not raise you properly, huh? What did you say?" "I said your mother died, stabbed by a scoundrel, so your family is small. Your mother is gone, and only your father is left." How sad. His sudden insult stunned the burly man. He was momentarily speechless, standing there, mumbling as if trying to process what he just heard. Soon, the man's face turned a dark purple, clearly understanding what was said. You son of a," he cursed loudly. Old Jean looked at his face, which was turning from pale to red to purple, feeling a wave of disgust. It was just a curse, after all. Why didn't he think about his own bad deeds? Such people, when they curse others, feel justified, but when cursed back, they get angry and flustered. "I challenge you to a duel. How dare you humiliate me like this? As a martial artist, I cannot let this insult go." Old Jean finally noticed that the other person was not carrying a weapon. In this era, outside the city walls, monsters are everywhere, and robbers openly stop travelers and shoppers on the streets. Whether it's a traveler or an old lady going to buy vegetables, everyone needs to carry some self-defense tool. The only exception is probably martial artists. They don't use weapons, or at most wear rings, gloves, or claws, which are more like decorations than real weapons. The reason for this is unknown. Maybe it's religious belief, or for physical training, or to strengthen willpower. But the fool in front of him doesn't seem to have become a martial artist for any of these noble reasons. Old Jean followed the angry big man out of the tavern. The big man's companions also hurried out. Old Jean glanced around. There were 5 of them, and none of them carried weapons. Were they members of a martial artist guild gathering for a meal? "All right, a duel, huh? I'll fight to the end." Old Jean drew his sword without hesitation. "You're a martial artist? Unarmed. I'm an adventurer with a sword. Fair enough? Despicable scoundrel. I want to fight you fairly. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. You're dead meat. You little punk." As soon as Old Jean drew his sword, the previously aggressive big man suddenly backed down, like a gentle sheep. The big man posed as if to fight, but unless he's a master, trying to beat someone with a sword while unarmed is almost impossible. Moreover, this kid looks like a rookie. And besides, you were the one who challenged to a duel. This is called self-defense. What's the matter, afraid? Old Jean's blade was close, and the guy's eyes started to dodge. Come on, chicken out? If you're scared, go ask your mom to buy you a sword. Useless martial artist. Anyone with common sense knows that fighting a swordsman of the same level as a martial artist is basically a sure win. After all, humans without weapons can't beat those with weapons. The difference in damage and attack range is just too big. Using bones and muscles to attack is nowhere near as effective as a steel blade. Plus, sword wounds can cause bleeding, which is a painful experience only those who have tried can understand. And the reach of a punch? How does it compare to an arm with a sword? This is common sense, but many people don't understand it, like this martial artist in front of us. Crazy, lunatic. Old Jin's teasing scared the guy so much he broke out in cold sweat, looking around nervously as if blaming his friends for not helping him. When there are many people, it's normal to feel confident, but if you want to stand out, you must be ready to take a hit. This time, Old Jin considers it a win. He secretly feels pleased, thinking about knocking this kid down first and then stealing his belongings. Perfect. But those friends are a problem. If he acts rashly, the kid might run away. He plans to stall him first and see what happens. Old Jin is thinking about whether to finish off the kid now, but suddenly the other yells loudly. This kid looks down on us martial artists. The swordsman looks down on us. What? As soon as he speaks, the big friends who are watching nearby rush over and surround Old Jin. He reacts quickly, standing firm against the wall. He must not get completely trapped. The three enemies in front have no weapons, just 3 of them, so he's not worried. Although he's partly surrounded, there are only 5 people in total. As long as Old Jin swings his sword, they won't dare to get too close. These guys definitely aren't afraid of danger. Wait, what's going on? He's gonna do what? Old Jin panics immediately. There are more than 5 now. The martial artists who were just hanging around hear the shouts and rush over. The swordsman dares to look down on us martial artists. We can't tolerate this. Where is he? What did that kid say? Who dares to look down on us? Go call some people. Get everyone nearby. A guy with a sword is looking down on us martial artists. Things are quickly getting worse, heading toward the worst possible outcome. The chaotic scene almost makes Old Jin faint. No, he's already foaming at the mouth. The martial artists are cursing and gathering more and more, soon exceeding 10 people. This is way too many. Old Jin originally thought there would be at most 2 or 3 unarmed guys, but now, what are you all trying to do? Get away from me, he shouted hysterically. Are you the swordsman who looks down on our martial fighters guild? What guild? I didn't look down on anyone. I only dislike that behind you. At this moment, a leader-like figure stepped forward. These guys are definitely members of the Martial Fighters Guild. In fact, to call yourself a martial artist, you must join the guild. Maybe it's to find support or to feel a sense of belonging. When our guild members are in trouble, they immediately come to help. Wow, these guys are basically like gangsters. That doesn't matter. You humiliated a member of our Martial Fighters Guild right in front of us. We can't just let this go. It concerns our dignity. Hey. We agreed on a one-on-one duel, right? A fight. Do you understand what a duel is? People who aren't involved, get far away. Old Jin waved his sword and shouted loudly. Dignity? What's the use of dignity? Now, a dozen people are about to gang up on him. If just this could protect his dignity, wouldn't your mother be beaten every day? Never mind, he didn't dare say that out loud, because he was afraid he might really get beaten to death. You first disrespected the martial artists. Idiot. That's because the guy behind you, who has no mother, started it. What does that have to do with you? You guys, without asking questions, just bully the weak with the many? Is your dignity worth so little? Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you humiliated a member of our Martial Fighters Guild right in front of us. That's an undeniable fact. The leader-like guy was unshakable. Just like that, Old Jin was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a group of muscular martial artists. They were many and strong, and Old Jin didn't even get a chance to swing his sword. That's why he's now lying in the hospital. Ugh, such bad luck. The treatment cost him a whole silver coin. Old Jin was sore all over and trembling with anger. In front of their overwhelming numbers and storm-like attacks, his sword was almost useless, like a toy. Before the city guard arrived to stop them, he fought desperately and finally saved his belongings, but his whole body was beaten up badly. Those guys' fists hit like rain, mercilessly pounding him. Bare hands can never beat someone with a weapon. Similarly, an individual can never defeat a group. Even if those guys are strong, Gene can beat them one by one. But once they all attack together, even with a knife, he can't handle it. How do you feel? Are you better now? Asked the blue-haired nun who was treating him. As expected in a fantasy world, Jin's wounds healed visibly fast under a silver coin's healing spell. Luckily, those guys only used brute force and didn't use joint techniques, which makes sense. They didn't want to seriously injure him. Yet it still hurts a little. Advanced healing costs extra. Wow, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Can I go now? I'll help you outside. With the nun's help, Gene left the clinic. His body was fine now. The vampire members of the Klausheim Alchemy Guild sell antidotes for 2 silver coins each, but compared to them, this clinic's prices are very fair. The nun helped him to the door and waved happily. Come again next time. Come again? If I do, I might get beaten to death. Ugh, such bad luck. Gene left the clinic feeling very annoyed. What upset him most was that he'd been beaten by a group of martial fighters, which hurt his pride a lot. He had always looked down on martial fighters. To him, in this dangerous world, it was crazy that some people refused to use weapons and insisted on training their bodies. But he was beaten by them anyway, and it hurt not just his body, but his heart too. He was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but it seems having a group is pretty important. A sense of belonging. Yes, that's it. A sense of belonging. Those guys relying on the name, Martial Fighters Guild, dare to be so arrogant. The various organizations in this world are not established without reason. For example, the church. Those bandits dare not provoke the church members because once they do, a large group of holy knights, paladins, and divine judges will swarm over like buzzing bees. As for the Adventurers Guild, it's basically just an intermediary company. Relying on them is as pointless as expecting a pig to climb a tree. Maybe he should find a church to join? Although the church offers good benefits, it also has many rules. Someone like him, who values freedom, probably couldn't handle such restrictions. He was thinking about whether to join an organization when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a sign. It was a large building with a sign depicting an exaggeratedly large sword. Swordsman's Guild, stray dog below the sign. The words Swordsman's Guild were written in big characters. This bold sign immediately caught old Jin's attention. Stray dog? That name is really wild, fitting perfectly with this group of sword-wielding fighters. Old Jin bets that the guild is full of fierce-looking, muscular men, each more intimidating than a serial killer. Swordsman's Guild. Old Jin thought there are really many kinds of jobs in this world. Generally, they could be divided into adventurers, warriors, knights, mages, martial artists, archers, thieves, merchants, and so on. As for bandits and robbers, whether they count as a profession is hard to say, but overall, this world is like an RPG game, with all kinds of professions struggling to survive. Among them, swordsmen, professional swordsmen, are considered to be quite respected and powerful. Their trained sword skills are a lifelong asset. In this era of monsters running rampant and bandits everywhere, learning swordsmanship is definitely a worthwhile investment. Old Jin thinks that instead of wasting money on gambling and drinking, learning some sword skills is more practical. After all, the difference between those who learn and those who don't isn't just about education. Street fighters and petty thieves are no match for true experts. This is a matter of life and death. So, Old Jin never dares to provoke those tough characters who look like they're not to be messed with. As the saying goes, knows when no die. If you annoy others, you might end up dead without knowing how. Old Jin is not a martial arts expert. He knows that in the face of real strength, fancy tricks are useless. So, when he encounters those who look difficult to deal with, he always chooses to stay away. He looks down on those useless fighters. I won't hold back when dealing with them. If even those kinds of people have to be treated with respect, how can he survive in this world? Once you show weakness, all sorts of troublemakers will jump out to take advantage. So, when it's time to be tough, he must stay strong. But if the opponent has many people, then running away is the best plan. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He has learned this lesson well. In short, Old Jin now only has one idea: to join the Swordsman's Guild. Once he joins, he won't have to worry about being beaten by a crowd anymore. After all, Who would bother to pick fights with a group of sword-wielding fighters? Thinking about the times he was beaten by those fighters, old Gene feels pain all over, as if the wounds are hurting again. Although his injuries have healed, his wounded pride still lingers. Those fighters, those useless people who only bully others because they have more friends. This kind of social should all be caught and punished. How much is a membership fee? Old Gene feels eager. He walks to the wall and carefully looks at the various notices. Since he can't go back now, he might as well learn some skills. But can learning swordsmanship make money? Swordsman's Guild is recruiting new members. Membership fee is only 5 silver coins. Old Gene immediately notices this ad. 5 silver coins? He hesitates a bit. Recently, he has had more money, so maybe he should just join. Learning real skills is always good. Plus, just thinking about those fighters makes him angry. 5 silver coins. That's not a small amount. But considering his future, this investment might be worth it. Of course, only if he actually learns something. Thinking of this, old Gene swallows nervously. He's already tempted. Maybe this is fate. Although he was a little worried about being bullied. As long as he paid the fee, everyone would be like brothers. Surely no one would intentionally make things difficult for him. Oh well, how would I know if I don't try? Just like Icarus reaching out to touch the sun, old Gene also extended his hand. Creak. With that, he unexpectedly walked into the Swordsmanship Guild's main door. Hey, here I go. Who? As soon as he entered, old Gene saw. Kill. A group of muscular men, shirtless and making strange shouts, were wildly exercising. The scene looked like a secret base of some strange cult. Wrong place. Old Gene looked at this nightmare-like scene and turned to leave. But just then, a guy who looked like a bandit stopped him. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Old Gene usually behaved honestly and had never dealt with people like this. He was suddenly glad he had always followed the right path. Just as he was about to turn around again, he heard the other person ask, Wait, are you here to join the guild? Yes, I'm here to join. Old Gene answered instinctively. Join the guild? Join the guild? Join the guild. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on old Gene. What's going on? It's like a new recruit suddenly appeared in a training camp. Well, you can sit here for now. Oh, okay. The bandit-like guy pointed to the ground, and old Gene obediently sat down. He started to wonder if spending 5 silver coins on sword training was really worth it, or if buying a shield, gloves, and leg guards would be a better deal. Just then, a woman's voice came from afar. What did you say? Join the guild? Old Gene looked up and was stunned. He saw a confident, elegant woman walking toward him. She had waist-length black hair tied in a ponytail, looking neat and sharp. Her shiny black hair sparkled beautifully in the sunlight. Her eyes were sharp, as if she could see through people's hearts. It was clear she had seen violence before. The most striking thing was her tight black leather pants that made her long legs look even more attractive. She wore a plain white shirt with lace cuffs and a black tight corset that showed off her proud figure. This woman was both beautiful and fierce. She walked up to old Gene, who quickly stood up. He noticed she carried a finely crafted sword at her waist, definitely not an ordinary one. Could she be an officer of the Swordsmanship Guild? To reach such a high position and still keep such a hot figure, she must be very skilled. Old Gene felt a little nervous. Wow, you're quite tall. And you look fierce. Not bad at all. Your hair and eye color suggest you're from a barbarian tribe. The woman crossed her arms and looked him over, as if judging his worth. Yes, I am from barbarian tribe. Are you too? Old Gene's face was scarred from battles, all thanks to the barbarian tribes. The woman in front of him had shiny black hair, making him wonder if she was also from the Marquesa nomads. I'm mixed blood, she said. Oh, old Gene nodded. So she was mixed, probably from the Kaza nomads. Wait, he was also pretending to be a barbarian. What a coincidence. Do you want to join our guild? She asked. Yes, I came to join, he replied. All right, I'm Kareen Batet, the president of this swordsmanship guild. What's your name? I'm old Gene, he said. Good, follow me, Kareen said, leading him toward the guild headquarters. They passed the training grounds and stopped in front of a building at the very back. Old Jean silently followed, feeling curious. I have a question for you first. Why do you want to join our guild? Learning swordsmanship is all about motivation. I need to know why you want to learn so I can teach you better. Motivation? Yes, motivation. Old Jean hesitated, unsure how to answer. He couldn't tell her he was doing it to get revenge on the martial arts guild and those guys, could he? After all, only those with strong strength and reliable backing can fear no challenge. Of course, improving his own skills is also one of his goals, but ultimately, he still wants to take revenge and clear his name. He wants to defeat each martial artist one by one. What's wrong? Can't talk about it. Do you want to learn swordsmanship to become a thief? I don't mind, as long as you pay the membership fee on time. However, I suggest that instead of being a thief, you become a mercenary. It's more profitable. No, I don't want to be a thief. I just want to say it. Is that okay? Old Jean quickly denied. Indeed, some people learn swordsmanship just to become bandits. And those skilled bandits often earn more than adventurers. After all, they risk their lives, walking on the edge of danger. In this world, instead of hunting monsters, robbing people can make money faster. But now isn't the time to talk about that. A few days ago, I was drinking at the tavern when I was beaten up by a group from the martial guild. They provoked me first and insisted on fighting. As a grown man, I couldn't back down, so I agreed. But then, those guys said I looked down on them because I was armed, and they called their friends, bringing a big crowd. Old Jean spoke more and more excitedly. What could I do? I was outnumbered. They beat me so badly, I almost lost consciousness. Since then, I decided to join a strong guild. Old Jean poured out his story sincerely, full of emotion, as if he had suffered a great injustice. So, my motivation is revenge. I want to get revenge. I want to learn swordsmanship. I want to become stronger. Karen listened quietly, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is so funny. Ha ha ha. Did I say something funny just now? It looks like a tragic story of human suffering. What are you laughing at? Me being beaten up. Does that sound funny? It's not funny at all. Not funny at all. Old Jean was a bit annoyed. Could it be that this sword guild leader, because she practiced swordsmanship so much, has a strange sense of humor? Who would find it funny to see someone get beaten? Maybe she was born liking violence, or perhaps she was just a crazy person. Still, Old Jean felt a little proud that he could make a beautiful woman laugh. Ha! I heard a few days ago that a silly swordsman was beaten up by a group of fighters. Turns out, it was you. Karen's words instantly made Old Jean feel very embarrassed. Wow, has this news spread so quickly? Old Jean's face turned hot with shame, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. No wonder. For swordsmen, hearing that a fellow swordsman was beaten by fighters must be very embarrassing. Aye, you've been accepted. You must join. I absolutely can't just watch and do nothing. Sign quickly. Once you sign, you'll be part of our guild. By the way, did you bring 5 silver coins? Karen said, handing Old Jean a piece of paper. It was a membership application form. Old Jean picked up a pen, ready to sign, but suddenly asked, "Will you teach me swordsmanship properly?" "Of course. I will personally teach you." Karen laughed happily, seeming in a very good mood. Old Jean didn't understand what she was laughing about, but getting guidance from the guild leader herself was a huge good fortune. I absolutely won't allow my members to be bullied by a group of fighters. It seems she cared a lot about this matter. I thought I could handle a fight against 3 people, but those guys kept calling more and more, and in the end, there were over 10 of them. I couldn't even draw my sword before they knocked me down. Hearing this, Karen laughed even louder, tears streaming down her face. All right. From now on, you're a member of our swordsman guild. The membership fee is 5 silver coins. As for training, it will be 1 month. 1 month? Isn't that too short? Can I learn swordsmanship in just a month? Old Jean was a bit doubtful. If you accept my intense training, can you still say that? 1 month is enough for you to learn the basics of swordsmanship. Plus, with my practical guidance, you'll become a qualified swordsman very soon. Karen's words were very tempting. Old Jean almost nodded in agreement, but he still kept a bit of his reason. Of course, not every day will be training. We will have a few sessions each week, and we can discuss the exact schedule. Okay, I understand, guild leader. Old Gene nodded. Back then, when he learned Taekwondo, he paid tuition once a month, trained 5 days a week, and practiced for an hour each day. It seems that swordsmanship training is similar to Taekwondo. The next day after joining the Swordsmanship Guild, training began early in the morning. Old Gene was sore all over and tired, but he was full of hope. Maybe this was his chance to turn his life around and reach the top. Of course, he didn't expect that learning a sword technique worth 5 silver coins would suddenly make him a master, like in the stories. But he believed that if he studied hard, he could stand out in this tough world of adventurers. Most adventurers didn't care much about improving their skills. If he was willing to spend money to learn real skills, he would definitely be better than others. Thinking about how he could boss around lower-level adventurers made Old Gene smile. Soon, even someone named Vinia wouldn't dare to mess with him. In this world, strength is everything. Only with power can you live properly. Swordsmanship can generally be divided into 2 types. Karen sat on a wooden barrel, wiping her sword with a white cloth. The sword was shiny and looked special. It had a faint purple glow, probably made from a rare metal from legends. This world is different from Earth. There are many kinds of minerals, including common gold, silver, copper, and iron, as well as rare metals like mithril, adamant, and orichalcum. Weapons made from these metals are incredibly sharp and powerful. 2 types? Old Gene quickly looked away and forced himself to focus on Karen. Although she was very attractive, he wasn't here to look at pretty girls. He paid 5 silver coins not to listen to nonsense about saving the world or similar stories. He wanted to learn how to fight and kill. Yes, 2 types. Karen's words made Old Gene's heart race. He hoped she wasn't going to suddenly talk about the Sword of Justice or the Sword of Protection or some other fairy tale. If she did, he swore he would faint right there. Please note, all explicit or inappropriate content has been replaced with family-friendly language. He spent 5 silver coins, but not to listen to useless chatter. Those who fight with blades that lick blood only need to master these 2 types of swordsmanship. Oh, really? Old Gene immediately became interested. Karen spoke so seriously. Could it be some secret martial art that kills invisibly? But from his experience, it was probably just tricks like strike first or ambush from behind. After all, in any situation, the one who strikes first usually has the advantage. This is an eternal truth and one of Old Gene's life principles. When skills are similar, whoever acts first has a better chance to win. Listen carefully. Swordsmanship is divided into 2 types. One for fighting people and one for fighting monsters. The essence of swordsmanship is to protect yourself while defeating your enemy. Do you understand? Old Gene let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Karen was speaking plainly. I thought you might talk about some mysterious, profound principles, but it's actually quite practical. Do you think our swordsmanship guild is some kind of mystical place? Karen rolled her eyes at Old Gene. Although both are fought with swords, fighting people and fighting monsters are very different. After all, humans and monsters have completely different body structures, so their attack methods naturally differ. Simply put, humans and monsters look different. For example, a chicken-snake beast and a bandit may look similar at first glance, but the chicken-snake beast attacks with its beak, while the bandit uses weapons. Their fighting styles are definitely different. Swordsmanship exists to kill opponents efficiently. If you can't kill them, you'll only be killed yourself. But if you do kill them and end up badly injured, that's pointless. So, the highest level of swordsmanship is to quickly and cleanly defeat your opponent while keeping yourself safe. In other words, as long as you win, any method is okay. Exactly. That's right. Looks like you understand right away. Karen's words made Old Gene feel enlightened. Yes, if you kill your enemy but die from your injuries, what's the point? Life isn't a game. Even if you kill many people, once you die, everything is lost. So, living is the most important thing. Young people these days like flashy but useless moves like cool sword skills or fancy blade techniques. It's laughable. Those things are useless in real fights. Instead of chasing after showy moves, it's better to just cut someone's head off quickly. Although Karen's words sounded a bit extreme, they made Old Gene trust her more. He believed that someone truly obsessed with swordsmanship would be a bit different from others. After all, spending all day with swords, either fighting or preparing to fight, makes it hard to think like a normal person. It's similar to the swordsman in the manga Rurouni Kenshin. Which one do you want to learn? You have a month to train, and you can only choose one. Only one? How can you learn 2 sword styles in a month? Karen asked back. Even if they brought in a sword instructor from the group, it wouldn't be possible to teach someone 2 styles in just a month. Of course, the basic principles of both styles are similar, but the focus is different. So which one do you choose? Well, old Jean fell into thought. It's like playing a game with only one skill point, but facing 2 different skill trees. Usually, he hunted monsters, so he should learn how to fight monsters with a sword. This armor of mine. Old Jean touched the iron armor he was wearing. He had stolen this armor from a bandit not long ago. Such good gear is usually unaffordable for most adventurers. Only bandits who kill and loot can have it. Thinking about this made old Jean feel very happy. It's the armor I took from that bandit after I killed him. Oh, really? I didn't expect you'd be pretty capable. Nowadays, what's scarier than monsters is people. Monsters, no matter how strong, can be dealt with. But if you meet someone with bad intentions, that's really dangerous. So I want to learn how to fight people. In the end, old Jean chose to learn how to fight people. He still preferred PvP over PvE. Even if your gear is maxed out, if your skills aren't good, you can still lose to a boss. Skills are the key to victory. Moreover, in this era of bandits running wild, learning how to deal with humans is the most important skill. All right, since you've decided, I will teach you swordsmanship for dealing with people, Karen said as she took a practice iron sword from the weapon rack behind her. The tip of the sword was rounded and unsharpened, clearly meant for training. Let's have a couple of practice moves first. Now, a real combat test. Exactly. Draw your sword. Karen then untied her purple sword from her waist and casually threw it on the ground. Using a real sword? Old Jean looked a bit surprised. Aren't you here to learn how to fight? Of course, I need to use a real sword for the full experience. Don't worry, I know my limits. Just come at me. Karen looked confident, clearly sure of her skills. Seeing this, old Jean no longer hesitated. He drew his sword and took a fighting stance. Show me the confidence you have to defeat me. Really? What's wrong? Scared? I tell you, if you can hurt me, I'll give you half of your tuition back. And since I founded the guild, no one has ever managed to hurt me. Is that so? Old Jean took a deep breath and charged at Karen suddenly. First strike wins, or else you'll be the one to suffer. He used all his strength and swung his sword toward Karen's head. Whoosh! Clang! What? Old Jean's sword was easily blocked by Karen. Not only that, Karen's practice sword also firmly pressed against his throat. How does that feel? Good, very fast. Again, in the following moments, old Jean repeatedly attacked Karen, but each time, Karen effortlessly deflected his moves. Every attack was countered within a second, then responded to with tricky angles and quick counterattacks. This was too incredible. Karen's skill was truly unfathomable. Old Jean felt like a tiny ant, powerless against her. Honestly, if someone else with similar strength had used the same moves, he wouldn't know how to respond. But Karen, despite being shorter and using a less impressive weapon, easily suppressed him. As expected of the guild leader of the Swordsmanship Guild, she really has some skills. Old Jean had never faced such a strong opponent before, and he felt very shocked. How is it? Do you feel the difference? You're very strong, but I still don't understand. How did you do that? Can you see through my moves? Well, how should I say this? You need to learn to watch your opponent's actions and respond accordingly. If you use the right method, the sword's handle and guard can be used for defense, and you won't hurt yourself. Be brave. Swordsmanship starts with blocking. Old Jean nodded, seeming to understand but not fully. Watching an opponent's move sounds easy, but actually doing it is hard. It requires very good eyesight and quick reactions. Is this what they call training? It seems really difficult. Your moves are too big and stiff. You're a beginner, which is normal. But if you face someone who knows a little swordsmanship, you'll be defeated in one move. Among the people I've met, none are as good as you, of course. If they were as good as me, you'd be dead already, Karen said, lifting her practice sword again. The key to swordsmanship is memory and reaction. You need to remember how to respond to different moves and react quickly in battle. Watch my actions and copy them. Karen pointed her sword at the air, then twirled her wrist, turning the blade sideways. Old Jean mimicked her, doing the same. Raise your hand a little higher, tilt your wrist more. Like this? Yes, exactly. Do it again. Old Jean repeated several times, and his movements finally became smooth. Good. That's it. Now I will slowly swing at you, and you block with the move you just learned. Swing at me. Don't be nervous. I'll go slowly. Remember, in battle, once you're afraid, you're close to death. Although Karen said this, old Jean still felt a bit nervous. He watched Karen raise her practice sword slowly, then suddenly strike down. Swish! Old Jean quickly used the move he learned earlier to block Karen's sword. Her sword slid along his blade and was stopped by the guard on his sword handle. At the same time, his sword tip pointed straight at Karen's forehead. Huh. Oh, wow. Great job. Now you understand, right? If the opponent doesn't know swordsmanship and only fights recklessly, you can easily use this move to defuse the situation. Old Jean suddenly realized, so that's how it works. He had never understood the purpose of the guard on the sword handle before, but now he finally got it. It's for blocking. As long as the opponent is a novice, you could defeat them with one move. To deal with those who only fight recklessly, you need to use skill. This move is incredibly satisfying. This is swordsmanship. How does it feel? Do you have confidence now? I'm feeling very confident. Spending 5 silver coins was totally worth it. By the way, can I now call you the leader? Of course you can. At the Swordsmanship Guild, Old Jin's daily routine is receive one-on-one training from Karen, then go to the training ground for intense physical exercises. Physical training is very important. When fighting, strength and stamina are the main advantages. Isn't that obvious? But why do so many people dislike exercising? Karen keeps urging Old Jean during training, emphasizing how important physical fitness is. Old Jean thinks this guild is basically a gym, but since he paid the fee, he can only obediently follow Karen's instructions and work hard to improve his body. Training makes you stronger, increases endurance, and keeps you healthy. That's common knowledge, but few are willing to spend time and effort on it. After all, exercising is really tiring. True strong fighters are those who overcome laziness and persist in training, which gives them great power. Old Jean takes off his shirt and runs around the training ground. Running can improve heart and lung function, boost stamina, and strengthen leg muscles. A versatile way to improve combatability. Huff, huff, huff. Good, good, keep this pace. How about running one more lap? I can't go on. Good job. That's more like a real man. Keep it up, little brother. I believe in you. Karen runs alongside Old Jean. Old Jean is almost exhausted, but Karen seems like a car with faulty brakes. She just keeps going. She's repeated one more lap countless times. Hey, your form is wrong. Be careful not to strain your back. Old Jean snapped back to reality and realized he had been holding a piece of wood without noticing when he started. Did he faint just now? The training was so intense, it was almost inhuman. Why did he have such a foolish idea to spend money here and suffer? There must be some mysterious force at work. Good, you're teachable. You're quite persistent. I like that. Your looks and your fierce attitude are getting more and more appealing. Karen watched Jean struggle painfully, a satisfied smile on her face. She said she felt proud when her students became stronger, but Jean felt she was just enjoying his suffering. On the training ground, Jean was sweating heavily, while Karen was busy guiding other students or correcting their moves. She was working very hard. As the leader, she was quite responsible. Finished with physical training? Next, we'll learn close combat skills. Jean was almost exhausted, but Karen didn't seem to want to stop. Close combat is an extension of swordsmanship. In real fights, fighters can't always keep their distance. They will end up fighting up close. At that time, they need to use punches, kicks, or grappling techniques. Today, I will teach you a special move called knee smash. Hearing this name, Jin's face tightened with worry. What? It's using your knee to attack the opponent's groin. One strike and it's over. Don't just stand there. Get up quickly. What did you say? Hurry up. Still want to slack off? Do you want me to help you smash your own dignity? Jean shivered in fear and quickly got up from the ground. Some weirdos with strange hobbies might enjoy being smashed by a beautiful girl, but he definitely didn't have that hobby. However, if he could use this move against enemies, it might be useful. A good warrior must know how to attack vital points. Under Karen's devil training, Jean grew stronger day by day, and also more cunning. As for the exact method of knee smash, it's better not to describe in detail here to avoid discomfort. Leader, I'll go now. Jean took a quick shower by the guild well, then, exhausted, said goodbye to Karen. Be careful on the way, and come early tomorrow. Old Jean trained in the guild all morning until noon before leaving. This has become his daily routine. Wake up early for intense training, then finish work at midday. Not only has he become a good boy who sleeps early and rises early, but he also loves exercising. His life is surprisingly healthy. Now, he finally can go home to sleep, rest his muscles, and think about what he learned today, dreaming of a stronger future. But unfortunately, this is just his wishful thinking. He is already very poor. In this world, poor people can't afford the luxury of rest after training. No money, he spent 5 silver coins to learn swordsmanship. How could he have time to rest? Now is the time for him to work and earn money. Old Jean chews on dried meat to regain strength, dragging his heavy steps toward his workplace. For him, concepts like weekends or social insurance are just fairy tales. Wow, this smell, it's really strong. Old Jean's workplace is the city's underground waterway. Do you know how important the city's water supply system is? It delivers clean water to the city, making it easy for people to access safe water. This system is a vital part of society's development. With clean water, the city becomes cleaner, disease spreads less, and people stay healthier. Fewer deaths mean the population can grow. The underground waterway is also the main channel for sewage disposal, filled with trash and waste. The smell is suffocating. Old Jean works here because the Adventurers Guild introduced him to a part-time job. He is very busy now and has no time to go outside the city to hunt monsters or do quests. First, he can't find a team. Second, there isn't enough time before dark. His options are limited. If he knew the area well, he could gather herbs or do small jobs, but he's new here and unfamiliar with the place. So, he can only find work inside the city. This patrol job in the underground waterway is his only choice right now. It only requires an adventurer of level E or higher. He earns 5 copper coins a day. Basically, it's just a job to get by. There is no other option. So since this job schedule is the most suitable, he can only grit his teeth and do it. You're here? Yes, and thank you for your hard work. Old Jean and his partner, an old man named Merman, greeted each other. The underground sewer is an important part of the infrastructure, and someone needs to watch and patrol it to prevent littering or monster infiltration. Let's go in. Okay, a foul smell hit him, and Old Jean quickly covered his nose and mouth with a cloth. His working hours are from noon to evening. He already ate some dried meat for lunch, so he should be able to last until the end of his shift. Old Jean and Merman's job is to patrol the sewer and check for any unusual signs. The sewer was very dark, with only occasional sunlight coming through the vents on the surface, providing some light. But as they went down another level, even that light disappeared. They needed lanterns. Before reaching the second underground level, Merman lit his lantern. With the dim light, they continued patrolling the sewer. Wow, this trash is really big, yeah. And the location is, they found a huge piece of trash. It should have been brown, but now it was sticky and black. Old Jean looked at it and felt disgusted. He didn't want to touch it at all. They recorded where the trash was, and later, the cleaners would come to remove it. It seems there's nothing valuable here. Who would throw away something valuable here? You're right. Let's take a break. Hee, you understand me. Honestly, no one can work for hours without resting. Work is about balancing effort and relaxation. In this regard, Merman is quite good. They found a relatively clean spot, and Merman spread out his cloak and lay down. Old Jean did the same and lay beside him. Sleep. Merman was clearly experienced and knew how to handle this. Old foxes are wiser. Good night. Although the sewer's smell was terrible, Old Gene was used to it. Moreover, after a morning of training, he was exhausted. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could fall asleep. Later, he would pretend to patrol again and earn 5 copper coins. Although he felt sorry for the Adventurers Guild, he was not a good person to begin with. Old Gene was sleeping soundly when suddenly a cold feeling hit him. He quickly opened his eyes. Oh, there's a fire. Old Gene groped in the dark and lit his lantern. Then he saw, ah. Old Gene couldn't help but scream. It was a slime, a huge group of slimes, a real slime army. Although slimes are the lowest level monsters, their large numbers made them very dangerous. The slimes were slowly crawling toward them. Wow, what's going on? Merman, get up. Slimes were everywhere, on the ground, on the walls, on the ceiling. These sticky creatures were packed tightly together, making Old Gene's scalp tingle and giving him goosebumps. Merman rubbed his sleepy eyes and said slowly, "Oh, it's sewer slimes. Looking at their color, they must be highly toxic slimes. We should run, but there are so many. Stay calm. I've seen this before. Just don't let them touch your skin." As an experienced patrol, Merman was very calm. He dodged the slimes quickly and moved through the sewer. Slimes mainly eat decaying corpses and plants. They move slowly and are not very strong attackers. They probably mistook Old Gene and Merman for food. Looks like we slept too long. How about we kill a few slimes and then go back? Saying the sewer is flooded with slimes, we couldn't go further, and after a tough fight, we barely escaped. Great idea. Merman, you're so clever. After doing this for a long time, I understand it naturally. So they started killing the slimes. Since slimes move slowly, it was easy to catch them. As long as they found the semi-transparent core and stabbed it, they could easily defeat the slime. They killed many slimes until they were satisfied and then returned to the surface. Merman pretended to be very shaken and reported the situation to the guild. Old Gene also received a reward of 5 copper coins. 1 coin was for a bath, 3 coins for a place to stay, and 1 coin for food. Old Gene thought to himself that his life was really tight. Tomorrow, he will wake up early again to train at the guild. Yes, very impressive progress. You are naturally a born killer. Old Gene and Karen exchanged 5 moves, and finally he managed to hit her once. Karen nodded happily, saying he had great talent. Of course, Old Gene was giving it his all, while Karen only used less than 1% of her strength. Although Old Gene didn't quite understand the difference, he guessed Karen was probably being kind. But a killer? President, can you speak without scaring me? Saying I have the potential to be a killer sounds kind of creepy. People might think I'm a pervert. That's a compliment, silly boy. In this world, the more skilled at killing you are, the more you can enjoy a good life. Karen's words made Old Gene think deeply. Thinking carefully, it really is true. The strongest knights, aren't they all battle-hardened and ruthless? Their wealth is built from mountains of corpses and bloodshed. In this fantasy world, the more you kill, the easier it is to rise to fame. It's a fact. Even professional mercenaries make big money by killing. In this era, killing is also a skill. You make it sound reasonable, but suddenly I feel this world is quite sad. Why can't humans live peacefully? Why do they have to kill each other? Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite poetic. Karen walked to a wooden barrel, picked up a water jug, and drank eagerly. Old Gene looked at her slender neck and couldn't help but wonder, how could her weak body have such strength? It seems to be related to magic. That elf girl named Vinea, though small, was surprisingly strong. Talking with you, I realize you're not simple. Are you perhaps a fallen noble? Your words, actions, and knowledge are way beyond ordinary people. Really? Absolutely, no doubt about it. Karen's words reminded Old Gene. He came from modern society, received good education, and naturally was more cultured than most people in this world. Most people here are rude and uncivilized, with no sense of manners. Compared to them, Old Gene is like a moral role model, even more noble than those church members who constantly promote kindness and virtue. Not really, I just consider myself kind, Old Gene humbly said. After all, Karen is his boss, and he still needs to show basic respect. Kind people don't usually say they're kind, but I think, President, you are very well-mannered too. Huh? What do you mean? Karen was a bit surprised. Old Jean was able to see that, which shows that although she often says things that make people feel uneasy, deep down she is still a normal person. Only normal people can understand normal thoughts. In other words, you are very sensible. Hey, stop flattering me. Karen said this with a smile. No woman dislikes being complimented, especially by someone of the opposite. Chatting with women and saying nice things now and then can often lead to unexpected good results. I'm not flattering you. By the way, you seem to have a surname? Are you from a noble family? Sort of. Karen's full name is Karen Bastei. In this world, a surname is an important sign of nobility. Commoners don't have surnames. Old Jean doesn't know what the surname, Bastei, signifies, but it at least shows that Karen comes from an extraordinary background. Nobles, after all, receive various education from a young age and naturally have more knowledge than commoners. I once served in the Royal Guard for a while. Really? Old Jean immediately became interested. He had heard legends about the Royal Guard, said to be super warriors who could fight hundreds of enemies at once, with strength and speed beyond normal humans. However, he had seen many magicians but never met those legendary knights. But judging by Karen's strength, those rumors probably aren't just stories. I was in the Royal Guard for a while and gained a few levels, but because I'm a mixed blood, I was never fully utilized. In the end, I simply resigned. Later, I became a mercenary for a few years before founding this guild. Didn't expect you to have such a rich background. Old Jean was a bit surprised. Karen had served in the Royal Guard and even leveled up several times, which shows she spent a long time in the military. Later, she worked as a mercenary for a few more years before finally founding the Swordsman Guild. Time does not lie. A person's achievements are often proportional to the effort they put in. Time does not speed up or slow down. It only passes steadily with your efforts, little by little. So, how old is Karen really? May I ask your age? Do you want to get into trouble? Karen instantly drew her sword and looked coldly at Old Jean. Her smile disappeared, replaced by a chilling sense of danger. Old Jean broke out in a cold sweat. No. Don't be impulsive. I was just curious. Just asking a woman's age is like challenging her to a duel. Wait. I guess, is that okay? Old Jean hurriedly changed the subject. He didn't want to risk his life, just out of curiosity. I definitely didn't mean anything bad. I was just guessing your age based on your appearance. Please don't misunderstand. I mean, you look very young. Looked you this year. How old are you? Karen looked at Old Jean with a half smile, her eyes full of amusement. Old Jean carefully examined Karen again. She had light makeup and seemed naturally beautiful. No matter how he looked, she appeared to be in her early 20s. Her firm skin, shiny black hair, even looked younger than Old Jean. Old Jean was 25 years old and had been in this world for 2 or 3 years. He looked older than Karen. Could Karen really be only in her early 20s? Or even under 20? Based on her appearance, both possibilities seemed likely. But if she was really that young, her experiences wouldn't make sense. She should be at least a few years older than Old Jean. You should be about 5 or 6 years younger than me. I am 25. What? Karen was stunned for a moment, then, ha. She suddenly burst out laughing, tears streaming down her face. She seemed very happy, laughing and patting Old Jean on the back. Old Jean felt like his bones might break. Hey, stop hitting. Oh no. His armor was deformed from the hits. Stop. I was wrong. Please stop. Chairman, you're not in your 20s. You look just like an 18-year-old. Ha. Karen laughed for a while before finally stopping, gasping for breath, and said, Why are you laughing? Phew, my armor is all deformed because of you. You owe me. Old Jean pointed at his bumpy armor, looking helpless. This was iron armor, and it was actually bent out of shape by Karen's slap. Her strength was really terrifying. If he weren't wearing armor, he might have been turned into a pancake. All right, stop joking. Rest enough. Let's continue training. I haven't asked how old you really are. Stop wasting time. Draw your sword. I haven't told you yet, with your appearance, you're only 25, which is incredible. What's wrong with my face? Wait, 25. Is that young? Could it be that the chairman is already in his 30s? Old Gene swallowed this doubt. He knew some things were better left unknown. Just look at Karen's smile. She's in a good mood now because he made her realize she looks much younger than her actual age. It's better not to burst her bubble now. In the next training session, Karen seemed much gentler. It looked like there was no need to worry about sore muscles today. After nearly a month of intense training, Old Jin's sword skills improved rapidly. He went from a novice who only hacked randomly to a master with basic sword techniques. He now knew how to attack and defend in close combat, how to shorten the distance to his opponent, and how to protect himself while attacking. These are things he never dared to think about before. Karen's strength was truly deep and unpredictable. Every time, Old Gene put in all his effort to attack her seriously, but Karen always easily deflected his attacks. It seemed that real combat experience was the key to improving strength. Karen said that swordsmanship has no name. As long as it can kill with a sword, it's good enough. In short, Old Gene has now learned how to kill with a sword. Although he was learning sword techniques for fighting people, those precise cuts and thrusts are also useful against magical beasts. He no longer swings his sword recklessly like before. Besides swordsmanship, Old Jin's strength and endurance have also greatly increased. He can now easily use various sword techniques and has plenty of stamina to handle long battles. Plus, he has learned to target vital spots on the body and some basic grappling and fighting skills. Spending 5 silver coins was definitely worth it. 5 silver coins is not a small amount. If he saves carefully, Old Gene can live comfortably for several months with this money. Besides swordsmanship, he also learned skills like sand throwing, spitting in the opponent's eyes during a fight, knee smash, throwing stones, which he already knew, sudden attack, backstabbing, rolling to dodge, and other useful techniques. Old Gene feels like he is now invincible. Is this strength? Today is Old Jin's weekly day off. He doesn't need to patrol the sewer. After training, he stays alone on the training ground, practicing his new sword skills. He swings his sword, stabbing and slashing, each move clean and powerful. He practices dozens of times in a row without feeling tired. Newcomers often hold their breath and use too much force when swinging swords, which makes them easily tired. In battle, keeping a steady breath is very important. Old Gene is working hard to practice this. Not bad, I am very satisfied. After finishing his practice, Old Gene leaves the swordsmanship guild happily. Since he has a rare day off, he plans to explore and get familiar with Ispent. His main goal is to find the library. Old Gene loves reading, and since arriving in this world, he has kept reading all kinds of books to learn about this world. He hasn't been to the library yet, and he's eager to go. The weather today is sunny and bright, and Old Gene feels very happy. I finally look like a swordsman now. Really? Listening to Karen, Old Gene secretly feels that time has flown. Unknowingly, a month has passed. Feeling the firm muscles on his body and the wind rushing past as he swings his sword, he realizes that he is a completely different person from a month ago. Is this what it feels like to level up? Does this mean he has successfully transformed from a rookie adventurer into a beginner swordsman? Well, if I had to give an example, you're like a rookie mercenary who has just started to understand the basics. I don't quite understand that comparison. You're in the stage of getting used to blood and fighting. Please don't use words like fighting to describe me. No, it's better not to use any violent words for me. Karen's way of speaking, full of violent imagery, seems related to her past as a mercenary. After all, those who fought in wars were often ruthless and bloodthirsty. They would go to battle for money, taking lives without hesitation. They were truly some kind of twisted people. Honestly, Gene feels afraid of such people deep down. To them, human life is cheap, and they can turn into deadly fighters whenever needed. If Gene sees someone in a tavern who looks dangerous, it's best to leave quickly. These kinds of people often have bad tempers, and if a fight starts, it could end badly, with broken bones or worse. There's no helping it. You are destined to become a great serial killer. Of course, being a mercenary isn't bad either. Why do you always curse your own student? I don't feel happy about it. I actually feel creeped out. And please, don't keep calling me a murderer. I really dislike killing. Besides, I don't think being a mercenary is something to be proud of. Gene thinks to himself that every person he has killed had a reason he couldn't avoid. He never kills for fun, pleasure, or profit. Only when it's absolutely necessary. When he has no choice or will die otherwise, does he attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't even touch a person. He is a kind, honest, compassionate, and just modern person. But Karen doesn't seem to care about Jin's thoughts. She still smiles and says, "That's not a curse, but a compliment. And that armor you're wearing, didn't you take it after defeating the bandits?" At that moment, Gene feels Karen's smile is so beautiful and charming that he almost blurted out, "Oh, so you're praising me?" Luckily, he quickly snapped out of it and didn't let her beauty distract him. Is this what you call the violence of beauty? Indeed, humans are visual creatures. I think, besides you, no one would see this as a compliment. Of course, I took this armor because I had to. It was unavoidable. You're such a thoughtful person. Why all the unnecessary talk? Isn't the guild leader's praise enough? Just listen quietly. Yes. While speaking, Karen took something out of her pocket and handed it to old Gene. Here, put this on. What is it? It's our guild's badge. Karen gave him a plain black circular earring. Old Gene thought, whether it was Karen or the other older guys training with them, they all wore the same earrings. He initially thought it was a trendy accessory, but it turned out to be a symbol of guild membership. Come here, I'll help you put it on. Karen approached with the earring. At that moment, old Gene felt a strange fear. Piercing ears? Without proper tools and sterilization, it could easily cause an infection. No. Piercing ears can get infected easily. I'm not doing this for the first time. Wait, it's too late. Before old Gene could resist, Karen easily subdued him. With her strength and skill, she was far superior. Besides a loud, pig-like squeal, he had no chance to fight back. Done, it's over. Unlike old Jin's heart-wrenching screams, the whole process was finished in an instant. All done. Your scream was quite dramatic. Remember, in real combat, you can't shout like that. If you show fear, you're as good as dead. Huh? It's over already? Old Gene touched his ear and saw the earring was securely fixed on his earlobe. There was no pain at all, not even a drop of blood. It was so clean and precise. The black earring looked like it was meant to be there from the start. Just a gentle poke with sword energy is enough. Very simple. What did you say? Using sword energy to pierce ears. Old Gene decided to stop thinking and quietly accept the situation. After all, the sword energy that can cut rocks and steel should be easy to use for making a small hole in the ear. If he keeps going this way, he will eventually get into trouble. In the city, our guild still has quite a few members. Next time you're in danger, try asking the people around for help. Maybe someone from our guild will come to help. Since it is the only swordsmanship guild nearby, and the guild leader is very attractive, the guild has a good number of members. Old Gene thought that if guild members could help each other in dangerous situations, he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by a group. Fighters, just wait and see. Thank you for your advice. It seems that Karen, his master, really cares about him. Also, what you need most now is good equipment. Since you've learned swordsmanship, go earn money to buy gear. Leg and hand guards are essential, and it's best to add shoulder armor and helmet. If possible, get a shield too. Only with good gear can you truly be a qualified swordsman. Karen patted old Jin's shoulder and spoke seriously. Indeed, when two fighters are evenly matched, the one with better equipment usually has the advantage. Even if the opponent is stronger, as long as his gear is good enough, he still has a fighting chance. After all, ordinary people's strength can never match the defense of steel. The Stray Dog Sword Guild is a practical, no-nonsense group that teaches only useful skills. Maybe because their idea matches old Jin's belief that attack first, suffer later, he learned very quickly. I've always emphasized that a person without weapons can't defeat someone with weapons. Someone without knowledge can't beat a learned person. One person can't defeat two, and someone without armor can't stand against those with armor. You're right, and during a fight, as long as you can win, it doesn't matter how you do it, right? Exactly, you finally understand. Now I can rest easy. Old Gene felt a bit disappointed. He wanted to learn more, but he has no money right now. Once he earns some, he can come back to learn from a master. You can use the training ground whenever you like. Feel free to come often. Okay, of course, if you want my private coaching, you'll need to pay extra. I'll think about it when I have money. With that, old Gene said goodbye to Karen and left the guild that he both loved and hated. Every step he took was full of confidence and strength. Next, who should he practice with? Old Gene had trained under Karen, a former member of the Royal Palace Night Squad. Even if he couldn't fight one against 100, he could easily handle a few street thugs. In reality, his strength hadn't improved much, but at least he wouldn't lose against opponents of the same level. That was the most important thing. Even if he faced someone more experienced and seasoned, he wouldn't give up easily. From a practical point of view, his strength was probably similar to a D-level adventurer, maybe even a bit stronger. However, compared to C-level adventurers, he still had some gaps. In short, old Gene decided to quit his sewer patrol job. Now he had plenty of free time to take on well-paying quests at the Adventurers Guild. So, after many days, he stepped into the guild once again. Any good quest today? It was lunchtime, and the guild was not very busy. The busiest times were usually early morning and evening during rush hours. During midday, the guild was a bit quieter. Old Gene casually looked around. He saw some people already drinking beer in the daytime, and others gathered around the notice board, probably looking at quests. From their bored expressions, they seemed to be idle adventurers without any tasks. Or maybe they were forming teams. As for the person playing the guitar, he was likely a bard. Curious about what was written on the notice board, old Gene moved closer. Since those people were shorter than him, he easily saw the notices. Recruiting dungeon exploration team members, E-level adventurer team looking for members, hiring new dungeon investigators, dungeon transporter, daily pay 5 copper coins. What? Dungeon exploration. That it sounds familiar, like I've heard something similar before. By the way, I heard about this while escorting a merchant caravan. Recently, a new dungeon was discovered, and many people have gone there. Are all these notices about that dungeon? Old Gene carefully read the notices and found that many adventurers had formed teams on their own to explore the dungeon. After all, a dungeon means treasure, and greedy adventurers rush there as if seeking their own doom, eager to find riches. Back then, when he was an F-level adventurer, he once accidentally entered a goblin nest and nearly lost his life. Actually, a few people died during that mission, but old Gene survived. That experience made him so afraid of the word dungeon that he shivers at the thought. But, on the other hand, he has now learned swordsmanship. Excuse me, please make way. Old Gene pushed through the crowd and reached the front of the notice board. He saw a long list of adventurers signing up for dungeon exploration. It didn't look special, but as long as he found suitable teammates, he could join a team. Old Gene started looking at the names on the list, hoping to recognize someone. Isn't that Cobb's son? Or is it someone with the same name? He saw a familiar name, Cobb's son. Is it the same Cobb's son? Is Cobb's son a common name? But Cobb's son was a wanderer, and with the dungeon's appearance, it's not surprising he came to Ispent. If it's really the Cobb's son he knows, maybe he could invite him to join. Isn't that Carter? While old Gene was staring at the list in a daze, a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind. He didn't know many women, so he quickly figured out who it was. He turned around and saw a girl with long brown hair, holding a sword and shield, smiling at him. Her clear blue eyes, like sapphires, were unforgettable. Isn't that Melia? The person was old Jin's old acquaintance. Melia, a female warrior who fights with a sword and shield. They met a month ago during a goblin extermination mission. Melia is cheerful and friendly, and in just a month, she took the initiative to greet old Gene. Yeah, it seems like we haven't seen each other for almost a month. Yeah. How have you been lately? Same as always? How about you? Why are you over here at the notice board? I heard there's a new dungeon discovered recently, so I wanted to see if there are any recruitment notices. At this time, she still had time to hang around the guild. It seems she was quite free lately. Old Gene thought that considering her impressive fighting skills during the goblin raid, teaming up with her would be a good choice. Are you planning to go exploring the dungeon? Not exactly planning, but it's a possibility. So you want to go? Melia nodded. Should I invite her to join? After all, they have fought side by side before, which is better than teaming up with strangers. Plus, she's a shield warrior, which is a big advantage. I'm also quite interested in the dungeon lately. While old Jean hesitated, Malia suddenly smiled and said, "How about it? Want to team up and check it out?" "That's a great idea." "Really?" "So it's settled?" Seeing old Jean become unusually excited, Malia also got excited. Although people usually think of dungeons as bottomless pits that swallow lives, full of unknown fears and dangers, they also represent great wealth and opportunities. Adventurers are called adventurers because they dare to enter dangerous places to find legendary treasures. Since we decided we need to find 2 more teammates, how about 5 people? 5 is too many. It would be hard to split the loot. Malia, is 4 enough? 4? Isn't that too few? Malia was easygoing and acted spontaneously, seemingly unaware of the dangers of the dungeon, leaving the decision to old Jean. Maybe she thought the dungeon was no different from a small grove near her home. But considering her impressive fighting skills during the goblin attack, old Jean believed she wouldn't be so careless. Let's go with 4 members and the remaining 2 teammates. Old Jean thought that a team of 4 should include at least a healer, even if there was no mage. He would handle damage output and damage resistance. Mario would take care of damage resistance, and they needed to find a healer and a tank to complete the team. But where could they find a suitable tank? Oh, by the way, Cobson seems to have signed up too. Cobson? Is he your friend? Yes, I saw his name on the registration list at the notice board just now. That guy? No, I mean if he hasn't changed his name, he should be the Cobson I know. If it really is him, can I invite him to join our team? Of course. In that case, let's include Cobson. In fact, in this era without the internet or phones, forming an adventure team was only easy by waiting at the guild or asking the guild staff to help keep an eye out. There were no other quick ways. Let's go register our team first. Old Jean went to the counter and registered their team information. Their goal was to explore the dungeon. Although there was no related quest announced yet, registering the team was a good precaution. "Excuse me, miss, is there anyone named Cobson on the list for the dungeon exploration registration?" Meanwhile, old Jean also asked the guild staff about Cobson. After all, anyone who left their name on the notice board would have their personal info registered at the guild. It was common sense. It would be great if he could see a photo, but unfortunately, that was a privilege only for nobles, something common adventurers like them couldn't even dream of. "Please wait a moment, I will check for you." Old Jean took the list from the staff and looked through it carefully. Among the many names, he finally found Cobson's, along with a brief personal description. Blonde, wears breastplate and helmet, has freckles. "That's him. Please help me leave a message for him, telling him I want to invite him to join my team, and ask him to come here tomorrow morning." "Sure, no problem." "When will he see the message?" "Every evening, we update the latest news on the notice board. If he visits the guild tonight, he should be able to see it tomorrow." Cobson will probably come to the guild often to look for a team, so he should see the message soon. Since the guild updates in the evening, if he comes tonight, he will see old Jin's message tomorrow. "Melia, I've already registered the team information and sent messages to the other team members." "Good job. Let's meet here tomorrow morning." Old Jean thinks he still needs to prepare a lot, so he's getting ready to leave. For long-term dungeon adventures, there are many things to prepare. First, enough food for several days, and then fire-starting tools like oil and tinder. It looks like their supplies are similar to when they escorted the merchant caravan. In short, buying consumables is an essential investment. Are you leaving now? Why the rush? You don't have anything to do today anyway. I don't have any special plans. Besides shopping today, old Jean really has nothing else to do. He plans to visit the general store to buy some essentials, then go to the blacksmith. Oh, and he also needs to wait at the church entrance to see if he can recruit a priest. Everything costs money, and with his current finances, he can only do basic preparations. Once inside the dungeon, he'll think of ways to earn money gradually. Melia grabbed old Jin's arm and smiled, saying, "Since you're going into the dungeon, shouldn't you prepare properly?" "Of course, I need to be fully prepared. Going into the dungeon without any preparation is basically asking for trouble." Old Jean also agrees that Melia makes sense. He's about to start preparing his gear. "Let's go together." "Where to?" "To prepare for the dungeon adventure." "Don't you need to buy some things?" "I don't need to buy a few things. So let's go together." "Together?" Seeing this confident, unreserved girl in front of him, old Jin's mind suddenly went blank. What's going on with this natural way of interacting between old friends? She's so enthusiastic toward him. Could it be that she's interested in me? Seeing old Jin look so surprised and unsure, Melia couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Don't you want to? No, it's not that. I just didn't expect you to suddenly suggest this. Since we're both going, wouldn't it be better to go together? We can look out for each other. I see. That's true. Let's go to the general store first. So, old Jin and Melia left the Adventurers Guild and headed outside the city. Usually, shops near the city gates sell supplies for travelers and adventurers. By the way, Melia, from what you said earlier, you don't seem to be a native of Ispent? That's right. I came from somewhere else. I originally planned to develop in Clashium, but I found this place pretty good, so I decided to stay for a few months first. Really? I used to live in Clashium. How is it there? Are there many quests? Yes, every day. Unfortunately, Vinea is there too. Old Jin silently vowed in his heart that he would never go back to that sad place. If he had known Ispent was so nice, he would have left Clashium sooner. The living facilities here are much better than in Clashium, not to mention having Karen, an excellent master. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the shopping street. Let's buy some dried food, lamp oil, and fire tinder. Dried food is essential since old Jin needs to eat every day. Lamp oil and fire tinder are necessary tools for adventurers to start fires. Besides that, there doesn't seem to be anything else special to prepare. As for medicines, after being beaten by goblins, old Jin spent 2 silver coins to buy a bunch from the Alchemist Guild, which should last for now. For warm clothing, the cotton armor old Jin wears plus a cloak are enough. With these, he can sleep anywhere. He just wonders if Melia can handle the cold. She doesn't look very warmly dressed, but women generally have better cold resistance than men, so it should be fine, right? I don't think there's anything else I need to buy. Just buy what you usually do today. Old Jin and Melia bought some essentials at the general store and then left. For him, exploring the dungeon and camping outdoors are the same, so he needs to prepare similar things. All the supplies are bought. Now we just have to wait for tomorrow to leave. After buying everything, old Jin suddenly didn't know what to do next. It's like going out with friends, but finding there's no internet cafe, no billiard hall, and no bowling alley. This feeling makes him feel both unfamiliar and nostalgic. Melia, it's still early. Where should we go now? Old Jin wanted to visit the blacksmith shop, but then he thought he doesn't seem to have anything that needs fixing or buying. We can't just stand around awkwardly at the church entrance waiting for the priest, right? Yeah, I was planning to hang out with you longer. But what should we do now? Melia also looked a bit unsure. Maybe we should go eat, old Jin asked tentatively. I found a nice soup place earlier. Want to try it? Sound good. I'm a bit hungry too. Which restaurant is it? It's the soup shop I visited when I first came to Ispent. The food was really good, but I haven't gone back much since I was trying to save money, old Jin explained. But since we're eating together, we should find a good place. Using his memory, old Jin led Melia to the soup shop. The sign read, Chef Patrick's Soup Specialty Shop, and it looked like it was still open today. Welcome! They pushed the door open, and, as expected, the girl who looked like a child worker was still behind the counter, greeting them warmly. The shop was filled with a strong, delicious smell. Melia took a deep breath and said, It smells so good. Oh, it's you. The customer who gave a copper coin last time. The girl recognized old Jin immediately. Hello. Long time no see, old Jin replied with a smile. Does this girl rarely get tips? They found a seat and started ordering. Since they were here, they had to order something tasty. Old Jin didn't hesitate and ordered the bacon cream soup they had before. Melia also ordered the same. Melia, how much do you know about the dungeon? Honestly, I don't know anything about it. Old Jin decided to be honest before the food arrived. He spoke only the truth. He knew nothing about the Ispan underground city and agreed to Melia's invitation on a whim. Since he had no interest in the underground city before, he hadn't bothered to learn about it. I don't know much either, but I can tell you about the Bone Palace. It's said to be the safest underground city, Melia said honestly, sharing her thoughts. Bone Palace? When Jin heard this name, a place immediately came to mind, the funeral hall. During festivals, He often visits there to honor ancestors. It holds countless urns of the deceased, dark and quiet. Bone Palace? Are we going there? Jean asked hesitantly. If we're going to the underground city, that's definitely the place, Melia explained. I've heard there are other underground cities, but they're too dangerous and don't give good rewards, so I haven't paid much attention. All right, then tell me about the Bone Palace, Jean said. The next morning, Jean arrived at the Adventurers Guild as planned, but Kobson was nowhere to be seen. This kid probably stood me up, Jean muttered silently. Fortunately, Melia had already arrived early. She was sitting in a chair, soaking up the morning sun, looking sleepy. Hey, I'm here. Yeah, you are. It seems Kobson didn't get the message and didn't come, right? No choice. We'll have to find someone else. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe he'll come later. Okay. Waiting around wasn't a good idea, so Jean ordered 2 beers. The guild often offers drinks to earn money from idle adventurers or to reward those who complete tough missions. Enjoy! A beer cost only 1 copper coin, but the cup was so small. Jean looked at the tiny beer in front of him and felt a little annoyed. But then he thought, since he was here, he shouldn't complain about the price. Here, Jean said, handing 1 beer to Melia. Wow, really? Thanks. Melia, who had been sleepy, suddenly perked up. In this world, it seemed no one could refuse free drinks. After all, there are no people in the world who don't like to get a good deal. Since I made you wait so long, I should treat you to a drink. That's right, you're very thoughtful. Melia's words made old Jean feel comfortable inside. Come on, cheers! The two clinked their glasses and drank their beers. The taste of the beer was no different from that on Earth. Humans' taste buds are similar. Eventually, everyone tends to like the same flavors. After finishing a glass, old Jean still felt like he wanted more. Another one for me. Melia raised her empty glass with a cheerful smile. Sure thing. Old Jean shook his head helplessly. This girl really isn't polite. Before they knew it, they were drinking early in the day. After a few drinks, they started chatting more openly. Melia was curious and asked old Jean about the underground city. I've been to the underground city before. Old Jean decided to tell her about his past adventures. Let's talk about the time he bravely entered the goblin nest. Back then, he was a rookie F-level adventurer, inexperienced and naive, probably about a year or 2 ago. Didn't you tell me yesterday about the Bone Palace? Well, let me tell you about the underground city I visited before. Even now, old Jean clearly remembers how he almost lost his life in that place. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes, as if it had just happened yesterday. It all started a few years ago. I was a rookie then, exploring with a few F-level adventurer friends, challenging a goblin nest. I know. Melia nodded excitedly. A few years ago, near Croshium, a large goblin nest was discovered. It was quickly turned into an underground city, attracting many adventurers. I heard that goblins have a habit of piling up all the obstacles they dig out during their tunnels. To them, those are just trash, but to us humans, they are treasures. It's said that among those piles, you can often find magic crystals and magic stones. Of course not. Back then, I was so poor that I couldn't even think about such things. Old Jean smiled bitterly and shook his head. I heard that you could make money in the dungeon, so I went with a few friends. Our goal was simple: earn some extra cash. Even if each of us only made 10 copper coins, that was a good amount. Plus, even if we didn't find treasures, picking up things others didn't want could still sell for a decent price. Honestly, I was pretty scared, but with more people, I felt braver. I was actually a little excited. Who would have thought that this adventure would turn him into a lonely man? At that time, we all thought goblins were weak monsters that even level F adventurers could easily defeat, so we let our guard down. And then? What happened next? Hey, are you drinking? I was wondering why I haven't seen you lately. Turns out, you've been hiding here enjoying yourself. Just as old Jean was about to continue, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. It seems we're not the same name. Old Jean turned around and saw a familiar figure at the door. It was Kobson, with blonde hair and freckles all over his face. He looked the same as always, unchanged. Why are you only just arriving? Tell me what happened later, okay? Kobson asked eagerly. Wait a moment, I'll tell you later. Old Jean saw Kobson staring intently at Melia and quickly changed the subject. Come, let me introduce you. This is Melia. Old Jean pointed to Melia and introduced her to Cobb's son. Hello, my name is Melia. Nice to meet you. Melia greeted confidently. So, you got a new girlfriend again? You really are a changeable guy. Old Jean, with a mischievous smile, ignored Melia and looked at Old Jean. Old Jean didn't bother to listen to Cobson's nonsense and directly said, Stop wasting time. We're planning to go dungeon exploring. Do you want to come? Buy me a drink first, and I'll consider it. Cobson grinned. Get lost. Don't come looking for me again. Old Jean made a move to chase Cobson away. Don't be so cold. I came to Espant specifically to explore the dungeon. Cobson quickly explained. All right, let's go register our team first. Since Cobson has decided to join, we just need to find a priest now. In the dungeon, a priest is very important because no one can guarantee they won't get hurt. Also, the dungeon is very dark, so priest-light magic can be very useful. Melia, this is Cobson, the person I told you about. His gear is pretty good, even if he looks a bit rough. He's a trustworthy partner, so I hope you don't mind. He seems reliable. Hello, Mr. Cobson. My name is Melia. Nice to meet you. So, you're sneaking around with girls behind my back again? Hello, I'm Cobson. Nice to meet you. Shut up. Old Jean shouted angrily. After registering the team, Old Jean decided to take a walk nearby, since it was still early, to see if he could find a suitable priest. Which church nearby is trustworthy? Old Jean asked Melia. Since he was unfamiliar with Espant, he didn't know which church was good. I remember there's the Salvation Heaven Church, the Restful Soul Church, the Bronze Saint Angel Church, and the Way of Heaven Church. There might be others, but I'm not sure. Salvation Heaven Church, Restful Soul Church, Bronze Saint Angel Church, Way of Heaven Church. What kind of strange names are these? They sound like cults. But then he thought, this world is a land of many gods, so having all these weird churches is normal. And each church has its own special skills and focus. To understand them well, you need to ask a local. But neither Old Jean, Cobson, nor Melia are locals of Espant. Where can they find someone to ask? I remember the priest at the Bronze Saint Angel Church can use healing magic. I attended their sermon before, Old Jean said. The priests at the Salvation Heaven Church can also do that. I've done missions with them before, but they don't seem to like healing others, Cobson added. Then let's check out these two churches first. While the three of them discussed which church to visit, the door of the Adventurers Guild suddenly swung open. Knock, knock, knock. Based on the heavy footsteps, it seems the person coming must be well equipped. Old Jean curiously turned his head, wanted to see who it was. He saw a small, delicate nun walking steadily toward them. She wore a blue and white nun's outfit, with a light chainmail coat over it, and carried a hammer at her waist. She looked brave and confident. Around her neck, she wore a necklace with a cross that glowed faintly, which was probably the symbol of the Holy Light Cross Church. Wait, the Holy Light Cross Church? Isn't that? At that moment, Old Jean noticed that the nun had long, shiny red hair that sparkled like a ruby, especially beautiful in the sunlight. Wait, that red hair. Isn't that Mr. Carter? Nun Elige? It's been a long time. How have you been lately? Elige smiled and greeted Old Jean. It's been a long time. I've missed you. Old Jean quickly replied. What a coincidence. It's like a scene from a TV show. Melia and Cobson looked at each other, curious, watching Old Jean and Elige, wondering what their relationship was. The giant spider skin you gave me last time, I used it all up. Thank you very much for your generosity, Elige said with a smile. Really? That's good. That's good, Old Jean said awkwardly, smiling. He vaguely remembered that when they parted, he had casually given her that spider skin, telling her to exchange it for money. By the way, how did you come to Espant? Old Jean asked curiously. I received a task from the church, so I came here to investigate some things, Elige explained. Is it related to the goblin statue incident last time? Old Jean asked. He remembered Elige had said before that she was responsible for handling such cases. Yes, I heard that the Bone Palace and the goblin statue seemed to be connected, so I was sent here to investigate, Elige explained. Bone Palace? Isn't that the underground city they plan to explore? Hearing this, Old Jean's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a lifeline. If he could persuade Elige to join them, then their adventure would be much safer. After all, Ellie Jean's strength is well known. I'm worried about not finding the right teammate, old Jean said excitedly. You're just in time. We're planning to explore the Bone Palace too. Why don't we go together? Ellie Jean was a little surprised but then smiled and said, I would love to join. Then it's settled, old Jean said happily. It seems we are really destined to meet. After successfully recruiting Ellie Jean, old Jin's team finally had 4 members. He decided not to recruit a 5th person, thinking that 5 might be too many and someone could slow the team down. Come on, everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Ellie Jean from the Light Cross Church, old Jean said excitedly to Melia and Cobb's son. Everyone greeted each other. Melia warmly welcomed the seemingly strong sister, while Cobb's son looked a bit suspicious. After all, the reputation of the Light Cross Church in their area was complicated. Anyway, the team was now perfectly balanced. A tank, 2 damage dealers, and a healer. It would be even better if they could find a ranged or magic user, but that might create weaknesses in the team, so maybe not. For people are enough. I'm glad to meet you all. I am Ellie Jean. May the light of our Lord guide us, she said with a smile. I'm Melia. Nice to meet you, sister, Melia replied. I'm Cobb's son. I've heard of the Light Cross Church, but I won't say more, Cobb's son said, trying to sound respectful. Can you speak properly? Old Jean kicked Cobb's son playfully. Cobb's son coughed twice and lowered his voice. When did I start talking weird? You barbarian. Did you just speak in a strange tone? Old Jean teased. It wasn't even noon yet. Old Jean and Melia were ready, waiting for Cobb's son. They planned to prepare supplies for the adventure today and make a simple plan, then leave early tomorrow morning. Shall we set out now? Ellie Jean suddenly suggested. It's better to leave early. The journey will take a lot of time anyway. We can set up a tent when we arrive and rest well for the night. Old Jean initially planned to rest in the city for one night and set out the next day, but Elijah made a good point. After all, exploring the underground city isn't something that can be done in a day. Leaving early means more time to prepare. Also, he hasn't been drinking and feels good now, so there's no harm in leaving now. I'm ready, Elijah said. Maria nodded, indicating she's also fine. Only Cobson was left to prepare. Hey, Cobson, do you need to get anything else ready? Old Jean asked. I'm not ready yet, but that's okay. We can buy what we need on the way. Since they would pass through the commercial street when leaving the city, shopping would be easy. They only needed some supplies, nothing special. Maria, how about you? Are you okay after drinking? I'm fine. A little drink like that doesn't bother me. Since everyone agreed to leave now, they decided to go ahead. Let's go quickly. So, Old Jean and his group headed out of the city together. According to Maria, the Bone Palace, also called the Orcuta Underground Tomb, is a recently discovered underground city near Ispit. Of course, nearby doesn't mean within walking distance. They would need to take a carriage to get there in a day. Let's buy a lantern. The underground city is so dark a lantern would be helpful, Cobson said, walking into a shop and buying one. After all, the underground city is pitch black. Relying only on torches and Elijah's light magic wouldn't be enough. Old Jean was about to pay, but Cobson stopped him. No need. I'll carry the lantern. Let's share the oil together. You're quite the schemer, Old Jean said. Of course. Elijah, Maria, what do you think? I have no opinion, they replied. All right then. Old Jean used the money he saved to buy a few more bottles of lamp oil. After shopping, they arrived at the city gate, where several carriages were parked. Considering the long journey, they decided to choose a more comfortable carriage. How about that one? Maria pointed to one of the carriages. The carriage's cabin was covered with a light beige canvas, which looked quite clean. Old Jean asked about the price and thought it was reasonable, so he decided to take this carriage. Thus, after noon, they officially began their journey to the Bone Palace. Please take us to the Ispint Forest. We need to go to the Bone Palace. Ellie took out a map and told the driver. It is said that the Bone Palace is deep inside the Ispint Forest. Neither Old Jean nor Melia and Cobson had been there before, so they had to rely on Ellie's guidance. Although her map looked unreliable, it was better than nothing. Not many adventurers have gone to the dungeon recently, the driver said as he drove. Have you been to the Bone Palace before? Ellie asked. Of course, I've been there several times. Don't worry. It seems the Bone Palace is quite popular among adventurers. They pooled their money for the fair, then got into the carriage and started discussing their plans for the adventure. Are you saying there are undead creatures in the dungeon? Old Jean asked, looking shocked. Yes, Ellie nodded calmly. Undead creatures? Is that true? Old Jean accepted that magic and monsters exist in this world, but he still found it hard to believe in undead beings. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding or rumors that got exaggerated. Or perhaps those so-called undead creatures are just monsters that look scary. Old Jean had lived so long and had never seen a real undead creature. Those poor souls were once human. My task is to uncover the truth about the dungeon and help the wandering spirits find peace, Ellie said calmly. Ka-san, have you seen undead creatures before? Old Jean turned to ask. My hometown is pretty remote. Zombies often appear there. We often organize militia groups to clear out those monsters. What? Really? Old Jean had never heard of such things before. Could it be that Kobson's hometown is a supernatural place? Why are zombies appearing there? Is your hometown a zombie nest? How come there are so many zombies? Old Jean couldn't help but comment. What's so strange about that? It's not the first time something like this has happened in history. Maybe during that great battle between gods and demons, some leftover evil magic caused those corpses to turn into zombies. They wander around at night, attracted by the city lights, and come here, Kobson explained. I haven't read much. Don't lie to me, Old Jean said. Old Jean was already tired of being surprised. So, as Old Jean's views kept being challenged, they finally arrived at a Spant forest in the evening. Since magic exists in this world, and monsters too, it's not surprising that undead creatures are here as well. Old Jean decided to stop thinking about it. There's no point in overthinking. It turns out this world really has undead creatures. Old Jean thought, since gods exist here, bringing the dead back to life doesn't seem impossible. We need to get off the carriage and walk, someone said. They all got out of the carriage, and what they saw was a lush, wild forest. The Bone Palace was hidden deep inside this forest. It's said to be an ancient building. Even though it's called ancient, it's been abandoned for many years, so it's probably filled with all sorts of strange things, which is why it's called a dungeon. They started walking through the forest. Wow, so gross. There's so many bugs. Old Jean hated bugs the most. He used to like playing with bugs when he was a kid, but as he got older, his fear of bugs grew stronger. This was his first time in such a humid, hot rainforest. The sticky bugs made him feel creeped out. He walked at the front of the group, with Kobson, swinging his weapon to clear the way. Old Jean suddenly felt something fall on his shoulder. He looked down, and his scalp went cold. So gross. Hey, you're such a scaredy cat, Kobson said, seeing Old Jean's face turn pale, and couldn't help but laugh. Keep going, Kobson said, tossing a bug at Old Jean. Don't throw that. You. Ha, scaredy cat. Although more adventurers had passed through, creating a faint trail in the forest, the surrounding trees and vines still blocked their way now and then. Malia took responsibility for guarding the rear, alertly watching the surroundings for any sudden monster attacks. Ugh, this is taking too long. I should have brought a sword, Elige complained as she swung her hammer. As a nun of the Holy Light Cross Church, she clearly lacked experience in clearing paths through the forest. Although she wanted to show her strength, human effort was limited. Trying to cut down those thick trees with her hammer was simply impossible. Bang! Elige tried to break a vine with her hammer, but ended up getting dirty and scratched. She sighed helplessly, put down her hammer, and said, "Move aside. I'm going to set fire to them." "Don't waste your magic power." Old Jean quickly stopped her. Finally, as the sun was about to set, they reached the entrance of the Bone Palace. Finally here. I'm exhausted. I'm all sweaty. Do I smell bad? Malia took off her coat and asked. Old Jin's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her faintly visible, graceful figure, but unfortunately, she was still wearing a shirt underneath her coat. No, he replied. Old Jin felt almost exhausted himself. This journey was really tough. When they returned, it probably wouldn't be much easier. Near the entrance of the Bone Palace, scattered around, were several adventurer camps. Remnants of tents and campfires could be seen on the ground. It seemed many adventurers chose to camp here and spend a few days exploring the Bone Palace. Although they didn't carry camping gear like tents, that was okay. They could gather materials and set up simple shelters. After all, adventurers are experts in outdoor survival. If necessary, they could also go inside the Bone Palace and find a place to rest, since it was warmer inside. Old Jean found a relatively flat spot not far from other camps and said, "Let's set up camp here." He looked around and saw an ancient building made of bluish-gray stone bricks. The entrance was carved with strange patterns, and due to its age, it was hard to tell whether they were words or pictures, or perhaps a mix of both. The entrance to the Bone Palace was blocked by thick trees and vines, looking like a giant mouth leading into darkness, giving off a spooky and scary feeling. Malia had said before that no one knew how big this underground palace really was. They only knew that even if the entire royal palace were moved inside, it might not fill it. "It's getting late. Let's go in and take a look," Ellie said as she stepped forward toward the entrance of the Bone Palace. "Wait a moment." Old Jean quickly stopped her. "Let's stop here for today. It's too late now. We should set up camp and rest. We can go in tomorrow morning," someone suggested. Okay, everyone agreed. They started working together to build a simple camp. As night fell, they lit a campfire and heated the food they brought. The smell of decayed leaves pressed down heavily, like spider webs wrapping around the face. The old underground city was full of dust and mold, and just standing at the entrance made people feel like bugs were crawling all over them. Even experienced adventurers couldn't help but feel an urge to turn back. "Let's go inside." Ellie the nun led the way into the underground city. A cold wind blew toward them, as if coming from the depths of, making old Jean shiver and grip his sword tighter. "We can't see anything. We need to light the lantern," said Kobson. "How do we add oil? How do you use this thing?" someone asked. "Wait. So you add it here," Kobson figured out. Inside the underground city was pitch dark, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Kobson had to light his lantern soon after entering. It seemed that entering during the day or night made no difference. Inside, it was always dark. Since there was no sunlight underground, they relied on the lantern to keep track of time. "All right, light it up." Kobson added oil to the lantern and lit the wick with a fire spark. The orange-yellow light lit up the surroundings, creating a simple yet mysterious atmosphere. "Wow, the light is orange-yellow. Orange-yellow. Did you see that? Barbarian. The light is orange-yellow." Kobson shouted excitedly, though no one knew what he was so happy about. Old man Jean shook his head helplessly. This kid really isn't normal. Maybe he's been fooled by the strange things in the dungeon. The group, using the faint light, slowly moved down the stone stairs into the deeper underground. No one knew what dangers might be hiding in the darkness. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. "Ah, whoa!" Melia, walking behind Old Man Jean, suddenly screamed sharply. She grabbed Jin's shoulder, startling him so much he nearly lost his breath. Instinctively, Jean blurted out a rude word, which ambushed me. Jean reflexively turned around, pulling Melia behind him, then swung his sword to stab behind. Kobson and Ellie quickly became alert, raising their weapons and moving closer. "What's wrong? A savage? Is there an enemy?" But there was no one behind them. Jean suspected he might have encountered a flying monster or some dark creature, so he carefully looked around but saw nothing. What's wrong? Melia? What happened? Could it be a ghost?" Jean asked nervously. Jean was most afraid of ghosts. If he said he was afraid because ghosts couldn't be fought physically, it might seem brave. But in truth, he was a coward. He had been afraid of ghosts since he was a child. Just thinking about ghosts made him shiver. Could it be that, besides undead creatures, there are also ghosts in this dungeon? Ghosts should probably count as undead creatures, right? Sorry, Melia said shyly. I just tripped earlier. Oh, it turned out to be a false alarm." Jean was too nervous and overreacted. Compared to Melia, he felt even more embarrassed. He had even shouted loudly earlier, trying to scare off any enemies. "Ha ha, you're pretty quick to react," Kobson said with a smile. Looks like you're pretty reliable. Shut up. It's good that you're okay. Let's keep going. The group continued down the stairs. Since there were no clocks in the dungeon, they didn't know how long they had been walking, but it felt like they had gone quite deep. As expected of the legendary giant dungeon, truly impressive. They estimate that they have already descended dozens of meters. We should be on the first underground level now. Probably. The first underground level is very spacious. Old Jean holds a lantern and looks around, finding it like a huge hollow space. Even if a market were set up here, it could probably hold many people. Who would have thought that such a large space exists deep underground? Did other adventurers leave these behind? Old Jean looks around and observes the marks on the ground. There are some used supplies scattered about, likely left by other adventurers. It seems they might encounter other teams in the dungeon. However, Old Jean doesn't find anything useful or valuable, just trash. Why are there so many forks in the path here? The first underground level seems to be around space. Old Jean quickly counts and finds there are 14 entrances leading deeper. This means it's just a rest stop before entering the dungeon. 14 entrances? Which way should we go? Barbarian, trust your wild instincts. Can you stop talking nonsense? I think any path is fine, right? Since they know nothing about the dungeon, choosing any route should be okay. There might be traps, but it's better than standing still and waiting. Sister Ellie, which way do you think we should go? Old Jean decides to ask Ellie's opinion, as she is the most experienced member of the team. I don't know. Ellie shakes her head. Our church's lucky number is 4. Maybe we should pick the 4th entrance from the left? I feel that way is good. Old Jean disagrees. In their culture, the number 4 is considered unlucky. He doesn't believe in superstitions, but it still makes him uncomfortable. Cobson doesn't mind, while Melia starts counting the entrances. All right, let's take that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it here? Following Ellie's suggestion, they choose the 4th entrance and continue deeper underground. This time, they didn't walk for long and soon reached the 2nd underground level. It was no longer a wide open space, but a narrow corridor. Another fork in the road. Should we go left or right? Old Jean realized they needed to start recording their route. The corridor was lined with walls on both sides, and if they encountered more turns, they might get lost in this huge maze. Who could draw maps? We need to keep track of where we've been, or we'll get lost. I'll do it. Leave it to me. Although Ajay's map was a bit abstract, as long as she could understand it herself, that was enough. Since there were no left-handed people in the team, they decided to go right. They followed the right corridor for a while, and then came to another fork. This time, there were 3 paths, straight ahead, left, and right. Wow, another fork? This place is like a maze. Are we going to get stuck here? Old Jean suddenly had a bad feeling. This underground city was just one big maze. In front of them were 3 paths. The straight one seemed to lead deeper inside. They had just reached the 2nd underground level and already found an entrance to the 3rd level. How deep does this underground city go? We haven't seen any monsters on this level or the last one. Maybe we should keep going down, Ajay suggested. Her idea made sense. They hadn't seen any signs of monster activity on the 1st and 2nd levels. Perhaps the previous explorers had already cleared out the monsters near the entrances. Let's keep going down. Hey, Kofsun, is there enough lamp oil? How long has it been? This little oil will last us several hours. So they continued toward the 3rd underground level. This time, they faced a heavy stone door. The group looked at each other and nodded, then pushed the door open together. The door was very heavy. Without all 4 pushing, it would have been hard to open. This seems to be a room? So many rooms. After opening the stone door, Old Jean saw that the corridor was lined with countless rooms. Could this have been an old dormitory building? Or maybe a military camp? Each room is only about 10 square meters, filled with some rotten furniture and boxes. Wow, this place is better than the hotel room I stayed in. What kind of pigsty are you living in? Recently, I haven't had much money, so I had to stay in a cheaper hotel. Cobson and Old Jean are both poor, so they have to save on accommodation. As they tour the rooms, they share their thoughts. Malia curiously looks around, observing the furnishings, while Aligi touches the walls and ceiling thoughtfully and asks, "What was this place used for before?" "It looks like a place for people to live, not a prison, right? The layout is similar to our church's dormitory, Aligi says. It seems that ancient people weren't so different from us. These rooms are single rooms, so it looks like only important people used to stay here. The rooms along the corridor are endless, probably dozens of them. Since it's a living place, there should be some valuable items left behind, like ancient books or household items. If they find these, they can make a lot of money. Let's check each room one by one. Okay, barbarian, no problem. They decide to start searching from the first room on the left. They could split into two groups to search both sides at once, but they only have one lantern. Aligi can use holy magic for light, but that's for emergencies and shouldn't be wasted. Nothing here, yeah. No valuable items found. As expected, the room is empty, with nothing worth anything except some rotten wood. It seems other adventurers have already been here. Just as they feel disappointed, old Jean suddenly gasps. Whoa, what the heck is that? Old Jean is so scared he almost jumps, pointing at a corner of the room, trembling as he speaks. They look where he's pointing and see an ancient treasure chest right in front of them. The feeling of excitement spread through his body like an electric current, making him so thrilled he almost drooled. Oh my goodness, at last, his luck has turned around. Since crossing into this world, he had been living a tough life almost every day. Tears almost dried up. Could this be a reward from heaven? Yes, good people are rewarded. The treasure chest must be filled with gold coins. Gold coins. Shiny golden coins. Those sparkling gold coins are as bright as the sun in the desert. One coin is worth 100 silver coins, and his monthly living expenses are at most 1 silver coin. That means 1 gold coin could support him comfortably for 100 months. If he finds just 1 gold coin, he could live happily and worry-free for many years. Wait, just as old Jean excitedly rushed toward the treasure chest, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his mind. His steps slowed down involuntarily, and he tightly gripped his sword. After a month of intense training, his sword skills had improved greatly. Calm now, he immediately assumed a perfect fighting stance. How could such a good thing happen? Old Jean whispered to himself. He carefully approached the chest, sword pointed diagonally at the ground. Yes, how could he be so lucky? He had never experienced good fortune before, so he knew well. Nothing in life is free. Something about this felt strange. In this empty room, there was only one treasure chest, and it was still in perfect condition. It was so tempting that he couldn't help but want to open it and see what treasures were inside. But could this be a trap? Maybe he's overthinking, but caution is always wise. Better safe than sorry. After all, there are no free lunches. Great luck often hides great risks. It's also possible that the contents of the chest have already been taken, leaving only an empty box. Still, old Jean felt uneasy. He walked up to the chest and gently poked it with the tip of his sword. Why are you suddenly so cautious? Are you sick or something? Cobson teased from beside him. Don't talk. This box feels strange. Old Jean and Cobson kicked the treasure chest with their feet and poked it with the tip of their sword, inspecting it carefully. The chest seemed to contain something heavy, and it wouldn't move even when kicked. It was clear there was something inside. Could it really be a treasure? Old Jean couldn't help but swallow nervously. Gulp. Then let's open it and see. Old Jean and Cobson tentatively touched the chest. Nothing seemed unusual, so it probably wasn't a trap. With nervous hearts, they reached out to lift the lid, slowly and carefully, as if opening a box of expired cookies, gently lifting the cover. Just as their hearts were pounding in their chests, Elige suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Huh? Could it really be a trap? Old Jean quickly pulled his hand back, ready to retreat, but the lid of the chest suddenly opened by itself. Click! It was too late. Whoa! The mouth of the chest suddenly opened, revealing sharp teeth inside. The fierce teeth looked like wild beast fangs, terrifying to see. It also stuck out a long tongue covered in sticky liquid, lunging toward old Jean. Old Jean only managed to curse before he dodged and fell flat on the ground. He watched helplessly as the toothy chest lunged at him. Could stabbing in the mouth with a sword kill it? Old Jean didn't know, but he had no other choice. If he just sat there, it would bite off his head. He had to do something, so he raised his sword and stabbed toward the chest's mouth. It's a mimic monster. Get out of the way. Bang! At that moment, Elige suddenly rushed forward and struck the chest with a hammer. Yowl! Elige's hammer wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was a sharp tool designed to crush enemies. The mimic monster was hit hard and flew back, crashing into the wall. Boom! Seeing this, old Jean immediately got up from the ground and charged at the mimic monster. Whatever kind of monster it was, he would kill it first. If it dared to ambush him, it was tired of living. I'll help you. Next to him, Kobson also rushed forward. Elige raised her hammer and chased after the monster, determined to completely destroy it. Her fierce attitude was even more powerful than that of a brave general leading an attack. Die, prepare to die. May my lord protect me. Bang! Smack! Boom! The three of them attacked the corner monster with punches and kicks. Old Jean and Kobson stabbed their swords into the monster's body, then kicked it hard. Elige swung her hammer, smashing the treasure chest repeatedly, as if trying to break it into pieces. With chips and blood splattered everywhere. The monster groaned in pain, its body twitching constantly, until it finally collapsed on the ground. It was dead. Phew, it's finally over. We completely took it out. Not long after, the treasure chest, or rather, the monster's disguise, was smashed to pieces. The monster's body turned into a pile of flesh, looking worse than the dumpling's mom threw away during New Year. It's finally dead. Old Jean vented his anger and thanked Elige. Phew, I almost died. Thank you, Sister Elige. No need to thank me. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thanks to your quick help. I really appreciate it. You're my lifesaver. When I get back, I'll donate to the Light Cross Church. No need to be so polite. Can I call you Lifesaver? Just call me Elige. My lifesaver, Sister Elige. Stop joking. Old Jean calmed his pounding heart and stammered his thanks to Elige. Honestly, he really thought he was going to die just now. He had never seen such a strange-looking monster before, and it could disguise itself as a treasure chest. That's just too much to handle. If Elige hadn't come to save him in time, he would definitely be dead or seriously injured. Old Jean took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Phew! Malia had been watching from behind. When the fight was over, she came over and gently poked the monster's body with her toe, asking, "Is this a slime?" It looks like a slime. This is a mimic, a kind of evil monster that disguises itself as a treasure chest to trick humans, Ellie explained. There's actually such a monster. That's so scary. It pretends to be a treasure chest. Kobson shivered after hearing Ellie's explanation. Old Jean wanted to learn more about mimics, so he started searching their bodies. The mimic's body had turned into a pile of rotten mud, even worse than the dumpling filling his mom threw away during the New Year. However, the mimic's teeth looked quite sharp, and they could probably sell for a good price. Old Jean carefully cut out the teeth with his sword and stored them safely. Nice. This is how a dungeon should look, he said. Sweat beads appeared on Old Jean's forehead. Indeed, hard work is honorable. Suddenly, he remembered that Ellie seemed to be standing nearby, without doing anything. Wait, isn't she the one who likes collecting monster bodies? She should be excited to gather the meat pieces that drop on the ground. Why isn't she doing anything? My savior, Sister Ellie. Just call me Ellie, she replied. Curious, Old Jean asked, aren't you going to collect its body? I remember you used to love collecting these things. Are you talking about collecting monster bodies? Old Jean recalled her crazy behavior of collecting goblin noses and ears, which looked like something out of a mental hospital. Mimics are creatures we killed together, so there's no need to collect their bodies, Ellie explained. Oh, if we kill them together, we don't need to collect them. Yes. Only if I kill the enemy alone can I take their soul and offer it to our Lord. That's why I collect their bodies. I see. I understand now, so that's how it is. Old Jean had thought Ellie had some special hobby. Ellie kept explaining eagerly, seemingly trying to draw Old Jean into the Light Cross Church. Such strange rituals would probably be considered a cult in modern society. But then again, the tradition of burning incense and praying during festivals back home also seems quite superstitious. During their exploration, Old Gene and his team searched every room thoroughly and defeated 3 more mimics. They summarized a lesson. Whenever they see something like a box, they should attack it quickly. It doesn't matter if it's a mimic monster. It's better to strike first. Unfortunately, these 3 mimic monsters only spat out some ancient coins, trash, and broken pieces, which was a waste of effort. How did ancient people build such grand structures? Probably by sacrificing many lives. Based on Old Jin's experience, as long as you're willing to fight hard, nothing is impossible. After cleaning out this area, they continued forward. They encountered several forks and entrances leading deeper inside. They decided to explore this level first before moving on to the next. Flap, flap. It's a giant bat. How did it get here? Maybe it's an ancient giant bat. Can you stop adding ancient to everything? Whatever. A few huge bats flew over their heads. Ellie looked at them for a moment, then turned around and asked, "Can I go kill them?" It seemed she really wanted to hunt something to satisfy her craving. But since the giant bats were flying in the air and they had no ranged attack, they couldn't hit them. Unless Ellie used her holy magic, Arrow of Light. But wasting magic power just for a few bats didn't seem worth it. We should follow them first. They probably live here. Maybe we can find their nest. If we can't find it, we can kill them later. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's follow them first. While tracking the bats, they encountered many more forks, underground entrances, and doors leading nowhere. This dungeon was like a huge maze. If they got lost, they might never find their way out. Every few steps, they stopped to draw a map, afraid of losing their way and becoming lost spirits in the underground. But Old Gene believed that even if they did get lost, Ellie could find a way to lead them out. The nuns of the Light Cross Church were pretty reliable. Looks like those bats flew into that place. The giant bats flew into a corner, and when they followed, they found a large room. It is called a room, but I can't see the full view clearly because the light is too dim. It might just be a wide corridor. Those bats seem to gather on the ceiling. Could their nest be here? Wow, there are many things moving around, but it's slimes. Slimes are scattered in every corner of the room. They seem to feed on the droppings of the giant bats. Ellie doesn't pay attention to the slimes, but looks up at the bats on the ceiling and asks, "Is there a way to make them fall?" We probably can't reach them. It looks like she still wants to kill the bats. Old Gene thinks there's slimes everywhere here. Killing a few to satisfy our hunger seems easy. Why is she so focused on the bats? Does she see slimes as not worth collecting as trophies? Let's search this room first. Maybe besides the giant bats and slimes, there are other things. This place seems to have a unique ecosystem. We might find something valuable. I agree. Me too. Old Jin's suggestion gets everyone's approval. All right, let's search this room first. Let's go. Follow me, everyone, to stay safe from unknown dangers. Melia leads the way, holding a shield and walking at the front. Copson walks in the middle, responsible for lighting. Ellie is on the left, and Old Gene is at the back. They carefully step into the darkness. This isn't really a room, but a very wide corridor. Why do I feel like this environment looks familiar? Yes, it does seem somewhat familiar. Both Cobson and Melia think this place looks familiar. Old Gene also has that feeling, as if he's seen a similar scene somewhere before. It looks like a church at night, Ellie says. Exactly. That's the feeling. It's here. I remember now. This really looks like a chapel in a church. Ellie suddenly feels uneasy and whispers. The atmosphere here is a bit strange. The Bone Palace, as the name suggests, is a place used to store bones. If there is a church inside, it wouldn't be surprising. Splash! Is that the sound of water? As they went deeper, a flowing water sound reached their ears like underground water moving. At this moment, the giant bats started to become restless again. Flap, that scared me to death. Cobson was startled by the sudden bats, then tried to act calm, looked around awkwardly, and gave a small smile, trying to seem brave. You're such a coward. Oomph. Maybe the bats want to drink water? Old Gene decided to check, so they followed the sound of water and kept moving forward. What is that? Suddenly, Old Gene saw some things wriggling at the edge of his vision. Are they monsters? He asked Cobson to shine his lantern over, because in such places, anything moving could be a monster. Rustling, rustling. Melia stepped in front of Cobson, raised her shield to block everyone. Kobsun held his lantern high, and old Jean stayed close behind Malia, watching carefully ahead. Then they saw something unforgettable. Wow, that's disgusting. My goodness, what is that? Can I close my eyes? Please, let me close my eyes. Wriggling, they saw a group of huge flesh worms wriggling densely on the ground, each about as tall as a person. Old Jin's hometown had few children because of low birth rates, but these flesh worms were even bigger than children. The scene was scarier than bugs crawling all over his neck, making him shiver. Wriggling, the bodies of these flesh worms looked like moving pieces of meat covered with wrinkles. They opened their big mouths and kept spitting out slime. The most terrifying part was they had 6 eyes. These disgusting and scary worms crawled in groups on the ground, not very fast, but even more creepy. What a disgusting bunch of worms. They're called Fong Fangs, cursed evil larvae. We should kill them quickly, Eileen said expressionlessly, seeming unafraid of these flesh worms. Old Jean thought, who would want to touch those disgusting things? Even if he turned over the bodies of those meatworms, he probably wouldn't find anything valuable. Better to go around. But Elige's eyes burned with fierce fire, as if she couldn't wait to start fighting. Are they dangerous? Amelia asked. Single-tooth worms aren't much of a threat, but if there are too many, it gets tricky. Their teeth are very sharp, and being bitten is no joke. I don't want to mess with them, but we have to go through them to find water. Elige was right. They didn't know how long they'd be in the dungeon, so they needed to find water quickly. So we can only kill them all, but there are too many. How can we kill them all? While they discussed how to get rid of the meatworms, one of the worms, eating something on the ground, suddenly looked up and stared at them. Huh, does it see us? If insects had awareness, it probably does. It tilted its head, curious, observing them. Its funny movement contrasted sharply with its disgusting and terrifying body, making old Jin's skin crawl again. The worm stared at them for a few seconds, then suddenly opened its big mouth and let out a strange scream. Gia! Gia! With its scream, dozens of tooth worms surged toward them like a tide. Seeing those huge worms rushing at them like an army, old Jean and the others were instantly terrified. Oh my God! Help! It's over. We're doomed. Where's the insect spray? My insect spray. Help! Help! Savage! Savage! While everyone was panicking, Elige suddenly stepped forward. Evil larvae! Go back to Bang! Yowl! She fearlessly charged at the worms, kicking them like soccer balls, knocking each one away. The worms she kicked burst with disgusting splashes, turning into a mass of meat. No, Elige can't fight alone. Old Jean and the others also rushed forward. Old Jean used all his strength, performing a powerful Taekwondo kick. He is a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and kicked hard at a sharp-toothed maggot's head. His toes pierced through the maggot's head, and a sticky liquid sprayed out. He pulled back his foot, noticing his boot was covered in blood and brain matter. So disgusting. Malia also let out a sharp cry, blocking the jumping flesh worms with her shield, then stabbing them one by one with her sword. She is a professional fighter. Her moves are quick and clean. Block, then. Old Jean watched in amazement, thinking that once he has money, he also wants to buy a shield and learn Malia's fighting skills. Hey-ya, watch this. Kobsun, afraid of the bugs, made strange noises while skillfully dodging the flesh worm's attacks, then stabbing them in the back with his sword. Surprisingly, this guy has a talent for dancing. So disgusting. So sticky. These liquids. I hate bugs the most. I'm going crazy. Alicia kicked the flesh worms apart and smashed those that jumped onto her with a hammer. Old Jean and she back to back, attacking the worms with Taekwondo kicks and swordsmanship. After killing about 20 worms, the worms seemed to realize they were outmatched and started to retreat. They won, easily, but gained no loot and ended up covered in slime. Old Jean and the others did not chase after the fleeing worms. Ugh, so sticky. My clothes are dirty. What is this? Bug legs? Yuck. Malia looked worried, while Kobsun screamed in fear. Old Jean was in both states. He was foaming at the mouth and shouting loudly. There's a water source nearby, so that's why so many monsters are attracted. Let's keep moving. Wait a moment. Alicia calmly brushed off the flesh from her shoulders and said, "Great, finally we can go wash up." Everyone realized this too, and they followed Alicia toward the water source. Alicia collected some teeth and claws from the sharp-toothed maggots. She seemed unsure what these were, so she kept them for research. Old Jean and the others waited for Igia while observing their surroundings. Suddenly, they noticed a strange object. Is that a corpse? It was a half-decayed body, likely eaten by sharp maggots. From the remaining flesh, it seemed the person had died not long ago. For old Jean, seeing dead bodies was quite common, so he simply checked the corpse out of routine, looking for anything valuable. In RPG games, players often drop equipment when they die, so these abandoned items naturally belong to the living. The adventurer probably got lost and died here. His gear looked decent. He wore a fine leather armor, but it was torn and chewed up by monsters, probably not worth much. Old Jean struggled to find a wallet on him, along with 2 beautifully crafted daggers nearby, but no main weapon. Who would bring only 2 daggers into a dungeon? The wallet held about 80 copper coins. Old Jean divided them among everyone, 20 coins each. As for the 2 daggers, he decided to keep them for now and sell them after leaving. Just as old Jean was about to leave, Igia stopped him. "The spirits of those killed by monsters will fall into purgatory," Igia said. Purgatory? Unless someone gathers their remains. Igia's meaning was clear. She wanted old Jean and the others to help deal with the body. Although old Jean didn't find touching a mutilated corpse very pleasant, he decided to help out of respect for Igia, the devout nun. The way to gather the remains doesn't matter. What matters is doing it with care. The important thing is to let the spirits rest in peace. Understood? Rather than truly gathering the remains, they simply moved the body to a corner, straightened it, and covered its face with tattered clothes. This was enough. May lost souls return to the embrace of the Lord. Igia whispered a prayer for the corpse. Kobsun saw this scene and suddenly remembered something. He asked Ellie, "Sister, could you please?" Old Jean immediately understood that Kobsun was probably trying to get Ellie to cast a buff or some kind of blessing. Jean thought to himself, just a few prayers for a blessing? That's impossible. Ellie also clearly understood this, so she politely refused Kobsun's request. After dealing with the bodies, they continued walking toward the sound of water. Sure enough, it's underground water. Yes, they saw a man-made ditch where clear underground water was flowing slowly. Jean used his sword sheath to check the water depth and found it was only up to his knees. Jumping in shouldn't be dangerous, but he wondered if there might be strange creatures in the water. Is it because there's water here that so many monsters are attracted? Probably. Monsters need to drink water too. I want to take a bath. I'm sticky and uncomfortable. Indeed, when they fought those sharp-toothed worms earlier, they got covered in slime and bits of flesh. They needed to wash up. Everyone took turns keeping watch and quickly cleaned themselves and their clothes. They used damp cloths to wipe their clothes, washed their hair and faces, and filled their water bottles. By the way, water flows downward, right? Melia said, while wiping her shield. Yes, so we can follow the water flow to the next level? That way we won't get lost. Good idea. After washing up, they followed the ditch forward. The 3rd underground level was nothing special. It seemed to be just a habitat for monsters, with no interesting places to explore or valuable items. They hoped the 4th level would have some surprises. At the end of the ditch was a huge stone door. It was carved with a detailed skull, which looked very ominous. No matter the world, a skull symbol is usually a bad omen. Kobsun stood about 3 steps away from the door and whispered to Jean, "The skull door. Feels a bit off? I think it's very bad." But Jean always felt that there was something good hidden behind that door. After all, the deeper the dungeon, the better the rewards. They have been walking for a while. Besides the corpse they saw earlier, they haven't seen any other skeletons. Maybe the 4th underground level is the real bone burial ground. Also, people usually bury some grave goods and valuable items with the remains, so the 4th underground level might actually be a treasure place. Undead creatures. The skeletons are undead creatures. Sister Elige, didn't you say there might be undead creatures here? Yes, I received information that undead creatures could appear in this dungeon. I came here to investigate this. Elige joined their team to find out about this. Plus, after the goblin statue incident, it seems the real adventure is just beginning. Old Jean pushed the stone door hard, and dust flew out as the door slowly opened. Cough, cough, the air here is really bad. It feels like walking into an old warehouse. Malia was right. The air inside the room was thick and dusty. Old Jean didn't want to think about what the dust might be. If it was ashes or something, that would be too scary. Maybe breathing here could even help with calcium intake. He took out a cloth and covered his nose and mouth to make a simple mask. Ah, a lantern. Barbarian, do you have oil for the fire? Already used up so quickly, it seems we've been walking for several hours. Kobson refilled the lantern with oil. It looks like they've been in the dungeon longer than expected. Kobson lifted the lantern and lit up the surroundings again. They formed a line once more. Malia led the way, Kobson was in the middle, Elige on the left, and Old Jean at the back. They continued forward. The corridor was wide as the stone door. Not long after, they reached a fork in the path. Go left or right? Malia asked. Everyone was silent, looking tense. If they chose the wrong way and got trapped for both sides, it would be disastrous. Whatever, let's go right. Since we don't know which way to go, just pick one. So they decided to go right. Clack, clack. Stone walls, stone floors. Using the faint light, they groped through the dusty maze, finally feeling like they were inside a dungeon. Since this is a dungeon, monsters are sure to appear. As they walked, Melia suddenly stopped. Did she notice something? Carter, look over there, Melia said, pointing her sword ahead. Because the lantern's light couldn't reach that far, Old Jean couldn't see clearly what it was, but he could feel something coming toward them. Click, click. That thing wasn't crawling or walking on all fours. It was walking on two legs. Old Jean squinted and looked carefully. Finally, he saw the rough shape of the creature. Could it be a person? Are they other adventurers? Gulp. Maybe it's another team of adventurers. After all, this dungeon is very popular, and meeting other adventurers inside is normal. Should they say hello? They have a light, so the other side probably already saw them. To be friendly, should they greet them first? Old Jean hesitated because the other side might also be bandits pretending to be adventurers. If they meet bandits in this narrow passage, they might have to fight. In a place like this, without surveillance, robbing and fighting are common. The stories told in taverns about such things are not just rumors. Although Old Jean was tempted by the bandits' loot, fighting fully armed opponents would likely cause injuries. Even with 4 strong teammates, they could get hurt. That creature was still slowly approaching. It's walking so slowly, Old Jean muttered, then suddenly realized something. Why doesn't it have a lantern? Why was there no light on the other side? Humans can't see well in darkness, so they need a lantern or torch. Unless the other side is an elf. Old Jean had seen an elf once. They're not only beautiful, but also mysterious. Did you notice that too? Yes. Kabuzin and Ellie also realized the same thing. Click, click. That thing might be a monster, perhaps a creature that can walk upright. Old Jean tried hard to remember information about upright walking monsters. Goblins? Bugbears? Judging by their size, probably not. Finally, the creature stepped into the light of a lantern, revealing its true form. Mom! Mom! The creature was actually a skeleton. Old Jin's face turned pale with fear, and he instinctively shouted, Mom? It's a skeleton. It seems there are undead creatures in this dungeon, Elige said calmly, as if she wasn't surprised. Click, click. That click, click sound was actually the sound of bones rubbing together. How is that possible? Skeletons can move on their own? Wow. The skeleton is alive. Old Jean had heard of undead creatures before, but seeing one with his own eyes still scared him a lot. He was more afraid of the skeleton than of living people. This was so strange, dead people coming back to life and running around. The world was too crazy. Don't be afraid. They used to be humans. Used to be, click, 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 click. There wasn't just one resurrected skeleton. Ancient soldiers, wearing rotten armor and holding rusty weapons, were coming out of the darkness toward them. Fortunately, they looked better than zombies. Yeah, back home, zombies often appear too. Those zombies are way grosser than skeletons. What? What? Kobson and Malia's reaction surprised Old Jean. They didn't show any fear at all. Instead, they looked very calm, as if the resurrected skeletons were just normal beings. Usually, low-level undead creatures are much weaker than living monsters. Barbarian, what are you afraid of? Weaker? They're monsters that came back from the dead. Look at how thin and bony they are. Where do they get their strength? Strength comes from muscles and bones, but they lack both. This is the difference between people from another world and Earth. People from another world don't have preconceived notions about this fantasy world, so they can see things more objectively. Their life experiences and ways are very different from Earth's. Kobson's words, though a bit harsh, are quite reasonable. Old Jean looked again at the skeletons. They really looked like they had stepped out of a horror movie. Those skeletons each have at least one row of soldiers. They drag broken weapons and slowly walk toward Old Jean and the others. Old Jean doesn't understand how they move, and they don't look like valuable items. The weapons are rusty, broken, and incomplete. Even if they are antiques, no one would believe it. Basically, they're just a bunch of bones holding old, useless metal, showing off. Thinking this way, Old Jin's fear of undead creatures suddenly disappears. Strength in battle comes from muscles, bones, willpower, and equipment. These skeletons lack all four. They're just moving bone models. Old Jean immediately feels that the skeleton army in front of him looks like a group of weak, sick, and old beggars. Seeing these easy-to-beat enemies, Old Jin's inner sense of superiority begins to stir. Should we rush forward and try? Melia lowers her body, eager to fight. Although she sounds like she's asking for advice, she is actually ready for battle. The power of a strike depends on weight and speed. Melia raises her shield, stomps the ground hard, and rushes out. Clatter, clatter, clatter like a wild horse breaking free, unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, she charges into the group of skeletons. Bang! With a crisp collision sound, bone fragments fly everywhere. The skeletons are knocked over like bowling pins by Melia. It's said that human bones only make up about 20% of body weight, and these skeletons buried underground for many years probably weigh less than half of that. How could they withstand Melia's shield charge? For people face dozens of skeletons with a big gap in strength. But Old Jean and the others' personal fighting ability is enough to make up for the numerical disadvantage. They are confident they can defeat these skeletons easily. Old Jean roars excitedly and charges forward. Instead of stabbing, it's more like swinging. After all, swords are made of metal, and hitting something will cause serious damage. Following Karen's instructions, Old Jean swings his long sword with the most efficient and easiest posture, knocking the skeletons to the ground. So, how are you here? Bang! Click! Old Jean swung his sword, smashing a skeleton's head into pieces. These skeletons are really weak. How dare they act tough in front of him? And their movements are so slow that Old Jean feels anxious for them. Their actions seem slowed down, whether moving or swinging their swords, to an unbearable degree. Actions that a normal person could do in 1 second take them 10 seconds, slower than snails. With their speed, how could they possibly hit Old Jean? Even if they did, it wouldn't cause much damage. The armor on Old Jin's chest and padding isn't just for show. These skeletons' attacks can't break his defenses. As long as they don't hit his head, he's safe. Such a bone-headed disappointment, Old Jean said as he smashed a skeleton's head into pieces. These skeletons are just piles of bones. Dead beings can't interfere in the world of the living, and these skeletons are simply inanimate objects. Old Jean personally sent them back to where they belong. These bone frames are even easier to deal with than zombies, Kobson said as he sheathed his sword and started punching and kicking the skeletons. Though his fighting skills look amateurish, he's more than capable of handling these skeletons. He kicked one in the waist, breaking it, and punched another, shattering its ribs, causing them all to fall down, if that can even be called death. It would be great if he could fight monsters like this forever. Melia hit a skeleton's head with her shield, smashing its skull into pieces, then pushed its body into the wall. She seems naturally fond of violence, smashing those skeletons to bits with her shield. As a professional shield warrior, her shield isn't just for defense, it's also a deadly weapon. As for Elige, she was even more excited, clearly enjoying the thrill of battle. Together, they easily defeated all the skeletons. Dust filled the room, and a thick layer of dust on the ground probably accumulated because other adventurers had also fought here fiercely. Now, it can finally rest in peace. That's really great. Elige wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling refreshed and happy. It's hard to imagine that she is the one causing so much destruction in the dungeon. She looks very happy, as if she truly believes she has done a good deed. Old Jean couldn't understand her. To him, Elige's actions seemed more like madness than devotion. However, Old Jean also felt a bit relieved, so he just gave a half-hearted smile. Have their souls been saved? Salvation. I don't quite understand that word. Where their souls have gone, we can't know. Maybe using the word salvation isn't quite right. Are you saying they didn't go to heaven? Heaven is also a vague idea. Mr. Carter, do you follow any religion? Salvation and heaven are not concepts promoted by our Church of the Bright Cross. Oh, no, I don't have a religion. I just heard street preachers say that believing in a religion can get you to heaven. But I don't really understand these things. Old Jean was startled by Elige suddenly starting to preach. He quickly changed the subject. He knew nothing about religion and wasn't interested. Although I don't believe it, in this kingdom, there are still heretics. But it's better not to trust those who talk about heaven too much. Okay, hearing the word heretics, Old Jean felt a shiver run down his spine. He was afraid of saying the wrong thing and getting hit by Elige. He quickly lowered his head and dared not look in her eyes. Well, let's see if there's anything good here. Old Jean looked down and scanned the ground. He didn't have high hopes. He kicked aside the skeleton remains. These broken weapons, even if sold to a blacksmith, would probably just get him scolded and maybe even killed. They might even use his body to make some creepy art. Old Jean kept searching, hoping to find a gem-encrusted sword. But unfortunately, these low-level enemies didn't carry anything valuable. Looks like he would go home empty-handed again. He felt very disappointed. Meliath seemed to share the same idea. She squatted on the ground, using a leg bone to search through the bones. She even touched the bones with her hands, not caring about getting dirty. Huh, what's this? Hearing Melia say she found something, Old Jean didn't have high hopes. He was thinking about how to turn those rotten leather pieces into something useful. Recycling the decayed leather might help save the environment. One necklace. Necklace! Old Jean shouted excitedly. Melia had found a long necklace among a pile of bones. Due to its age, the necklace had faded and the material was hard to tell. But, so that's it. The weapons might be gone, but the jewelry could still be here. Exactly. That's it. Cobson spoke for Old Jean, sharing his thoughts. Everyone's hope was reignited. Like excavators, they started digging wildly through the bones. The chance was here. The dream of getting rich overnight was close. I should have been gentler when I started. Me too. Hey, there's also a ring here. What material is it made of? It's not in great condition. Old Jean had been unlucky lately. When he finally found something to be happy about, he smiled excitedly and searched through the jewelry. Although digging through bones was a bit strange, any normal person in this situation would probably show a greedy smile. Even Elige was eagerly searching. Found it. After some effort, they finally collected all the jewelry from the skeletons. The ancient people had buried many valuable items with their loved ones to help them in the afterlife. Now, these treasures had fallen into the hands of greedy adventurers. Hooray! We struck it rich. We're rich. Old Jean wanted to dance with excitement, but he held back. He took off his cloak and laid all the loot on it. Come on, put everything here. They planned to gather all the treasures and share them equally. After all, it was everyone's effort. They couldn't let one person take everything. According to adventurer rules, the loot belonged to whoever killed the monsters, but this time, it was hard to tell who had killed which skeletons. Plus, everyone's contribution was similar, so splitting the loot was fair. When it came to money, fairness and justice were essential. Everyone placed their found jewelry on the cloak. It looked like they had gathered quite a lot. However, when I found it, I was quite excited, but now looking at it, yes. These items are very old. Are they made of brass or bronze? If they were gold, they probably wouldn't have faded. This string of crystal beads is also cracked. Is that dark thing a pearl? After placing all the jewelry together, they realized that these items were just broken and worthless. They all seemed to have been damaged by time. Broken, faded, rusted, and the materials were hard to tell. Only some broken shapes remained. It would be great if I could learn appraisal skills. But unfortunately, I have no skill points. What a pity. Can't these poor folks buy a gold necklace for their family? They are so unkind. These ancient people are really unreliable. It looks like these things are not worth much, Ailey GS said helplessly, shaking her head. Old Jean also thought so. But even if they sold these items, they might get a few copper coins. Besides the tin cup and the mimic's teeth, they had collected some miscellaneous goods. Old Jean and the others tidied up and continued forward. The skeletons are not naturally formed, Ailey GS said as they walked. You mean they were made by people? Amelia asked. Made skeletons? Could it be evil wizards? Evil wizards? You mean necromancers, right? Barbarian, haven't you heard of necromancers? It seems you still have a lot to learn about this world. How could we have such things where I come from? Necromancers are evil mages who control the dead, twisted and mentally unstable. They are real societal pests, obsessed with desecrating corpses and even killing and looting to satisfy their disgusting habits, like demons hiding behind human skins. So, in a way, those adventurers who rob and loot are not much different from them. However, necromancers are spellcasters who control supernatural powers and can bring corpses back to life. This is not something ordinary adventurers can do. There's a saying that the line between a noble person and a villain is very thin. The difference between adventurers and necromancers is probably just that. But anyway, these guys are extremely disgusting and very dangerous. Are you saying that those skeleton soldiers are controlled by necromancers? Old Jean asked. That's very likely. Zombies, which are still partly decayed, might wake up on their own because of leftover evil magic. But skeleton soldiers, just bones, can't stand up by themselves easily. Someone must be behind this, Ellie explained. It seems there is indeed a necromancer hiding in this dungeon. Although I don't know why zombies can wake up on their own, but skeleton soldiers can't. One thing is certain. Besides monsters, spirits, and adventurers, there are even more dangerous things lurking here. Are necromancers very powerful? Old Jean asked curiously. It depends on their level. Even among mages, there are beginners, right? Ellie answered with a smile. Old Jean was skeptical about this. He had heard that necromancers are usually very evil and fierce, but looking at the scattered bones around, they didn't seem threatening at all. They looked harmless, like teaching tools used in biology classes at some school. Moreover, in his eyes, these skeleton soldiers are just weaklings, easy to crush. Creating such creatures probably isn't very impressive. The necromancer behind this might not be very powerful either, unless there's some secret plan. I heard that if you kill a necromancer and deliver their head to the church, you could get a big reward. Old Jin's eyes lit up, as if he saw a chance to get rich. Yes, if the target is a wanted criminal, the reward can be even higher. But in our church, the basic reward is 10 silver coins, Ellie patiently explained. 10 silver coins, Old Jean exclaimed, breathing a little faster. However, this ridiculously high reward made Old Jean feel a bit uneasy. Whether it was the previous goblin incident or now the skeleton soldiers, strange events often hide something more. Those who act with a specific purpose are usually the most dangerous because their determination is beyond normal imagination. Based on the level of these skeleton soldiers, no, it's too early to draw conclusions. We still need to investigate further. Do you want to keep going deeper? Ellie asked again, since no one knew if the dark depths of the dungeon truly hid a necromancer. Although they were a team, Ellie also had the task from a church. She didn't want to force her teammates to risk their lives for her mission, so she asked for their opinions. She's a considerate nun. I'm fine with it. Since we're here, why not explore a bit more? Old Jean was the first to agree. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. I'm the same. Let's go a little further, Copson nodded, as he was usually brief. Malia didn't speak, but agreed with everyone's decision. Finding only a few tin cups and broken jewelry wasn't satisfying. Even if they weren't chasing the truth, they still wanted to see what else they could find deeper in the dungeon. More valuable items. Then let's keep moving forward, Sister Ellie, old Jean said, leading the way. Ellie nodded, and the group crossed the small hill made of skeleton remains, continuing into the dungeon's depths. Old Jean felt a bit uneasy, worried that the skeletons might suddenly come back to life and attack from behind. But he quickly dismissed the thought. If those skeletons really revived, they probably wouldn't pose much threat. They'd already beaten them badly. What could they do now? Plus, in a fantasy world, it was unrealistic for bones to reassemble and attack again after being shattered. Hey, there are more skeleton soldiers ahead, Malia pointed out, warning them. Whether because this was the 4th underground level, or just the frequent turns, they kept seeing skeletons. But these enemies no longer threatened old Jean and his team. They easily defeated each one, looted some treasures, and moved on. The air was thick with the smell of bone dust, which might affect their breathing. Malia performed a spinning kick, knocking a skeleton soldier in half. It seemed she was getting tired too. Old Jean was the same. He was carrying so many items that he almost couldn't hold them all. He even wore 6 rusty rings on his hands. Someone might think he was here to be buried with treasures. More coming, KOBOLDS said quietly. He strode forward quickly, put down his lantern, and swung his fists like windmills. It looked like he wanted to play with them, first before finishing them off. The fight was relaxed, and the tension was gone. The skeleton soldiers moved slowly like wooden stakes, not threatening at all. They probably couldn't even guard a home properly. But, as always, unexpected things happen when you least expect them. Whoa! Just as old Jean broke a skeleton's neck with his bare hands, a strange sound suddenly came from nearby. In this quiet dungeon, besides their shouts and the sound of bones breaking, there was no other noise. So this sudden sound was very sharp, like lightning flashing in the dark, catching them off guard. What was that sound? It seemed like something was burning. Get back, KOBOLDS suddenly shouted angrily. Old Jean realized something was wrong. Without thinking, he rolled on the ground. When danger strikes, hiding is always the best choice. They could think about what happened later, once they were safe. Whoa! Old Jean only then noticed something flying toward him, but it was too late. It was a ball of purple flames. Old Jean twisted his body desperately in midair, trying to avoid the fire. At the last moment, the purple fire brushed past his shoulder. Was it magic? Old Jean wanted to scream, but then a burning pain hit him. But the pain he expected didn't come. Although he heard the explosion of flames, he didn't feel any heat or pain. It seemed he wasn't hit by the fire, but had dodged it completely. My agility must have improved a lot, Old Jean thought happily. What's going on? Malia, raise your shield. Back to the corner quickly, Old Jean shouted loudly. Since there are unidentified flying objects, let's first retreat to the corner. In this terrain, it's not wise to confront distant attackers directly. Malia immediately rushed to the front of the team, raised her shield, and prepared for battle. Old Jean stood up while observing his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. What the heck is that thing? Crash! The dungeon wall suddenly collapsed, and a black flood burst out from the breach. The powerful water pressure shattered the surrounding bricks and stones. More and more black liquid flowed in from all directions, quickly flooding the floor. Wow, what is this thing? The sudden turn of events almost scared Old Jean to death. This is serious. We need to get out of here fast. From the looks of it, it won't be long before the entire dungeon is flooded with this black liquid. Even if we have to die, we don't want to die so helplessly. Run. Old Jean was already panicking and shouted loudly. The only way now was to escape to the upper level. But the black liquid was moving even faster, and large parts of the walls collapsed like a bursting dam, flooding the entire dungeon in an instant. Gulp! Old Jean's vision darkened, and he struggled to breathe as the water crazily poured into his mouth and nose. It's cursed magic. KOBOLDS, grab Carter. Malia, block the front with your shield. Somehow, Ellie managed to stand on the water and shouted commands loudly. The noise of the water was too loud for Old Jean to hear clearly. At that moment, Kobson suddenly appeared beside him and grabbed his arm. This guy, he's pretty good at swimming, old Jean thought. With strong will, resist evil temptations. Healing spell. A bright light flashed. The light was so pure and warm, like the first dawn when the world was born, illuminating old Jin's entire world. He couldn't help but reach out, wanting to grasp that light. In this warm glow, old Jean felt an unprecedented sense of peace, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. A premonition of death rose in his heart. Is this what death feels like? It feels so warm and peaceful that death doesn't seem so scary. Old Jin's life was full of regrets. After he dies, what will happen to him? Will he go to heaven? Or, like in stories, will he travel to a magical world and start a new life? If he could choose, he would want to go to heaven or be reborn as a new person. Although he killed a few people after coming to this world, he did so only when he had no choice, and those people deserved it. Maybe the king would forgive him because he tried to protect others. After all, he once risked his life to fight a bully who was hurting others, which even the king would praise as a brave act. Of course, maybe there is nothing after death. Thinking of this, old Jean suddenly felt a strange fear. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice said softly beside him. "Huh, yeah." Old Jean blinked and looked around. What he saw was a familiar face. Strangely, why did his mom have bright red hair today? And she looked incredibly beautiful. Wait, something seemed off. "You're finally awake." She was Ellie. "Wow!" Old Jean exclaimed and sat up quickly, looking around. There was no flood of black water. The walls of the dungeon were intact and very strong. Except for the spit and tears on his face and chin, there was no other liquid. Could it be a hallucination? No, that couldn't be. How could such a real illusion exist? What was really going on? Calm down. That was a curse magic. You probably had a hallucination. There was a skeleton mage ahead, but I removed the curse, so don't worry, Ellie explained. What? A curse? Could it be that the purple flames earlier were curse magic? Wow, this is so unfair. How could such magic exist in the world? Thanks. Old Jean took a deep breath. Luckily, it was just a hallucination. He shook his head hard and climbed to his feet. The battle is still going on, and he must hurry to help. Malia stands in front of him, holding up her shield, while Kobson is behind her, swinging his sword to defeat the advancing skeleton soldiers one by one. You're finally awake, barbarian, Kobson says without looking back. There's a skeleton mage ahead, Ellie reminds him. Another purple flame flies toward them, which seems to be a curse spell. Old Jean tries to roll away to dodge, but Malia raises her shield and blocks the flame. The fire hits the shield and disappears instantly. It looks like the shield can block it. Old Jean breathes a sigh of relief. Not far away, a skeleton mage with a staff hides among the skeleton soldiers, casting magic at them. This guy is hiding behind the minions and shooting from behind. Cowardly, dishonest. Mages, indeed, are not good people, and it is this cursed mage who cast that terrible curse magic on him. How dare you mock me? Watch me tear you to pieces. If I don't avenge this, I swear I won't be a person. Old Jean roars like an angry wild bull. Although the opponent is a mage, his magic is no match for Malia's shield. The skeleton soldiers coming from all sides are even weaker, unable to stop Old Jean from moving forward. None, Ellie, cover me. Kobson, come too. Old Jean shouts loudly, leading the charge. Understood. Got it. Old Jean rushes toward the skeleton mage like an arrow shot from a bow. Ellie and Kobson follow closely behind, forming a spearhead formation, unstoppable, as if they want to tear apart the skeleton army before them. Super invincible whirlwind kick. Old Jean leaps high and delivers a powerful two-stage side kick. Bang! 3 skeleton soldiers are caught off guard and shattered by Old Jean's kick, bones flying everywhere. The passion of battle burns fiercely in Old Jean's chest. Today, he vows to break these skeletons into pieces or he won't stop. In the dungeon, Old Jean is determined to smash 3 skulls today. Light be with you. Just as Old Jean was fighting fiercely, Ellie's singing voice came from behind. It seemed she was about to unleash a powerful move. Holy Light Blast. A dazzling light shot over old Jin's head, illuminating the dark dungeon as if it were daytime. Wherever the light touched, skeleton soldiers shattered and fell, as if bombarded by cannon fire. Clang, bang! The holy light blast cleared a path toward the skeleton mage. Old Jin seized a chance and charged forward like a wild horse. His only goal was the skeleton mage hiding at the back. Prepare to meet your end, you lousy mage. Click, click, click. Ha! However, the skeleton mage was not going down easily. It recited another spell, releasing a purple flame. At the top of its staff, a black crystal ball shone brightly. Purple flames swirled inside, eventually forming a fireball that roared toward old Jin. The fireball burned fiercely, like a monster from the deep sea, radiating danger. Oh no, it's too fast. But old Jin was not someone to give up easily. Dodge! He focused intently on the fireball. Just before it hit, he rolled lazily to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The fireball whistled past his nose and crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Boom! After a loud explosion, old Jin looked back and saw Melia holding her shield steadily, blocking the fireball. Blocked it, Melia shouted. Well done. With Melia protecting him from behind, old Jin felt much more at ease. Now, he could charge forward without hesitation and crush that skeleton mage into pieces. Click, click, click. The skeleton mage seemed to realize things were going badly and started to retreat slowly. Even a pile of bones knew to be afraid. Seeing the situation turning against him, old Jin smirked inwardly. Trying to run? Too late. Since it dared to provoke him, it had to be prepared to pay the price. Come and die, old Jin roared loudly, channeling all his strength into his sword. He swung a powerful, slanting strike toward the skeleton mage. This move was learned from Karen, called a strong attack. It combines speed and force into a single slash, making it much more powerful. Even seasoned warriors would find it hard to block this attack. Go to swish. The sword cut through the air in a perfect arc. It's sliced open. Such an unnecessary move. This strike was precise, splitting the skeleton mage in half. Old Jin could even feel the smoothness from the sword handle, like slicing through soft tofu. Bang! The skeleton mage's body was cut in two and scattered on the ground. Old Jin sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and calmed his excited feelings. Next, he had an important task to do, and that was, let you burn me with fire to tear this skeleton mage into pieces. Trash! How dare you trick me? Bang! 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 Furious, old Jin stomped wildly on the remains of the skeleton mage. Thinking about it, he almost lost his life just now. Scary. The feeling of that black liquid filling his nose and mouth still lingered in his memory. Let you die! Let you die! Die! Old Jin was so angry he stomped on the bones one by one until they turned into powder. Only then did he stop, panting heavily. I won. Having defeated the powerful skeleton mage, old Jin felt a deep sense of achievement. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but smile happily. You're really fierce. No wonder you're a barbarian, Cobb-san said, joking. Hee, I'm fine now, old Jin replied with a smile. He was in a great mood and even thought about collecting the skeleton mage's ashes to bury somewhere nice. Your anger just now was righteous fury. I hope you can always keep that honest heart, Ellie also said with a smile. Righteous fury? Usually, old Jin would think she was talking nonsense. But now, he felt completely refreshed and happy. All right, let's confirm everything. Alicia walked over to the pile of ashes and picked up the skull of the skeleton mage. That was the item Jin kicked away in his anger just now. Exactly. Look at this, the skeleton mage's skull. Doesn't it have a familiar symbol? Jin hadn't noticed before. Now, looking carefully, he saw a black symbol carved on the forehead of the skeleton mage. It looked very familiar. He thought hard and finally remembered where he'd seen it. It's a goblin totem, Jin exclaimed. That's right. It seems there's a connection between these two things, Alicia said quietly. Jin remembered that when he first worked with Alicia, they had destroyed a goblin totem. Those underground creatures suddenly came to the surface to cause trouble and they found this symbol there. But it looks like there's a big conspiracy behind all this. My task is done, Alicia said softly, touching the skeleton mage's skull. Her job was just to find the truth. Now that she had the evidence, she could leave peacefully. Do you want to keep exploring? My part is finished, but if you want to go further, I can stay and help, Alicia asked Jean and Cobb's son. Now they faced a choice. Should they go deeper into the dungeon to find the mysterious necromancer? Or should they stop here, take the loot, and head home? What do you think? Jean asked Cobb's son and Malia. Skeleton mages are not to be taken lightly. I think we should be careful, Cobb's son said thoughtfully. Honestly, those ordinary skeleton soldiers are no match for us, Malia said dismissively. Jean had just vented his frustration earlier, but now he was calm. He carefully analyzed the situation and thought the second option was safer. Maybe we should look around for something valuable and then leave. Honestly, with our current strength, fighting the necromancer might be too risky. If there are even more powerful monsters inside, we could be in real danger. After seeing how strong the skeleton mage was, Jean no longer dared to take things lightly. Controlling skeleton soldiers is already quite impressive, but now they can even create skeleton mages who can use magic. The power of this necromancer is truly mysterious and hard to understand. If that person has even more powerful magic, like a death ray, they could be in serious trouble. To be safe, it's better not to take any risks. You have a point. When I saw that mage, I felt it was a bit dangerous. Cobson nodded in agreement. But can't we just block it with a shield? Melia still felt a little stubborn. As a shield warrior, she has great confidence in her shield. What if the magic can't be blocked by a shield? Old Jean asked back. That's true. Melia thought for a moment, realizing old Jean had a point. Magic is mysterious and unpredictable. Who knows what strange abilities it might have? If they encounter some bug-like magic, they might just be unlucky. Oh, I almost forgot this. Old Jean suddenly remembered something. He picked up the staff dropped by the skeleton mage. The staff is completely black, with a black crystal ball embedded at the top. It looks very special. What is this? It looks valuable, Melia said. Yeah? Although the black crystal ball is cracked and dim, it was definitely used by the skeleton mage to cast magic. Old Jean doesn't understand magic, but since it can still be used, it must be something special. Mage equipment is always very expensive. Old Jean isn't sure why it's so costly, but he knows even the worst magic gear can sell for a good price. This staff with the black crystal ball doesn't look like junk. Maybe it could even sell for a high price. I like it. Old Jean stroked the staff happily, eyes shining. It seems that the biggest reward from this dungeon adventure is this staff. Why don't we find more skeleton mages and see if they drop more staffs? Melia suddenly suggested, her eyes also gleaming with greed. Gulp. Old Jean and Cobson both swallowed nervously at the same time. Faced with such a tempting offer, who could refuse? Adventurers are just a group of greedy folks. Hee. Good idea. I think we need more evidence before exposing the necromancer's plan, Leg said with a smile. So, the group, dreaming of wealth, once again stepped into the darkness. As long as they find 3 skeleton mages, defeat them, and get 3 staffs, Old Jean can perform a 360-degree spinning move in the air. The group carefully groped forward in the dark, afraid of sudden magic attacks. Leading the way was still Maria. Ever since she discovered her shield could block magic, she became very excited, eager to be hit by more magic for fun. Of course, it would be best if her shield could block all attacks. But if she couldn't, Old Jean had to be ready to dodge at any moment. Are those skeleton soldiers crawling up from underground? Old Jean noticed passages leading underground on both sides of the path. The skeleton soldiers seemed to come from these tunnels, as if endless. This is just like a base in a sci-fi game. A cheap buddy for $50. Old Jean couldn't help but complain. This is Sparta. Old Jean kicked the skeleton soldiers back into their home territory one by one. Should we go down and take a look? Cobson asked. Better not. I think the tunnels are probably full of skeleton soldiers. Going down would be like sending ourselves to death. Old Jean shook his head. Even if skeleton soldiers are weak, their numbers can overwhelm them. At that point, it would be hard to fight back alone. Old Jean understood the saying, many ants can bite an elephant. Of course, the deeper the dungeon, the more valuable treasures they might find. But for now, they had already gained a lot and didn't need to risk more. I'll draw a map, Leg said, taking out her map and starting to sketch. Old Jean curiously looked over and saw her map was like a piece of abstract art. No one knew what she was drawing. Is this symbol a passage to the underground? Old Jean pointed at a strange symbol on the map and asked. No, that's where we encountered skeleton soldiers. I've marked all the places we've seen them, Ellie explained. Oh, so this cat-like symbol is the way down? Old Jean asked, pointing at another symbol. That's not a cat. It's a character. I just made a simple note of what happened there, Ellie said helplessly. What exactly are you drawing? No, what are you writing? Forget it, as long as she understands it herself. The group gave up on exploring the 5th underground level and continued scavenging on the 4th level. Along the way, they encountered more skeleton soldiers, as well as some slimes and giant bats. Seeing these old friends, Old Jean suddenly became energetic and started swinging his sword wildly. Ellie saw Old Jean fighting bravely and smiled happily. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, clearing the gloom in the dungeon and making the team's mood lighter. There's a room ahead, Malia pointed forward and said. Someone's inside, Kobsun said in a deep voice. Is that guy holding a staff? Old Jin's eyes lit up as he asked. Inside the room, a skeleton soldier stood there holding something that looked like a wooden stick. It's really a staff. I thought it was a fire-starting stick, Old Jean said excitedly. Haha, you're really funny, Kobsun joked. Really? Old Jean looked a bit proud. I'm joking. You barbarian, stop talking such stupid stuff, Kobsun said harshly. Old Jean immediately felt hurt. The skeleton mage stood still in the center of the room, as if something was wriggling at his feet. Could it be some kind of magic trap? Old Jean felt uneasy. If something like spikes suddenly appeared under his feet, it would be the end. Kobsun also sensed something was wrong. He carefully raised his lantern and slowly moved forward. The light illuminated the corners of the room, and Old Jean finally saw what was wriggling. Ah! Malia let out a sharp, quick scream. Twisting, twisting, wriggling, wriggling. Those things turned out to be countless sharp-toothed maggots. These disgusting bugs are even scarier than magic traps. Suddenly, the skeleton mage moved. It waved its staff, and a black mist burst out from the top, covering the maggots. The maggots seemed to be stimulated. They raised their heads and stared at Old Jean and his group with their hollow eyes. Wow, that's so gross. One maggot's mouth oozed a sticky liquid that dripped onto the ground. Ugh, so disgusting. Old Jean shouted in surprise, swinging his sword to cut a jumping maggot in half. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The maggots, as if receiving an attack signal, rushed toward Old Jean and the others. These creatures can even jump? It seems this skeleton mage can control these maggots. I really hate bugs. Kabuzin roared angrily. Elise also frowned. Although controlling monsters is powerful, do they really think they can defeat them just with these little bugs? That's just wishful thinking. Old Jean and the others quickly eliminated all the maggots, then rushed forward and attacked the skeleton mage with their blades. Another staff broke apart. Old Jean shouted excitedly. Even though his clothes were covered in disgusting liquid, he felt very happy. They had already obtained 2 staffs embedded with black crystal balls. Malia held a shield, Kabuzin carried a lantern, Elise held the staff that had just been broken, so this time, Old Jean took the new staff, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. What a legendary mage swordsman look. I also want to learn magic. Old Jean thought to himself. Things are going well, Elise said with a smile, hanging a skeleton skull on her waist. She now had 2 skulls hanging from her waist, looking like a warrior from some cannibal tribe. Yeah, how much do you think these 2 staffs are worth? Old Jean asked. I estimate each can sell for at least 3 silver coins, Kabuzin replied. 3 silver coins? More expensive than my shield? Melia said in surprise. Although selling a staff for 3 silver coins sounds a bit optimistic, at least it could probably sell for dozens of copper coins. The group continued forward, overcoming many challenges and gaining a lot. In the distance, a deep roar was heard like a beast. Then there was a strange, cackling laugh that sent chills down the spine. "I sense evil energy," Ellie said, leaning her staff against the wall. "Light dispels darkness, holy light." Ellie chanted a spell, and a pure, bright light radiated from her, illuminating the surrounding darkness. "Those are evil dogs and little demons. Such a bad smell," Ellie said, covering her nose. "Woof! Cackle!" In the darkness, a few black evil dogs appeared, along with some black little dwarfs. Evil dogs are magical creatures from the demon world, completely black, hairless, with bare skin, blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth. Definitely not creatures to mess with. The little demons are low-level, mindless creatures that look like enlarged newborns, with thin limbs and a pair of small horns on their heads, which are said to be used for making magical materials. "Hey, barbarian, your friends are here. Don't you like black?" "Look, there's several over there," Kobsun teased, pointing at the evil dogs. "Well, since they're here, I guess we have to fight." Old Jean took a deep breath, ready for battle. Woof! One evil dog suddenly lunged out of the darkness and attacked Old Jean. As expected of a magical beast, it's very fast. Luckily, Melia, reliable shield warrior, was there. Melia calmly raised her shield to block the attack. Bang! Such great strength, the evil dog was very strong, and Melia was pushed back a few steps. "Looks like we've met a tough opponent this time." Seeing this, Old Jean rushed forward immediately. "Block it!" Old Jean seized a moment and stabbed his sword into the evil dog's belly. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh. Old Jean pushed hard, and the sword emerged from the other side of the vicious dog. Faced with the combined attack of the shield warrior and the swordsman, the vicious dog had no chance to fight back. Old Jean twisted forcefully, turning the dog's internal organs into a messy pulp. Yowl! The vicious dog let out a painful cry, collapsing to the ground with blood spraying everywhere. Old Jean drew his long sword and kicked the dog's head apart. "Where's the little demon?" Old Jean looked around and asked. "I've already taken care of it," Ailey said calmly. A little demon had turned into a pile of flesh and lay on the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Ailey was cutting up the demon's body, removing its sharp horns and palms. "It seems I have nothing to do with this time," Kobsun said regretfully. The fight ended too quickly. He didn't even get a chance to join, and it was over. "It's a bit of pity. I think it's quite cute," Melia said, looking at the demon's body on the ground. What did you say?" "The little demon is cute." Old Jean doubted if he heard correctly. Melia actually said that the ugly little demon was cute? Could she be possessed by some evil spirit? "Yeah, chubby and quite adorable," Melia said seriously. "You think it's cute?" "Melia, you must be mistaken. That is an evil creature," Ailey said sternly. "Huh, Melia, we need to have a serious talk." Just as Ailey was about to take Melia's hand and give her a good lecture, a skeleton mage appeared again from the darkness. "It looks like we'll have to talk next time." Ailey assumed a running stance, ready to rush forward and smash the skeleton mage's head. The skeleton mage performed its old trick, releasing another purple magic ball. Melia excitedly raised her shield, ready to show her strength once more. "Wait!" Old Jean grabbed Melia and said, "What if this magic ball can pierce the shield?" Better to dodge, just in case. Although he didn't want to dampen Melia's enthusiasm, if she really got hit by the magic ball, it would be trouble. Melia thought for a moment and agreed that Old Jin's advice made sense, so she obediently moved aside. "It's over. There are a few more vicious dogs behind us." When they saw the mage die, they immediately ran away. "It seems these skeleton mages can control monsters," Ellie said. Although the skeleton mage was dead, it left behind a staff. Old Jean handed the staff to Kobsun, telling him to carry it. Now, they only need one more staff to complete their goal. Soon after, they found the fourth skeleton mage. This unlucky skeleton was beaten so badly that his face was swollen. He wanted to scream, but had no voice, so he could only make silent cries. Old Jean, Ellie, Kobsun, and Mariah worked together to smash this bone mage into pieces. They got 4 staffs, and everyone was very happy. More importantly, fighting the same monsters 4 times was a bit boring, so they used it as a way to celebrate. Basically, it was like a firecracker celebration. Now we should head back, right? Phew, how much do you think these things are worth? Old Jin's eyes shone as if he already saw a bag of money. Silver cups, staffs, and antiques. We'll definitely make a big profit this time, huh? Cobson said excitedly, rubbing his hands. He was eager to go to the trading market right now. Although those antiques looked like junk, selling the silver cups and staffs could get him at least 10 silver coins. As for the antiques, don't get your hopes up too high. Don't forget, we also have 2 daggers, a monster's tooth, and a little demon's horn, Old Jean added, worried about missing any treasures. The daggers were looted from a previous adventurer's body, and the little demon's horn was just cut off. Even though carrying more increased their load, these items would eventually turn into heavy coins dropping into his pocket. Old Jean held back the urge to shout loudly, feeling very happy inside. Ellie tied the staff to Mariah's back. From a distance, their small team looked a bit like a band of magic thieves. Old Jean straightened his back, feeling like he was walking on air. Let's go. Sister Ellie, are the maps you stored enough? Old Jean asked Ellie with a teasing tone. Huh? Stored? What are you talking about? Ellie looked confused, clearly not understanding what he meant. Haha, just joking. It's time for us to go back, and now it's your turn to show your skill with the map, Old Jean said with a smile. Leave it to me. Ellie confidently unfolded the map and strode forward. Everyone laughed and followed behind. On the way in, they fought monsters, and on the way out, the path was smooth. Only the skeleton remains scattered on the ground, silently telling of their great achievements. Soon, they returned to the 3rd floor, the hall that looked like a church, and the room connected to the waterway. Wow, this old guy has turned into a complete skeleton, Old Jean said, looking at the adventurer's corpse in the corner, unable to resist teasing. Compared to before, only white bones remained, with no flesh left. It seemed someone passing by swallowed it casually. Do you think he might suddenly come back to life? Melia asked nervously. I've thought about that too. Old Jean nodded in agreement. I already purified him, so he won't come back, Ellie said calmly, full of confidence. That's good to hear. Now I feel at ease, Old Jean nodded, finally relaxing. Although Ellie's map was messy and confusing, they still managed to pass through the 3rd floor and reach the 2nd. How did she do it? Old Jean couldn't figure it out, so he asked. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly ask. Your map looks like scribbles. How do you understand it? Instead, he asked more politely. We've been trained for this, Ellie explained calmly. Trained? Old Jean became even more curious. If I happen to die and heretics get my map, they could use it for evil. So, the way we draw maps must prevent outsiders from understanding them. Old Jean was stunned. Wait, you said you're a low-level nun? What kind of organization is the Church of Light? From their style and words, they seem more like a sacred special forces team. Ah, I see. I thought you couldn't draw at all. Sorry about that. Old Jean quickly apologized, worried he had hurt Ellie with his words. You misunderstood. I do have trouble drawing, but your words still made me a little sad. Ellie lowered her head, speaking with a hint of sadness. I'm so careless. I deserve a scolding, Old Jean said regretfully, raising his hand to give himself 3 slaps. He couldn't let a girl get upset because of him. Haha, don't be like that, Ellie said, unable to help but laugh at his silly behavior. Are you crazy? Cobson said, watching Old Jean's self-punishing act and feeling a bit annoyed. None of your business. Old Jean shot him a quick look, feeling even more awkward. They didn't encounter any monsters on the way, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Before they knew it, they had returned to the familiar 1st floor, the spacious hall. After spending so long in the dungeon, Old Jean felt like he was in a different world. Let's go upstairs quickly. I'm feeling a bit tired, Cobson said, stretching lazily with a tired look. After doing such heavy work, of course I'm tired. I just want to go home, take a shower, and get a good sleep, Melia agreed. They headed toward the sunny ground. Just then, they heard voices coming from the staircase leading to the surface. Were they other adventurers? Everyone tensed up and moved quietly closer. Ah, in front of them was indeed another group of adventurers, a middle-aged man with a beard. They stopped in the middle of the stairs, sizing each other up. "Did you come out from inside?" The middle-aged man asked first. "Yes, why do you ask?" Old Gene nodded, feeling a little uneasy. Although his companions didn't say anything, Old Gene generally didn't trust adventurers. To him, these people would do anything for profit, even killing or stealing. After all, he was one of them. "Those wands, are they all the same? Did you find them inside?" The middle-aged man noticed the wands in their hands, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. "Yeah, there are lots of treasures in this dungeon. Go down and try your luck. Maybe you'll strike it rich," Old Gene replied casually, then continued walking up. Behind a middle-aged man were two burly men with fierce looks. But since they had many people, Old Gene felt confident there wouldn't be any trouble. With that thought, he relaxed and told his friends to hurry and leave. "Let's go quickly upstairs. I just want to go home and take a shower." "I am too." So they just brushed past the group of adventurers without any problems. They finally saw the sunlight again. Sunshine everywhere. Stepping out of the dungeon, the bright sunlight warmed their skin. After being inside for so long, relying on dim lights, now basking in the sun, Old Gene felt like his vitamin D levels were rising quickly. "Wait, is it noon now?" "What?" "It's noon. Weren't we just inside this morning?" Old Gene asked in disbelief. "It seems we've been in the dungeon for a whole day and night. Maybe even more," Kobson said helplessly. "Oh, I see. They've been so busy fighting monsters that they completely lost track of time and unknowingly spent a whole night inside. They were inside the dungeon for nearly 30 hours? Old Gene felt like he had been there for 10 days. It was probably just an illusion. After staying in a dark place for so long, their sense of time got a bit mixed up. "No wonder I feel so tired," Old Gene muttered. Not sleeping is no big deal for him. He often stays up late. But under the sun, Melia, Kobson, and Ellie's dark circles were very obvious. It looked like everyone was exhausted. He really wanted to go back and sleep. "Yeah, the view outside hasn't changed at all." Melia looked around and sighed. "It's only been a day. What could have changed?" Kobson said. The scene around the dungeon entrance was exactly the same as when they entered. The abandoned tents were still scattered on the ground. Did everyone leave their stuff and run away? Or are they still exploring deep inside? Maybe they already died inside. That probably isn't the case. The skeleton mages are annoying, but they wouldn't wipe out all the adventurers, right? Although they did see a corpse earlier. Those tents should sell for quite a bit, right? Maybe we should take them, Old Gene said greedily, looking at the tents. "What are you talking about? That's someone else's stuff," Ellie frowned. "Haha, just joking." Old Gene quickly waved his hands to ease her worries. "But how do we get back?" At this moment, Melia, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly asked, Wait, it seems like the carriage. When they arrived, they only rented a one-way carriage. Could it be they plan to walk back?" Old Gene looked at Ellie with a shocked expression. "It seems I overlooked that. We can only walk back," Ellie said calmly, showing no frustration about walking. "This is so exhausting." Old Gene groaned, feeling hopeless. Under the blazing midday sun, they set out again on the jungle path. They had arrived by carriage at the jungle's edge, but now they had to walk back on foot. "My goodness, it's so hot," Old Gene complained. "It's cooler in the dungeon." Kobson wiped sweat from his forehead and said nostalgically. "Phew, I'll sweat," Melia said, feeling very hot. The dense plants blocked the sunlight, and they fought to clear a path with their weapons. The hot, humid air made it feel like being in a steamer. When they were in the dungeon, although they moved a lot, the environment was cool, and occasional breezes made them feel refreshed. Now it was unbearably hot. After finally crossing the jungle, they reached the spot where they had disembarked earlier. As expected, the carriage was gone. "There really is no carriage." Old Gene looked hopeless. "Do you think the carriage would wait here for us?" Kobson said irritably. "Ugh, if only they were true," Old Gene cursed. "Dream on. Your savage ideas are hard to understand." Kobson rolled his eyes. It took several hours to arrive by carriage, but now, walking back on foot, they probably wouldn't reach the city until nightfall. This was going to be exhausting. "Let's go," Ellie said expressionlessly, seeming unaffected by the long journey ahead. Everyone's faces turned pale as they dragged their heavy steps onto the long road to Ispent. Thinking about how far they had to go, old Jean couldn't help but want to cry. No, he was already crying. "Old Jean, are you crying?" Amelia, walking ahead, turned back and asked. "Yes, I suddenly miss home so much that I can't stop the tears." Old Jean choked with emotion. You're a nomad. Seeing this grassland makes you think of your hometown, right?" Amelia said with feeling. "Actually, I sometimes think of my hometown too, especially when I see places that look similar. The feeling is very strong. I think you misunderstood. He was just tired and wanted to cry." Time passed second by second, and the sun gradually set. Although exhausted, as night fell, the temperature dropped, making it more comfortable. Finally, when darkness completely covered the land, they saw the tall city walls in the distance. "Didn't expect we'd need to use them again. There are no streetlights in this world. When the sun sets, everything becomes dark." Cobson took out a lantern from his backpack and lit it again. Luckily, he brought the lantern. Otherwise, they would have to walk in the dark. "We're late," Elegy said softly, looking at the closed city gate. Yes, the gate is already shut. When they arrived, the tall gate was tightly closed with no sign of opening. Once closed, it wouldn't open again until the next sunrise. Since they couldn't enter the city now, they had to sleep on the street tonight. "It's okay, let's just think of it as camping," old Jean said bravely. "What nonsense are you talking? Only barbarians do that." Cobson rolled his eyes. "Maybe so. Hurry up and get ready for bed." They found a flat spot under the city wall, laid down leaves, collected some wood, and started a campfire. I'm so hungry." After a simple setup, everyone took out dry food to fill their stomachs. Old Jean roasted some of the dry food by the fire and then ate quickly. After finishing, he lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. With the city wall protecting them, they didn't have to worry about safety and could sleep peacefully. But the gate is already closed. The gates of Ispent City close at sunset and won't reopen until sunrise the next day. "It looks like we'll have to sleep on the street tonight. Since we're here, we should accept it. Let's find a place to rest quickly." People found a relatively flat spot outside the city wall, cleared the ground simply, spread some leaves, and lay down to rest. Cobson built a small campfire to chase away the cold night. "I'm so hungry." Old Jean took some dry food from his backpack, roasted it by the fire for a while, then ate it quickly. Everyone, exhausted, soon fell asleep. Outside the wall, only the crackling fire lit up their tired faces. Wake up!" Old Jean opened his eyes. The eastern sky was turning light, with a faint white glow, and the morning sun was coloring the clouds pink. He cleared his throat and woke his companions. "Morning? I slept so deeply." Cobson yawned and got up, still sleepy. "Let's go into the city quickly." "It's too cold outside." Malia rubbed her eyes and complained. Alicia had already gotten up and was quietly reading a book nearby. Old Jean looked at her curiously and saw it was the Bible she carried with her. "You're awake? Let's go into the city." Alicia closed her book, tucked it at her waist, and stood up. At this moment, old Jean noticed that Alicia had 4 strange-looking skull-shaped pendants hanging at her waist. Upon closer look, they were all skulls carved with evil runes, resembling skull mage heads. This style was really strange and creepy. They arrived at the city gate, which was already open. 2 guards stood on either side, one fat and experienced, the other slim and a young girl with twin ponytails. The fat guard seemed seasoned, and he gave a signal to the slim girl, who hurried over. "What do you need?" "We're adventurers on a mission. We came back late last night and stayed outside the city," Cobson explained quickly. "Adventurers? Do you have any ID?" Most guards didn't check IDs, but this girl was very diligent in her duty. Old Jean and the others had no choice but to show their adventure badges. Old Jean's badge was made of copper, issued when he registered with the Krashium Adventurers Guild years ago. It was from when he reached E rank, and it had been a few years. The badge was rusty now, and this was the first time he took it out again. All 3 have been confirmed. As for this nun, the thin guard looked at Ellie. Ellie didn't speak. She silently unbuttoned her collar, revealing a cross necklace. The necklace shone with a holy light. The thin guard was stunned and took a moment to recover. What is your faith?" he asked. "Girl, don't you know? The Church of the Light Cross." "Let her through quickly." The chubby guard interrupted impatiently. Yes. Sorry. Please, everyone, come in." The thin guard finally understood and quickly let them pass. "Thanks for your help." Old Jean nodded to them and entered through the city gate. "Let's go handle the loot first," Cobson suggested. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Old Jean agreed. After entering the city, their first task was to exchange their gains for money and then split the loot. Once all that was done, their exciting dungeon adventure would be complete. "Miss Ellie, let's go to the nearby blacksmith first." "Follow me, everyone." The group marched along the street, ready to exchange their loot for cash. They first went to a blacksmith to sell the 2 daggers they had looted from the unlucky adventurer. 2 daggers? The blades are a bit worn. 40 copper coins for one, 80 for both. How about that? The blacksmith examined them carefully and made an offer. Old Jean looked at his companions. 80 copper coins divided among 4 people is 20 each. The price seemed fair. Cobson and Melia both agreed, and Ellie nodded in agreement. Old Jean then handed the daggers to the blacksmith with relief. "Take care now," the blacksmith said cheerfully as he saw them off. Old Jean divided the 80 copper coins among his friends, giving each 20. "Here, 20 for each. Where to next?" Melia asked, taking the coin pouch. "I want to deal with the demon's horn and the chest monster's teeth first. It feels strange to carry these around," Old Jean said, shivering slightly. The teeth of the chest monster were easy to handle, but the demon's horn made him uneasy. He didn't know why, but those monsters that looked like humans seemed especially creepy. So, he just wanted to get rid of these items quickly. "Let's go to the Alchemist Guild. They buy magical materials at higher prices than the Magic Tower," Cobson suggested. "The Alchemist Guild? I haven't been there yet. Do you know where it is?" Old Jean asked. "Follow me. I'll show you the way." Old Jean and the others followed Cobson through a few alleys to a wide street. At the end of the street stood a strange-looking building with a huge potion bottle on the roof. It was the Alchemist Guild. Cobson took the teeth and horns from Old Jean, pushed open the door, and went inside. "These are the treasure chest monster teeth and little demon horns I just got from the dungeon yesterday. Do you want to buy them?" Cobson asked quietly at the counter. There was no way around it. Standing behind the counter was a pretty girl. The boy got nervous when he saw a beautiful girl and couldn't speak clearly. "Oh, the teeth of a mimic treasure chest? That's rare. You say you just got them yesterday?" The female clerk's eyes lit up. She quickly put on a magnifying glass and examined the items carefully. "Yes, we just came back from the dungeon yesterday. They're fresh. These were pulled straight from a living mimic treasure chest's mouth," Cobson assured, pounding his chest. The girl examined the materials carefully. After a while, she looked up and said, "This one is broken, so no. This one is too small, no. This one has a. Only these 8 are intact." There were 32 copper coins in total. The little demon horns, 3 copper coins each, 2 for 6 copper coins. How does that sound? 8 treasure chest teeth for only 32 copper coins. Old Jin's heart sank. If they were just doing solo runs, this dungeon would be a money-making paradise. 1 tooth, only 4 copper coins? Even if they demanded higher quality, the price still seemed too low. Old Jean silently remembered the idea that treasure chest monster teeth equals valuable. These treasure chests were surprisingly kind. "How about this? Total 38 copper coins," Cobson asked. 1 copper coin each? That's not much. They weren't expecting much from these materials anyway. Their main income this time came from the tin cups and magic wands. Malia and Elegy had no objections. Just as Cobson was about to take the money, Old Jean suddenly interrupted. "By the way, we also found some antiques in the dungeon. Do you want to buy them?" "Antiques?" The female shop assistant suddenly became interested. Old Jean quickly took out various necklaces, rings, and earrings from his backpack. With each item he showed, the shop assistant's expression grew more displeased. "These, rather than calling them antiques, they look like broken metal scraps. Also, I don't feel any magical energy from them, so I doubt." I see. What about this staff? It's a good item. Old Gene was still hopeful and took out his staff, placing it on the counter. His heart started pounding faster. This is a staff used by an evil wizard. It must be worth a lot, right? Black crystal? Interesting. But why are there cracks on it? Can I examine it first? Of course. Please wait a moment. The shop assistant took out a bunch of bottles and jars and began examining the staff. It seemed she was more interested in this staff than in the antiques. This is a staff once used by a skeleton mage. It definitely isn't cheap. The quality of this crystal isn't very good. How about I offer you 1 silver coin? One silver coin. Old Gene almost fainted on the spot. What kind of joke is this? This thing should be worth at least 3 or 4 silver coins. Is this woman trying to cheat me? No, she must be messing with me. Alchemists are all shrewd merchants, experts at trickery. They often use such tricks to buy adventurers' loot at low prices. The more Old Gene thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly stood up. 1 silver coin is a lot, but this staff is definitely worth more. This is way too cheap. Let's go look somewhere else. Wait, how about 50 copper coins for 1 silver coin, huh? As soon as he mentioned leaving, she immediately raised the price by 50%. Does she think he's an idiot? This trick won't work on him. But seeing her anxious look, maybe he can get her to add a bit more. Why did the price suddenly jump so much? I won't sell it, I won't. Then, 2 silver coins, wow. It doubled. Brothers, let's go. Hey, wait. Old Gene turned and walked out of the Alchemist Guild. To with it. Back in the day, he bought a bottle of Madcasso and Crashium for a full 2 silver coins. There's no way this staff is cheaper than that potion. However, Old Gene and Ailey Gia just left the guild when they saw Melia and Cobson also coming out. You too. Old Gene widened his eyes and noticed they no longer had the staff in their hands. Did you sell the staff? Yes, 2 silver coins and 30 copper coins. Not a bad price, right? I also want to ask why you didn't sell it, Cobson said with confusion. Exactly, Old Gene. You should go back now and sell the staff, Melia also advised. These 2 fools. Are you stupid? She suddenly doubled the price. There must be something fishy. Maybe you can sell it for even more money. Even so, what if no one wants it later? Items should be sold at the right time to avoid losing money, Cobson argued confidently. Old Gene almost agreed to him, but after thinking carefully, he felt something was off. In his opinion, even if the price was 3 silver coins, that woman would buy it without hesitation. No, this time I must develop a sharp eye. I must sell this staff for a good price. Melia, do you think 2 silver coins and 30 copper coins are a fair price? Probably. Okay, I guess, It seems Miss Ailey Gia is the smartest. Oh, well, I plan to donate it to the church, all right. Anyway, only those antiques and tin cups are left now. I think we should try our luck at a jewelry or antique shop, Old Gene said. I'm not familiar with those places. Do you know where they are? Cobson asked. This time I'll lead the way. Follow me. No wonder girls are familiar with these places. Old Gene has no interest in luxury items, so he naturally doesn't know where those shops are. He's been in this world for so long, and he's never worn anything valuable, except for that time during the robbery. No, it was a confiscation of a bandit's necklace. By the way, he hasn't sold that necklace yet. He's just keeping it as savings. When he's short of money in the future, he'll sell it. Old Gene followed Melia to a clean and tidy street. This street is so clean because few adventurers come here. Most adventurers prefer cheap places for food and lodging, so the environment in places where adventurers gather isn't very good. We should go check out that antique shop first. Old Gene and the others entered a quaint old-fashioned store. An well-dressed elderly man sat behind the counter. When he saw them, he nodded slightly. Are you adventurers? Did you find any treasures in the dungeon? Wow, the boss's good eyes. Old Gene secretly hoped that the shop owner would like their treasure. If even this antique shop didn't want it, they would have to cry over these broken things. Let me see. Wait a moment. I have quite a few items. Old Gene nervously took out each item from his backpack and laid them on the counter. These are... Old Gene dumped all the antiques from his backpack onto the counter. They were all dug up from tombs. Tombs? The shop owner put on glasses and asked with interest, I've heard about a new underground city recently called the Urkoda Tomb, right? Exactly. The shop owner used tweezers to carefully examine each antique, looking quite like an expert. Old Gene finally noticed that the shop was filled with strange and unusual objects. It seemed the owner really knew his stuff. Hopefully, he would like these old things. From the patterns, these should be relics from the ancient warrior kingdom, the shop owner said slowly, examining one antique carefully. Ancient warrior kingdom, Old Gene had never heard of that name before. It's an old country ruled by warriors. It said that those powerful warriors controlled over 90% of the population as slaves. Really? Isn't that just Sparta? It seems that the dungeon is probably the tomb of the ancient warriors, the shop owner guessed. The skeletons attacking them with broken metal were actually the spirits of ancient warriors. They fought in life and kept fighting even after death. Truly, but he wasn't interested in these background stories. And from the style of these ornaments, the warriors probably weren't very high-ranking. There's nothing particularly valuable here, the shop owner said, putting down the antiques and shaking his head. If there was anything worth money, I would have taken it out long ago. Old Gene rolled his eyes. Such a pity. Well, how much are you willing to pay for these things? Old Gene asked carefully, rubbing his hands. These items aren't worth much, but I have a habit of collecting strange and rare things. I'll just indulge my hobby. You mean? Old Gene's heart lit up with hope. I'll take all of it. Bang. Old Gene excitedly slapped the table. Great. He thought these junk items might be lost for nothing. But about the price, the shop owner changed the subject. Price is easy to agree on. Hurry up and bring out the items. Old Gene quickly called to his companions. The three of them immediately piled their collected antiques on the counter, forming a small mountain. There are really quite a few, the shop owner said with a bitter smile as he looked at the small mountain. In the end, Old Gene and his friends sold all the antiques to the shop owner for 20 copper coins each. Including the 69 copper coins they found in the dungeon earlier, they now had some savings. More importantly, they also had 2 tin cups and a magic staff. By the way, boss, take a look at this. Old Gene took out a tin cup, speaking mysteriously. A tin cup? Also found in the dungeon. This was the real highlight. First, he used the cheap antiques to pique the owner's interest. Then he revealed the real treasures. He wasn't worried about the owner not being interested. Since the owner liked studying antiques, he definitely wouldn't miss these 2 tin cups. This is really valuable, the shop owner said as he took the tin cup, wearing white gloves, and examined it carefully. 1 for 5 silver coins, 2 for 10 silver coins. No more than that. That's a fortune. 5 silver coins. Awesome. This is too precious. This price stunned everyone. 1 cup for 5 silver coins. It was like a gift from the sky. The 4 of them split the coins, each getting 2 silver coins and 50 copper coins. It was even better than winning the lottery. Old Gene was so excited he almost cried. This was the reward for all his hard work. Just one trip to the dungeon earned him 2 silver coins and 119 copper coins. Sell. Of course, sell. Wishing the shop owner a prosperous business. From now on, remember to come find me if you find good things again. Certainly, definitely. Old Gene and the others happily carried their hard-earned treasures out of the antique shop. The heavy money pouch made their previously tired bodies feel light. We really made a big profit this time. Looks like dungeon exploring is a pretty good job. Next time, do you want to go with us, barbarian? Cobson chuckled happily, unable to hide his teasing smile. Of course, I want to go. Cobson was in a very good mood and even changed how he addressed them. When they heard the news of the necromancer's death, they decided to go back to the dungeon again. After finishing everything and dividing the money, it was time to go home. Well, I should head back now, Mr. Carter. We'll meet again someday. Ellie bowed slightly to everyone. Mr. Carter, you helped me complete the church's tasks twice. In my heart, you are like a saint. I believe it's no coincidence. There must be some fate between us. From now on, just call me Ellie. No need to be so polite. Having fought side by side twice, our relationship seems to have become much closer. But it's probably just an illusion. Old Gene smiled and said, All right, Ellie, are you heading back to Klasm? Yes, it's a long journey, and I need to get back quickly. Be careful on the way. By the way, You'd better buy a backpack or something to carry those skulls, so they don't attract attention. Thanks for the reminder. Klasm isn't close from here. I hope everything goes smoothly on her trip. But with Ellie's skills, there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe she'll even go out of her way to bother the bandits, twist their heads off, and kick them around like balls. Miss Malia, Mr. Cobb's son, goodbye. Bye-bye, see you later. Stop pretending. Ellie waved to everyone and turned to leave. I'm heading back too. I think I'll stay here for a while. We'll see each other again soon. Cobb's son also said goodbye, and Malia was preparing to leave. I'm exhausted. I'm going back too. Thanks so much this time. I'm most grateful for your shield. Goodbye. See you next time. Goodbye after saying farewell to his companion. Old Gene also started his journey home. He decided to eat something first, then find an inn to rest well. As for the staff, he would deal with it tomorrow. Old Gene arrived at the shopping street, planning to find a place to fill his stomach. He was very tired and just wanted to eat quickly and then rest. So, he entered a bakery on the street. As soon as he entered, the smell of fresh baked bread hit his nose, making Old Gene even hungrier. They have burgers too? Old Gene immediately saw a type of bread filled with meat and vegetables on the counter, which looked quite tempting. Without hesitation, he bought one for 2 copper coins. The burger was quite big, just right for his breakfast lunch. While eating the burger, Old Gene headed toward the public bathhouse. Normally, he didn't like eating while walking, but the burger was an exception. At the door of the bathhouse, Old Gene suddenly remembered a problem. He had nowhere to put his staff. The lockers were too small to hold it. He had to find the bathhouse owner and asked to temporarily store his staff there. Hey, are you a wizard? The owner saw the staff in Old Gene's hand and looked very interested. Kind of. Can you keep it for me? Of course. Although Old Gene was neither a wizard nor a magician, he went along with the owner's words. He handed over the staff and then went into the bathhouse to enjoy a hot shower. So relaxing. After washing away his fatigue, Old Gene went to an inn, threw himself onto a soft bed, and quickly fell asleep. The next day, Old Gene headed straight to the Swordsman's Guild. He wanted to ask Karen if she had any good ideas for dealing with the staff. He didn't know many people, but Karen was quite reliable. Plus, they had a blood oath bonded by 5 silver coins. Guild leader, hello. Old Gene pushed open the guild's door and saw Karen sitting in the corner, polishing her sword. Oh, you're here. Karen looked up at him, put down her sword, and walked over. Hey, it's been a few days. Went back to the dungeon again. So, have you decided to change your class to a mage? Karen noticed Old Gene's staff and teased him. How was that possible? I found this in the dungeon, Old Gene said, raising his staff. I thought you disappeared. I didn't expect you to go back to the dungeon again. So, are the things I taught you useful? Unfortunately, I didn't get to hit anyone this time. But your physical training and swordsmanship lessons really helped me. My sword swinging speed and stamina have improved a lot. That's good. I thought you might bring back a few people to show me your progress. Anyway, what's the story with that staff? It seemed Karen was very disappointed about not hitting anyone. He also wanted to test his skills, but the thought of killing made him uncomfortable. No, he couldn't think about that anymore. He's a good person. In any case, if he ever really killed someone, he would tell Karen. No, he must not think about it anymore. He really doesn't want to kill anyone. Well, this staff, I took it to the Alchemist Guild to ask about it. They offer a very low price, so I came to see you. Forget about the magic tower. Those folks and alchemists are all the same, probably offering even less. So, I thought I'd ask Karen if she knows any good ways to sell it. Alchemist Guild? You think they offered too little and want me to teach them a lesson? No, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask if you know where I can sell this for a good price. I'm new here and don't know anyone besides you. That makes me feel better. But about the mage's staff, Karen paused to think. Black crystal. Looks dark and gloomy. It should be related to dark magic, right? Karen took the staff and examined it carefully. Did you feel it too? That evil magic. I'm experienced enough to see that, Karen said, gently touching the crystal, seeming to sense the residual magic on it. I stole this from a skeleton mage. They say it was summoned by a necromancer. But I don't want to get involved with those kinds of people, so I only took this staff. Good job. you're cautious. Staying alive is the most important thing. That's the essence of swordsmanship. You have a very unique way of defining swordsmanship. In their guild, the true meaning of swordsmanship is do whatever it takes to defeat enemies, steal their money, and live without injury. Ah, I just remembered I know someone. Karen suddenly clapped her hands. What did you think of? Old Jean asked curiously. I have a friend. Well, not exactly a friend, more like an acquaintance. She runs a shop that buys this kind of stuff. We haven't contacted each other for years, so I don't know if she's still there. No way, President. You're so young. How could you start forgetting things? I met her when I was a mercenary. She's a dark mage, and she probably can give you a good price. I'll tell you her address. Go see her. Just say I sent you. A dark mage? You're friends with a dark mage? Not exactly friends, just... I find her agreeable. Karen gave old Jean the address. Aren't all dark mages supposed to be evil? She's friends with one. But since she can run a shop in the city, she probably isn't a dangerous villain, right? Old Jean, carrying his staff, headed north following Karen's instructions. Ispin is also a city surrounded by walls, with gates on the east, west, south, and north. People usually use the gates to find their way. It's said that the poor live near the north gate, and that's where old Jin's destination is. Where exactly is it? After walking for nearly an hour and a half, old Jean finally reached near the north gate. This place was definitely different from other parts of the city, full of dilapidated wooden houses, dark and damp, clearly a place where dark mages might hang out. Calling it a slum fits perfectly. Although Karen drew him a simple map, honestly, it wasn't much better than the one Ellie made. Old Jean could only recall Karen's description and wander through the maze-like alleys. Should be here, right? Old Jean finally found the building Karen mentioned, a dilapidated tower that blends into the surroundings. Should I ask the locals? Old Jean hesitated for a moment, but then he felt guilty at the thought of asking about the dark mage. Also, those residents all looked fierce and aggressive, with a tough look in their eyes, clearly not kind-hearted people. If he ran into trouble with thugs in the alley, it would be a big problem. Big brother, lend me some money. My mother is sick. I need money urgently. If you give me the money peacefully, I promise I won't hurt you. I don't have any money. Stop pretending, big brother. I know you. Just as things got worse, old Jean entered a small alley and saw two guys asking for money. He hid nearby, secretly watching. One was a muscular man with no shirt, holding a dagger and threatening a skinny boy. The boy looked like a beginner adventurer, while the muscular man was a typical street. When the boy saw old Jean, a look of hope flashed in his eyes. But old Jean didn't want to get involved, and he thought it might be good for the boy to learn a lesson, like a social experience. Back in the day, when he was a rookie F-class adventurer, he was often extorted too. Life then was a constant struggle. But that's a story for another time. I should turn here. Help! Help, this boy. He was actually asking old Jean for help. Who are you? Haven't you seen someone asking for money? Don't be a nuisance here. Get lost. If your mom finds out you're still out so late, she'll worry. He also noticed old Jean and warned him fiercely. Why did this scoundrel suddenly mention his mom? Old Jean was furious. He drew his sword quickly and tried to sound friendly as he said, What did you say? My mom? Are you looking for trouble? I wasn't planning to get involved, but if you keep provoking me, don't be impulsive, big brother. I was wrong, I apologize. I was just talking casually, don't take it to heart. Just pretend I may, and let me go. Just casually talking? Is this kid slow, or just plain stupid? Seeing old Jean draw his sword, he immediately backed down and hurriedly apologized. His broken dagger couldn't possibly beat old Jin's sword. In a fight, the longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. Stop wasting time. Hand over the money. I'm angry now. Old Jean stepped forward quickly, pressing his sword's tip against the S throat. The strong man backed away in fear until his back pressed against the wall. This poor guy dared to challenge a swordsmanship expert like him? Today, he must be robbed to vent his anger. But judging by his shabby appearance, he probably has little to offer. Big brother, spare me. I have no money. I was just trying to borrow some from this kid. Then leave your dagger and get out of here. This This is my eating tool. Without it, I can't borrow money. Borrow? That's more like robbery. Old Gene was amused by his strange words. This kid had a funny talent. Stop talking nonsense. Get lost now, but in the end, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Old Gene pushed the tip of his sword forward, pressing against the strong man's skin. With just a little more force, he could make him bleed. However, Old Gene didn't continue threatening him and instead burst into laughter again. I give up. Please, big brother, spare me. Don't kill me. That's more like it. Knowing when to act smart makes you a wise man. Drop the dagger on the ground and kick it over there. The strong man obediently did as told, throwing the dagger on the ground and kicking it toward the wall. Old Gene pointed his sword tip at the escape route. Very good, very good. Now, you can leave. Wait, take off your pants and shirt before you go. Send my regards to your mother. Old Gene put away his sword. The strong man glared fiercely at the young man before turning and fleeing quickly. Old Gene bent down to pick up the dagger. Unfortunately, it had no sheath, but it was a trophy, so he didn't mind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I was just... The boy finally came to his senses and hurriedly thanked Old Gene. He thought Old Gene was there to save him. Seeing him so grateful, Old Gene suddenly became furious. Thanks for what? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't bother to fight. Huh? What? Old Gene shouted angrily. Did this kid think shouting for help would solve anything? He had been tricked by this boy. If he hadn't meddled, he would have reached his destination long ago. And if he got hurt because of this, would the boy help him? Dream on. Hand over all your money. This was legitimate extortion. The boy provoked him first, so he fought back, took his money. It's only fair. Moreover, this kid dragged him into the conflict, so he should compensate for his losses. This is the survival rule in this world. The boy cried as he handed over all his money. Old Gene's wallet grew a lot heavier. He had surprisingly earned 12 copper coins for free. The boy, like the strong man before him, hurriedly ran away in embarrassment. Old Gene was in a good mood, humming a tune, and continued walking toward his destination. Is this the place? Old Gene looked up at the shop in front of him. An old, crooked sign read Leandrine. The building looked creepy, matching the worn sign perfectly. It had a bit of a wizard style, but seemed out of place with the surroundings, making it look even stranger. Even if there was a wanted dark wizard inside, Old Gene wouldn't be surprised. But surely, Corinne wouldn't trick him, right? After hesitating a moment, Old Gene carefully pushed open the shop door. Is anyone here? A strong, musty smell hit him. The inside was dark, almost impossible to see. Where was the shopkeeper? Was his shop open or closed? Old Gene saw shelves filled with skulls, monster claws, and crystal balls. This is way too scary. Who's there? A woman's voice came from deep inside the shop. Could this be the dark wizard Corinne mentioned? She called her a little girl, so she should be a woman. Could she be a witch? Suddenly, a purple flame appeared out of nowhere, lighting up the shop. Old Gene looked toward the sound and saw a girl standing in front of him, wearing a Gothic-style long dress. A girl? Well, she's probably a girl, right? She's short, looks like a child, but upon closer inspection, she doesn't seem quite right. An adult? Not really. Old Gene couldn't tell her age at all. She had a delicate face, sharp eyes, a pure girl's innocence mixed with a mature woman's charm. Her hair looked like it was made of silver, shining brightly. It wasn't aged silver, but real silver, a color not from this world. Her eyes were like two rubies, glowing with a strange light. Silver hair, red eyes, a dark wizard, and that suffocating beauty, the witch. Old Gene suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. He quickly turned around, wanting to escape. I must have come to the wrong place. Sorry to bother you, little one. Old Gene reached out to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. He forcefully turned the handle, but the door still wouldn't open. He was suddenly very nervous. What was going on? Help, little one. You suddenly came in, and now you're trying to leave? Look at me. A sweet voice came from behind him. Old Gene swallowed nervously. He had a strange feeling. The person behind him might not be human. Old Jean slowly turned around. Little one? Do I look like a little one to you? How old are you? 25. No. 24. Isn't that a little one? Tell me, what do you want? This logic doesn't make sense. You look more like a little one. After all, Old Jean didn't dare say it out loud. He kept a wary eye on the girl in front of him, feeling scared. She looked like a delicate doll. So beautiful, it was frightening. Wait, her ears. Are they pointed? Old Jean noticed that under her silver hair, there was a pair of pointed ears, like an elf's. This is too strange. Huh? This staff. Ah, when he heard the word staff, Old Jean finally snapped out of his shock. Right? He was here to sell a staff. Karine had introduced him to this place to sell the staff to this dark mage. What was he afraid of? He wasn't here to fight. But why was he still so scared? I can feel that it contains powerful magic. Are you trying to sell it to me? Karine clearly said this staff emitted disgusting magic, but now she said powerful magic. Could it be? Their perception of magic is different. One is normal, and the other. No, Karine isn't exactly normal either. So, what is really going on? Yes, I heard you're an expert in this area. So, I came to see you, Old Jean stammered. To boost his courage, he mentioned Karen's name. Karen Bastat recommended me. She said you hear, Karen? Ah, I remember her. Come, sit over here, oh. Okay. The girl stepped out from behind the counter and pulled out a chair. Old Jean hesitated for a moment, but finally he sat down. He felt stiff all over and was afraid to move. He placed his staff on the table. Are you trying to sell me this staff? The girl sat across from him and asked. Yes, I went somewhere else, but they offered too little money. So, I came here. The crystal is a bit damaged, what a pity. The girl played with the staff and spoke after a while. Before that, she had been silent. Old Jean felt nervous, almost suffocating. The crystal was already broken, and it wasn't his fault. Old Jean felt like the girl was blaming him, so he shrank back slightly. Are you scared? Don't worry, I don't mean to blame you. The girl smiled gently and comforted him. Yes. Old Jean finally relaxed, but the girl's tone and manner still carried an ancient air, making him unable to fully relax. Her way of speaking made her seem older than him. How old could she be? Her ears were pointed. Could she be an elf? Elves usually live about 300 years. If she was an elf, it wouldn't be strange for her to be older than him. It's said that elves only start to age when they have about 50 years left. She must be an elf. Such otherworldly beauty is definitely not something humans can have. Plus, she radiates a mysterious, enchanting aura, probably from dark magic. An elf combined with dark magic. What a strange mix. My name is Lisha Lianglin. What's your name? The girl asked after introducing herself. My name? What was it again? Wait, should I tell her? There's a legend that witches can curse someone just by knowing their name. Of course, that's just a myth among adventurers. Those who haven't seen much of the world often believe absurd things are true. However, Old Jean is still a bit worried. My name is Jean Ginshaw. No, I am Carter. Old Jean initially wanted to make up a random name, but when he spoke, he couldn't help but reveal his real name, Jean Ginshaw. His father gave him this name, hoping he would stand tall, like a sturdy tree root. He still doesn't understand what this name really means. His father's naming skills are quite. Well, I suddenly miss him. Wait, what just happened? He clearly wanted to say a fake name. So why did he? Carter, is it? Carter, tell me how you got that staff? Old Jean had to honestly tell Lisha everything about what happened, including their encounter with the skeleton mage in the dungeon and how they obtained the staff. He explained every detail. That's interesting. Really so? How much should I pay for this staff? Old Jean cares most about the price of the staff. Although the crystal isn't very good, it contains a lot of magic power. Old Jean nervously swallowed and looked at Lisha with hope and worry. If she offered too little, he would be very disappointed. Lisha smiled slightly and held up 5 fingers. 5 silver coins, how about that? That's very fair. You're so kind. Old Jean jumped up excitedly from his chair. Sure enough, beauty and kindness go together. It seems he judged her by her appearance before. The strange fear he felt earlier disappeared instantly. He realized he had prejudged her because she looked like a witch. He used to dislike being judged unfairly, but now he was doing the same to others. Old Jean felt deep guilt. Of course. No. I mean, the fact that you're willing to pay so much for my staff is. Thank you so much. Old Jean was so excited he almost started dancing. 5 silver coins, including what he earned before. Their total this time was 8 silver coins and 16 copper coins. This money is enough for him to buy a new sword and a pair of gloves. Or he could give the money to Karen to teach him better sword skills. With that, he would still have some left over. He finally can enjoy a good life. Are you so happy? Haha, it's just a fair price. You're such a cheerful kid. Hee hee. It's all your kindness that gave me hope. By the way, can I call you Leisha? Of course. Whatever you like. You're so thoughtful. Old Jean found Leisha more and more beautiful. Fair skin, red eyes, and silver hair. Although her ears looked a bit strange, it didn't hide her stunning beauty. By the way, Old Jean happily took 5 silver coins and carefully put them in his wallet. Can you help me with something? Leisha suddenly asked. Help? Old Jean wasn't sure what Leisha wanted, but someone so generous probably wouldn't ask him to do anything bad, right? It's like this. Recently, I need some materials, but there aren't many capable folks nearby. So, you mean magic materials? Exactly. It shouldn't be hard. If you help me find those materials, I will reward you well. What do you think? Want to try collecting magic materials? That was easy for him. Back when he was a level F adventurer, he often gathered various magical herbs and mushrooms in the forest. He had a lot of experience in this. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm worried I might not be able to do it well and disappoint you, Old Jean said humbly. He really wanted to earn money, but if he couldn't complete the task, wouldn't that let Leisha down? There's no need to be modest. I'm not being modest. You've already killed 5 people. What? Your strength should be good, right? A warrior's ability is judged by how many people they've defeated. I believe in you. You can do this. What? 5 people? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How did she know? Aren't you surprised? Haha, it's nothing special. You say you know Karen? Then we're friends. Would you help me with this? Old Jean didn't have time to think much and nodded instinctively. Looking back now, he might have been controlled by some kind of magic at that moment. Although everything felt like a dream, the 5 silver coins in his wallet were real. When he regained his senses, he was already standing in an alley outside the dark magic shop. What's really going on here? Old Jean was holding a piece of sheepskin paper, written with old-fashioned characters listing various magical ingredients. It seemed he couldn't refuse anymore. Also, he forgot to say hello to Karen. He would collect the materials first and then find her. Forget it. Anyway, she promised to pay me, so she probably won't cheat me. Although it was a bit strange, at least he had work to do. This wasn't an adventurer guild mission, so it wouldn't count toward his achievements, but who cares? The important thing was money. He could level up to a D-rank adventurer anytime. Old Jean was about to leave the alley. He casually put the sheepskin paper into his pocket and was about to hum a tune and walk away when... It's him. Big brother, it's that guy in black. This kid, a muscular man, shirtless, pointed at Old Jean and shouted loudly. His voice sounded so familiar. Oh, so it's the guy I took the dagger from. Old Jean looked carefully and saw that behind the muscular man were 2 other shirtless men. It seemed this kid had called for revenge. Old Jean calmly observed them. One was holding a short stick, and the other had a small axe. Why? Did they call someone? Old Jean suddenly felt nervous. With 2 armed men, he might have to fight hard. He looked back and saw no one behind him, so they weren't surrounding him. Should he run? No. He didn't know the area well, and if they had accomplices, he had to push through. You little brat, how dare you steal from my brother? The man with the short stick said fiercely. About that? He started first. I was just asking for some compensation. Even if my brother started it, it's wrong to rob. Do you know that stealing is illegal? If fighting could just take money, what's the point of laws? What's the point of the city guards? I suggest you return the money to my brother. I won't pursue this further. This kid was quite the talker, but unfortunately not very funny. Of course, there's also compensation for emotional distress. From his tone, it seems he has done this kind of extortion many times. Haven't they noticed the equipment he's wearing? Are they tired of life, or probably he's not very smart? Being not very smart is why he does these things. He's about the same. If you refuse to accept our kind offer, then don't blame us for being rude. The three men raise their weapons, clearly trying to bully with numbers. I've said before, two fists are hard to beat four hands. But that only applies when both sides are equally strong. They are shirtless and armed with short weapons, while he wears armor and holds a real sword. The outcome of the fight depends not only on numbers, but also on individual strength and equipment. Moreover, he hasn't even left the alley yet. Even if all three attack together, they can't surround him. Terrain is very important in battle. Old Jean drew his sword. In this world, if you are underestimated, you will be trampled on. Street thugs like you. Have you ever seen a real swordsman? Those adventurers who switch to killing and looting are the hardest to deal with. They originally left the city walls to hunt monsters, but once they realize nothing is more valuable than human life, they become true bandits. But these street thugs are different. They fear monsters, so they dare not leave the city walls. They don't want to risk their lives, so they won't kill for money. They only bully the weak in the slums to satisfy their greed. How could these guys possibly beat him? I don't think you're even F-level adventurers. I advise you to be smart, hand over the money, and get out of here. Otherwise, you're doomed. This is probably a matter of face. For these street thugs, face is more important than anything. Once they admit defeat, they won't be able to stay here anymore. Moreover, they were beaten by a newcomer barbarian, and they can't swallow this insult. Come on, trash, old Jean taunted. The three men were indeed angered, but they still hesitated because of old Jin's sword. Brothers, let's talk. I've changed my mind. If you return the dagger to my brother, we'll forget about this. And what about the emotional distress fee? We thought carefully and realized it was our fault for making the first move. We apologize to you. Please forgive us and return the dagger to my brother. Both sides drew their weapons and refused to back down. Oh, you took my stuff and just say sorry? That's it? Of course, we are civilized people. We should understand each other, right? Wow, this kid's words are pretty smooth. I almost got fooled. It's a pity he's not a con artist. The standoff continued. Wait, how is this kid so good at talking? Suddenly, old Jean felt a chill down his back. Hee, is it him? Yes, it's him. If you hurt my brother, you're asking for trouble. Old Jean quickly turned around and saw three strong men walking from the alley. One held an iron hammer, another wore brass knuckles, and the third carried a dagger. Oh no, we're surrounded. You have accomplices? No wonder they dare to challenge him. Turns out they had help. They weren't just fools, but part of an organized, planned crime group. Should he call the police? Fools. Now we can talk properly. Drop your weapons and kneel. I might let you go, but don't expect to have an easy life afterward. Ha. Big brother, this kid looks like a savage. Why don't we sell him to a brothel? I know some bosses who like that kind of thing. Thanks, brother. You've done a great favor for us. For my sick mother. Seeing the situation look so good, the three men got carried away and started imagining old Jin's miserable future. It's clear they've done this kind of thing before. Enough talk. Old Jean clenched his sword handle and slightly bent his legs. So that's how it is. Things are not looking good. He admits he underestimated the situation. He doesn't like killing or bloodshed, so he wanted to resolve this peacefully. That was his mistake. But now, there's no choice but to fight. He must abandon all hesitation and mercy. Like Leisha said, he's a tough guy who has killed 5 people before. Hud. The footsteps behind him grew closer. Old Jin's senses were pushed to the limit in this life and death moment. He could clearly feel the distance between him and the enemies. There were 2 enemies ahead with weapons, 1 unarmed enemy, and 3 more armed enemies behind, all closing in. He had to make a choice. Live or die? He had to decide. At this critical moment, old Jin's mind raced. Countless combat experiences flashed through his head. In the end, he found the best plan. In theory, if he strikes first and takes out one enemy, then uses his strength to defeat the other, he could turn the situation around. Seeing his companions being killed one after another, only the natural fighters would stay brave. These street thugs, how could they have such courage? Whoosh! Thinking of this, old Gene no longer hesitated. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he charged at the enemies. That old Gene felt like a cannonball slicing through the air, shooting out. Over the past month, he had undergone brutal physical training at the Warrior Guild, and his leg strength had improved dramatically. Old Gene burst forward with incredible speed, reaching the burly man with a short stick in an instant, and stabbed his abdomen with a sword. Strike first. Ugh! The burly man in his final moments tried to raise his short stick to block, but it was too late. Old Gene's speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he collapsed, eyes rolling back. Ths, the man with the short axe was stunned, unable to believe what he had just. Old Gene drew his sword, blood flowing down the blade like black tar. The burly man lay on the ground, motionless. In a deadly fight, once you decide to kill your opponent, you must show no mercy. Trying to sell him to a brothel? Your biggest mistake was not striking hard enough. The strong man holding a small axe snapped out of shock and swung his axe at old Gene. Surprisingly, he didn't run away. It seems he hasn't realized how serious the situation is. Sigh, some people only learn the hard way. With his broken axe, he thought he could hurt old Gene? That's just wishful thinking. Whoosh! Let me show you what real swordsmanship looks like. Old Gene swung his sword, and the strong man's movements looked slow, like a snail. His attack was clumsy, and his axe was too short. He couldn't break through old Gene's sword. Old Gene cut the strong man's wrist, and blood sprayed out. The strong man clutched. Old Gene walked over to the fallen strong man and stabbed his sword into his ribs. The man twitched violently, then spat out blood and went completely still. Come here and stick your up. The unarmed man, the one who dragged old Gene into this fight, stared at him in shock. Big brother. He tried to turn and run away. But how can an untrained person outrun old Gene? Old Gene quickly caught up, stabbing him in the back with his sword. Ugh, these rookies dare to challenge him. They really don't know their limits. Old Gene used to be a homeless man himself, so he knows how to survive in this harsh world. He raised his sword over his head, swung it hard, and shook off the blood. By the way, you three. Old Gene turned around and looked at the three in the alley. They were so scared they looked like they'd seen a ghost. If he were them, seeing a man in black suddenly appear and take out three friends in an instant, he'd be just as terrified. Old Gene took a deep breath. He let out a loud shout, and the three of them immediately panicked, running away in fear. It seems their brotherhood was just empty talk. Looking for trouble for no reason, really. Old Gene's guilt rose from 5 to 8 in just a minute. Sigh. It looks like he will have to go to church to confess this weekend. He need to find a kind priest to talk to. In one day, I killed 3. Really, old Gene felt heavy-hearted as he searched through the 3 bodies. Although he had no choice, and these 3 weren't good people either, killing someone is never a good thing. But he had to do what was necessary. Soon, he found a short stick, a small axe, and a total of 21 copper coins. He dragged the bodies to the back of the alley and then left quickly. A long bloodstain was left on the ground, but in the slums, sudden murders like this are quite common, like the sunrise every morning. Even if some thugs die, no one will investigate. Back when he was a poor, homeless wanderer, he never saw city guards come to the slums. Old Gene, exhausted, returned to the inn. It took him nearly an hour and a half. His clothes were covered in blood, but most adventurers wore blood-stained clothes too, so it didn't seem strange. Whether it was human blood or monster blood, it was all red. He lay on the bed and took out a piece of sheepskin paper from his pocket, carefully reading what was written on it. 5 magic herbs, 2 dead spirit mushrooms, 2 lemuria herbs. These were herbs he had collected before. Magic herbs grow in damp caves. Dead spirit mushrooms only grow on human corpses, and lemuria herbs are quite rare. Should all be findable. Old Gene continued reading. 3 goblin heads, 3 goblin eggs, scale armor wolf skin. What the heck is this? Old Jean was so scared he almost jumped out of bed. He threw the sheepskin paper to the ground. This woman, is she crazy? Were these things trolls? Goblin eggs? Goblin brains? Is she trying to make some dark cuisine? The others are okay, but these last few are way too gross. My goodness, this is just too perverted. Old Jean suddenly felt a wave of fear. He was enchanted by the 5 silver coins and Leisha's beauty, and he had accepted such a strange task. He forgot that dark magicians are all crazy people. They spend all day studying dark and evil things. How could they be normal? They are all crazy. Seeing this, Old Jean immediately calmed down. He roughly estimated the value of the materials, about 2 silver coins and 60 copper coins. Leisha was willing to pay 3 silver coins for them, so of course he agreed. It was a sure profit. Thinking of this, Old Jean's mood improved a lot. He had planned to sleep well, but now he changed his mind. He wanted to go to the blacksmith shop. Now that he had money, he should buy himself some new gear. Clang, clang. The area around the blacksmith shop was always filled with the sound of hammering, lively and bustling. Prosperity in business makes a country strong. Walking down the street, Old Jean felt the air was full of a fiery energy. Bare-chested workers moved back and forth, carrying wood and goods. The forge's flames blazed high, making it feel like an industrial zone. Old Jean strolled from shop to shop, looking for a suitable blacksmith. Having money makes shopping feel completely different. The street was lined with all kinds of swords and armor, dazzling him. Today, he planned to buy a pair of gloves and a new sword. His old sword had been used for a long time, and he had been wanting to replace it. Old Jean entered a nearby blacksmith shop, planning to look around first. "Welcome. What do you need?" "I want to see swords." Old Jean politely declined the shopkeeper's warm offer and went straight to the weapon rack. Inside the shop, there were various bone swords, bone spears, and a set of exaggerated bone armor decorated with large bone spikes on the shoulders. That thing, would it even allow arm movement if worn? "This is our signature, bone sword. Would you like to try one?" "I want an iron sword." A bone sword, as the name suggests, is made from monster bones. Old Jean always felt this kind of weapon was unreliable, easy to break. Plus, the strange decorations made him uncomfortable. He was a practical person, and also, how could bones from such a high-level monster be harder than iron? It is said that weapons made from dragon bones are even harder than iron, but he had never seen such things before. He thought it might be better to buy a weapon made from a rare metal instead. This shop seems to specialize in bone weapons. Old Jean decisively turned to leave. Bones are better left for making soup. Those oddly shaped bone armor and skull helmets look cool, but are not very practical. Old Jean continued shopping and soon found a blacksmith shop that sells swords and knives. "Are you here to buy a sword?" "You've come to the right place, it seems." "I really have." Old Jean looked at the many swords and couldn't help but sigh. There were all kinds of swords of different sizes neatly arranged on the shelves, making him feel excited. "What kind of sword do you want?" "Based on your build, a greatsword might suit you." "A greatsword? That's a weapon used by soldiers on the battlefield. How could an adventurer use it?" "It's big and heavy, and most people can't swing it." Old Jean carefully examined the swords. There were majestic broadswords, light and agile single-edged swords and thin swords, as well as wide swords and long sword with guards. Of course, there are also one-handed swords with shields. "Why isn't there a katana?" "Just joking." Old Jean hesitated when suddenly a sword caught his eye. "Oh, you like this mixed-breed sword?" "Good eye. Can I touch it?" "Of course. I'll get it for you." Old Jean took the simple-looking mixed-breed sword and examined it carefully. A mixed-breed sword, as the name suggests, is between a one-handed sword and a two-handed sword. It can be held with one hand or two. Its advantage is flexibility, usable with one hand or two. But it also has obvious disadvantages. It's a bit long for one hand and a bit short for two. Feels good in the hand, but Old Jin's body is bigger than most people's, so these disadvantages don't matter to him. For him, this sword only has advantages. The weight is just right. This sword is about 1 meter long and weighs a little over a kilogram. "Great. This is the one. I want this one." How much does it cost? 30 silver coins and 2 copper coins. Oh my goodness. It's so expensive. That's a bit costly. By the way, boss, yes, I want to sell my old sword. Will you buy it? Old Gene took out his long-used old sword. The sword was full of scratches and dents on the blade, but it hadn't broken yet. This sword is worth at most 10 copper coins. Then, I'll use this sword as part of the payment. 2 silver coins and 20 copper coins. How about that? Deal. Old Gene happily left the blacksmith shop with his new sword. He hung the sheath on his belt, feeling the weight at his waist, which made him stand straighter. Next, he needed to buy a pair of iron gauntlets. Wearing the gauntlets, he could block enemy attacks with his forearms during fights, protecting his wrists. Without gauntlets, wrists can easily be cut or broken. Gauntlets greatly increase survival chances. When fighters are equally strong, equipment often decides who wins. Old Gene had wanted to buy a pair of gauntlets for a long time, and they could also make his punches more powerful. You're saying, these gauntlets cost 4 silver coins? Wow. Of course, good equipment isn't cheap. These gauntlets cost almost twice as much as that mixed sword. Old Gene looked at the gauntlets in surprise. A pair of gauntlets for 4 silver coins is a fair price. Yeah, in just 1 hour, Old Gene spent 6 silver coins and 20 copper coins. The speed at which he spent money was really fast, but he had spent his money and gained the gear, which was the most important. These items were the foundation for his future earnings. With good equipment, he could hunt stronger monsters more easily. This investment was definitely worth it. Now he had a new sword and sturdy gauntlets. He was eager to find a monster to practice on. Unfortunately, it was getting late, and he couldn't leave the city. Leaving now would be awkward. Even if he set out now, he wouldn't have time to do much before dark. Staying in the city would be a waste of time. Old Gene decided to visit the Adventurers Guild. He wanted to find some familiar companions who knew the local area to help him complete Leisha's quest. Clashium is very familiar to him, but Ispent is a strange place. He doesn't know where the materials are located. Even if he wants to gather them, he first needs to know where they grow. I heard a group of subdragons appeared in the northwest. Really? Then all the experts must have gone there recently. There are many people in the guild. It seems that the job market for adventurers is quite tough. Adventurers gather in small groups, drinking beer and chatting. Brother, are you interested in soul cultivation teachings? Are you talking about that cult? Not interested. Come on, listen to me. Cultivating the soul can improve your mental state and make you. I think if you drink 3 more cups, your soul might just leave your body. Old Gene listens to their chatter while walking to the quest board. He ignores the messy information and starts looking for gathering quests. Most of the gathering quests are posted by F-level adventurers. The prices offered by magicians and alchemists are too low. Only low-level adventurers are willing to take these jobs. It seems he can only join an F-level adventurer team. But he really doesn't want to go with rookies. It's too troublesome. Old Gene is looking around when suddenly he spots a familiar figure. Gibson? It's Gibson. Not Cobson, but Gibson. The young adventurer he teamed up with last time to clear the goblin nest. This kid is pretty decent. Old Gene greets him warmly. Hey, isn't that Gibson? Long time no see, Mr. Gene. I haven't seen you since we cleared the goblin nest last time. Gibson recognizes Old Gene. This kid is still hanging around the guild. Looks like he's also a free spirit. Perfect. I was worried about finding someone to ask for directions. What have you been busy with lately? I happen to have some free time. I'm also free. I'm looking for quests. I see. Well, I took a quest to find some things. Are you thinking of forming a team? If the quest isn't too difficult, I can join you. Great, I found a teammate. Let's say so. Do you know about magic grass? And scale wolves? I need those things. Scaly wolves? They live in the marsh to the east. They are there. The skins of scaly wolves are very valuable. If you want to hunt them, I can go with you. Scaly wolves. As the name suggests, they are wolves covered entirely with scales. Actually, Old Gene isn't sure if they are truly wolves. Their bodies are covered with scales, and their tails can regenerate if broken. Are they wolves or lizards? Thinking carefully, besides walking on 4 legs, they don't seem to have much in common with wolves. Although they look nothing like wolves, since everyone calls them scaly wolves, Let's just call them that. Anyway, these creatures are quite tough to deal with. Their scales are very hard, making it difficult for swords or knives to pierce. They are also very fast and aggressive. They are top predators in the marsh and often hunt small animals. Old Jean once fought one and had a hard time defeating it. Let's team up, huh? Great. Gibson, let's go hunt the scaly wolves together. Old Jean and Gibson form a team. In the marsh, many magical materials grow, including magic grass. Although it's a bit dangerous there, with two more capable partners, they should be able to earn a lot of money. Old Jean and Gibson posted a quest on the bulletin board. Hunt scaly wolves in the eastern marsh. Hunting scaly wolves? Count me in. Soon, they recruited two adventurers who were just wandering around. The first was an older man, a burly E-class adventurer who used an axe. His name was Maurice. At his age, being an adventurer must be quite challenging, right? You're going to the Eastern Marsh? All E-class adventurers? Can I join too? The second was a woman with brown skin and light purple hair, also an E-class adventurer named Claudia. She wore tight clothes and a hood. Around her waist, she carried two curved knives. Could she be the legendary dual-wielding swordswoman? This girl has quite good taste. After completing the team registration, Claudia smiled and compared her height with old Jean, saying, "You look quite strong. Are you from Urquiza? We should make good money this time." Haha, you look pretty capable too. Yes, I am from Urquiza. Claudia's skin is brown, and it seems she is also from a different race. Old Jean has never seen someone wielding two swords before. Dual sword fighting is a difficult skill. Could she be an expert? Or maybe she just brought a spare weapon. The four of them briefly introduced themselves, then agreed to meet at the East City gate the next morning to set out for the Eastern Swamp. After saying goodbye to his companions, Old Jean went to a grocery store, bought some daily supplies, and also bought a large burlap sack. From now on, he would often collect materials and give them to Leisha, so the sack was essential. He planned to put the animal skins and strange organs into the sack and store the herbs in the pockets around his waist. Bright and early, Old Jean arrived at the East City gate, much earlier than planned. While waiting for his friends, he carefully studied the map he bought yesterday, muttering to himself, "Just looking at the map isn't enough. I need to walk the route myself to remember it," he thought. Familiarity with the area is a must for adventurers. I have to memorize it well, like it's carved into my palm. "Hey, Old Jean, you're early, huh?" "Ah, good morning, Mr. Gibson." As dawn broke and the sun rose, Gibson arrived on time. Old Jean greeted him and briefly discussed today's task. Gibson had hunted armored wolves before, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Old Jean felt more confident. "Good morning. Am I the last to arrive?" A clear voice sounded. Claudia had arrived. She immediately said that, but unfortunately, Maurice hadn't come yet, so she wasn't the last. We'll have to wait a bit longer," Old Jean replied. Claudia didn't say anything else, just crossed her arms and stood beside Old Jean, muttering to herself. Old Jean was a little worried she might not be mentally well, so he secretly glanced at her with a confused look. She said she was meditating. This girl's skin and hair color are quite special, Old Jean thought. Bronze skin and light purple hair, rare like my black hair. I wonder where she's from. "Why isn't Maurice here yet?" Gibson asked. "That old guy, why isn't he here yet?" Old Jean couldn't help but complain. Everyone started waiting for Morris, while Old Jean silently cursed this lazy pig 100 times. In simple terms, he was late and very late. They had agreed to leave early in the morning, but he only arrived after finishing breakfast. Sorry. I'm late," Morris said with a cheerful smile, not feeling embarrassed at all. "It's pretty late. I thought the sun was rising from the west." Old Jean muttered sarcastically. "Getting old makes it hard to get up in the morning." "All right, let's go," Morris said and started walking ahead on his own. Morris didn't seem to care about being late, which made Old Jean very annoyed. What made him more upset was that Morris didn't seem to notice his sarcasm. This might be a problem, Old Jean thought to himself. Lately, he had been lucky and forgot that he was actually a team troublemaker. Back when he played games, in 10 matches, he would lose 7. Sometimes it was because teammates deliberately gave up or were lazy. Every time teammates said, "This is a sure win, guys, let's go," he knew it was going to be a loss again. To the East Swamp, it'll take about 2 hours on foot. Gibson led the way and reminded everyone as he looked back. Although Morris's lateness caused some delay, the team's pace was still steady. As soon as they left the city gate, Gibson, who knew the route best, led the way. Morris and Claudia were in the middle, and old Jean walked at the back, observing the terrain and checking the map, trying to remember the route clearly. To survive in this world, it's very important to keep learning new things, old Jean told himself quietly. They crossed fields and entered the forest. According to the map, going further and would lead to the East Swamp. This name sounds like a monster's den, old Jean thought. Usually, places near cities with specific names are where monsters gather. Little girl, your name is Claudia, right? You look really pretty. Where do you live? Morris, walking beside Claudia, suddenly got interested and started talking to her. That old guy, even at his age, still so lively. Old Jean thought to himself, muttering. Is being an adventurer hard? Morris continued to ask questions, completely ignoring old Jean's annoyed expression. Come on, can you focus on your work? Old Jean thought to himself, rolling his eyes. Even though you're just an adventurer, you should have basic professionalism. If not, at least don't deliberately upset your teammates, especially in a team with both men and women. Old Jean knew that some men liked to tease female teammates, not knowing how to control themselves. You're such a delicate girl. How can you handle this kind of trouble? How long have you been an adventurer? Old Jean initially thought they were chatting, but upon listening carefully, he realized Morris was just talking to himself. Honestly, even if she were a woman, being approached by such a greasy old man wouldn't make her happy. No wonder Claudia kept ignoring him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Respond already. Seeing Claudia ignore him, Morris felt his pride hurt and reached out to grab her hand. If this keeps up, Claudia might get angry and leave the team, and that would be a problem, old Jean thought. For the harmony of the team, maybe I should step in and stop this. Just then, Claudia finally couldn't take it anymore and warned him sharply. Listen, Morris, right? Stop bothering me. What? Bothering you? Morris was stunned, as if he truly didn't understand what bothering meant. Listen carefully and don't bother me anymore, Claudia said, then moved to stand beside old Jean, seeming to want to avoid Morris and walk behind the team. Morris glared fiercely at Claudia, then turned to Gibson, muttering something probably bad-mouthing her. Phew, this is so annoying. If you're going to talk to me, just talk. Why do you have to touch and grab? Why are all the men here so rude? Claudia couldn't help but complain to old Jean. No choice. These rough adventurers are like that. Just ignore them. Old Jean comforted her. It's just a one-day task, and we probably won't see them again. Just bear with it. If it happens again, just ignore him. Old Jean responded casually and started chatting with Claudia. Perhaps because we are both strangers in a foreign land, Claudia feels a natural closeness to old Jean, like meeting a fellow countryman abroad. She can't help but share her worries with him. Because my skin is a bronze color, they think I'm easy to bully, right? I've encountered this many times, so I have to wear clothes that cover my whole body. No wonder she kept her hood on during their meeting yesterday. She was trying to hide her face. It makes sense. An exotic beauty like her, walking around, would attract unwanted attention, especially from someone like Maurice, who is quite a flirt. You're right. The people here are quite rude and lack manners. Because I have black hair, they even think I'm a savage, old Jean agreed sincerely. They continued chatting, their conversation gradually turning to racial discrimination. It's true, discrimination still exists in modern society, and in this world, it's even worse. By the way, Claudia, where are you from? Your appearance is quite unique, old Jean asked. What do you mean, where am I from? As if I came from the countryside. Claudia rolled her eyes at him. I come from Sherduke in the western regions. I just arrived here recently. Sherduke? Never heard of it. Old Jean scratched his head. Probably because you're not well informed. It's a very hot place, Claudia explained. When I first arrived, I was wearing light clothes, but those men were like flies buzzing around you, right? That must have been really annoying, old Jean said with a smile, secretly imagining. Clothes from a hot place, How cool could they be? Are they like dancer costumes? Claudie seemed eager to talk more. Although she was complaining, her tone carried a hint of excitement. Maybe she was new here and rarely had the chance to chat like this. Her tight leather outfit, though covering most of her skin, perfectly outlined her curvy figure, making her even more intriguing. Fortunately, she wore a hooded cloak, or those men might have been staring so hard they couldn't look away, old Jean thought to himself. Anyway, you're a pretty nice person. I enjoy talking with you, Claudie said with a smile. My name is Claudie. Just call me Claudie. What about you? What is your name? My name is Carter. Carter, you remind me of men from my hometown. They are very polite, gentlemen, and and they're also quite handsome. Old Jim felt happy hearing that. Men, as long as there are beautiful women to talk to, their mood gets better. This has always been true, except for Venia. We have arrived. The eastern swamp is just ahead. Gibson's voice interrupted Old Jim and Carter's conversation. Old Jim quickly caught up with the group. A strong smell of rotten earth and fallen leaves hit his nose, making him frown. They finally reached their destination, the eastern swamp. From the hilltop, looking down, they saw many small and large ponds. Around the ponds, strange plants grew, and huge trees rooted in the mud, looking dark and scary, like on Earth. Scale wolves might attack us first, so everyone be careful, Gibson warned. Old Jim nodded, drew his new sword, and held it tightly. Sure enough, good equipment gives confidence. Old Jim thought. With this sword, even if he faced a scale wolf, he believed he could cut it in half with one strike. Rustling sounds. What is that? Old Jim asked, pointing ahead. A few small goblins sneaked out from the bushes. Some walked upright, others on all fours, and they quickly disappeared into the swamp. There are goblins here? Old Jim remembered the dark mage's task and felt a bit conflicted. Are we supposed to catch them alive, cut off their parts, and then release them? Or kill them first and then cut? Neither option seemed very humane. Old Jim and the others carefully moved through the swamp, trying not to step into the muddy pools, while watching their surroundings for signs of scale wolves. Compared to them, Claudie's steps were much lighter. You move so quickly, Old Jim couldn't help but praise. I used to walk in deserts back home. If I wasn't careful, I'd sink into quicksand. That's how I learned this light footwork, Claudie explained. I see. So, you really come from a desert region. Old Jean thought. Only the desert can nurture a passionate and lively beauty like you. Shoo. I found it, Gibson whispered softly. Everyone held their breath and tiptoed behind Gibson, gently parting the bushes. Snap, snap. Chewing sounds. They saw a scaled wolf happily eating nearby. It was pressing a goblin's body with its front paws, tearing at the flesh with sharp teeth, enjoying its meal. This eating style looks quite tasty. Old Jean couldn't help but swallow. Now listen to my command, Morris suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. I'm the oldest and most experienced, so I should lead. Do we really need you to tell us what to do, adventurers? Old Jean thought to himself. Everyone knows what to do. We just adapt as needed. Let's around it first, Morris continued, ignoring Old Jean's resentful look. No need to tell us that. We already know, Old Jean thought. Morris directed Claudie and Gibson to flank for both sides. Once they were in position, Old Jean would attack from the front, trapping the scaled wolf with no way out. Carter, you attack from the front. I'll support you from behind, Morris said to Old Jean. Why'd I have to go first? Why not you? Old Jean asked sharply, feeling reluctant. My axe isn't suitable for close combat, Morris explained. You draw its attention, and I'll split it in half. Really? Old Jean looked at him skeptically, feeling suspicious of his intentions. He wanted to say more, but thought this was a good chance to test his new weapon and skills, so he agreed. All right, I'll go first. Follow me, Old Jean said. After confirming Claudie and Gibson were ready, he gripped his long sword tightly, summoned his strength, and charged at the scaled wolf with a self-sacrifice charge. Let's see how strong I am now, Old Jean shouted inwardly. He had fought the scaled wolf before when he was at level F. It took all his strength to barely win, leaving a permanent scar on his body. Because of that battle, his leather armor was torn to shreds and couldn't be sold for a good price, causing him heavy losses. This time, I must avenge myself. Old Gene gritted his teeth with determination. Old Gene silently cheered himself on. Since it was a surprise attack, shouting wouldn't help. He clenched his sword handle and charged at the lizard-scaled wolf that was busy eating the goblin corpse. You are you. However, the wild instinct of the lizard-scaled wolf was sharper. As soon as it saw Old Gene, it immediately dropped the goblin corpse and ran in the opposite direction. Gibson! Got it! Gibson, who had been prepared, appeared on the other side. This is the clever part of team hunting. The lizard-scaled wolf was startled by Gibson's sudden appearance. Like a frightened cat, it froze and quickly turned to run away. But by then, Old Gene was already chasing it. He aimed at the wolf's waist, raised his broadsword, and with all his strength, swung it down intending to cut it in half. Old Gene couldn't help but curse. The sword only cut halfway into the wolf's back, failing to fully sever it. He was aiming for a decisive strike, but he misjudged. It seems the scale's defense was too strong. How? Although it wasn't cut in two, there was enough to hurt it. The lizard-scaled wolf rolled on the ground in pain, letting out a harsh scream. Seeing it in such agony, Old Gene couldn't help but grimace. If it had been him, struck on the back with an axe, he probably would be rolling on the ground from pain too. Ugh! The wolf howled in pain while twisting on the ground, eventually flipping over to expose its belly. It seemed the sword had hit its nerves. The wolf's belly was without scales, and its vital parts were fully exposed. Old Gene was about to deliver a final when suddenly, "Get back, huh?" Morris suddenly charged forward with an axe. Clang! He roughly shoulder-barged Old Gene aside, then swung his axe cleanly and swiftly, splitting the wolf's head from its body. His axe work was so smooth and precise, like a professional lumberjack, with no wasted movements. Of course, the main thing was when he knocked over Old Gene. Old Gene was really annoyed. What was that old man thinking? Wow, one down, Morris said, wiping sweat from his forehead with his arm. His refreshed look made Old Gene even angrier. Hey, Uncle, why did you suddenly hit me? Do you realize you almost knocked me over? Huh? Oh, sorry. I had no choice but to do that to take down this beast. This old guy had been acting strange since earlier. Based on Old Gene's experience, people like him usually cause trouble in the end. To prevent problems, he decided to act first. Can I handle it myself? Do you really need to do that? Enough. I already took care of it, didn't I? What if you mess up? It was already knocked down and writhing in pain from my sword. How could I possibly fail? Earlier you spoke to me in a commanding tone, and I tolerated it. But if you're rude again, I won't hold back. Do as you like, Morris snorted coldly and turned away. As a young man raised in a country that values manners, Old Gene always respected elders and cared for the young. But that didn't mean he would tolerate rudeness without limits. Respect should be earned. He had suffered enough from teammates before. Now that he had gained some strength, he intended to stand his ground. That was pretty rough and straightforward. Gibson walked over and said, "Next we skin it. The value of the scale wolf is mainly in its scales." Old Gene took out a dagger, ready to skin the beast. This dagger was the one he confiscated from bandits last time. He hadn't sold it and kept it carefully in his belt pouch. How do I skin this thing? Old Gene asked, slicing open the scale wolf's belly with the dagger. Although he wasn't a professional skinner, after being an adventurer for a while, he had picked up some basic skills. He carefully separated the skin from the flesh, then used the tip of the knife to cut through the connective tissue. It was harder than he expected. It seemed difficult to completely peel off the skin with just some basic skills. Plus, this creature was about the size of a large dog, so peeling it slowly would take forever. Claudie couldn't watch anymore, so she quickly grabbed the dagger from Old Gene's hand. "Let me teach you," Claudie said, without hesitation, stabbing the dagger into the flesh. Swish, hiss, sizzle. Oh, Old Gene couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Claudie's skinning skills were very skilled. Her movements were smooth and quick, just like a professional butcher. She swiftly peeled off a complete wolf hide, then handed the bloody dagger back to Old Gene. "Your knife is a bit dull. You should sharpen it." "Wow, that's amazing. With this skill, you could sell it for a good price." It's a pity about that scar on the back. All right, I almost forgot about that. How annoying. The better the animal's fur and skin are preserved, the more valuable they are. Luckily, the only damage was a scar on the back, so it shouldn't affect the price. Where did you learn skinning techniques? Your method looks professional. Everyone back home knows how to do it. By the way, shouldn't you also know how? I heard the Marquesa people are nomads. Old Gene awkwardly smiled. He's not a nomad. He's a modern person from the 21st century. He doesn't know any skinning skills. Yeah, I've been clumsy since I was a kid. I couldn't learn anything, and my tribe looked down on me, so I left home. He pretended to look sad and started making up a story. No one really knew about nomad life, so he figured he could just make something up. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. Looks like I hit a sore spot. It's okay, it's all in the past. Claudia showed a sympathetic look, but old Gene didn't care. It was all fake anyway, so why bother? You should wash your hands first. Huh? To thank Claudia for helping with the skinning, old Gene opened the water pouch. Claudia's hands, after touching the wolf's corpse for a long time, were covered in blood. Keeping hands clean is very important, especially in the wild where fights can happen at any time. Come on, put your hands out. Claudia looked at him strangely, then silently held out her hands. Old Gene tilted the water pouch and slowly poured clean water over Claudia's hands to wash them. Thank you, she said. I should be the one thanking you, he replied. Later, old Gene wanted to search the goblin's body to see if he could find what he was looking for, but unfortunately, the goblin's body had been eaten beyond recognition. Finding the target would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Since the goblin had already been eaten by the scale-armored wolf, he decided to leave it be this time. It seems this mission will go smoothly. Let's go find the next one, he said. Yeah, that sounds good. Do you know where else we might find one? Morris asked. We'll have to look slowly, Gibson replied. So, the group set out again. Each scale-armored wolf has its own territory, so they probably won't appear in the same place for a while. As for the carcass of the peeled, scale-armored wolf, old Gene didn't bother with it. Let it stay there. Maybe it will attract other monsters to get rid of them. Not long after, they came across a mossy area that emitted damp, humid air. Such places are usually near swamps because they stay wet all year and are covered with various mosses. For old Gene, this was actually good news, because magic grass grows in such places. Wait, stop for a moment, old Gene called out. Usually, some valuable herbs grow here. Let's take some time to look around, he suggested. We're here to hunt scale-armored wolves, not to dig for herbs. Don't waste time, Morris said. His opinion made sense. But old Gene had other tasks, so he needed to find a way to persuade them to stay. Really? Then come over here and look at this, old Gene said, pointing to a blue plant growing under a rock. Luckily, he found a magic grass quickly. It was quite noticeable, standing out among the green moss with its bright blue color. One of these can sell for a copper coin. It's good extra income, right? And there are more around here. Finding money like this isn't a waste of time, he said. After saying that, old Gene looked around and saw that the others had no objections. When they heard there was money to be made, even Morris nodded in agreement. Magic grass, I really miss it. I haven't paid attention to this stuff for a long time. Since there are so many here, let's look for some. Hey, is this herb really valuable? I've learned something new. Everyone looked greedily and eagerly reached out toward the magic grass. Under the rocks, along the cracks, more than 10 plants were growing. Old Gene's task only required 5, so he thought they would finish quickly. By the way, the resources deep in this forest are really abundant. When he was a beginner, he could only stay near the town, barely earning enough to get by. The magic grass looks like weeds, but its roots are thick like small radishes. Old Gene carefully dug them out and put them into his backpack. In about half an hour, everyone collected more than 5 plants of magic grass. What is this? Old Gene found a strange mushroom that looked like a ghost pen and secretly hid it. What is this thing? He decided to ask Leisha when he got back. That should be enough. Carter, where should we sell this? The Alchemist Guild in the city should buy it. From now on, just pick it whenever you see it. Claudia didn't seem to be from around here and knew nothing about the magic grass. Chirp! Chirp, chirp! Just as the group was about to leave, a few goblins suddenly appeared ahead. They seemed to sense the humans' presence and panicked, scattering in different directions. Where there are goblins, there are usually predators that prey on them nearby. Goblins don't usually leave their nests easily. Only when food is scarce do they send worker ants out to find food. That means there must be a dining hall for armored wolves nearby. Those creatures have terrible eyesight, almost like they are blind, so catching goblins is very easy for them. It seems there are armored wolves nearby. Should we follow them and see? Yes, let's go, Mr. Gibson. The group decided to follow the goblins. There are not only goblins, but also goblin-like creatures and goblins in this swamp. The environment here seems quite healthy. But unfortunately, old Jean still needs goblin eggs. What a pity. Anyway, they already have the magic grass. Next, they just need to get the armored wolf's hide, some part of the goblin, and goblin eggs. That way, their progress will reach 40%. The footprints left by the goblins when they ran away are very clear, making it easy to follow them. Old Jean and the others followed the footprints, crossed a small hill, and saw a small cave in front of them. It looks like this is the goblin's home, Maurice said. That means there are probably armored wolves nearby. Let's hide here for a while, Gibson suggested. The group found a hidden spot among the bushes, rested, and waited for the armored wolves to appear. Ugh, after walking so long, my legs are sore, old Jean complained. Honestly, it hasn't been long, and my back already hurts. The armored wolves surely knew where the goblin's home was. If they waited patiently here, hungry wolves would come to them eventually. Old Jean and the others crouched on the hill, watching the goblin cave entrance closely. Soon, a few familiar friends emerged from deep inside the cave. They're coming, someone whispered. Chirp, 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 tweet, chirp, for goblins tiptoed out of the cave, looking around cautiously. They all looked weak, like timid workers, with no goblin warriors among them. It seemed they were gathering fruits from nearby trees or edible roots. We're looking for armored wolves, not goblins, someone said. Uncle, do you even need to say that? Once they get eaten, the armored wolves will come to us on their own, another replied. It would be best if that happened, Humph, old Maurice said. Since their last argument, Maurice hadn't been very friendly to old Jean. It proved the saying, old but not dead is a thief. It seems that whether on Earth or in another world, old folks trying to act wise are common. Old Jean thought to himself, this old guy is really hard to read. Even a woman's heart is easier to understand than Morris's mind. The goblins chattered in their own language, sniffing the ground and looking around. Because their eyesight was poor, they relied on their sense of smell to sense the environment. These goblins looked quite relaxed and at ease. According to old Jean, it means feeling as happy as a 3-year-old child, carefree and joyful. Roar until the predator appeared, breaking this peaceful moment. Here it comes. A gray figure pushed aside the vines, silently appearing behind the goblins. It was dull gray like concrete, blending in the background. But the killing intent it radiated made people shiver. The armored wolf suppressed its excitement, moved quietly, and slowly approached the unaware goblins. Squeak, squeak, ugh, clack. In an instant, the armored wolf darted out like lightning and bit one goblin's neck. Yelp. The goblin's scream was sharp and desperate, a cry of its last moments. The cheerful outing suddenly turned into a living. Gulp, squeak, squeak. The other 3 goblins panicked, scrambling to run back to their cave. In their chaos, they pushed and trampled each other, like a scene from a nightmare. Roar, snap, but the armored wolf didn't plan to let them go. It swiftly chased each prey, ruthlessly biting their necks. In less than a minute, all 4 goblins were dead. This guy is pretty strong. After killing all the goblins, the armored wolf was satisfied and began to enjoy its prize. It chose a plump-looking goblin and started feasting. Crunch, crunch, squeak. Wait, why does this scene feel familiar? Isn't this the famous story of the praying mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Old Jean was overjoyed. He had unwittingly gained 3 goblin heads. He was originally thinking about how to explain things to Leisha, but now he could just take the heads back, saving himself from doing it himself, and the bloody mess. Captain, what do you think? Should we attack now? That guy hasn't recovered yet. Perfect chance for a surprise attack. Mr. Gibson and Uncle Morris, go. 4 people stand side by side on a hill, forming a circle to block the armored wolf's escape route. The only way out is behind them, through the goblin cave, but with the wolf's limited intelligence, it probably won't think of that. Clatter, clatter! Old Jean and the others rush down running while adjusting their formation into a straight line like a long snake, forming a big net to trap the armored wolf. Gru, the armored wolf, lifts its head and sees the group of intruders. It gets so scared that it almost faints and quickly tries to run away. But behind it is a steep cliff with no way to escape. Hif, hif, hif. You're doomed, little beast. Roar. Old Jean waves a sword in front of the wolf, trying to distract it. But it doesn't work at all. This beast. Yowl. The armored wolf looks around and realizes it has no way out. It decides to fight with all its might, charging at Gibson, who is closest. In a life-or-death situation, it chooses the smallest target as a way to break through. Its judgment is quite sharp. Ugh! Gibson swings his sword to block the wolf's attack, then rolls away to dodge its follow-up strike. It doesn't seem to cause much damage. After all, Gibson is still just a young boy and not very strong. Seeing this, Old Jean rushes forward to block the wolf's path. You beast! How dare you hurt my brother? Claudia and Morris are just across from them. If Old Jean can push the wolf toward them, the 3 of them can team up to defeat it. Old Jean roars loudly, trying to provoke the wolf into attacking the trap. But the armored wolf seems to take his roar as a challenge. It turns around and charges at him. Old Jean quickly lowers his stance, holding his sword in front of him, ready to defend. The sword is not only a weapon for killing, but also a shield for protection. He concentrates, waiting for the best moment to strike. Decisive. Old Jean swings his sword diagonally. The wolf's front left leg breaks off with a snap, blood spurting out wildly. Should he strike again to finish it? No, he's too close now. You little. Gold quickly decided not to finish off the enemy with a normal attack. Instead, he used his knee to strike the armored wolf's chest hard, performing a move he learned from Karen called knee smash. There was a sharp cracking sound as the wolf's bones broke clearly. It screamed loudly and was knocked back by Gold's strike, flying more than 2 meters before falling in front of Claudia and Morris. At this point, the armored wolf was completely surrounded and had no way to escape. It had lost its front left limb, and its shoulder blade was dislocated. It could only crawl on the ground with its 2 back legs. Its speed was painfully slow. Morris raised his axe high and took a ready attack stance. This wasn't something he could do just by swinging a weapon a few times. It took years of practice to develop such confidence. Morris shouted loudly and swung his axe down, splitting the armored wolf's head in 2. The fight was over. Once again, I won. Although Morris sounded like he was the only one who defeated the armored wolf, it was clear that his strength was impressive, at least in knowing how to enjoy the benefits of others' efforts. This time, I didn't really help much. Never mind, I'll start skinning it. Claudia was right, she didn't contribute much this time. Gold had high hopes for her, but she ended up disappointing him a little. Claudia took the dagger Gold handed her and skillfully began skinning the wolf. Mr. Gibson, are you okay? Any injuries? I'm fine. I just got careless for a moment. While asking about Gibson's condition, Gold walked over to the goblin's body. Next, he needed to deal with the heads. Leisha needed goblin brains. Thanks to the armored wolf, he saved himself a lot of trouble. The goblin's neck had been bitten almost in half. Gold easily cut off their heads and placed them in his backpack, although he tried to avoid getting blood on himself. It wouldn't be long before his backpack was stained red and filled with a strong smell of blood. Why are you taking those heads? Are they trophies? Yes, I guess so. Are you following some strange religion? Or is this a custom of your Marquesa people? Neither. Someone asked me to do it. Yes, I've also been wondering why I was asked to bring back this kind of thing. Claudia had already skinned the creature and came over. Her hands were once again covered in fresh blood. Old Jean opened the water pouch again. By now, they had collected 3 wolf skins with scales and 3 goblin heads. plus the 5 magic herbs they gathered earlier, the task progress bar shot up quickly. At that moment, a scaled wolf smelling blood appeared again. Huh, another one? Everyone prepared for a new fight. However, this time, Claudia volunteered to go instead of others. Don't move, let me handle it. Claudia said this as if skinning wasn't a hard job. Remember, a full-scaled wolf skin can sell for at least 1 silver coin. Roar. The wolf that appeared this time looked very hungry. Its eyes were red, and it moved closer without caring about the terrible scene on the ground. It seemed that hunger not only blinded wild animals, but also made them more crazy. Claudia calmly stepped forward. Her steps were light and steady, and her long legs moved gracefully, almost like a model walking on a runway. Suddenly, she stopped and lowered her center of gravity. Then, did she disappear? Oh my god. Yow. Just as the scaled wolf leapt up to attack, a sharp scream sounded. Everything happened in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Claudia appeared below the wolf at lightning speed. Her twin blades moved so fast they looked like afterimages pouring out like a storm. She used a move called True Star Explosion Discarded Healing Slash. Before the wolf could react, Claudia's fierce attack tore it into pieces, and it fell heavily to the ground. Looks like the scales are a bit damaged. I tried to control my strength. Old Gene stared in shock, almost dropping his jaw. Claudia's speed was incredible, like teleportation. Her attacks were precise, targeting the weak spots of the wolf without hitting the tough scales, which kept the wolf's hide intact. This woman, she's really a tough character. How can she be just an E-level adventurer? Your strength is really amazing, and you managed to kill the armored wolf precisely without damaging its fur. That's incredible. Most monsters have similar weak points, so it's not hard. I come from the desert country, Shurdich. The people there worship the night sky war god, Helhan, and have been trained in martial arts since childhood. I see, Shurdich is a country that values strength and is a desert land. Plus, with Cloudy's tin skin and those 2 curved knives, Old Gene suddenly thought of a word: exotic dancer. Your skills are so impressive. With your strength, you could easily be a C-level or even B-level adventurer. Why are you still at E-level? Really? I just arrived here recently. I heard higher-level adventurers earn more, so I wanted to try. But to level up, I need to earn enough achievements, right? The achievement wall is so high and hard to reach. According to Old Gene, Cloudy's strength is definitely that of a martial arts master, a leader-level figure. Wait, why does this suddenly feel like a martial arts story? He quickly shook his head and pushed aside those random thoughts. Anyway, Cloudy's strength can definitely compare to that of Knight's. It seems Cloudy just arrived here and hasn't earned enough achievements yet, so she's staying at E-level for now to earn some money. Plus, she's new and probably doesn't have many connections, so even if she has the skill, it's hard to get high-paying missions. This might actually be good for them. Just one more wolf pelt, and we can each get one, Gibson said. Then let's go find the last one.